Chapter 1. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, Love Tribulations and Fortunes. Princess Ruyun, be gentle, my waist is about to break. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Lu Ruyun, the eldest princess of the great Qian Empire, renowned for her extraordinary beauty and exceptional strength, is known as the Fairy Ruyun. At this moment, her graceful figure and stunning face were flushed, her breath quickening as the bloodline within her surged violently once again. Oh no, my demonic serpent's desire poison is acting up again. As Lu Ruyun's words fell, bang! The holy garment shattered into fragments and descended upon the bloodied Ling Tianyu once more. Tianyu, urgency calls for action. I apologize for the offense. Ling Tianyu's back had long been scraped raw by the stones. His foundational path was damaged, rendering him powerless to resist, and he could only close his eyes and leave his fate to chance. In an instant, heavenly thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. A day later, Lu Ruyun, amidst a mix of sweat and rainwater, resembled a fairy reborn from the flames. She radiated brilliance. However, a deep worry lingered between her brows. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. I still can't completely eliminate the desire poison. You possess the pure yang divine body, but your foundational path is broken, and your cultivation is too weak. Lu Ruyun sighed softly. However, it is not without gain. At least I've cleared most of it, so I won't die from the poison. She quietly gazed at the weak and unconscious Ling Tianyu in her arms. A fleeting moment of dazed emotion crossed her shy and beautiful eyes. Ling Tianyu was the young master of the Ling family, a prodigious genius from Tianyan City. With extraordinary talent and the pure yang divine body, he stepped into the true martial realm at just 16. His cultivation talent overshadowed all the outstanding youths in the city. He was even valued by one of the major sects in the imperial capital, the Tianxian sect, and was granted the Tianxian token. He was set to join the Tianxian sect with a bright future ahead, but a month ago, all of that was shattered. His fiancée, Yi Qianing, conspired with his cousin Ling Feng to steal his Tianxian token and ambushed him from behind. This led to the damage of his foundational path, rendering him a cripple. Upon learning this, the Ling family not only turned cold and ruthless towards him, but even cruelly cut off his mother's spiritual medicine to find the dragon spirit grass for his mother. Ling Tianyu ventured into the forbidden area and accidentally fell into the Dragon Abyss secret realm. At the brink of life and death, the Fairy Ruyun happened to save the dying Ling Tianyu. The dragon-taming forbidden area is rumored to be the place where the ancient divine dragon fell. 3 days ago, Lu Ruyun risked exploring the Dragon Abyss secret realm on her wind-soaring divine eagle. She was bitten by a demonic serpent while soaking in the cold pool of the Dragon Abyss. The poison from the demonic serpent is particularly potent. If not resolved within half an hour, death is certain. And the only antidote is to unite with Ling Tianyu, who possesses the pure yang divine body. Lu Ruyun gazed at the unconscious and weak Ling Tianyu. At that moment, she carefully observed that Ling Tianyu was indeed exceptionally handsome. A different emotion flickered in her phoenix eyes. This kid will be my Dao partner from now on. Wake up! Lu Ruyun lightly raised her jade finger and pinched Ling Tianyu's cheek. Ling Tianyu groggily opened his eyes and weakly said, "Fairy, come to me while I'm still alive. Feel free to take what you want. Once my soul disperses, I won't be able to help you. You won't die. I have a broken foundational path, destroyed meridians, and serious injuries, rendering me a cripple. Even a great immortal cannot save me." Ling Tianyu lay on the ground, a pained expression on his face, but secretly delighted in his heart to be able to have the great Qian Empire's princess before dying. This pure and pristine body is a worthy end. Fairy, you saved my life, and Tianyu is filled with respect and gratitude towards you, not daring to have any improper thoughts. Well, I'm not blaming you. If it weren't for you today, I would be the one dead. Lu Ruyun's gaze softened. From now on, you are my Lu Ruyun's man, that if anyone dares to harm you, I will kill their entire family. Her delicate fingers, as white as jade, brushed against Ling Tianyu's face. Having said that, she took out a high-grade, earth-deer spiritual pill, held in her mouth, leaned down, and gently kissed Ling Tianyu, secretly channeling her spiritual power to send the pill into his abdomen. The pill melted upon entering, and Ling Tianyu felt his body gradually warming up. Just as the two separated, Ling Tianyu's soul suddenly stirred. From Lu Riyun's body, a divine refining tower carved with 9 golden dragons slowly floated into the air, condensing the Tao rhythm. The 9-headed dragon phantoms soared into the sky, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The dragon's might shook the surroundings. The entire Dragon Abyss secret realm was enveloped by this divine dragon's aura, exuding an ancient and domineering presence. Then it transformed into specks of light and merged into Ling Tianyu's body. The 9-dragon divine, refining tower? Lu Riyun's expression changed dramatically. This 9-dragon divine, refining tower is a treasure passed down from Lu Riyun's ancestors, one that no powerful figures in the Lu family had ever comprehended, sealed within the bloodline of the Lu family. It is said to be a supreme artifact that existed in ancient times. Now, it had actively merged into Ling Tianyu's body, which is truly hard to believe. Could it be that Ling Tianyu has the talent to control the 9-dragon divine, refining tower? Tianyu, how do you feel? Ling Tianyu's face was full of astonishment. A line of large characters appeared in his sea of consciousness, refine the divine soul, awaken the power of the 9 dragons, merge the source of the great Tao's power, reverse the universe, and overturn the world's rules. In an instant, he looked inward. Deep in his sea of consciousness, an ancient divine tower floated. It emitted a deep blood-red glow, occupying the core of his sea of consciousness. The divine tower opened, and the runes radiated light, with streams of golden spiritual power circulating within him. Not only did it restore Ling Tianyu's originally shattered dantian and meridians to their original state, but it also improved beyond the past. His soul underwent a qualitative transformation, and the depleted spiritual power within him rapidly filled up. Ling Tianyu's dim eyes regained their brilliance. Lu Riyun witnessed this astonishing change, both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected that the 9-dragon divine refining tower would actually recognize Ling Tianyu as its master. This was too incredible. Ling Tianyu had truly activated the 9-dragon divine refining tower. Now that your injuries are healed, let's try again. Lu Riyun was anxious and, without waiting for Ling Tianyu's response, knocked him down again to begin taking what she wanted. Time flowed. Eating and sleeping were forgotten, and sleepless nights. 2 days later, with her body drenched in fragrant sweat, the enchanting fairy Riyun felt disappointed as the blush of spring still lingered on her beautiful face. The desire poison from a demonic serpent was still not completely cleared. Tianyu, I understand now. Although your body has healed, your cultivation is insufficient, which prevents you from completely eliminating it. Lu Riyun said helplessly. Fairy Riyun, how precious is this 9-dragon divine refining tower, but now. Regaining some strength, he sat up and looked at Lu Riyun with a complicated expression. Ling Tianyu, this divine cauldron has restored your dantian and meridians, allowing you to cultivate again. Once you reach the Hung W realm, come to the imperial capital to find me, and then help me eliminate the desire poison. Ling Tianyu was now her man in her eyes. They were already inseparable. Having said that, Lu Riyun waved her sleeve lightly, just as she was about to summon the wind-soaring divine eagle to take him out of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu's black hair danced wildly. His soul unexpectedly activated the divine refining tower, unleashing a brilliant divine light from within the tower. That divine light condensed into a divine ring above his head. A terrifying vortex of storm formed around him, sweeping through the entire Dragon Abyss secret realm. It triggered the laws of heaven and earth. In the storm, Ling Tianyu's body was instantly torn apart. Lu Riyun stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the sky above the Dragon Abyss. Don't! The next moment, Ling Tianyu's body dissipated into feathers before Lu Riyun. I didn't die. Ling Tianyu felt a dizzying sensation, shaking his head a few times. He opened his eyes, ready to turn over and get up. His palm suddenly touched something soft and quickly recoiled. What is this? The curtains hung low, and a fragrant aroma lingered. In front of him stood a young girl dressed in a pale pink nightgown, lying on an intricately carved bed. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually spread out, with delicate hands resting on her forehead. Her eyes seemed to hold the autumn waters, tender and charming, captivating anyone who looked at her. The Yi family. Is this Yi Qinrou's boudoir? Yi Qianro was Yi Qianning's half-sister. The spirit refining tower actually teleported me to Yi Qianro's room. There's no way to explain this. Thinking of that despicable woman, Yi Qianning, Ling Tianyu's anger surged within him. He slapped Yi Qianro awake. Chapter 2. The Dragon Abyss Reversal Technique. Yi Qianro instantly woke up, standing there in a daze, her mind blank. Her gaze met Ling Tianyu's in the air. In an instant, fear surged like a tidal wave, drowning her eyes. Her breathing became rapid and chaotic. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. "It's you, Brother Tianyu. What? What do you want?" Without waiting for her to react, Ling Tianyu quickly pinned her down, one hand gripping her neck like an iron clamp. He spoke coldly. "If you dare to shout, I'll snap your neck right away." In Yi Qianro's perception, Brother Tianyu had always been a compassionate and kind person. But at this moment, the unfamiliar and terrifying man before her filled her with unprecedented fear. Ugh. Yi Qianro was pressed down, her face pale as paper, suffering greatly. Ling Tianyu soon noticed the crimson stain on her lower abdomen, blood seeping out continuously, spreading wide. Ling Tianyu quickly got off her, just about to check her injuries. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door, like a devil's whisper. "Xiaoro, sister brought you some good supplements." This voice made Yi Qianro's body tremble instinctively. At the same time, Ling Tianyu clenched his fists, filled with overwhelming hatred. Who else could it be but Yi Qianning? He would never forget the scene from a month ago on the Great Wilderness Mountain. Why Yi Qianning leaned against Ling Feng, her face adorned with mockery and disdain, her piercing words cutting like knives. "Ling Tianyu, I have a noble status, being the eldest daughter of the Yi family, while you're just a dog raised by the Ling family, not worthy of marrying me. Only a man like Ling Feng is the one I love. That I'm about to join the Tianxin sect and replace you as a disciple of the sect, while you can only become a waste, just like your mother. Oh, and there's good news to tell you. A month later, I will marry Ling Feng." Ling Tianyu felt as if struck by lightning. How could a person's heart be so cruel? Killing is merely a matter of striking the head, but to strike at the heart is the most vicious. Dog man and woman, may you both not have a good death. Ling Tianyu was enraged in his heart. At this moment, Yi Qianning had already pushed the door open. Not good. Ling Tianyu instantly woke up, knowing that if this woman discovered him, he would undoubtedly die. There was no time to think. He swiftly slipped under Yi Qianro's thick and soft cotton quilt like a ghost. Fortunately, the quilt was thick enough, making it hard to be discovered out why Yi Qianning was at the 8th level of the body refining realm, while he had just recovered, only at the 1st level of the body refining realm. He pressed one hand on Yi Qianro's abdominal wound. His voice was as cold as frost. "If you dare to speak out of turn, I'll pierce your abdomen with my hand immediately." Yi Qianro endured the intense pain, sweat beading on her forehead. Instinctively, she pushed the quilt up with all her might, covering Ling Tianyu beneath her. The warmth from Ling Tianyu's palm, instead, brought a trickle of warmth to her abdomen. Yi Qianro felt a warmth throughout her body, and the pain lessened significantly. Yi Qianning approached the bedside. "Xiaoro, get up and take your medicine. This is made from coagulated bloodgrass and purple blood spirit mushrooms, all top-grade spirit medicines for replenishing qi and blood. And this dragon spirit pill, sister spent a great deal to obtain it." As she spoke, Yi Qianning lifted the curtain. Why are there so many beads of sweat on your forehead? Are you feeling unwell?" Saying this, she was about to lift the quilt to check her wound. "Sister, I'm fine. Maybe I just had a bad dream earlier." Yi Qianro forced herself to appear calm. Ling Tianyu increased his grip. As long as she dared to say even a half word, he would immediately take her life. "Oh, that's good. It's all sister's fault for making you suffer. Xiaoro, rest assured, once my cold ice physique recovers, I won't require your true yang spirit blood anymore." Yi Qianro had been imprisoned by her for a whole year. She publicly claimed that Yi Qianro was gravely ill. In reality, Yi Qianning would come to draw true yang spirit blood from her every 2 days to repair her cold ice physique. The most poisonous heart belongs to a woman. Unexpectedly, Yi Qianning was so cruel, treating her own sister with such brutality. The strength in her hand unconsciously lessened a bit. "Sister, Xiaoro won't blame you. In 3 days, you will marry Ling Feng. Xiaoro congratulates you in advance." Yi Qianro flattered, fearing that Yi Qianning would be unhappy. Xiao Rou, my heart has long been spoken for I would never marry that fool Ling Feng. Now that I have obtained Ling Tianyu's Tian Xian token, plus with brother Xiaoyao's help, I will soon become a disciple of the Tian Xian sect. Yi Xiaoyao? A disciple of the inner sect of the Tian Xian sect. Ling Tianyu was stunned the last time Yi Xiaoyao came to the Ling family to deliver the Tian Xian token. Yi Qianning actually hooked up with him. This promiscuous woman deserves to die 1,000 times. Hatred spread continuously in his heart, and Ling Tianyu clenched his fists. If it weren't for just recovering his body, he would want to rush out and kill her immediately. Sister, where is brother Tianyu? Don't you care about him at all? You're about to marry Ling Feng. Brother Tianyu must be very sad knowing this. Don't mention that waste to me. Ling Tianyu is merely a stepping stone for me, and so is Ling Feng. Only brother Xiaoyao is the one I love the most. 10 days ago, Yi Qianning had already passed on the news of her impending marriage to the royal capital, firmly believing that Yi Xiaoyao would appear after hearing it. She wanted everyone in Tianyin City to know that only disciples from great sects like the Deqian Empire and the Tianxin sect were worthy of her, not the so-called lower tier. Talents of Tianyin City. Why Yi Qianning wore a proud expression. Everything was developing in the direction she desired, and for the first time, she showed such shyness in front of Yi Qianrou. This left Yi Qianrou somewhat dazed. All right, I've said enough to you. Sister is in a good mood today. The spirit blood I took last time hasn't been used up yet. Remember to finish the supplements otherwise. Yi Qianning's expression suddenly turned fierce, casting a sharp gaze before leaving through the door. As her footsteps gradually faded, Ling Tianyu dared to stick his head out. Brother Tianyu, you heard that, right? For the past year, I've been compromising and trying to please her just to survive. Every time I see her, I wish I could eat her flesh and obliterate her heart. I wish I could skin her alive. You don't need to worry about me betraying you now. Looking at the pitiful, yet gritting her teeth Yi Qianrou, tears shimmered in her eyes. Ling Tianyu slowly withdrew his hand, filled with sympathy. They were both people who shared the same suffering. Yi Qianrou used to be lively and cheerful, calling him Brother Tianyu every day, following him like a little tail. Brother Tianyu, how did you end up in my room? Yi Qianrou asked in confusion. It's a long story. Ling Tianyu sighed inwardly. Brother Tianyu, can you take me away from here? I only feel despair and hatred for the Yi family. This place is hell. I'm so scared. Yi Qianrou was the illegitimate daughter of Yi Muju, the head of the Yi family, and a maid. The Yi family had never regarded her as one of their own, and even the servants often bullied her. Every time she looked forward to Ling Tianyu coming to the Yi family, only he could bring her a bit of warmth. Xiao Rou, how is your injury? Let me see. Ling Tianyu let down his guard and spoke softly to her. He gently lifted her dress, only to see a piece of white gauze stained with blood stuck to her smooth and fair abdomen. Lifting the white gauze, the wound on the left side of the lower abdomen was shocking. That it was clearly caused by a sharp object cutting through the flesh. The wound had turned black, as if shrouded in a mass of dark energy. It hurts. Yi Qianrou couldn't help but let out a whimper. Xiao Rou, hold on for a moment, Ling Tianyu said as he examined it. Buzz, the divine refinement tower suddenly trembled, as if the dark energy had provoked it. Ling Tianyu reached out to touch the wound. The smooth, flat abdomen sank in with his pressure, causing tears to continuously roll down Yi Qianrou's face from the pain. Just then, the divine refinement tower unexpectedly devoured the dark energy, all of it rushing into Ling Tianyu's body. What's going on? As he was about to introspect his dantian, a piece of ancient information suddenly appeared in his mind. Dragon Abyss Reversal Technique. This is the supreme technique of the 9 Dragons Divine Refinement Tower. Ling Tianyu was astonished. He never expected that the 9 Dragons Divine Refinement Tower not only devoured the dark energy, but also activated the divine technique within the tower. In that case, Yi Qianning, wait for me, I will give you a huge surprise when the time comes. Chapter 3 Blood Draw. She should be drawing urine. The Dragon Abyss Reversal Technique, a mysterious mantra, instantly imprinted itself in his mind like a tidal wave. The Dragon Abyss gathers energy and conceals the spirit, reversing the pulse and breaking through the 9 extremes, causing the acupoints to shine and condense the sun and moon. All methods returning to one, transforming into the great unity. Such a domineering divine skill can condense the 9 great dragon palaces in the Dantian. as if allowing him to possess 9 dantians, exponentially enhancing his power. The might of Ling Tianyu's punch is several times that of an ordinary person, making him invincible even among peers, and even allowing him to challenge those above his level. Once the 9 great dragon palaces are fully condensed, their powers will amplify and stack upon each other. That kind of terrifying power is something Ling Tianyu cannot even imagine. When the divine skill is cultivated to its peak, even a gesture could potentially destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Moreover, the Dragon Abyss reversal technique is also a powerful body-refining divine technique. When the physical body is tempered to its strongest state, the recovery ability is also frighteningly remarkable. The refining spirit tower devoured that mass of black energy, transforming it into a trace of spiritual power. Ling Tianyu was overjoyed. Yiqian Ning, you didn't think I could recover, did you? Since I have recovered, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thinking of that despicable woman, his eyes became sharp as knives, filled with a murderous intent. Brother Tianyu, what's wrong? Yiqian Ro was about to ask when suddenly a vast power erupted from Ling Tianyu's body, directly slamming her against the wall by the bedside. The already weak Yiqian Ro fainted immediately. Xiao Ro, Ling Tianyu's heart panicked. He did not want Yiqian Ro to die, just like that. After all, there was no grievance or hatred between them, and this little girl had already suffered enough. If she died, the guilt in his heart would never be alleviated. However, seeing her chest rising and falling slightly, Ling Tianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had only fainted. Without delay, Ling Tianyu sat cross-legged, beginning to refine his spirit. Operating the Dragon Abyss reversal technique, he drew upon the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu was horrified to discover that a devouring vortex was forming above his head, swallowing all the spiritual energy from the room and the surrounding Yi family area. His body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Crack, crack, crack. Refining body stage 1. Refining body stage 2. Refining body stage 3. Refining body stage 4. In less than 2 hours, he advanced from refining body stage 1 to refining body stage 4. On the Yanhuang continent, there are 9 major realms: refining body, spirit martial, true martial, radiant martial, Xian martial, true emperor, saint king, saint emperor, and emperor realm. The Dragon Abyss reversal technique is indeed domineering. At this cultivation speed, he might reach refining body stage 9 in less than 3 days. If it were an ordinary person, it would take at least several years. Ling Tianyu intended to continue cultivating, but the sky was already lightening. His stomach was growling with hunger. After falling into the Dragon Abyss, he hadn't eaten for several days, and his whole body had thinned out. If it weren't for his willpower holding him up, he would have collapsed long ago. Brother Tianyu, you must be hungry. Someone will bring food soon. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl had already rubbed her eyes and sat there, looking at the disheveled Ling Tianyu. Seeing her complexion improving, he asked, Xiao Ro, how's your injury? Yiqian Ro rubbed her abdomen. Much better. It doesn't hurt as much as before. After all, it was just an ordinary injury, and it hadn't harmed any vital areas. However, her face was still very pale. She picked up the ginseng soup placed on a bedside and was about to drink the nourishing herbal medicine. Wait, this ginseng soup has a problem. Ling Tianyu took the medicine bowl and sniffed it at his nose. Indeed, Xiao Ro, this blood-nourishing supplement is mixed with a kind of chronic poison, the black spirit blood fruit juice. No wonder your wound has a trace of black energy, causing you unbearable abdominal pain. Ling Tianyu had learned about many spiritual herbs to treat his mother's illness, so he recognized the black spirit blood fruit juice. Operating the Dragon Abyss reversal technique, he devoured all the toxins in the bowl into the refining spirit tower, then felt assured to let Yiqian Ro drink it. Brother Tianyu, how did you do that? Yiqian Ro asked in astonishment. I'm immune to all poisons. It's nothing. Ling Tianyu casually brushed it off. The blood-condensing grass and purple blood lingji are both great tonics for nourishing blood. However, the black spirit blood fruit juice can slowly rot a person's internal organs, ultimately leading to a painful death. Fortunately, Yiqian Ro was not deeply poisoned, and with proper care, she could recover. One must admit, Yiqian Ning is truly ruthless. From beginning to end, she never intended to let Yi Qianru off. Ling Tianyu glanced at the dragon spirit pill and casually tucked it into his pocket. He sought the dragon spirit grass to treat his mother, but this dragon spirit pill is worth much more than the dragon spirit grass. After his father went missing, his mother fell ill. Coupled with Ling Tianyu's broken foundation, he became a useless person, and the Ling family heartlessly cut off all his mother's spiritual herbs. All of this was a tremendous blow to him and his mother. Brother Tianyu, hasn't Auntie's illness improved? Ling Tianyu nodded. Will you still take me away from the Yi family? Yi Qianru looked at Ling Tianyu, asking cautiously. Xiaoro, give me 2 days. At dawn, someone brought food. Yi Qianru ate very little. Most of it was consumed by Ling Tianyu. After eating and drinking enough, he said, Xiaoro, you'll have to endure for a couple of days and squeeze on this big bed with me. Ye yin ro giglet. That's great. With Brother Tianyu here, Xiaoro isn't afraid anymore. But in 2 days, sister will come to draw blood again, so you must be careful. Draw blood? She should be drawing urine. Hearing this, Ling Tianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. That vicious woman, Xiaoro, should have died long ago. Let us see who draws whose blood then. There are still 2 days left, just enough time to eliminate the residual toxins in Yi Qianru's body. Although Yi Qianru is a true yang spirit body, she is not awakened yet. Her cultivation has remained at refining body stage 2, but even so, her injuries are recovering quickly. Yi Qianru is very beautiful, with bright eyes that are clear and sparkling like stars. At this moment, she smiled excitedly at Ling Tianyu, not knowing what she was thinking. Xiaoro, turn around. Huh? Yi Qianru was taken aback for a moment, but still complied. Ling Tianyu placed his hands on her smooth back, transmitting strands of spiritual energy to help her eliminate toxins. The thin, light pink gauze clung to her graceful and plump body, and several scars were clearly visible on her back. She exuded a delicate aura, evoking pity. But Ling Tianyu remained completely indifferent, not because he was uninterested, but because in his heart, apart from the fairy of smoke, he could not accommodate anyone else. Moreover, he truly regarded Yi Qianru as a little sister. The silvery moonlight poured down. After receiving treatment from Ling Tianyu during the day, Yi Qianru's injuries had improved significantly. At this moment, her face was serene, and she was sleeping soundly. Ling Tianyu sat beside her, the moonlight illuminating his worried face. He looked up at the bright moon. Mother, I will become strong soon to protect you. In his thoughts, Yi Qianru beside him suddenly let out a painful murmur. Don't, mother, please let my mother go. Yi Muju, you are unworthy to be a father. You killed my mother, even as a ghost. I want to let you go. I hate you. She waved her hands wildly in the air, cold sweat soaking her forehead, deeply trapped in the torment of a nightmare. Ling Tianyu hurriedly leaned down and gently shook Yi Qianru. Xiaoro, wake up. Yi Qianru suddenly woke up, tears streaming down her face, sliding down her cheeks. Chapter 4 Yi Qianning. I want to see just how dark your heart truly is. Xiaoro, don't be afraid. Ling Tianyu tightly held Yi Qianru in his arms, looking at her pitiful appearance. His inner fury erupted, adding more hatred towards Yi Qianning. He felt heartache for this little girl's tragic experiences. He made a firm resolution. He could never let Yi Qianru suffer even the slightest harm. Yi Qianning's evil deeds must come at a heavy price. Just then, the dragon spirit pill in his arms suddenly trembled slightly. Then, it was swallowed whole by the refining spirit tower. Ling Tianyu was taken aback. The dragon spirit pill was meant for his mother's illness. Anxious, he quickly focused on his dantian and saw a swirl of pill energy rising from the divine refinement tower. Moments later, the dragon spirit pill was unexpectedly expelled again. However, this time, the dragon spirit pill appeared brand new, its surface smooth and round, with a rich fragrance instantly filling the air. Ling Tianyu took it over for a closer look, feeling a surge of joy. It turned out to be an exceptional dragon spirit pill. It seems that the divine refinement tower holds many secrets yet to be uncovered. He murmured to himself, and amidst his joy, carefully stored away the exceptional dragon spirit pill. He never expected that the divine refinement tower could not only devour black energy, but also enhance ordinary spirit pills, truly beyond imagination. Not long ago, He had encountered a powerful alchemist and received a precious secret method called 3 yuan pill art. Unfortunately, at that time, he had become a waste and could not utilize the secret method. Now, having regained his martial arts ability and understanding of alchemy, it was no longer out of reach for him. Coupled with the divine refinement tower, his mother's illness would surely be cured. After comforting Yi Qianrou, he once again activated the Dragon Abyss reversal technique. As his divine skill operated, the spiritual energy around him became increasingly dense, and the devouring vortex above his head spun rapidly, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Sounds of crackling echoed from within the divine refinement tower. Bolts of lightning ruthlessly pierced through his body. Hiss! Under such an impact, Ling Tianyu spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body felt as if it were being torn apart, expelling impurities from within him. The Dragon Abyss reversal technique was indeed terrifying. 2 days later, Ling Tianyu opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. He had broken through to the 9th level of the body, refining realm. Feeling the immense power within him, he threw a punch, and the air instantly exploded. This punch was many times stronger than that of any other martial artist at the same body, refining realm 9th level. Tianyu, do you really have a way to deal with Yi Qianning? Yi Qianrou asked worriedly. Just as she finished speaking, familiar footsteps came from outside the door, followed by Yi Qianning's sharp voice. Xiaorou, it's time to draw blood. Ling Tianyu's expression hardened, signaling Yi Qianrou to hide behind him. He stood at the door, coldly staring at the entrance. Tianyu, Yi Qianning is here, she is coming. Ye vianro nervos the kalach Ling Tianyu's kurutin. As they approached the door, Yi Qianning's voice rang out again. Zhang Chong, Liang, Xiaorou will be of no use to me from now on, given your years of loyalty to the Yi family. After I draw blood, I will reward you with Xiaorou. Thank you, Miss, for your generosity. We've long coveted Miss Qianrou's beauty. It is truly our great fortune to be able to indulge her tonight. These two were the captains of the Yi family's guard, who usually obeyed Yi Qianning without question. Miss, tomorrow is your wedding day. After drawing blood, you should return to rest early. We guarantee that Xiaorou's matter will be handled cleanly. Creak! The door was suddenly pushed open, and the three entered. Upon seeing Ling Tianyu, Yi Qianning's face instantly showed surprise and anger. What are you doing here, you waste? I heard you fell into the Dragon Abyss and died, didn't you? Ling Tianyu coldly snorted. Yi Qianning, not only am I alive, but today you will also pay a painful price for your actions. Yi Qianning's expression darkened as she looked at Zhang Chong and Li Yong. Kill him for me. After I draw blood, I want to see you force Xiaorou. I didn't expect the young lady to have such interests. Yi Qianning's graceful figure crossed her arms, staring at Ling Tianyu with a gaze full of murderous intent. In a moment of panic, Yi Qianrou quickly reacted. Not good, Tianyu, you must run. You're no match for them. She knew that Ling Tianyu might have a chance against Yi Qianning, but with Zhang Chong and Li Yong added to the mix, the situation was unfavorable for him. Want to run? Zhang Chong and Li Yong wasted no time and charged at Ling Tianyu fiercely. Kill! Li Yong's eyes glinted coldly as he threw a powerful punch toward Ling Tianyu's face. However, Ling Tianyu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he tightened his fist, his spiritual power surging like a raging tide. Boom! The two fists collided, and Li Yong's entire arm was instantly shattered. He let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Ling Tianyu reacted quickly, dodging Zhang Chong's attack, and clawed down on his left arm. Crack! Before Zhang Chong could react, his entire left arm was broken. On my hand. This waste foundation is cracked. How can he have such strong combat power? Yi Qianning's face changed dramatically. Ling Tianyu, you dare? I was going to spare your life. But instead of being grateful, you dare to intrude into my Yi family's estate and lay hands on Xiaorou. You are simply ambitious. She was both shocked and angry. Could it be that this waste Dan Tian has recovered? How is that possible? Miss, save me. Li Yong Shota. Swish. Before Yi Qianning could react, Ling Tianyu's figure flashed, and two fists gathered powerful imprints. Bang! Bang! The two heads instantly exploded. Fust, incredibly fust. Swish! Ling Tianyu stood firm. He was still as strong and dazzling as ever. It was as if the monstrous genius from Tianyun City had returned. What? Ling Tianyu, you dare to kill in my Yi family. Li Yong and Zhang Chong were the captains of the Yi family's guards. They were both at the spirit martial realm, yet within less than 3 breaths. They were killed by Ling Tianyu. Seeing this, Yi Qianning was filled with dread. She turned to flee. Ling Tianyu's blood-red eyes were like those of a blood demon, filled with a thick scent of blood. He leaped forward, gripping her pale neck tightly. Want to run? Too late. Yi Qianning looked at him in terror and hurriedly begged for mercy. Ling Tianyu, spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Boom! He gathered spiritual power, punching toward Yi Qianning. The fist imprint pierced through her chest and out her back, creating a bloody hole in her clothes. Yi Qianning directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ling Tianyu's eyes were icy, unmoved. Ye Vianning, I was cultivating in the great wilderness mountain to open your spiritual meridians for you. Yet you colluded with Ling Feng to stab me in the back and stole my Tianxin order. You spare my life just to have me retreat from the engagement with the Ling family, turning me into a laughingstock. If it weren't for you, how could I have endured such humiliation? Could the Ling family have cut off my mother's spirit medicine? And you poisoned Xiaoro, drawing blood from her, wanting to kill her. You cold-hearted woman, you don't even spare your own sister. You deserve to die 1,000 times. As he spoke, a pitch-black knife appeared in Ling Tianyu's hand. This knife was called Blood Drink. Now I want to see how dark your heart is. I will dig it out and crush it. Yi Qianning was instantly terrified to the point of losing control. No, Tianyu, I beg you, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. I can return the Tianxian order to you. All of this was Ling Feng's idea. He wants to take your position as the young master, so tomorrow is my wedding day with Ling Feng. If you kill me, both the Yi family and the Ling family will not spare you. Ling Tianyu looked at her, his face filled with disdain. You shameless woman. You're about to marry Ling Feng. What about your beloved Yi Xiaoyao? Swish! The blood drink knife pierced in her chest, and blood gushed out instantly. Feeling death approaching rapidly, Yi Qianning let out a terrified scream. Yi Qianning, I want to see you die with my own eyes to relieve my hatred. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the fate of death. Chapter 5. A surprise for the Yi family. Ling Tianyu's tone was cold, and his other hand tightly gripped her neck, rendering her unable to move. The more she struggled, the more intense the pain in her chest became. Xiaoro, turn around. Tianyu, you must kill her. If we don't leave now, someone will come soon. Yi Qianro urged nervously. Don't worry, Xiaoro, Tianyu will know what to do. Ling Tianyu did not want Yi Qianro to witness the bloody scene and his cruel side. His gentle demeanor faded, revealing a cruel, cold smile. Yi Qianning's heart was filled with extreme fear. Don't kill me, I was wrong. Before she could finish, the blood blade ruthlessly sliced open her chest. Once, he had cared for this woman in every possible way, too trusting. It was only now he realized that treating a white-eyed wolf was ultimately not worth it. You were once the woman I loved the most. Ling Tianyu recalled the past, his eyes slightly moist. He forcefully grabbed out her blood-soaked heart. Bang! He crushed it. Yi Qianning was dead. A painful expression instantly froze on her face. Ling Tianyu took Yi Qianning's Qinkuan bag, quickly glancing at the Tianxian order, along with a considerable amount of spirit jade and some techniques, not bothering to examine them closely. Xiaoro, let's go. Yi Qianro turned her head slightly to take a look. The scene was too bloody, making her tremble uncontrollably. Ling Feng, if you knew that Yi Qianning is now a corpse, I wonder what your expression would be. Leaving the room, Ling Tianyu glanced back at the corpse on the ground. Suddenly, he thought of something. Xiaoro, were those injuries on your back also caused by Yi Qianning? Yi Qianro shook her head. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian was Yi Qianning's younger brother, a complete wastrel. When Ling Tianyu had become a waste, Yi Xian had humiliated him multiple times. Since we are leaving, let's leave a surprise for the Yi family. The Yi family was set to marry the Ling family tomorrow. And tonight, those fiery red lanterns were already hanging high. The lights were bright. Ling Tianyu waved his sleeve, and a torrent of flames instantly engulfed the entire room. Fire control technique. This low-level yellow-rank secret technique was something he had once mastered. After recultivating martial arts, he could easily control it again. Yi family. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating half of Tianyan City. Who? Who dares to set fire to my Yi family? The head of the Yi family, Yi Muju, was in the main hall discussing matters with the elders. Soon, a guard hurriedly reported, "Master, the fire is too large, and we haven't found the arsonist yet. But it can be confirmed that the fire started from the western courtyard." The guard knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Miss Qianro is missing, and there are 3 other charred corpses in the room. Deacon Liu has confirmed that one of them is Miss Yi Qianning. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Muju's entire body erupted with a murderous aura like a tsunami. He roared angrily, slapping the guard away. He and the elders quickly rushed towards the western courtyard. "Quick, gather everyone and put out the fire." The Yi family was instantly thrown into chaos, engulfed in flames. The Jinsei residence was quiet and elegant, with pavilions and towers, carved beams, and painted rafters. This was the eastern courtyard where Yi Xian lived, completely different from Yi Qianro's western courtyard. It was much more luxurious and grand. At this moment, 2 shadowy figures quietly infiltrated, lying on the roof of Yi Xian's room. The 2 were Ling Tianyu and Yi Qianro. Ling Tianyu used the fire control technique to spread the flames to the 3 major courtyards in the southwest, successfully attracting the attention of the Yi family's high-ranking experts. Through the tiles, they saw Yi Xian and Yi Qingcheng inside the room, deeply engrossed in each other. Yi Xian was feeling up Yi Qingcheng, who occasionally let out giggles. Damn it, Yi Xian and Yi Qingcheng actually. Yi Qingcheng was his cousin. Brother Tianyu. These 2 are simply beasts. Beasts deserve to die. The roof tiles exploded, and 2 figures fell, shaking the ground. Ling Tianyu? Yi Xian and Yi Qingcheng exclaimed in shock at the same time. Ling Tianyu fell into the dragon abyss and died. How could he appear here with Yi Qianro? Ye wan lu kit confusit, ye yinru. Why are you with him? Didn't my sister go to take blood from you? Take your mother's blood. Ling Tianyu's figure flashed and directly charged at Yi Xian. What? Ling Tianyu, you waste, dare to fight me? Ye wan it. With his 5th-level body refining strength, he thought he could easily kill Ling Tianyu, this waste, with 1 punch. Boom! The fists collided, and Yi Xian was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. He let out a miserable scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! In the next moment, amidst the screams, Yi Xian's head exploded like a watermelon. This is the price for humiliating me before. With Yi Xian dead, Yi Qingcheng was directly stunned. Could it be that Ling Tianyu has regained his strength? She wanted to escape, but her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Ling Tianyu, you killed Yi Xian. This is the Yi family. Yi Qingcheng's voice trembled. You shameless couple. Do you still have any shame? Ling Tianyu shouted angrily. He clenched his fist, gathering spiritual power, and struck hard. Bang! Yi Qingcheng also exploded instantly. For Ling Tianyu, who had died once, his mindset and temperament were no longer comparable to the past. In the martial arts world, strength is paramount. Being kind-hearted and soft-handed is meaningless. He was decisive in killing those who had once humiliated him. He killed those who deserved to die. Before leaving, Ling Tianyu took Yi Xian's chinquan bag. He flipped a palm to extinguish the candlelight, and the flames quickly spread. In a moment, using the fire as cover, Ling Tianyu and Yi Qianro leaped onto the pavilions, the flames rolling behind them mercilessly. When the Yi family's guards arrived, the 2 had already crossed the high walls, disappearing into the night. Xiaoro, Yi Muju's life is now in his neck. We will come back to collect it later. After leaving the Yi family, Ling Tianyu pulled Yi Qianro and ran wildly, finding a dilapidated house in the city. He began to check Yi Qianning and Yi Xian's chinquan bags. As the name suggests, the chinquan bag contains the universe and can store more items. In a small place like Tianyan City, only some big families would possess such precious, mysterious-grade spiritual artifacts. Once Yi Qianning and Yi Xian died, the spiritual imprints they left on the chinquan bags would also disappear. Ling Tianyu and Yi Qianro dripped blood to recognize the master of the chinquan bags, and they pulled out 2 new sets of clothes to change into. After counting, they found that the 2 chinquan bags combined had over 1 million silver notes, more than 5,000 spirit jades, and quite a few spirit pills. In the great Qian Empire, spirit jades were extremely precious. with one spirit jade worth 100,000 silver taels. Not only could they be exchanged for items, but spirit jades could also help martial artists quickly improve their cultivation. These spirit jades will allow me to quickly reach the true martial realm. Yi Qianning's Qinkuan bag contained, in addition to the Tianxian order, the precious earthgrade technique, the 9 turns over lady sword technique. However, Ling Tianyu did not intend to cultivate it. Leaving it behind might be more suitable for Xiao Rou in the future. Martial arts techniques are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and heaven being the strongest. Each level is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Having resolved the issues with Yi Qianning and Yi Xian, Ling Tianyu's heart was not entirely at ease. After all, the ones who truly humiliated him and showed no mercy were the Ling family. He silently vowed, "The Ling family, this heartless family, I will definitely overthrow it with my own hands." Chapter 6. Returning to the Ling family, Ling Tianyu sat cross-legged, surrounded by a haze of spiritual power, consolidating his cultivation. If only my mother could see me regain my strength, how comforting it would be. The Ling family's residence, Ling Yuanxian. This place was tranquil and serene, like a pure land beyond the mundane world. Once, Ling Tianyu's father, Ling Yunhan, had exceptional talent, breaking through to the true martial realm in one go, dominating the Ling family. Therefore, he and his mother, Yang Ruo-yi, were able to live here in peace. Yang Ruo-yi was extraordinary in her youth, beautiful as a fairy. After marrying Ling Yunhan, she enjoyed great honor and glory. However, 10 years ago, Ling Yunhan resolutely went to the great Qian Empire to seek the ancient ruins of the Hidden King Shrine, but has since disappeared, with no news of his life or death. Since then, Yang Ruo has become ill with longing, suffering from strange disease, her body cold and weak, deteriorating day by day. This strange illness could only be barely suppressed by the dragon spirit grass, but could not be cured at this rate. She would be completely consumed by the illness within a year. Meanwhile, Ling Tianyu had become a waste due to the collapse of his foundation, and the Ling family had completely lost patience with the mother and son, even cutting off Yang Ruo-yi's supply of spiritual medicine. The fate of the mother and son was filled with misfortunes, and their luck could be said to be at its lowest point. Therefore, they have been living in seclusion at Lingyun Pavilion, rarely interacting with others. At this moment, however, the steward of the Ling family, Yang Lei, barged into the courtyard with 6 or 7 guards, like a pack of wolves. This man was tall and burly, with a face full of flesh, and his eyes were brazenly roaming over Yang Ruo-yi, filled with lewdness and greed. For many years, he had coveted Yang Ruo-yi's beauty, unable to sleep at night, because Ling Tianyu's extraordinary talent and powerful strength made him wary and afraid to act recklessly. Now, having learned that Ling Tianyu was dead, he felt that the time had come and could no longer suppress his inner desires. Steward Yang, Lingyun Pavilion was granted to my husband by the Ling family. On what grounds you take it back? Let us wait until Xiaoyu returns. Yang Ruo-yi questioned sternly, trying to maintain her composure despite her illness. Ha! That waste Ling Tianyu is already dead. He fell into the dragon abyss while looking for the dragon spirit grass for you. Yang Lei laughed wildly, his voice filled with arrogance and mockery. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruo-yi felt as if struck by lightning, her body swaying dangerously close to fainting. Even if he were still alive, so what? He is just a useless person. Times have changed. The Ling family does not support idlers. This courtyard must be reclaimed today. Come, drag this beauty to my room. I want to enjoy her properly. I wonder if this sickly body can withstand my assault, Yang Lei said, waving his hand, his eyes gleaming with lewdness. Several guards immediately pounced on Yang Ruo-yi like hungry wolves, dragging her towards a room. Let go of me. When Xiaoyu returns, he will kill you all. Yang Lei, you want to die a good death. Yang Ruo-yi struggled desperately, but due to her severe illness and loss of cultivation, she was unable to resist. Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. Steward Yang looks at you. That is your fortune. Slap. One guard viciously slapped Yang Ruo-yi across the face. Yang Ruo-yi, no one in the Ling family cares about you and your son anymore. Do you think I would dare come here without someone backing me up? Ha! Today I can finally get what I want. You sickly wretch, how can you deserve to live in such a good place? As long as you obediently comply. I want to make things difficult for you, otherwise. He glanced at the guards beside him, the threat in his eyes unmistakable. At that critical moment, a roar filled with endless killing intent suddenly rang out. You beasts! How dare you bully my mother? You all deserve to die. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. A young man exuding a chilling aura rushed into the courtyard, accompanied by a young girl. Like a black whirlwind, he charged forward. Ling Tianyu? Yang Lei's brows furrowed tightly, startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Facing Ling Tianyu, a waste, he was a first-level spirit martial realm cultivator. What was there to fear? Kid, you're not dead? Yang Lei's face revealed a cruel smile as he strode towards Ling Tianyu. Oh, you even brought back a little beauty. His gaze fell on the girl, bursting into a nauseating laugh. Ling Tianyu, since you're not dead and dare to come back, you're just seeking death. Do you still consider yourself that monstrous genius from before? As he spoke, he pulled out the deed to the Ling Yun pavilion from his pocket, saying, Look, this is the decision of the higher-ups of the Ling family. It's not that I'm targeting you. Ling Tianyu's killing intent surged, his aura burning like a tangible black flame. He coldly stared at Yang Lei, waiting for him to come closer before suddenly raising his leg. His spiritual energy erupted like a raging tide from beneath his feet, and with one kick, he sent Yang Lei crashing to the ground. Yang Lei screamed in agony, several ribs snapping. Clutching his abdomen, his face was filled with terror as he looked at Ling Tianyu in disbelief, pondering to himself. Could it be that this kid has recovered his cultivation? But if that were true, with his former true martial realm strength, that kick would have been enough to kill him, not just break a few ribs. Thinking this, he felt a bit reassured and grew bolder. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me? Everyone go and kill him. Yang Lei yelled angrily. Several guards immediately rushed towards Ling Tianyu like rabid dogs. Xiaoyu, Yang Ruai shouted in fear. Mother, I'm late and let you suffer, Ling Tianyu said, looking at his mother with guilt and pain in his eyes. In an instant, he flashed forward like a ghost, charging at the guards. His fists whistled through the air, each punch carrying earth-shattering power, as if delivering judgment from hell. Bang, bang, bang. With several muffled thuds, before the guards could even get close, their heads exploded like watermelons. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, the scene horrific. Was it you who hit my mother? Ling Tianyu grabbed the hair of the guard who had just slapped Yang Ruai. Spiritual power gathered in his fist, raining down like raindrops on the guard's chest. Boom, boom, boom. After a dozen punches, the guard's back was riddled with blood holes, collapsing on the ground, lifeless. The remaining 3 guards, witnessing this, felt their scalps tingle and their faces turn pale. They turned to flee. Ling Tianyu roared, his blood blade like a cold light. Spinning out, the blade traced a perfect arc in the air, instantly severing the heads of the 3 guards. Ling Tianyu stood in place, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave, instilling fear. He slowly turned his head to look at Yang Lei, his icy gaze seemingly capable of freezing a person. Are you trembling? This scene left both Yang Ruai and Yang Lei stunned. These guards were all at the 9th level of the body, refining realm. Yet they were slaughtered so easily by Ling Tianyu. Not only was he powerful, but his methods were extremely ruthless. Ling Tianyu's foundation was shattered. How could he possibly have such strength? Deep fear appeared on Yang Lei's face, his voice trembling. Impossible. The second master said your foundation was destroyed. You could never recover. Ling Tianyu stepped closer to Yang Lei, his murderous aura pressing down on him like a mountain. He grabbed Yang Lei by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Yang Lei, what else did Ling Ruai say? Ling Tianyu's voice was like it came from the depths of hell, icy and bone-chilling. Yang Lei struggled desperately, the feeling of suffocation making it hard for him to breathe. But he still managed to threaten, Ling Tianyu, if you dare to kill these guards, the Ling family will not let you go. The second master said nothing. If you have any sense, let me go quickly, or else. With a muffled sound, the blood blade ruthlessly pierced Yang Lei's body, blood gushing out. Yang Lei, if you don't want to talk, I don't mind slaughtering your wife and children, even the 18 members of the Yang family. Ling Tianyu's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he raised the blood blade again. Puffed. The blood blade stabbed into Yang Lei's right eye, instantly turning it into a bloody hole. Yang Lei covered his eye, screaming in agony. He never expected that after disappearing for a few days, Ling Tianyu would return so ruthless. Swoosh! Another knife pierced directly into his groin. Your eggs are smashed to pieces. Please, young Master Tianyu, I'll tell you everything. Chapter 7. Life and Death Duel under the threat of death. Yang Lei's psychological defenses completely collapsed, letting out a desperate scream. Yang Ruai looked at the several corpses on the ground, filled with worry and fear. Xiaoyu, you can't kill him. Mother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Ling Tianyu assured, looking at his mother's haggard face, his eyes reddening instantly. He quickly stepped forward, gripping Yang Ruai tightly. Mother, it's all Xiaoyu's fault for being late and not being able to protect you. After saying this, he took out a dragon spirit pill from his bag, signaling Yi Qianro to help his mother back to the room to wait. In a daze, Yang Ruoi's eyes blurred, as if she saw that once formidable and imposing man return. She was filled with confusion. How did Xiaoyu recover his cultivation? How did he survive after falling into the dragon abyss? Was this decisive and ruthless young man still the same kind-hearted and pure Xiaoyu from before? After Yang Ruoi returned to her room, Ling Tianyu's gaze suddenly turned fierce as he stared at Yang Lei, who was curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. Young Master Tianyu, spare me. I will tell you everything. Yang Lei's voice trembled with fear. Second Master heard that you fell into the dragon abyss. So he ordered me to take Lingyun Pavilion and also instructed me to take good care of your mother. Ling Rui was Ling Tianyu's second uncle and the father of Ling Feng. Years ago, he had competed with Ling Yunhan for the position of family head, and since then, their relationship had been irreparably broken like water and fire. What has happened in the Ling family during my disappearance? Ling Tianyu asked coldly. Yang Lei's face turned pale, not daring to hide anything. The Ling family is currently preparing for a marriage alliance with the Yi family. Once Miss Yi Qianning marries over, young Master Ling Feng will inherit the position of family head. After finishing, he nervously watched Ling Tianyu, his eyes filled with pleading. Young Master Tianyu, I've told you everything. Please let me go. I never said I would let you go. Ling Tianyu's lips curled into a cruel smile, and with a swift motion, he swung the bloody blade towards Yang Lei's neck. Ling Tianyu, stop. At that moment, Ling Rui and Ling Feng, surrounded by the Grand Elder and other high-ranking members of the Ling family, entered Lingyun Pavilion. Ling Tianyu raised his eyes and coldly glanced at them. Oomph. The bloody blade sliced across Yang Lei's neck. His body twitched twice on the ground before he breathed his last. You bold Ling Tianyu, how dare you kill Elder Yang? Ling Rui's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. Grand Elder, you saw it with your own eyes. This brat openly killed someone in the Ling family. I propose we throw him into the refining fire dungeon to endure the tortures of hellfire until death. Ling Tianyu frowned slightly. He knew that Yang Lei was Ling Rui's man, yet he still killed him in front of everyone, so Ling Rui naturally would not let it slide. This action left everyone present astonished. They did not expect Ling Tianyu to be so brutal, not only killing numerous guards, but now even the Ling family steward. Ling Rui, shut up. Yang Lei led people to invade Lingyun Pavilion and humiliated my mother. He deserves his fate. Ling Tianyu, don't try to quibble. You dare to kill in front of the Grand Elder and the other elders. I will definitely execute you on the spot to rid the Ling family of this scourge. Ling Rui roared, his murderous intent surging, with his formidable cultivation at the third level of the spirit martial realm pressing towards Ling Tianyu like a towering mountain. The viciousness in his eyes seemed to want to tear Ling Tianyu apart. Cloud-piercing palm. The high-level yellow-grade martial skill erupted instantly, with waves of energy surging towards Ling Tianyu with devastating force. The air trembled violently where the palm print passed. Ling Rui's first move was a killing strike, clearly having murderous intentions towards Ling Tianyu, vowing to end his life today. However, Ling Tianyu remained calm and composed, looking for death. Before returning, he had stabilized his cultivation to the 9th level of the body refinement realm in that dilapidated house, his physical strength surpassing even Ling Rui. Coupled with his pure yang divine body, his power multiplied in an instant. He hesitated not to throw a punch. Boom! What? Is he crazy? He dares to fight second master in front of the Grand Elder? It's over, this brat will be dead or seriously injured for sure. How dare he? The crowd gasped in disbelief. The next moment, crack! A chilling sound of bones shattering came from Ling Rue's arm. Everyone saw Ling Rue being sent flying uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed from the severed arm. Thud! Ling Rue crashed heavily onto the ground 10 meters away, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. Ah, my arm's broken. Ling Rue let out a scream of agony. The extreme pain on his face shocked the surrounding elders. Ling Tianyu executed the 7-star dragon steps, moving like a dragon. He instantly rushed to Ling Rue's side and stomped hard on his angry and twisted face. What is going on? The elders and Ling Feng were all dumbfounded, unable to speak. Wasn't Ling Tianyu's foundation shattered, reduced to a waste? How can he possess such powerful combat strength? Ling Tianyu, you are outrageous. Do you still respect family rules? Let go of Ling Rue. The Grand Elder stepped forward and reprimanded angrily. Grand Elder, is the family rule to allow Yang Lei to come to Lingyun Pavilion early in the morning to humiliate my mother? Ling Rue wanted to kill me, yet you turn a blind eye. Ling Feng stabbed me in the back, causing my foundation to shatter. As a Grand Elder, you not only don't believe me, but you also treat me and my mother so ruthlessly. Ling Feng had outstanding talent and a high status in the family. After entering the spirit martial realm, he was even more favored by the family elders. And what about him? His father had been missing for 10 years, with no news of whether he was alive or dead, while his mother suffered from a strange illness, relying on spirit medicine to prolong her life. Over time, people's hearts gradually scattered. They had long forgotten everything Ling Yunhan and Ling Tianyu had sacrificed for the Ling family. The Ling family was truly a pack of ungrateful wolves. How much had their father and son fought for the family's wealth to build the current Ling family's foundation? Especially this Ling Feng, who encountered danger while training in the desolate beast domain. Ling Tianyu had even saved his life. Yet now, as he had become a waste, these so-called Ling family members not only humiliated him, but also treated him like he was nothing, with no one standing up for him. Thus, he saw these people's true colors. He no longer held any fantasies. Only hatred filled his heart. Ling Tianyu, not only do you kill the innocent, but you also dare to speak nonsense, truly thinking I wouldn't dare to kill you. The Grand Elder was furious. Ling Rue took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Grand Elder, you must act quickly. Kill this beast. He doesn't take us seriously. You should have died outside long ago. Bang! Ling Tianyu kicked him in the face, and Ling Rue immediately fainted. You are looking for death. The Grand Elder's killing intent surged, his chest ready to explode with rage. He reached for Ling Tianyu's neck, the aura of the 8th level of the spirit martial realm erupting like a mountain crashing towards him. Before he got close, Ling Tianyu already felt a suffocating sensation, causing him pain all over. This old man's strength was indeed terrifying. Currently, he had no means to face his power. At that moment, Ling Feng stepped forward. Wait, Grand Elder, let me kill him. Ling Tianyu dared to insult my father. I will tear him apart. Tear him apart? Ling Tianyu's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ling Feng, you made me a waste, all for the position of the Ling family's young master. How about this? 10 days later, at the Ling family's martial arts conference, we will have a life and death battle to settle all grievances. Do you dare to give me that time? What? You want to challenge me? Ling Feng sneered coldly upon hearing this. With you, a waste, dare to challenge me? Fine, I will give you time. 10 days later, at the Ling family's martial arts arena, if you can defeat me, the position of young master will still be yours. Ling Tianyu's eyes turned blood red. I'm not interested in the position of young master. If I can win, I only want the 1,000 spirit fire dragon fruit. Chapter 8. Heading to the great desolate mountain upon hearing that Ling Tianyu would challenge Ling Feng in 10 days, the Grand Elder and others looked puzzled. In just 10 days, did Ling Tianyu have some hidden trump card? Everyone knew that with Ling Feng's exceptional talent, he would surely break through to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm in less than 10 days. And Ling Tianyu had become a waste. Even if he still had combat strength, as time passed, his spiritual power would continue to deplete. By the time of the martial arts conference, he would surely be doomed. Considering this, the Grand Elder made a decisive decision and said loudly, "All right, I agree. As long as you can win, the 1,000-spirit fire dragon fruit will belong to you." The 1,000-spirit fire dragon fruit was incredibly precious, growing at the intersection of extreme yin and extreme yang, containing immense spiritual power, making it invaluable to cultivators. Ling Tianyu knew that only this fruit could completely eradicate the cold energy within Yang Ruoyi, as he learned from the secret method of the 3-yuan pill technique last night. Just then, a guard of the Ling family rushed into the courtyard, looking flustered, and knelt on the ground, urgently reporting, "Great Elder, something terrible has happened. The Yi family has received tragic news. The eldest daughter, Yi Qianning, has perished." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder crashing above everyone's heads, shaking the hearts of all the elders present. Yi Qianning is dead? Today is the joyous day of the marriage alliance between the Yi and Ling families. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's face twisted as he roared in anger, his voice seeming to shatter the very heavens. "Which audacious thief has killed Ninger?" Following that, he rushed out of Ling Yin Pavilion like a mad beast, disappearing from everyone's sight. The Great Elder and others also wore grave expressions, glaring fiercely at Ling Tianyu, before hurriedly leaving with the unconscious Ling Rui. Watching Ling Feng's anxious and furious back, Ling Tianyu's lips slightly curled up, revealing an almost imperceptible cold smile. "Ling Feng, are you satisfied with this surprise?" After saying that, a flame suddenly ignited in his palm. The fire seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless destructive power, instantly consuming the bodies of Yang Lei and others in the courtyard, reducing them to a pile of ash. Ling Tianyu returned to his room and looked at his mother. "Mother, this girl is Yi Qianro, whom you have met before." Yang Ruoyi's eyes were filled with concern and surprise. "Xiaoyu, Rower just told me. Can you really cultivate again?" Ling Tianyu nodded heavily, his gaze firm. "Mother, I'm sorry for the grievances you have suffered, but rest assured, from now on, I will reclaim everything the Ling family has imposed on us. If anyone dares to bully us again, I will kill them." After saying this, he looked at Yi Qianro and solemnly said, "In the future, when I am not home, having Xiao Ro by your side to take care of you will make me more at ease." Then, Ling Tianyu unreservedly told his mother everything that had happened in the Yi family, as well as Yi Qianro's tragic experiences. The once innocent and kind Ling Tianyu had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a decisive and ruthless strongman. After Yang Ruo, he took the Supreme Dragon Spirit Pill. Ling Tianyu helped her refine the medicinal power. Under his careful guidance, Yang Ruoyi's complexion gradually became rosy, and her breath stabilized a lot. At this moment, the Ling family was in an uproar, while Ling Yun Pavilion was exceptionally quiet, as if isolated from the world. As night fell, all was silent. Ling Tianyu sat cross-legged, his aura restrained, beginning to cultivate diligently. In this world where martial power reigns supreme, strength is everything. A man without strength is like an ant trampled by others. He knew he must become stronger as soon as possible. Only then could he stand firm in the upcoming storm and protect those he cherished. The Lan Yuan reversal technique is a domineering skill that requires opening a dantian and condensing 9 dragon palaces within the body. However, a crucial step is to refine a gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. Currently, his soul power was still weak, and every time he sacrificed his spirit to open the spirit refining tower, it consumed a large amount of mental soul power. Thus, he urgently needed to rely on external forces to strengthen his soul, enabling the spirit refining tower to operate on its own and unleash its maximum power. Refining the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill requires more than 10 rare spiritual herbs. Most spiritual herbs on the market can be purchased, but 2 are extremely rare. One is the beast core, which can only be found on the savage beasts in the wild beast domain, and the other is the 9-tailed dragon vine, which grows in a harsh environment and is difficult to find. It seems I have no choice but to venture deep into the great wilderness mountain again to try my luck. Deep in the great wilderness mountain, Dangers lurk everywhere. The beasts there are at least second-grade yellow rank, and a moment of carelessness could lead to death in their bellies. The 3-yuan pill technique is a memory of alchemy imprinted in Ling Tianyu's mind by a mysterious, powerful expert. With this memory, Ling Tianyu easily master the art of alchemy. No matter what, I must refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill, and then use the spirit refining tower to strengthen it. That way, I will obtain a supreme gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. Perhaps even the alchemy master who gifted me the 3-yuan pill technique might not be able to refine such a supreme pill. Thinking of this, a strong desire surged in Ling Tianyu's heart, eager to rush to the great wilderness mountain immediately. Only the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill can enhance the power of my martial spirit by hundreds of times, refining the soul, solidifying the foundation of the Great Way, and condensing the 9 dragon palaces. By then, my cultivation will rapidly strengthen, and my combat power will be even stronger. At dawn, the morning light began to break. Yang Ruo, Yi, and Yi Qian woke up to find a note left on the table. But Ling Tianyu had already disappeared. Second Master, Ling Tianyu left Ling Yun Pavilion last night, heading towards the great wilderness mountain. A black-clad guard, appearing ghostly, reported respectfully behind Ling Rui. This kid must have something strange about him. No matter what, he must not return alive. I wanted to have no place to be buried. Ling Rui recalled the humiliation of being trampled by Ling Tianyu, and hatred continually grew in his heart, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. He even dared to challenge Feng. Perhaps he really has restored his cultivation. I must not let my guard down. You must go to Blackwood Cliff at all costs and hire the mercenary group to kill him. The black-clad guard was his trusted confidant, cultivated over many years. Second Master, rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill the mission. After saying that, the black-clad guard vanished into the vast night. Blackwood Cliff is a dangerous place. It is home to a notorious mercenary group whose leader and 2 vice leaders are ruthless individuals. They are all powerful in the spirit martial realm, constantly licking blood from the edge of a knife, with terrifying strength, even not weaker than the great elder of the Ling family. For them, killing Ling Tian, you would be a piece of cake. You little beast, just wait to die. Feng Er is destined to be the young master of the Ling family, while you're only fit to die in those wild mountains. Ling Rui gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, as if he realized something. Chapter 9. Blood-eyed demon ape in the Yi family's main hall. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Yi Muye, the head of the Yi family, looked at the 3 charred corpses of Yi Qianning, Yi Xian, and Yi Qing Cheng on the ground, his eyes seeming to spew forth raging flames of fury. Who is so vicious as to kill Ninger and Xianer? He slammed his palm down, and with a crack, the incredibly hard wooden table in front of him turned to dust in an instant. In the hall, everyone fell silent, not daring to breathe. This was the most painful and humiliating incident the Yi family had ever encountered. At the top of the hall sat a young man, his demeanor relaxed, as if all the world's disputes had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he held 2 young women in his arms, their figures graceful and their faces beautiful, occasionally feeding him grapes from a platter. Yi Xiaoyao's hands wandered freely over their bodies, displaying frivolity and decadence. Xiaoyao, Ninger was your beloved. How can you feel no pain seeing her meet such a tragic fate? Yi Muju suppressed his anger and questioned Yi Xiaoyao. Yi Xiaoyao slightly opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure passing through them. Pain? How can I not feel pain? Little Ning's death is truly a pity. If you find out who killed her, no matter their identity or background, I, Yi Xiaoyao, will surely avenge her. After a pause, he changed the subject. However, I came today not only for the marriage snatching. I had promised to let her join the Tian Xian sect. Since she is now dead, I would like my Tian Xian order back. Tian Xian order? Yi Muju was slightly taken aback, and his expression turned gloomy. Xiaoyao, the Tian Xian order is not with Ninger. It must have been taken by whoever killed her. It must be so. That assassin cruelly killed Ninger to seize the Tian Xian order. Yi Muju pondered for a moment, not allowing his anger to cloud his judgment. The young master of leisure, there's a person who is very suspicious. Oh, who is it? Ling Tianyu. I heard that he returned to the Ling family safe and sound yesterday, and even injured Ling Rue, killing the Ling family's steward Yang and others. Ling Tianyu? Has his cultivation recovered? Yi Xiaoyao frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew about the grudges between Ling Tianyu, Ling Feng, and Yi Qianing. Yimu Ju shook his head. It's still unclear, but that kid's combat power is indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Xiaoyao waved his hand. If it really is Ling Tianyu, the head of the Yi family can rest assured, since I promised to help. I will definitely uncover the truth and help you kill that kid. After Yi Xiaoyao finished speaking, he began to continue enjoying the charms in his arms. In the great hall, everyone present revealed expressions of disgust, but no one dared to act out. After all, the opponent's identity and strength were not something they could provoke. On the other side, Ling Tianyu delved deep into the great wasteland mountain, heading straight for the desolate beast domain. Here, the mountains were barren, with dead trees everywhere, and animal bones underfoot, while distant roars of beasts echoed. Crack! Stepping on a skull, he then noticed scattered human bones around. A second-rank wind demon tiger. Not far ahead, a jet-black tiger with a thick demonic aura appeared. The wind demon tiger was enormous, nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a fierce and violent aura. Its roar chilling to the bone. The wind demon tiger, extremely ferocious, had combat power comparable to a martial artist at the second layer of the spirit martial realm. Its speed far exceeded that of other beasts of the same rank. Kill! Ling Tianyu did not hesitate and charged forward. Roar! With a deafening roar, the wind demon tiger sensed a lethal threat, suddenly turning around, its massive paw swiping towards Ling Tianyu. This paw was exceptionally sharp, glinting with cold light. If it struck, it could directly tear Ling Tianyu's flesh apart. Swish! Using the 7-star dragon step, he swiftly dodged the tiger's paw like a swimming dragon. Ling Tianyu shouted in anger, clenched his fists, and unleashed his spiritual power, attacking madly towards the wind demon tiger's head. Faster than speed, the 7-star dragon step outpaced it. After several exchanges, Ling Tianyu seized the opportunity, appearing on the wind demon tiger's back, his fists pounding down on its head. Roar! Roar! The wind demon tiger howled in agony as its skull was smashed open. With a thunderous crash, the massive beast fell to the ground. In less than 10 breaths, he quickly killed a wind demon tiger, used his blood blade to slice through its skull, and extracted the beast core. The beast skin could also fetch a good price, so he put it into his chinquan bag. Ling Tianyu quickly searched for another suitable target. Continue. He needed to gather enough beast cores quickly to serve as medicinal ingredients for alchemy. In just one day, at least 30 beasts had died under Ling Tianyu's fists, though most of them were second-rank yellow class. These low-level beasts posed little difficulty for him. It was also a good opportunity to hone his skills and enhance his combat power. During this time, he also encountered a massive beast, but he hid in the grass and used the blood blade for a surprise attack. With a sudden strike, he easily killed it. These beasts had not yet awakened their intelligence, so they were not very clever, making it easier for him to deal with them. By the end, Ling Tianyu was covered in the stench of blood, and the killing intent around him grew stronger. A third-rank earth lion tiger beast. Ahead, a gigantic beast appeared. Ling Tianyu had never encountered this beast before. It was extremely ferocious, with not only powerful strength, but also incredible body defense. Its black mane as hard as steel needles. Kill! This posed a challenge, and Ling Tianyu quickly charged at the earth lion tiger beast. It was comparable to a human martial artist at the third layer of the spirit martial realm. Roar! The earth lion tiger beast lunged and bit, exceptionally agile, its speed forcing Ling Tianyu to continuously use his movement techniques to keep up. After a fierce battle lasting over 100 breaths, he finally killed it. With a crack, the blood blade, exceptionally sharp, split its skull open and extracted the beast core. The beast core of a third-rank yellow class beast indeed contained stronger power. Of course, the more beast cores, the better. They could be used to assist in alchemy, and by devouring them, he could absorb their beast essence. A third-rank beast nearly drained half of Ling Tianyu's spiritual power, and he sustained several wounds. But fortunately, his physical body had amazing recovery capabilities. After recovering a bit, He continued to search for and hunt other beasts. After killing another third-rank yellow-class beast, the massive body of the storm demon bear crashed to the ground. This time, Ling Tianyu had fought fiercely to kill it. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, looking exceptionally disheveled. After devouring a few beast cores, he sat down on his knees to quickly replenish his spent spiritual power. With the frantic slaying, in just 2 days, at least 100 beasts had died at his hands. Feeling the violent power surging within him filled his heart with a sense of challenge. The stronger the beasts he hunted, the greater the difficulty. Of course, with higher risks came greater rewards. By now, he had already hunted more than a dozen third-rank beasts. Time to rest. He casually found a cave to sit quietly and recover. The low-level beast cores had all been devoured and refined by him to enhance and consolidate his cultivation. Beast cores are the essence of a beast's life, perfect for quickly restoring expended energy. At this moment, in the barren mountain range, 7 men dressed in black entered, their bodies filled with a murderous aura. One of the men had a particularly glaring scar on his face. Is that kid really in the middle region of the beast domain? Along the way, they searched for Ling Tianyu's traces and found many beast corpses, clearly killed by sharp weapons. Only in the middle region are there beasts ranked above 3rd rank, and even 4th and 5th rank beasts. Big brother, what level of strength does that kid have? Does he dare to enter the middle region? Is the information wrong? Impossible. The Ling family wouldn't deceive us. They take money to do favors. We must find him quickly and kill that kid. These 7 were the gold medal assassins sent by the Ling Feng mercenary group from Blackwood Cliff, known as the 7 Demon Hunters. Just their name instilled fear. Each of them was a master at the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm, highly skilled in tracking, stealth, and assassination. Chase. I can sense his aura. Swish, swish, swish. 7 figures like phantoms raced towards the middle region of the beast domain in the barren mountains. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast came from outside the cave. Ling Tianyu, who was resting, opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. Amid 4th rank beast, he suddenly stood up, using his movement technique to rush out of the cave. However, when he emerged, he saw a group of young men and women attacking a blood-eyed demon monkey. Chapter 10. Nine-tailed Dragon Nightshade Flower. The blood-eyed demon monkey was immensely powerful. As a mid-4th rank beast, it possessed terrifying strength comparable to a human martial artist at the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm. Among them, a young and beautiful girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old was the main attacker, striking at the blood-eyed demon monkey's head. In an instant, a sword transformed into thousands of sword rays, fierce sword energy crisscrossing, leaving several ghastly wounds on the blood-eyed demon monkey. The other 7 surrounded it from both sides. A rugged young man with a 3rd layer of spirit martial realm strength. Another young man dressed in black, with a fierce gaze at the 2nd layer. These people were clearly from prominent families in nearby cities, and the young girl, being the strongest, was at the peak of the late 3rd layer of spirit martial realm. Roar. The blood-eyed demon monkey was utterly enraged, its immense strength filled with demonic energy, wildly swinging its heavy fists at the young men and women. Its blood-red eyes emitted a savage glare. Ling Tianyu did not reveal himself, hiding behind a giant rock outside the cave, watching the battle unfold. These young men and women were indeed bold to provoke a 4th-grade, blood-eyed demon ape. Ling Tianyu thought to himself, knowing full well that these people would not be able to kill the blood-eyed demon ape, as this beast had tough skin and terrifying physical defense. Even the strongest young woman among them could not break through the defenses of the blood-eyed demon ape. Boom! A young man was caught off guard and was struck by the demon ape's fist, instantly turning into a bloody mess, with brain matter splattered everywhere. The young woman also screamed in pain as she was thrown away by a tremendous force, her sword flying out of her hand. Roar! The blood-eyed demon ape was completely enraged, pounding its chest furiously. Then it jumped into the air with a loud crash, its massive body surprisingly agile, lunging towards the strongest woman again. The demon's energy was fully unleashed, carrying a powerful hurricane. What? This blood-eyed demon ape is so terrifying, big sister. Quickly get away. The others were shocked, but they did not retreat. They all held their weapons and rushed to save the woman. Various attacks were launched wildly at the blood-eyed demon ape, trying to divert its attention. However, they underestimated the physical defense of the blood-eyed demon ape and the terrifying impact of its fists. In almost an instant, the woman found herself in a desperate situation. The monstrous aura surged, and the frenzied attacks seemed about to crush her to death. The woman closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. "No!" the other young men shouted, their voices filled with hopelessness. A great opportunity. Ling Tianyu, hidden behind the giant rock, had been waiting for the best moment to strike. At this moment, the blood-eyed demon ape was thoroughly provoked, its energy significantly depleted, leaving it completely unguarded from behind. Just then, swish! A blood blade pierced through the blood-eyed demon ape's skull with a thunderous force, causing the demon ape to halt instantly. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black dagger precisely slit its throat. Even if the blood-eyed demon ape realized the crisis at this moment, it was all too late. Boom! The massive blood-eyed demon ape fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ling Tianyu quickly withdrew the blood blade, broke open the demon ape's skull, and took out the beast core to store in his chinquan bag. What just happened? The woman looked horrified, and the others were all stunned. They gazed at Ling Tianyu, who was exuding a menacing aura with wide eyes filled with shock. This handsome man, his strength is so formidable. "Young master, thank you for saving my life." The woman, still shaken, got up from the ground and picked up her sword. Ling Tianyu took the beast core and turned to leave, not wanting to linger. "Wait, young master. My name is Gu Qingyu. May I ask your esteemed name? If it weren't for your timely help, I fear." Gu Qingyu said eagerly. "No need." Ling Tianyu was focused on quickly collecting beast cores and finding the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower, unwilling to waste time. "Young master, no matter what, I still want to thank you. Are you in such a hurry because you also intend to get that nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower?" Gu Qingyu asked curiously, not angered by Ling Tianyu's cold attitude. "The nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower, do you know where it is?" Ling Tianyu, troubled by the lack of clues, stopped to look at her upon hearing that she knew. "Young master, we are from the Gu family in Yinqing. We came to the desolate mountain range for training. Before we came, we heard that a nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower was discovered in this area of the beast domain. It is said that the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower is about to bloom, and we also came to try our luck," Gu Qingyu said, looking at the handsome Ling Tianyu with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Young hero, my name is Gu Qing. You killed the blood-eyed demon ape and saved Qingyu's life. We genuinely want to thank you." The man holding a heavy axe had a rough appearance, but spoke politely, giving off a cheerful vibe. "No need to be polite. I only wanted the beast core. However, you mentioned that a nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower was discovered here. Who told you that?" Gu Qing nodded. "In the beast domain, many powerful individuals have come in, seemingly all here to compete for the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. I heard it is supposed to bloom today, so the competition will definitely be fierce. Let's go take a look together." Ling Tianyu frowned slightly, not expecting so many people to come for the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. "Little brother, you don't look very old, but your strength is quite impressive. It seems there is a 7th-grade yellow-tiered demon beast guarding near the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. That demon beast is injured but still very powerful. Many strong individuals dare not approach. A 7th-grade yellow-tiered demon beast is comparable to an 8th-level spirit martial realm expert. Many 3rd and 4th-level spirit martial realm experts have come. It is likely that our efforts would be in vain." Gu Qingyu added, "How do we know it won't work unless we try? Besides, it's just an injured demon beast." Ling Tianyu's heart raced, and he walked ahead. Gu Qingyu and the others hurriedly followed. If that demon beast were uninjured, Ling Tianyu might not have had a chance. But now that he knew it was injured, he was determined to compete for it. After all, the beast core of a 7th-grade demon beast is incredibly precious and could greatly increase the success rate of refining the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. Coupled with the effects of the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower, it could enhance his soul power by hundreds of times, speeding up the condensation of the 9 dragon palaces. Therefore, no matter what, he had to obtain the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. "Young master, we still don't know how to address you." "Ling Tianyu," he responded, and the group surged forward towards the desolate mountain range. Along the way, they encountered some demon beasts, all easily slaughtered by their team. More and more martial artists gathered in the direction they were heading, clearly all for that nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. Ling Tianyu scanned the surroundings and found many scattered cultivators, as well as martial artists from nearby cities. Half a day passed, and ahead appeared a massive waterfall with high mountains and flowing water, and below was a deep green pool. Everyone saw that in the center of the deep pool stood a natural giant rock, with a nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower growing in the crevice of the rock. The spiritual herb swayed in the wind, emitting a captivating fragrance that was intoxicating. Found it. It really is the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. Chapter 11. The Encounter with the Demon Kuanping. Ling Tianyu's expression was excited. However, at this moment, no one dared to approach the deep green pool. The injured seventh-grade demon beast must be lurking beneath the water. Ling Tianyu, using his soul power to sense, detected the strong and dense aura of the savage beast beneath the green pool. Many martial artists had already gathered around, and he wasn't in a hurry, intentionally keeping his distance from Yi Qing and Gu Qingyu. "Young Master Ling, where are you going?" Gu Qingyu asked in confusion. Ling Tianyu did not respond. He had no ties with these people and did not want to get involved with them. Perhaps when everyone started fighting for the flower, they would become competitors. Many body refinement realm martial artists had also arrived, but they could only observe from a distance. Everyone's eyes burned with intense and greedy desire, fixated on the nine-tailed dragon nightshade flower. Indeed, there were many spirit martial realm experts. Ling Tianyu remained composed, scanning the surroundings when suddenly, a chilling, killing intent surged from not far to his right like a cold light. He quickly turned his head and saw 7 men in black cloaks, their figures flickering. They exuded a chilling aura, like ghosts from hell. Especially when they looked at him, the intense killing intent seemed ready to swallow him whole. Ling Tianyu was sure he had never seen these 7 before, and he did not dare to be careless, secretly becoming vigilant. If it were someone else, they might not even notice the killing intent from these 7. But Ling Tianyu possessed a pure yang divine body, and his soul power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although his soul power was temporarily insufficient to activate the God-refining tower and condense the 9 dragon palaces within him, his perception was several times that of ordinary martial artists. "Big brother, we found that kid over there. Should we go kill him now?" The 7 men in black cloaks were the infamous pursuing demon 7 heroes. At this moment, they were not gathered together, but rather dispersed, each maintaining a distance of 10 meters from one another, communicating through special secret methods. "Don't rush. Since we have found him, he won't escape. The nine-tailed dragon nightshade is about to mature and bloom. We must seize the opportunity," said the scar-faced man in the lead. "Look, the nine-tailed dragon nightshade is about to bloom." Suddenly, someone shouted, and in an instant, the tense nerves of the crowd were ignited. Many could no longer hold back, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing to charge. Someone drew their sword, its blade gleaming coldly. At that moment, everyone held their breath. The scene became eerily quiet. All eyes were fixed on the nine-tailed dragon nightshade. Its petals slowly unfurled like a shy maiden, releasing a rich fragrance that wafted through the air, refreshing everyone. Even Ling Tianyu couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. After all, this was the most crucial spiritual herb for refining the spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing pill. Once obtained, it could elevate his spiritual energy to a tremendous level. "Quick charge!" With a loud shout, the warriors around the deep pool erupted into a frenzy, rushing toward the giant rock in the center. In this fierce competition for the nine-tailed dragon nightshade, everyone shed their disguises and attacked the nearby warriors. "Get out of my way! This nine-tailed dragon nightshade is mine. Who dares to snatch it from me?" A middle-aged man transformed his hands into claws, leaving afterimages behind as he howled, grabbing a nearby person. Moments later, a scream was heard as he literally tore that person apart. Blood sprayed like a fountain, completely igniting the flames of slaughter in everyone's hearts. One person was pierced through the chest by a sword, their heart instantly stabbed, blood gushing forth, while others had their heads blasted to bits. In an instant, the sounds of battle cries filled the air, Everyone had gone completely mad. Even their companions had become targets of each other's slaughter. The ancient family of Yunqing is here. Who dares to take a step forward? Don't blame us for being ruthless. Gu Qing stepped forward and shouted angrily. What? The ancient family of Yunqing? Many warriors turned pale at the mention of this name. A flicker of fear flashing in their eyes, and some began to retreat. Gu Qing was indeed a powerful figure at the third level of the spirit martial realm. Many present were not his match. The few who stood in front of him did not even have time to react before he pierced through their bodies with a single sword. Hiss! Hiss! Who dares to approach me? The only outcome is death. Gu Qing's sister, Gu Qingyu, was equally formidable. She moved like lightning, transforming into a white light, making a perfect arc as she lightly tapped the water surface and charged toward the giant rock. Her sword gleamed coldly, and waves of sword energy forced back the other scattered warriors. The young members of the Gu family were indeed very strong. Whoever doesn't want to die can come and compete with our Gu family for the nine-tailed dragon nightshade. Gu Qing shouted again, but before he finished speaking, dozens of scattered warriors, with bloodshot eyes, charged forward recklessly. In an instant, the scene was completely out of control, descending into chaos. The Gu family? What does that even matter? Someone sneered. They showed no mercy in their slaughter, and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. Ling Tianyu's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Those who rushed in first were destined to be a group of foolish pigs. Just because someone rushed in first did not mean they would definitely secure the nine-tailed dragon nightshade. After all, the seventh-grade demon beast lurking beneath the deep pool had not yet emerged. Boom! Just then, while everyone was in a frenzy of killing, the giant rock began to shake violently. Run! The seventh-grade demon beast is about to come out. Following that, a piercing scream tore through the air as Gu Qing watched a giant beast with a tail and enormous fleshy wings burst out of the water below. Before he could react, the beast's sharp fangs lunged at him like lightning, severing his body at the waist. His upper body struggled instinctively for a few moments before going limp. Not good. It's the fateful Kunpeng. Oh my god, it's actually a descendant of an ancient beast. Someone shouted in terror. The fateful Kunpeng had an eagle-like head, a sharp beak glinting with cold light, and a body resembling a whale, massive and heavy. Its entire body was covered in tightly packed, fine scales, forming a highly defensive armor. This demon beast could move freely in water, land, and air, and was extremely ferocious. It was only recorded in ancient texts, and very few had seen its true form. Gu Qing and Gu Qingyu's faces turned as pale as paper. Before they could regain their wits, the fateful Kunpeng swung its thick tail toward her. Many warriors on the giant rock were directly struck by that tail, instantly obliterated. Sister, the other young members of the Gu family were immediately stunned. Gu Qingyu, at the peak of the third level of the spirit martial realm, would not survive if hit. However, the thick tail, with its scales spread out like countless sharp blades, glinted menacingly in the sunlight as it viciously struck toward Gu Qingyu's body. It seemed she was about to die on the spot. No, sister. One young man from the Gu family trembled all over. He stood not far from the giant rock, too terrified to rush forward to save her. Even if he dared, he would be killed instantly. I don't want to die. Gu Qingyu's face turned pale with fear, utterly hopeless. She had never felt death so close before. This fear was far greater than when she faced the blood-eyed demon ape. Just at that critical moment, a shadow darted by like lightning, instantly wrapping around Gu Qingyu's waist. At the same time, another hand shot out a black beam of light, like a black meteor, hurtling toward the fateful Kunpeng with fierce momentum. At the moment the thick tail was about to strike Gu Qingyu, it suddenly felt pain and jerked to the side, bizarrely missing her body. The black beam of light, upon piercing the tail, took an extremely cunning trajectory and quickly returned to Ling Tianyu's hand. Ling Tianyu executed the 7-star dragon step, flickering several times, and carried Gu Qingyu to the shore. Gu Qingyu, seeing who had saved her, was instantly both surprised and delighted. Ling Tianyu. She gazed at his handsome and resolute face, exuding an unparalleled charm, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Young Master Ling. Not far away, several members of the Gu family stared blankly at this scene, their hearts finally settling down, and smiles of relief appeared on their faces. He actually saved the elder sister so easily. Are you all right? Don't fight for it anymore. It's better to stay alive than anything else. Ling Tianyu said to Gu Qingyu. Okay, I will listen to you. Gu Qingyu, still shaken, recalled the thrilling moment earlier and felt lingering fear. Young Master Ling, you have saved me twice now. Gratitude filled Gu Qingyu's heart as she thought of Ling Tianyu holding her to evade the fateful Kunpeng slaughter. That warm and powerful embrace made her cheeks flush slightly. Chapter 12. The deceived crowd. Gu Qingyu's face turned crimson as she couldn't help but sneak another glance at Ling Tianyu. Step back. Ling Tianyu shouted loudly. Glancing at the deep pool, where the fateful Kunpeng had already charged to the shore, snapping at the crowd. Roar! The water of the pool surged, and towering waves splashed up as everyone finally saw that the fateful Kunpeng was at least 10 meters long, its thick tail sweeping towards them. Its head resembled that of an eagle, with a sharp mouth and fangs, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and it was extremely ferocious, attacking anyone in sight, with its thick tail whipping up the waves. However, it was clear that its right wing had an obvious wound, indicating that it could no longer fly. But even so, the murderous aura it exuded made all the warriors present tremble in fear. Its strength should not be underestimated. The fateful Kunpeng clearly intended to use the nine-tailed dragon nightshade to heal itself, but the presence of so many human warriors completely enraged it. Kill! Some were unwilling to accept defeat and charged towards the Fangmo Kunpeng, unleashing their powerful explosive force and gathering spiritual energy to execute their strongest combat techniques. However, when they struck the back of the Fangmo Kunpeng, it felt like a mere tickle. Boom! Sparks flew, and the thick tail swept across, compressing the air and creating an explosive sound. Boom! 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 That strong and powerful tail swept through like a tidal wave, instantly sending several martial artists flying, dying on the spot. Quick! Everyone work together to slay this beast, and then we can seize the nine-tailed long kuei flower, someone suggested, and many reached a consensus to surround the Fangmo Kunpeng. In an instant, various weapons and combat techniques were unleashed upon the Fangmo Kunpeng, creating a dazzling display of blades and lights, especially those at the 4th and 5th levels of the spiritual martial realm. When they struck, it was a kill move, executing their strongest attacks. The Fangmo Kunpeng bit and clawed in a frenzy, using its sharp claws and tail as weapons, but no matter how ferocious and violent it was, it could not gain any advantage against so many martial artists for the time being. Its sharp beak pierced through the body of a martial artist, swallowing him whole. The sharp claws clashed with weapons as the battle between humans and beasts raged on, the intensity dazzling. The wounds on the Fangmo Kunpeng's back increased, and the number of injured martial artists grew from a few to dozens. But soon more martial artists would charge at it. Even if it took all day, they would exhaust it to death. No matter how the crowd attacked, the Fangmo Kunpeng seemed to consciously maintain a relatively close distance to the giant rock. The crowd was completely blinded by rage, relentlessly battling the Fangmo Kunpeng. Kill! The opportunity has come. Ling Tianyu's main goal was to seize the nine-tailed long kuei flower. He constantly sensed with his soul power and finally caught a glimpse of a gap, executing his movement technique. 7 stars, swimming dragon step, transforming into a swimming dragon. While everyone else was still engaged in battle, he directly charged towards the giant rock. Whoosh! The 7 stars, swimming dragon step was brought to the extreme, leaving several afterimages behind. What? That kid is a sly one. Quickly, catch that kid. Someone spotted Ling Tianyu and immediately shouted, realizing he was attempting a sneak attack to gain an advantage. Damn it, he's so infuriating. Kill him. Let's surround and kill him. In the heat of battle, someone shared the same thought as Ling Tianyu, constantly eyeing the 9-tailed long kuei flower, but unexpectedly, someone actually dared to pick it. This meant that once someone picked it first, it would immediately provoke everyone to attack that person. In an instant, dozens of martial artists rushed out, pursuing Ling Tianyu. Even the Fangmo Kunpeng turned its head and lunged at him, emitting a sharp cry that made many weaker martial artists cover their ears. Want to chase me? Ling Tianyu snorted coldly. Whoosh! With a flick of his hand, a black light shot towards the first few martial artists charging ahead. He controlled the blood blade with his mental power, which consumed a lot of his soul energy. But to obtain the nine-tailed long kuei flower as soon as possible, he had to risk it. A few did not react in time and immediately fell to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. He pierced through several people, all of whom were peak third-level spiritual martial realm experts. They tasted blood in their throats and instantly gushed blood from their necks. When the blood blade returned to Ling Tianyu's hand, he leaped and flipped onto the back of the Fangmo Kuenpeng, stabbing at the wound where the wing was severed. The blood blade was incredibly sharp, fast, precise, and ruthless, cutting deeper into the wound on the Fangmo Kuenpeng's wing. The massive head swung wildly, and its enormous body charged toward Ling Tianyu, blocking the path of other martial artists. Damn beast! Someone cursed angrily. Ling Tianyu sneered inwardly. He could not miss this opportunity, as he had inflicted pain on the Fangmo Kuenpeng for this effect. Whoosh! Stepping on the 7 stars, his body resembled a swimming dragon. In the next moment, he charged forward crazily, directly reaching the center of the giant rock, stretching out his hand to seize the 9-tailed long kuei flower. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and with a light tap of his toes on the water's surface, he swiftly crossed to the opposite shore. By the time the Fangmo Kuenpeng turned around, many martial artists had also crossed to the other side, but there was no sign of Ling Tianyu. The 7 stars swimming dragon step, which he had mastered to perfection, under his full exertion, was like a true swimming dragon, its afterimages flickering, reaching its speed limit. What the hell? Where did this kid come from? Many martial artists were incredulous, seeing that the kid looked very young. Yet how could he possess such terrifying movement skills? Those at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm had battled the Fangmo Kuenpeng for so long, only for a 9th level body refining realm trash to benefit. It was merely relying on movement speed. The Fangmo Kuenpeng let out a furious roar, completely igniting its ferocity. These human martial artists deserved to die. It was angry, and the martial artists were even angrier. Kill! Damn it! Both sides became targets for each other's wrath. Boom! 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 Even if they killed this beast, its fur or blood, and beast core were all treasures that could fetch a good price, they could not waste it. The Fangmo Kuenpeng, enraged, opened its sharp mouth, biting and clawing madly, its thick tail continuously thrashing, leaving chaos in its wake. Several more martial artists died instantly. Beast, if we don't kill you, we won TB at peace. The Fangmo Kuenpeng's brutality enraged all the martial artists, who went on a killing spree, unleashing their strongest attacks. In less than a moment, the Fangmo Kuenpeng finally began to struggle under the immense exhaustion, its demonic energy depleted, and coupled with the heavy injury from the blood blade. It gradually became unable to defend itself. Run! Its survival instinct made it thrash its massive body, rushing towards the grass by the shore, using its last strength. Even if it had to die, it would take some down with it. Want to escape? A large group of martial artists closely followed, but did not approach it. After all, the Fangmo Kuenpeng still had some strength left. Getting too close could result in a counterattack, which would be unwise. Thus, these martial artists followed behind it without getting closer, planning to wear it down. The Fangmo Kuenpeng carved a bloody path and rushed into the jungle, panicking and charging wildly. The further ahead, the denser the jungle became. Whoosh! A familiar figure appeared again, and before the Fangmo Kuenpeng could react, a pitch-black knife was thrust into its head. The blood blade, like a soul-taking instrument, quickly stirred, and a massive beast core was instantly extracted. Damn it! It's that human kid again. The Fangmo Kuenpeng let out a sharp, tragic cry. In less than 3 breaths, its huge body crashed to the ground. After convulsing violently a few times, it no longer moved. Collect. Without time to think further, Ling Tianyu stuffed the beast core into his chinkoan bag and quickly disappeared deep into the jungle. Chapter 13. Second level of spiritual martial realm. Ling Tianyu had just dashed into the grass on the opposite shore. He did not leave, but instead hid his aura, waiting for the right moment to seize the beast core from the Fangmo Kuenpeng. If it weren't for the limited space of the chinkoan bag, he wouldn't have left any part of the beast's body for these people. This was a 7th grade fierce beast, worth far more than an ordinary demon beast. What? It's that kid again? Many martial artists had caught up by now, but they only saw Ling Tianyu's back. Some even attempted to pursue, but they found that just a few flickering shadows were all that remained, and Ling Tianyu's figure vanished completely. "Ha, this feels great." Ling Tianyu laughed heartily. Having easily obtained the nine-tailed, long kuei flower and the beast core of a 7th-grade fierce beast, which made him very happy. He executed his movement technique. The 7 stars swimming dragon step, transforming into a swimming dragon, his toes lightly stepping on the grass, reaching the peak of speed. Even though those at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm were unwilling to give up, they ultimately had to helplessly concede. After a stick of incense's time, when he could no longer see any figures behind him, Ling Tianyu finally stopped. "I consumed quite a bit just now. Relaxing." Ling Tianyu felt as if his body was about to be drained, having exhausted most of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, this is just an injured Fengma Kuanping. If it were in its prime, it wouldn't stand a chance. Plus, dealing with those martial artists just now had consumed too much of his mental energy by using the blood blade to control them. He needed to find a place to recover. Ling Tianyu didn't dare to delay and used the God-refining tower to enhance some low-grade beast cores under a cliff. Then he swallowed them all and quickly began to recover. He felt very excited inside. After resting for an hour, Ling Tianyu felt that his mental energy had fully recovered. Moreover, the spiritual energy within him was abundant, and under such conditions, he sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough at the peak of the 9th level of body refining. With such abundant spiritual energy, it was enough for me to break into the spirit martial realm. Sitting cross-legged, he began to mobilize the spiritual energy within his body, the surging energy filling him, radiating from his limbs and sending dust swirling around him. A wave of heat surged within him, and Ling Tianyu gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. Breaking through from the body refining realm to the spirit martial realm was a significant leap. Therefore, he felt some pain as the spiritual energy churned violently within him. Once he broke through to the spirit martial realm, a true energy would emerge from his dantian. The spiritual energy would evolve into true energy, transforming energy into power and breaking through the first spiritual vessel. Charge! Gritting his teeth and holding on, beads of sweat rolled down as he roared. And the energy in his dantian suddenly transformed into a powerful true energy. Whistling, it surged toward the first spiritual vessel. Boom! The spiritual vessel burst forth with this immense power, like a flood breaking a dam, directly shattering the barrier. Pop! In the next moment, this spiritual vessel suddenly connected. True energy swirling like a dragon, gathering in the dantian, circulating multiple times along the spiritual vessel, and finally settling in the dantian. However, that immense power remained abundant. And after his body underwent transformation, his spiritual vessels became even thicker than before. With the first level of the spirit martial realm achieved, this true energy could easily break through the second spiritual vessel. It could be said that although he endured some pain, everything was progressing smoothly, and that long-lost power had finally returned. He couldn't let this momentum slip away. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward the second spiritual vessel. The true energy transformed into a dragon, erupting fiercely. The impact on the second spiritual vessel was evidently much more challenging, but in order to become stronger, he went all out, having devoured so many beast cores along with the spirit pills from Yi Qianning's Qingquan bag, which were enough to bring him back to the second level of the spirit martial realm. It should be noted that he had previously been a true martial realm expert, significantly stronger than the Great Elder. Pop! At a certain moment, the second spiritual vessel finally broke through the torrent of true energy crashing against the two spiritual vessels, flowing throughout his body. The second level of the spirit martial realm was finally achieved. That surging true energy settled in the dantian. With the rise in realm, his physical body underwent another transformation. Ling Tianyu stood up, feeling the violent power coursing through him, and when he threw a punch with all his might, the air trembled alongside it. This punch had at least tens of thousands of pounds of power, and now that he had become stronger, he was at least qualified to contend with peak 5th level and even 6th level martial artists. Presumably, those martial artists were still searching for him. Well, If you want to steal my nine-tailed dragon's nightshade, then come and take it with your life. Ling Tianyu's eyes turned fierce, radiating a strong, killing intent. Anyone who dared to come and steal would be annihilated. After saying this, he left the area, now openly heading towards the outskirts of the desolate mountain range. Those searching for him wouldn't be willing to give up. After all, who wouldn't be worried? Many of them hadn't obtained it, and in the end, it would benefit Ling Tianyu, who was at the 9th level of body refining, especially those at the 4th and 5th levels of the spirit martial realm. They were furious and vowed to find him and tear him apart. That kid definitely can't have escaped far. I don't believe we can't find him. Several exits in the central area had already been sealed off, and that kid couldn't get out. Many powerful experts reached a consensus and searched with all their might. In the central area of the desolate mountain range, in a dense forest, more than a dozen martial artists were searching. Suddenly, a voice filled with deathly intent rang out. "You must be searching hard, right?" The voice was mocking, and a figure blocked the way in front of them. Indeed, that kid can really hide. The 10 martial artists turned around and immediately recognized the figure, clenching their fists. Someone immediately became ecstatic. "Ha, it's you, kid. Damn it. I finally found you. You made my body nearly fall apart." Seeing Ling Tianyu, those martial artists quickly charged toward him. "The nine-tailed dragon's nightshade is mine. I must get it." A large middle-aged martial artist was the first to react, rushing toward him. "Kid, quickly give me the nine-tailed dragon's nightshade, and I can leave you with a whole corpse." This man was a 4th-level spirit martial realm expert, and as he ran, his entire body was filled with explosive power, moving so fast that he instantly closed the distance to Ling Tianyu. He was excited and threw a punch. The punch made a cracking sound. From beginning to end, Ling Tianyu smiled, not dodging or avoiding. His right hand transformed into a claw, waiting for that punch to come. Crack! The right hand directly grabbed the violent punch, followed by a sound of bones cracking. Snap! The man's fist was crushed. The powerful true energy surged into his fist, causing explosions along his entire arm. What? The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream. Boom! While the man was still screaming, Ling Tianyu unleashed a punch, instantly sending him flying 10 meters away, his body flipping several times in midair. It exploded with a bang, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What's going on? The martial artists behind were all horrified, with some blood and flesh splattering onto them. They were completely terrified upon witnessing this scene. Surprised, huh? Eviliona, D. Ling Tianyu roared, his feet kicking up a wind, transforming into a swimming dragon, charging toward those martial artists. Boom! 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 4th and 5th level spirit martial realm experts were not even his match with a single strike. Every punch made their bodies explode. Like wolves entering a flock of sheep, they had no power to resist. D. The fist contained powerful, true energy. And within 10 breaths, more than a dozen martial artists were killed. Even peak 5th level spirit martial realm experts were instantly annihilated. They didn't even have a chance to escape. In despair, their souls were shattered. Ling Tianyu gathered his breath, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. There are still 6 days until the Ling family's martial arts tournament. It's time to return and refine the spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing pill. Chapter 14. Slaughter in pursuit of the 7 heroes. Ling Tianyu was very satisfied. I wonder how Ling Feng will react after enduring that punch. Will Ling Rui go crazy? He looked back toward Tianyan City and began his journey back. Along the way, he encountered groups of martial artists, but they were all easily exterminated by him. Now, 4th and 5th level spirit martial realm martial artists could be dealt with by a single punch from Ling Tianyu. Such familiar, killing intent. Ling Tianyu suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze cold as he looked to the side. Come out. On one side of the jungle, there was a huge rock, and the killing intent emanated from behind it. The atmosphere was dead silent. The 7 figures, like ghosts, looked at Ling Tianyu in shock. Huh, that kid sensed us? How is that possible? The 7 exchanged glances, believing their concealment skills to be exceptional and that they could never be found. They were the 7 heroes of pursuit, lying in wait here for Ling Tianyu. But unexpectedly, Ling Tianyu easily discovered them. After his realm increased, Ling Tianyu's soul power perception also improved as soon as he stepped onto this land. He sensed the fluctuations of their soul power. Come out. I sensed your killing intent back at the pond. Ling Tianyu smiled confidently. Who sent you? The Ling family or the Yi family? Although the Yi family didn't know he was the one who killed Yi Qianing. But the Yi family is not foolish. They must have heard about his return to the Ling family and guessed that it was his doing. The 7 demon hunters, knowing there was no need to hide anymore, all revealed themselves. Kid, I didn't expect you to be much smarter than we thought. The leader, a scar-faced man, had a face full of roughness. Clearly a desperate killer who has licked blood on the tip of a knife for years. Since you're going to die anyway, let me make it clear. It was Ling Rui who contacted our Wolf Feng mercenary group to kill you. Kid, dying at the hands of the 7 demon hunters isn't a loss for you. The 7 demon hunters? Ling Tianyu had heard of this notorious organization. The Wolf Feng mercenary group, huh? That's fine. I will definitely kill all of you when the opportunity arises. Ling Tianyu's expression was calm, showing no fear. Kid, you dare talk big? Looking for death. The scar-faced man was instantly furious, not expecting this kid to be so arrogant upon hearing the name of the 7 demon hunters, completely disregarding them. Just as he was about to charge forward, Ling Tianyu took the initiative, a blood blade suddenly appearing in his hand as he charged at him. The scar-faced man, having seen many things, was not flustered in the slightest. He swiftly threw a flying knife. Clang! The blood blade instantly blocked the flying knife. And Ling Tianyu's speed was so fast it dazzled the eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ling Tianyu had already rushed up to him, swinging his knife down. Clang! Clang! The scar-faced man was both angry and hateful, yet deeply shocked by Ling Tianyu's speed. He raised his hand to draw his long knife for defense, but in an instant, the blood blade sliced through, breaking his long knife in two. How is that possible? The long knife shattered with a piercing sound. How is it not possible? Ling Tianyu sneered, gathering power in his fist and quickly unleashing a powerful punch. Kid, you dare to destroy my Aoshue Kuangyin. The scar-faced man roared, thinking he would counterattack. But instead, he quickly retreated, realizing that the power of Ling Tianyu's punch far exceeded his imagination. However, no matter how fast he was still struck solidly in the chest by Ling Tianyu's punch. Boom! A bloody hole was blown through his chest, and before the scar-faced man could scream, he was kicked hard in the head, knocking him to the ground. With one punch, Ling Tianyu effortlessly killed the strongest among the 7 demon hunters, who was at the peak of the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Similarly, it was a one-hit kill. Big brother, how is this possible? The remaining 6 black-clad men were horrified, staring at Ling Tianyu in disbelief. They could not imagine that such a young boy possessed such terrifying strength. You all must die. Ling Tianyu smiled, but that smile was devilish, looking even more terrifying than these killers. To avenge Big Brother, quickly, use the Hunyuan Thunder Formation. Immediately, 6 figures quickly spun in formation. The Hunyuan Thunder Formation was a low-level Xian-class formation, their strongest attack method when working together. The figures moved like ghosts, and suddenly, thunder and lightning filled the formation, launching a punch that intertwined into an electric net, attempting to trap Ling Tianyu within the formation and kill him. Kid, no matter how many arms you have, you won't survive. A cruel laugh echoed. The Hunyuan Thunder Formation. Huh? Ling Tianyu activated his defensive ability, forcefully resisting the thunderous power within the formation. As a fist charged with thunder came crashing down. Boom! Ling Tianyu countered with a punch, causing one black-clad man to scream in agony. Impossible. Kid, you can actually withstand our Hunyuan Thunder Formation? The black-clad man spat blood, clutching his chest. Their movements flickered unpredictably. Ordinary people could not capture their figures or attack them. But Ling Tianyu could. He was no ordinary person, with soul power perception exceeding 10 times that of an average person. Even with his eyes closed, he could easily sense their positions. His body's resistance was extremely strong, allowing him to easily withstand the power of the thunder without any effect. Kill. Next, Ling Tianyu ruthlessly slaughtered them, the blood blade striking out and instantly shattering the Hunyuan Thunder Formation. Cries of agony echoed in the space, and within 10 breaths, all 7 demon hunters were killed. Among the 7, only the scar-faced man had a Chinquan bag, which must contain a considerable amount of treasure collected by the 7 demon hunters over the years. Ling Tianyu collected the Chinquan bag. A bunch of trash. No poison, no man. Kindness and goodness will only hurt oneself. There is no need to show mercy to those who deserve to die, the utterly ruthless. The fearsome 7 demon hunters met their end on the spot. Thus concluding their tale, Ling Tianyu walked out of the desolate mountains, encountering some martial artists along the way, but no one dared to block his path. The bloodthirsty aura around him instilled fear in many. Numerous people had witnessed Ling Tianyu slaughtering other martial artists. Upon seeing him again, they all hid far away. Just as he was about to leave the desolate mountains, Ling Tianyu encountered a few familiar faces. The people from the Gu family in Yincheng City. Young Master Ling. Gu Qingyu was overjoyed upon seeing him and ran over, followed by 4 young men. "It's you guys?" Ling Tianyu looked at them, slightly taken aback. "Young Master Ling, it's so good to see you again. Are you all right? Many people are looking for you." Gu Qingyu looked at him with concern, her expression anxious. "I'm Fine. The people who wanted to kill me are all dead. Do you have something to discuss?" Ling Tianyu did not want to linger. Having already delayed for 2 days on the road, with only 4 days left, he couldn't afford to waste time. "Young Master Ling, will we meet again? You've saved me twice. I really want to thank you." Gu Qingyu spoke earnestly. Ling Tianyu smiled at her. "No need to be so polite. If fate allows, we will surely meet again." "Young Master Ling," Gu Qingyu wanted to say something else. "If fate allows, we will meet again." Ling Tianyu did not hesitate and turned to leave. Watching Ling Tianyu's figure disappear, Gu Qingyu stood there in a daze for a long time. At this moment, Ling Tianyu just wanted to hurry back, refine the gathering spirit nourishing soul pill, and make himself stronger. Chapter 15, Master's Wahong. One day later, Ling Tianyu rushed back to Tianyin City like a whirlwind. Within the city, the most famous place for selling spiritual herbs was the Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce. So he headed there to purchase the spiritual herbs needed to refine the gathering spirit nourishing soul pill. He thought to himself, his eyes full of expectation. The Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce was the core place where spiritual treasures converged, with its headquarters located in the imperial city of the Dacian Empire. Its influence spreading across hundreds of small cities, each with a branch. The foundation behind it was profound, with immense power, standing tall like a giant in the commercial empire. No one dared to underestimate it. The Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce in Tianyin City was adjacent to the city lord's mansion. From a distance, the buildings rose high, with a pavilion every 5 steps and a tower every 10 steps. The long corridors twisted and turned, and the eaves were highly arched, resembling birds ready to take flight, showcasing its grandeur. Every visitor was awed, demonstrating the immense financial power and extraordinary status of the Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce. When Ling Tianyu arrived, a chambermaid approached him with graceful steps, wearing a standard smile. "Young master, the Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce has all kinds of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual grasses, as well as precious bee skins and cores, which will surely satisfy your needs." Ling Tianyu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I need 3 types of spiritual grasses: purple rhythm, dragon emperor ginseng, polar hand, and night dew." The maid's smile instantly froze. She looked at him suspiciously, and her expression quickly turned displeased. In her view, these 3 types of spiritual grasses were quite valuable, and the person in front of her, dressed simply and looking travel-worn, did not seem like someone who could afford them. "Young master, we don't have these 3 types of spiritual grasses. Even if we did, do you think you can afford them? You might as well go look somewhere else. Our Baoli Yuan does not welcome customers like you." The maid spoke with disdain, her chin slightly raised and her eyes filled with contempt, and after finishing her words, she tried to drive him away. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Judging by appearance, anger flashed in Ling Tianyu's eyes. He didn't want to create more trouble, but the maid's rudeness was intolerable. With a loud slap, Ling Tianyu sent her flying, the sound echoing in the hall. "Judging by appearance, this is the consequence. I'm pressed for time and have no patience to waste with you." His tone was icy, exuding a murderous aura. He had just returned from the desolate mountains and had not yet changed out of his dusty and blood-stained ragged clothes, which was precisely why the maid looked down on him. What? You dare to hit me? The maid covered her face, her eyes filled with fear and anger. She never expected this seemingly ordinary young man would dare to act in the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce. The guards heard the commotion and rushed to the front hall like a tide. In the blink of an eye, 5 guards with cultivation levels above the 5th realm of spirit martial surrounded Ling Tianyu. A burly man stepped forward, his muscles taut, his gaze sharp as a knife. Glaring viciously at him, Ling Tianyu felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. The spirit-gathering soul, nourishing pill was the key to condensing the 9 dragon palaces. And he was determined to obtain these 3 spiritual herbs. Perhaps the maid was ignorant and had never seen these 3 spiritual herbs, which is why she carelessly claimed they didn't exist. Now, he could only escalate the situation to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce. Just as tensions were rising, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to cause trouble in the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce? The purple rhythm dragon Emperor Ginseng. The polar hand and the night dew, although rare, are not impossible to acquire. Everyone turned to look, and they saw an old man in a gray robe stepping steadily out from the back hall. The old man had an extraordinary demeanor. Every move exuded the aura of a master, and his commanding presence made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Masters Wahong? This kid actually attracted Masters Wahong. It seems he can't escape this time. Someone in the crowd recognized the old man and exclaimed in a low voice, while others rushed forward to catch a glimpse of the master's grandeur. Masters Wahong was a legendary figure in the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce, highly respected. A master alchemist sent from the imperial capital, and even the city lord's mansion held him in high regard. At this moment, everyone eagerly awaited to see Ling Tianyu's embarrassment. Masters Wahong, it's this kid. He's causing trouble in the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce, and even dare to boast about wanting the purple rhythm dragon Emperor Ginseng and those 3 spiritual herbs. I've never heard of these 3 spiritual herbs. He must be deliberately looking for trouble. When a maid saw Masters Wahong, it was like finding a lifeline. She covered her face, looking aggrieved, with a hint of smugness in her eyes. Masters Wahong's gaze was piercing as he slowly turned to Ling Tianyu. Young man, why do you want to purchase these 3 spiritual herbs? Ling Tianyu met his gaze calmly, his eyes firm. Naturally, it's for alchemy. Masters Wahong, have you not heard of the spirit-gathering soul-nourishing pill? You even know about the spirit-gathering soul-nourishing pill? Masters Wahong's heart jolted. His eyes filled with astonishment. He had only seen the spirit-gathering soul-nourishing pill mentioned once in an ancient alchemy book, and he only had a vague understanding of the refining method. How could this seemingly ordinary boy know about this long-lost, ancient spiritual pill? He couldn't help but take a closer look at Ling Tianyu. Young man, could we step into the inner hall to discuss? I have some questions I would like to ask. Masters Wahong's attitude became courteous, his eyes full of sincerity, a stark contrast to his previous authoritative demeanor. Sure, please lead the way, Ling Tianyu replied calmly, following Master Wahong into the inner hall. Master Wahong, you're not punishing this kid? He came here to cause trouble. The maid, seeing Master Wahong not only refusing to punish, but also inviting Ling Tianyu to the inner hall, was immediately furious. Her voice sharp. Master Wahong slapped back. Get out of the way. 100 slaps at the minimum. You foolish thing, you almost delayed my esteemed guest. He glared, worried that the maid's actions would irritate Ling Tianyu. 100 slaps? The maid was so frightened that she went pale, her legs weak. Master Wahong, no. I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. It was my fault. Please spare me. The maid collapsed to the ground, begging, but Master Wahong remained unmoved, waving his hand for the guards to pull her aside and begin slapping her. Young man, my servant is ignorant and has offended you. Please forgive her. Master Wahong had an apologetic expression, gesturing for Ling Tianyu to accompany him to the inner hall, his attitude respectful and humble. What is going on? What kind of identity and background does that kid have to make Master Wahong treat him so courteously? The crowd in the front hall buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity, speculating about Ling Tianyu's identity, but they could not find an answer. This incident plunged the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce into unprecedented chaos. In the heavily guarded alchemy room of the rear hall of Baileyuan, An ancient alchemy furnace was placed in the center, the aroma of herbs permeating the air, and there were many remnants of alchemical materials on the ground. The furnace still contained failed pills, emitting a burnt smell, indicating that Master Zhuang had just experienced a failure in alchemy. Master Zhuang, were you trying to refine the 9 turns spirit pill? Ling Tianyu looked at the furnace, his tone calm, his eyes revealing a penetrating wisdom. Master Zhuang's expression changed in shock, filled with surprise. Incredible. Just from the burnt residues, you can tell I was refining the 9 turns spirit bone pill. Could it be that you're also an alchemist? I know a little. Ling Tianyu replied modestly, a faint smile on his face. Master Zhuang, every month at noon, your right leg's small bone swells, causing unbearable pain. And during the full moon, your right arm goes numb, spreading throughout your body, with bone spurs causing pain and coldness in your hands and feet. Is this true? Ling Tianyu stared at Master Zhuang, his gaze deep. Master Zhuang was greatly shocked, his face filled with disbelief, and his heart was in turmoil. He stood there, his eyes full of shock and confusion, as if looking at a monster. What? Young man, how did you know? Please, save me. For half a year, the torment of this bone pain has made my life worse than death. Master Zhuang spoke, bowing deeply to Ling Tianyu, his attitude sincere and urgent, his eyes filled with pleading. At this moment, all the previous masterly authority was gone, leaving only the pain and helplessness of being tormented by illness. Chapter 16 Master. Let me help you refine the spirit-gathering, soul-nourishing pill. Master Zhuang, you are too polite. However, in my opinion, your condition is worsening. Previously, it flared up every month, but now it seems it will flare up every few days, right? Ling Tianyu's gaze was sharp, his expression concerned and determined as he spoke. His words were undeniable. To be honest, if this continues, you may not live much longer. He shook his head slightly, his tone filled with regret and seriousness. While speaking, Ling Tianyu gently brought the herb residues to his nose, taking a slight sniff. The herbs used by the master are ice spirit leaves, 3-flower grass, and earth fire lotus seeds. The first 2 are yin, and the last one is yang. However, you are also missing a yang herb, the fire heart 7-leaf flower. Moreover, your refining order is completely incorrect, and your fire control technique has deviations, which is the reason for your failure. Ling Tianyu analyzed clearly, each word like a precisely placed chess piece, striking at the core of the problem. Upon hearing this, Master Zhuang felt as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline. In just a few sentences, he was completely convinced by Ling Tianyu. Young man, you must save my life. I will repay your great kindness with all I have. His voice trembled, his eyes filled with a desperate desire to survive. The long-standing confusion and pain finally saw hope at this moment. These 4 spiritual herbs need to blend yin and yang, complementing each other to condense into a pill. The method is not complicated. Just place them all in the alchemy furnace simultaneously, first using a low flame, then switching to medium flame control to refine the yin and yang fire seeds. Only then can the best refining effect be achieved, removing all impurities. Therefore, you need to use the yin-yang fire control technique for refining, while previously you used the true yang fire control technique, making failure inevitable. Ling Tianyu spoke delicately, but in reality, if it weren't for the high grade of this alchemy furnace and the previous incorrect refining method, it would have likely exploded long ago. At that time, Master Zhuang would probably be injured by the flying shards, and the consequences would be unimaginable. An explosion in the alchemy world is undoubtedly a terrifying disaster. A slight mistake could mean losing all previous efforts and even endanger one's life. Controlling fire with the power of yin and yang? Brilliant! How could I not have thought of that? This young master is so young, yet his mastery of alchemy far surpasses mine. With such skill, he is at least at the level of an alchemy master. Master Zhuang suddenly understood, his excitement evident in his expression as he looked at Ling Tianyu with gratitude and admiration. The problem that had troubled him for a long time was solved in a few words from Ling Tianyu, and his profound understanding of alchemy left him deeply shocked. At this moment, he knew that there was finally hope for refining the 9 transformation spirit bone pill. Thank you, young master. I will instruct someone to immediately fetch the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, the polar hand, and the night dew. If you want to refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill, feel free to use this alchemy furnace. Master Zhuang's voice trembled with excitement. Having his problem solved and being able to witness the refining process of the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill was a dream come true for someone obsessed with alchemy like him. He understood the immense value of the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill for martial artists. This pill could greatly enhance spiritual power and strengthen the energy reservoir in the dantian. The dantian is the source of a martial artist's true energy. The stronger the dantian, the greater the potential for improvement in talent and cultivation. As an alchemy master, Master Zhuang had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, yet he was equally eager for the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. You want to see me refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill? Ling Tianyu looked at him calmly. Young master, I am willing to assist you. I can see that your cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the spirit martial realm. The spiritual energy consumption required to refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill is enormous, and you might struggle to sustain it. Master Zhuang's thoughts were seen through at a glance, but he didn't hide it and spoke frankly. It is indeed the case. My current spiritual energy cannot bear such a large consumption, which is why I am eager to refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. How about this? You help me refine it, and I will teach you the refining methods and formulas. Ling Tianyu had been troubled by this matter before, and now that Master Zhuang took the initiative to offer, he naturally welcomed it. Master Zhuang was passionate about alchemy, kind-hearted, and appeared to have good character. Ling Tianyu would feel at ease letting him refine it. Young master, are you serious? You must not go back on your word. Master Zhuang could hardly believe his ears. The surprises this young man brought him today were endless. Not only had he solved the problem of the 9 transformation spirit bone pill, but he also had the chance to learn the refining method for the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. At this moment, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, as if he could see a broader world of alchemy opening up before him. Young master, you saved my life and are also going to teach me how to refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. Master Zhuang paused for a moment, as if he had made a significant decision. Suddenly, with a thud, he knelt on both knees and performed a deep bow. Young master, please accept me as your closed-door disciple. I thank you, master. His voice was firm and sincere, his forehead touching the ground, showing utmost respect. Quickly get up, master. You will overwhelm your junior. You help me refine the nourishing soul pill, and I save your life. We owe each other nothing, so there's no need for this. Ling Tianyu hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. No, if you do not accept me, I will not get up. You teaching me the refining methods for these 2 great spirit pills is enough to make you my mentor. This is not about age. In the face of alchemy, I must humbly learn from others. Master Zhuang's attitude was resolute, and his words were earnest. He knew this was a rare opportunity for him, and if he missed it, he would regret it for life. Ling Tianyu saw the sincerity and reverence in Master Zhuang's eyes, and his expression revealed a hint of helplessness. All right, you can get up. I agree. Master Zhuang did not underestimate him because of his young age. Instead, he felt this was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Thank you, master. May I ask how to address you? Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu? The prodigy from the Ling family in Tianyu City? Upon hearing this name, Master Zhuang couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with shock. This genius, who stepped into the true martial realm at just 16, was well known in Tianyu City. How could seeing him in person not be shocking? It is I. You should have heard some things about me. I was previously schemed against by a villain, but I've already recovered. So I am not any alchemy master. Are you sure you still want to take me as your teacher? Ling Tianyu looked at him seriously, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny, wanting to confirm Master Zhuang's determination. Absolutely certain. From now on, you will be my master. To learn alchemy from such an extraordinary talent as you is a tremendous opportunity for me in this lifetime. Once I help you refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill and transform your dantian, it won't be long before you return to the true martial realm. With your age, your future is limitless. The more Master Zhuang spoke, the more excited he became, even getting up to embrace Ling Tianyu. as if he were embracing his future in alchemy. Master, I've heard about your experiences with the Ling family. They actually treated you as a waste, which is truly detestable. And that Yi family, I heard they previously went to the Ling family to break off the engagement, canceling your betrothal with the eldest daughter of the Ling family. The Yi family is truly blind. Do you want me to stand up for you and teach them a lesson? Master Zhuang was filled with righteous indignation, his face full of injustice, as if those humiliations had been inflicted upon him. I will handle my own matters. There is no time to lose. First, I will teach you how to refine the 9 transformation spirit bone pill, and later you can refine it on your own, and then help me refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. After saying this, Ling Tianyu instructed Master Zhuang to fetch paper. He then swiftly wrote out the 2 pill formulas, each stroke flowing gracefully, as if he were writing the legend of alchemy. Thank you, Master. Master Zhuang was so emotionally stirred that his whole body trembled slightly. He bent down and took the 2 formulas with both hands, eagerly starting to study them. In no time, Master Zhuang looked up at Ling Tianyu, his eyes filled with excitement and deep emotion, as if tears were glistening. He didn't expect Ling Tianyu to have such a profound understanding of these 2 spirit pills. The value of these formulas was self-evident. Every step, every ratio of the medicinal ingredients was like the key to unlocking the treasure vault of alchemy. Master, I will help you refine the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill first. I have plenty of time to refine the 9 transformation spirit bone pill later. Ling Tianyu slightly nodded. All right then. Chapter 17. 9th level of the spirit martial realm. These 2 formulas detailed everything from the refining steps, medicinal ingredient ratios, to controlling the heat, as well as various insights and experiences regarding the spirit pills, written in great detail. Master Zhuang read them repeatedly, as if he had found a treasure. The confusion from his past alchemy training instantly dissipated, and he felt enlightened, with his confidence in refining pills at an unprecedented high. And all previous concerns vanished. Take this 9-tailed dragon nightshade. It is the key spiritual herb for refining the gathering spirit and nourishing soul pill. Don't delay. Start right away. Ling Tianyu knew time was of the essence and allowed no room for delay. All right. Master Zhuang responded and immediately focused entirely on the alchemy furnace. He swiftly gathered true energy with both hands and suddenly activated the alchemy furnace. In an instant, a surge of intense energy surrounded the furnace, and the true yang fire control technique was activated, with blazing flames leaping up instantly. First, he preheated the alchemy furnace with flames, then adjusted it to medium heat. Following the formula and Ling Tianyu's guidance, he systematically placed the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, the polar hand, the night dew, and 16 beast cores into the alchemy furnace in order. During the refining process, Master Zhuang's control over the flames was exceptionally skillful. The true yang flames did not rise from the bottom as usual, but spread evenly, enveloping the entire alchemy furnace. According to the methods taught by Ling Tianyu, he skillfully employed the fire control techniques, flexibly switching between low, medium, and high flames to precisely refine the impurities of the spirit herbs. This process was extremely complicated. Without Ling Tianyu's guidance, even with the formula, Zhuang would find it very difficult to succeed in the alchemy. If the spirit gathering and soul nourishing pill were to enter the market, it would surely be snatched up frantically, as it was a rare treasure for martial artists. It was expected to be ready in 2 hours, and during this time, Ling Tianyu decided to trigger the memories left by the great alchemists in his sea of consciousness. Previously, he could only catch a glimpse, but now that his realm had improved, he finally had the courage to explore more of the secrets of alchemy. In an instant, a brilliant divine light flashed through his sea of consciousness, as if the rays of the sun from the 9th heaven were shooting out. The violent mental power seemed ready to devour him. Ling Tianyu gritted his teeth and endured the soul-wrenching pain, feeling as if his head might explode and his soul was about to melt. It turned out that this alchemical memory inheritance also contained the powerful mental force left by the great beings. As the alchemical memories surged forth, more intense divine light poured into his sea of consciousness. Soon after, the mysterious ancient text, glowing with radiance, reappeared clearly. The 3-yuan alchemy, condensing the miraculous fires of the heavens, refining the myriad things of the universe. The alchemy reaches the profound. The secret methods of alchemy and the memories within the text unfolded completely, releasing the boundless mysteries of alchemy. The originally obscure text transformed into easily understandable golden red characters, deeply imprinting themselves in his mind. This alchemical memory encompassed the 3-yuan alchemy, various formulas, the mutual ratios of spirit herbs, exquisite fire control methods. And all the secrets of alchemy were clearly etched in his sea of consciousness. This time, he finally fully unlocked this precious alchemical inheritance. After just 1 hour, Ling Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and saw Master Zhuang drenched in sweat, his true energy heavily depleted during the refining process. He knew very well that if it were him refining, he wouldn't have been able to last this long with his current mental power. Quickly put in the 9-tailed nightshade flower, Ling Tianyu hurriedly reminded. Upon hearing this, Master Zhuang nodded immediately, swiftly lifting the lid of the cauldron and precisely shooting the 9-tailed nightshade flower into the furnace. Roar! A dragon-like sound echoed from within the furnace. Under the fierce flames, the 9-tailed nightshade flower instantly transformed into countless tiny true energy dragons. The refining continued to extract all its essence, which finally perfectly fused with spirit herbs like the purple rhythm dragon king ginseng. Another hour passed, reaching the final step of condensing the pill. Ling Tianyu was filled with anticipation, took a deep breath, and focused intently on the pill furnace. Condensed the pill. Master Zhuang was completely focused, not daring to be careless for a moment, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Boom! The cauldron emitted a thunderous roar. Those tiny true energy dragons condensed their light, merging together to gather the power of the beast core and the spirit herbs. Master Zhuang quickly formed seals with both hands, injecting his true essence into the cauldron. Under the influence of the 9-tailed nightshade flower and other spirit herbs, he successfully condensed a spirit pill. Open! Master Zhuang shouted, slamming the lid of the cauldron. The golden spirit gathering and soul-nourishing pill flew up, and he quickly and steadily caught it. Master, the spirit gathering and soul-nourishing pill is ready. Master Zhuang's hands trembled with excitement. His eyes filled with joy as he carefully handed the spirit pill to Ling Tianyu. As soon as Ling Tianyu received it, he smelled its unique fragrance, and with a few breaths, his spirit was uplifted and his mind was invigorated. Upon closer inspection, the spirit pill sparkled with dragon patterns, exuding a mysterious dragon aura. The value of this spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing pill was enough to drive all the martial artists in Tianyan City crazy. Ling Tianyu inhaled the faint fragrance emitted by the spirit pill, feeling equally excited. This pill was the foundation of his cultivation, the key to condensing the 9 great dragon palaces, and an important step in comprehending the Longyuan reverse world technique. Master, quickly refine it. I'll go outside to guard for you. Master Zhuang was eager to see Ling Tianyu grow stronger, fully aware that forming a bond with this monstrous genius was a great opportunity for him. After saying this, he opened the door and went outside. Not bad. This spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing pill, although the refining process was complex, fortunately, Zhuang helped. But the grade is still not enough, Ling Tianyu thought, immediately using his mind to communicate with the 9-dragon spirit refining tower. Buzz! The spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing pill was instantly swallowed into the tower. The spirit refining tower emitted a slight rumble, bursting forth with dazzling light. In less than 10 breaths, a fuller, rounder, and more radiant spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing pill floated out. Superb, soul-nourishing pill, Ling Tianyu exclaimed, realizing that the 9-dragon spirit refining tower was indeed a heaven-defying artifact. He swallowed the pill in one go, and in an instant, a vast energy surged like 9 true dragons, rushing towards the 9 great spirit veins. This power enhanced his soul and filled his dantian with energy. Boom! The dantian underwent a tremendous upheaval, constructing a massive space of heaven and earth. With thunder rumbling and divine dragons roaring, mist swirling, as if 9 divine dragons flickered and swam. They occupied the vast, boundless 9 positions within the Dantian. The entire space trembled violently. Ling Tianyu felt his blood boiling, his body scorching hot, as if his Dantian had entered a chaotic world. Suddenly, the 9 spaces within the Dantian, each filled with dragon might, resonated with dragon roars. He hurriedly operated the Long Yuan reverse world technique. And with the impact of the pill's energy, the embryonic forms of the 9 great dragon palaces began to emerge, becoming increasingly perfect under the nurturing energy. The enormous true energy surged along the 9 dragon palaces, expanding and crashing against Ling Tianyu's martial apertures. The pure yang divine body erupted with vast pure yang true energy, erupting from within like a volcanic eruption, causing his cultivation to uncontrollably soar. Spirit Martial Realm 3rd Layer. Spirit Martial Realm 4th Layer. Spirit Martial Realm 5th Layer. Ling Tianyu felt the earth-shattering changes within him, filled with shock and joy. Not only have I condensed the 9 great dragon palaces, but also, with the support of my pure yang divine body, such a large amount of pure true energy has emerged within me, allowing my cultivation to continuously break through. Roar. Ling Tianyu couldn't help but let out a roar, which turned into a dragon's roar. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, under the violent impact of the true energy, his cultivation directly surged to the Spirit Martial Realm 9th Layer, gradually stabilizing. Chapter 18. Damling Ao in Ling Tianyu's Dantian. The 9 great dragon palaces were condensed, with only 1 dragon palace filled with true energy. The true energy surged within, resembling a true energy divine dragon roaming freely, emanating a domineering, mysterious, and slightly bloody aura, while the remaining 8 dragon palaces contained only a trace of true energy. This meant that, despite expending such vast energy, only 1 dragon palace was filled with true energy. Ling Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the 9 great dragon palaces he had opened up in his Dantian. Looking at the dragon palace filled with true energy, he truly felt a surging power swirling within him. Spirit Martial Realm 9th Layer cultivation. Has this really broken through? Just filling 1 dragon palace with true energy can make me feel such a surge of power. I can't imagine how strong I would be if all the other dragon palaces were filled. Wait, Ling Tianyu quickly realized the key issue. My Dantian is different from ordinary people's. It does not fill 1 dragon palace sequentially as the realm increases, but requires all dragon palaces to be filled with true energy to continue breaking through to the next realm. Just like earlier, when all true energy filled the 9 dragon palaces, my realm did not increase. But when my realm broke through to the Spirit Martial Realm 9th Layer, only 1 dragon palace was filled with true energy. Understanding this point, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but smile. Now that he possessed the 9 great dragon palaces, it was akin to having a vast and boundless Dantian, allowing him to store true energy far exceeding that of ordinary people. If he filled all 9 dragon palaces with true energy, he would possess 9 times the strength of others, and his combat power would achieve a qualitative leap, not just a level or 2 of improvement. All of this was thanks to the Spirit Refining Tower and the Long Yuan Reverse World Technique. This heaven-defying divine technique was indeed terrifying. Even if Ling Feng broke through to the Spirit Martial Realm 9th Layer, in my eyes, he was nothing more than that. With just 1 punch, I could easily annihilate him. From beginning to end, Ling Tianyu had never regarded Ling Feng as a threat. It was true in the past, and even more so now. The gap between the two had long since widened beyond measure. What was the true martial realm? He felt that his current strength was far more formidable than when he was in the true martial realm. The spirit-gathering and soul-nurturing pill was like a fuse that ignited the cultivation talent hidden within his body. From now on, he could completely rely on his own rapid cultivation. With a creak, Ling Tianyu pushed the door open, and his entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. Master, you refined it so quickly? Zhuang had been guarding outside, not daring to let anyone disturb him. Upon seeing Ling Tianyu come out, a look of surprise mixed with joy instantly appeared on his face. Master has reached the 9th level of the spirit martial realm? Zhuahong was incredulous. One should know that in just one day, Ling Tianyu had directly advanced from the 2nd level of the spirit martial realm to the 9th level. In his lifetime, Ling Tianyu was the fastest cultivator he had ever seen. The spirit-gathering and soul-nurturing pill was indeed extraordinary. Of course, this was also thanks to Ling Tianyu's own talent. If it were someone else, they would never achieve such rapid advancement. My cultivation has improved. Zhuong, I need to return to the Ling family to handle some matters. If you have any questions about alchemy, feel free to come find me at the Ling family. Zhuahong quickly nodded. Ever since Ling Tianyu entered seclusion, he had been dutifully guarding outside, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Ling Tianyu felt a deep gratitude for his dedication. Thank you, Master. By the way, there's one more thing. The city lord, Liu Kanglin, came to find me earlier, asking me to help him refine a Xianyang blood, saying that his youngest daughter is seriously ill. This Xianyang blood can help alleviate her pain, but it cannot cure her completely. Although I can refine it, I can only produce a low grade. If Master could teach me how to refine a high-grade Xianyang blood, that would be perfect. Oh, a high-grade Xianyang blood? According to market prices, even low-grade Xianyang blood was extremely precious, and ordinary alchemists could only refine low-grade ones. Ling Tianyu smiled. That's easy. As long as you add purple fire flower spirit grass during the refining process, you can produce a high-grade Xianyang blood. Upon hearing this, Zhuahong was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. If I can refine a high-grade Xianyang blood, then Liu Kanglin's daughter will be saved. Afterward, I will definitely have Liu Kanglin come personally to thank you. No need to meet him. It's just a small matter. Ling Tianyu smiled. He naturally knew Liu Kanglin, the city lord of Yunzhong City, who was a well-known, true martial realm powerhouse. There were 3 major figures in Yunzhong City, the strongest being city lord Liu Kanglin, followed by the heads of the Yi family and the Ling family. In the past, when Ling Yunhan was still around, as the head of the family, he was strong enough to crush the head of the Yi family. However, after Ling Yunhan went missing, the Ling family's ancestor took charge, and 3 years ago, the ancestor also entered seclusion, leaving the Ling family in the hands of the Grand Elder. It was said that the Ling family ancestor was about to exit seclusion recently, and another true martial realm powerhouse was likely to emerge from the Ling family. Ling Tianyu did not want to get involved with the city lord's mansion, so he felt there was no need to meet Liu Kanglin. Master, then I will follow your wishes. Zhuahong didn't dare to say more. He was now eager to refine the 9-turn spirit bone pill and the Xianyang blood. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I will head back. Ling Tianyu bid farewell to Zhuahong and turned to leave the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce. Calculating the time, he had been out for 8 days. And with only 2 days left until the family martial arts tournament, it was time to hurry back. He was worried about his mother and Yi Qianrou, not knowing if anyone from the Ling family had come to bully them during his absence. Upon returning to the Ling family, he immediately heard the sound of arguing in the courtyard of Ling Yunxian, which instantly caught his attention. Damn it! How dare someone come looking for trouble? Ling Tianyu burst through the door. In the courtyard, Ling Ao stood there with a group of Ling family guards behind him. Yang Ruoyi was angrily reprimanding Ling Ao and the others. It seemed that both of them had suffered quite a bit, especially Yi Qianrou, whose face bore a bright red handprint. I said Ling Yunxian has been closed tightly recently, and no one has been seen coming out. It turns out that Ling Tianyu, that good-for-nothing, is hiding a beauty and doesn't dare to show himself. Ling Ao said mockingly, Dare to steal my heavenly gate, proud snow technique. Let's see if I don't break your legs. Ling Ao, get out. We have been in Ling Yunxian the whole time and have never stepped out. How could Qianrou steal your things? Stop slandering us. Yang Ruoyi retorted angrily. Ling Ao was Ling Feng's younger brother. Today, while passing by Ling Yunxian, he saw Yi Qianrou in the courtyard and wanted to drag her away, which led to the current scene. I didn't steal it. I'm not going with you. I want to wait for Brother Tianyu to come back. Yi Qianrou's small face turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Ling Ao had never seen her before. If he knew her identity and sent her back to the Yi family, she would be finished. Damn it, I saw it with my own eyes. How can you say you didn't steal it? If you didn't steal my heavenly gate-proud snow technique, how did it end up here? As he spoke, Ling Ao waved the martial arts technique in front of everyone. Then, he reached out to grab Yi Qianrou. Chapter 19. If you dare to hit, don't you fear your father's revenge. Ling Tianyu was furious and rushed to Ling Ao's side the moment he pushed the door open. Before Ling Ao could react, Ling Tianyu kicked him hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. How dare you come a Ling Yunxian to bully Qianrou? Are you tired of living? Ling Tianyu's eyes were icy, and his killing intent was evident as he glared at Ling Ao and the others. He never expected that after being away for just a few days, someone from the Ling family would dare to act recklessly in Ling Yunxian. It seemed that the death of Elder Yang Lei had not taught them a lesson. Even if you were Ling Ao, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Tianyu, woo-woo, he said I stole his heavenly gate-proud snow technique. I didn't steal it. Yi Qianrou found her backbone, her eyes immediately misting up with tears, looking pitiful. Now, in this world, the people she was closest to were Ling Tianyu and Yang Ruoyi. Besides them, she had no one else to rely on. Qianrou, don't be afraid. Brother is back. If anyone dares to bully you or my mother again, I will make them regret it. Saying this, Ling Tianyu gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Looking at this little girl, his heart was filled with tenderness, and the killing intent in his eyes made Ling Ao and the others shiver. Ling Ao was truly despicable. Ling Tianyu, this is a misunderstanding. I am your cousin. You can't hurt me. You and my brother have an agreement. The family martial arts tournament is the day after tomorrow. Before Ling Ao had been arrogant, but now, seeing Ling Tianyu, the fear that arose in his heart made him tremble involuntarily. Is that so? Ling Tianyu stepped closer to him and lifted him off the ground. How did my sister's face get swollen? Which hand at my sister just now? Ling Tianyu's voice was like a devil's whisper from hell, deep and terrifying. Young Master Tianyu, please let young Master Ling Ao go. If this matter escalates, the Grand Elder and Second Master will definitely not let you off. The guards Ling Ao brought were all panicking. With a crack, Ling Tianyu crushed Ling Ao's right hand in front of everyone. Then, he grabbed Ling Ao's body and began to slam him against the ground repeatedly. Boom! 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 Ling Ao had no power to resist and felt as if his internal organs were about to burst out. Seeing this, those guards wanted to rush forward to stop him. Get lost! Ling Tianyu's cold gaze flashed with killing intent as he hurled Ling Ao towards them. The guards all reached out to catch him, but the force was too great, and when they made contact with Ling Ao's body, the powerful impact sent them flying as well. Ling Tianyu's figure flashed and instantly rushed to the few guards, delivering a domineering punch that smashed into them. These spirit martial realm guards spat out blood one after another, being forcefully knocked back by the powerful punch. In just 5 breaths of time, they all lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Ling Tianyu, you dare to injure us. My father will never let you go, and my brother will definitely kill you when he finds out. Ling Ao spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing angrily, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, Ling Tianyu was completely different from before, so strong and ruthless that it threw him into complete disarray. Since I've already offended you, I'll see it through to the end. Anyway, I've already offended you. Do you think I'm afraid of your father and brother's revenge for bullying Xiaorou? Boom! Ling Tianyu showed no mercy, swiftly crippling Ling Ao's vital parts, then smashing all his limbs to pieces. It hurt so much. Ling Ao let out a horrifying scream. What? Where? Ling Tianyu, you are outrageous. At this moment, an angry shout came, and Ling Rue stormed into Ling Yun Pavilion with a group of people, exuding a fierce aura. These people truly were relentless. Father, save me. Ling Tianyu has crippled me. Quickly kill this waste. Ling Ao cried out, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his father arrive felt like grasping at a life-saving straw, and his gaze towards Ling Tianyu was once again filled with resentment. Ling Tianyu, you have harmed Ao. Today, no one can save you. We must kill you. Ling Rue gritted his teeth in hatred, his face dark as thunder. He was filled with confusion and even more shock. How'd this kid come back unharmed? Didn't I spend a fortune to have the Wolf Fong mercenary group kill him? Ling Rui knew that the Wolfang mercenary group sent the 7 demon hunters, all of whom were powerful figures at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. How could they possibly fail? Ling Rui couldn't help but feel wary of Ling Tianyu. What secret does this kid have? It's been several days, yet his combat power is still so strong. Shouldn't he have exhausted his spiritual energy and become weaker? Must kill me? Ling Rui, do you have that capability? Ling Tianyu said mockingly. We had an agreement before the martial arts conference. You're not to step foot into Lingyun Pavilion. You broke the rules first, so you can't blame me. I swore that anyone who dares to bully my mother and younger sister, I will never let them go. Not even you? Ling Rui. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! Ling Tianyu kicked and shattered Ling Ao's dantian, causing Ling Ao to roll to Ling Rui's feet. Looking down at Ling Ao, who was pale and barely breathing, Ling Rui's rage was uncontrollable. Ling Tianyu, you seek death. Quickly kill him. Everyone go take him down. Ling Rui shouted furiously, his killing intent soaring. The elite guards of the Ling family behind him, all at the spirit martial realm, were fiercely loyal to him. They brandished their weapons, ready to kill Ling Tianyu on the spot. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. It seems I can't avoid a bloodbath. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly, his expression revealing not the slightest fear, but rather a hint of a cold smile. In his eyes, the elite guards of the Ling family, including Ling Rui, were simply not worth mentioning. Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, Ling Tianyu had already conjured a bloodblade. Who dares to make a move? Suddenly, a domineering and authoritative roar echoed. The newcomer was not the Grand Elder, but Lin Lan. A powerful true energy surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through Lingyun Pavilion, violently pushing everyone back. Even the elite guards retreated. Although Lin Lan was elderly and thin, his terrifying cultivation made everyone revere him. Uncle Lan, why are you stopping me? This child has harmed my fellow clansmen and deserves to die. I must kill him today to eliminate the threat to the Ling family. Ling Rui looked at the elder before him with a face full of respect. As a capable subordinate of the Ling family's ancestor, Lin Lan had followed for many years. It is no exaggeration to say that the Ling family established its current prestigious position thanks to Lin Lan's contributions. He was taken in by the Ling family ancestor as a child and carefully nurtured by him. His cultivation was profound, reportedly reaching the peak of the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Lin Lan's appearance could be said to represent the Ling family ancestor. Even the Grand Elder and others were somewhat fearful and respectful towards him. However, he rarely showed himself, and many younger members of the Ling family had not even seen him. Ling Rui, the Ling family is about to hold the martial arts conference, and the ancestor will come out of seclusion the day after tomorrow. This is a great day for the Ling family. Do you want the ancestor to see someone causing trouble and ruining the atmosphere when he comes out? The matter of Ling Tianyu will be decided by the ancestor. Everything can wait until the ancestor comes out. Lin Lan said to Ling Rui. Uncle Lan, then we will withdraw for now. Although Ling Rui was unwilling, he had no choice but to leave. Kid, you get to live a little longer. He knew that Ling Feng would also come out of seclusion soon, and with the Grand Elder's help, Ling Feng would surely break through to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. Thinking this, Ling Rui cast a deep glance at Ling Tianyu, had someone carry Ling Ao away, and left after a cold snort. Chapter 20. Improvement of Spiritual and Soul Energy. Grandpa Lan, is my second grandfather going to break through to the 4th level of the true martial realm? Ling Tianyu asked. Lin Lan's expression was indifferent. Ling Tianyu, the clan leader does not wish for the younger generation to harm each other. You better behave yourself. If you truly provoke him, you know the consequences. Although you have now become a waste, as long as you are honest, the ancestor will still protect you and your mother out of respect for your father. After coldly warning him, Lin Lan vanished from Lingyun Pavilion in a few flashes. The ancestor, Ling Moxie, was at the 1st level of the true martial realm when he entered seclusion 3 years ago, and now he is about to come out. Based on Lin Lan's cultivation level, he could only reach the 4th level of the true martial realm at most. Ling Tianyu had initially wanted to test the waters, but Lin Lan was tight-lipped and perhaps looked down on discussing such matters with Ling Tianyu. Xiaoyu, the ancestor is about to come out. He was very good to you in the past. Once he comes out, no one will dare to bully us. Yang Ruoyi said with great expectation. Mother, what kind of person is the ancestor? I know all too well. Back then, my father went to the ancient ruins to seek treasures for him, and then he disappeared. Have you forgotten how Ling Moxie's attitude towards us changed afterwards? If I hadn't awakened my pure, young divine body and revealed my astonishing talent, we might have been living on the streets by now. Ling Tianyu's tone carried a hint of bitterness and helplessness. After hearing Ling Tianyu's words, Yang Ruoyi fell into silence. The truth was, as he said, the ancestor's attitude back then was indeed cold. If it weren't for Ling Tianyu's later display of incredible talent, their situation would have been truly unthinkable. During the years Ling Yunhan was missing, Ling Moxie's attitude towards them was icy, and he even considered driving them out of the Ling family. Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do? Yang Rui asked anxiously. Ling Tianyu looked at his mother and smiled slightly. Although Ling Moxie is heartless, after I reveal my talent, he did show some care for us. At least Ling Yun Pavilion hasn't been taken back. When he comes out of seclusion the day after tomorrow, I naturally have to give him a big gift. As for Ling Moxie's reaction upon discovering that he has fallen to being a waste, that is self-evident. However, is the fourth level of the true martial realm really that powerful? A gleam of confidence and defiance flickered in Ling Tianyu's eyes. He then turned to Yi Qinro and said gently, Xiao Rou, Ling Rui, and the others have seen you and might have recognized you. The Yi family will likely send someone to find you soon. But don't worry, Brother 1T let them hurt you at all. I promise. If the Yi family dares to come, Ling Tianyu will make sure they come and go without a trace. Brother Tianyu, as long as you are here, Xiao Rou is not afraid of anything. The little girl was moved to tears, filled with warmth and dependence in her heart. Let's go back to the room first. Ling Tianyu led his mother and Xiao Rou back to his own room. Then, he took out the Qinquan bag belonging to the leader of the Demon Hunter's 7 heroes and began to inspect it. These guys must have scavenged quite a few good things on ordinary days. Ling Tianyu thought as he started to check the contents of the Qinquan bag. Inside, there were quite a few spirit stones and many healing herbs. Among them, a crystal-clear, colorful glass lamp caught his attention. The colorful glass lamp emitted a rainbow of light, with various dragon and phoenix patterns carved on it, giving a sense of tranquility and harmony. Could this colorful glass lamp be the legendary treasure? Ling Tianyu suddenly became excited. When he touched the glass lamp, it seemed as if a rainbow of light was swirling dazzlingly within, brilliant and somewhat blinding. This glass lamp resembled a certain treasure recorded in an ancient book. If it really was that treasure, its value would far exceed all the wealth of the Ling family. Buzz! At that moment, the spirit refining tower suddenly trembled, as if it couldn't wait to devour this colorful glass lamp, which made Ling Tianyu even more certain of his guess. He was filled with anticipation, gathered his true energy in his palm, and explosively shattered the colorful glass lamp. Some treasures often hide beneath a gorgeous exterior, and only by breaking through their surface can one discover their secrets. Boom! With a loud bang, a drop of liquid glowing with colorful light flowed out from the glass lamp. This left Ling Tianyu in disbelief. Could this really be the 7-colored spirit rain? Ling Tianyu exclaimed. It was said that the 7-colored spirit rain only appeared where gods fell, extremely rare, and formed from the tears of deities. Although this was merely a legend, there were indeed records of the 7-colored spirit rain in ancient books. Without a doubt, this drop before him was the 7-colored spirit rain. Its value immeasurable, an excellent material for refining supreme divine pills. Just a single drop of 7-colored spirit rain was enough to transform one's spirit, especially enhancing mental power by hundreds of times, even allowing someone to become an extraordinary talent. Previously, Ling Tianyu had seen some increase in his mental power through refining the gathering spirit, nourishing soul pill as his realm advanced. But compared to this drop of 7-colored spirit rain, it was simply worlds apart. To obtain a drop of 7-colored spirit rain so easily was astonishing. Without time to think further, Ling Tianyu quickly swallowed it. In an instant, the 7-colored spirit rain burst forth from within him, radiating colorful light, flowing like a warm current throughout his body. Ling Tianyu felt as if his dantian had been completely renewed, the gathered true energy boiling up, continuously filling his dantian. Then, the seven-colored spirit rain completely enveloped his soul, beginning to refine it, making his mental power continuously strengthen. Roar! Roar! It felt as if two divine dragons were roaring within him, the dragon shadows formed by true energy darting back and forth within his dantian. Originally 9 dragon palaces. Suddenly 2 more were filled, his momentum continuously rising, and he seemed to truly transform into a divine dragon, imposing and majestic. The true enhancement brought by the 7-colored spirit rain was to his mental power. The vast, overwhelming force in his soul thrilled him immensely. Although his realm had not increased, his mental power had become even more formidable. As his mental power continuously strengthened, Ling Tianyu's overall aura had also become much more powerful than before. Just as he felt his mental power growing stronger, brilliant light burst forth again. The vast mental power gradually condensed into a golden little figure within his soul. What? Could this be my martial arts primordial spirit? Not only that, but my mental power has reached the 6th level. Ling Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light shooting out, as if they could shake the heavens and the earth. His heart was filled with excitement and shock. Previously, his mental power was only at the 1st level, but unexpectedly, this drop of 7-colored spirit rain had directly elevated his mental power to the 6th level and condensed his martial arts primordial spirit. 6th level mental power was equivalent to the strength of a true Emperor Realm expert, comparable to the level of a Pill Dao master. With such profound and vast mental power, it meant that Ling Tianyu could now refine, gathering spirit-nourishing soul pills by himself. Chapter 21. The Ling family ancestor emerges from seclusion. The 7-colored spirit rain truly is a supreme treasure. It's just a pity that it cannot be refined into a spirit pill. Otherwise, it could have raised my mental power by another level or 2. Although Ling Tianyu felt a bit regretful, he was more excited. Now that his mental power had reached the 6th level, it meant that before breaking through to the true Emperor Realm, he no longer had to worry about cultivation issues. The ancestor would emerge from seclusion the day after tomorrow, which was also the day of the family martial arts conference. Ling Tianyu thought of Ling Moxie, feeling a mix of emotions. This ancestor had nearly driven him and his mother out of the Ling family before he awakened his pure yang divine body. But later, when Ling Tianyu revealed his talent, Ling Moxie cared for him greatly and also took good care of Yang Ruai. Ling Moxie was the 2nd uncle of Ling Tianyu's father, Ling Yunhan. 10 years ago, Ling Yunhan had already reached the true martial realm and was the strongest in the Ling family at that time. Unfortunately, he went missing after venturing to the ancient ruins to find the longevity treasure, the Jade Essence, to help Ling Moxie with no news of his life or death. The Ling family had sent people to search multiple times, but found nothing. Now, the entire Ling family thought that Ling Tianyu was still the waste with a ruined dantian and a shattered foundation of the Tao. What would Ling Moxie think if he knew about his current situation? Without thinking, Ling Tianyu could roughly guess. Well, I'll hide my cultivation level the day after tomorrow. And when the time comes, I will face Ling Feng, kill him, seize the Millennium Fire Dragon Fruit, and then leave this place with my mother and Xiaoro. Ling Tianyu had made up his mind. Regardless of Ling Moxie's attitude, he would leave this place and have no further connection with the Ling family. Ling Moxie had indeed cared for him over the years, and combined with the kindness of raising him, he couldn't be ungrateful. As long as you don't trouble me, I want to deal with you, Ling Tianyu thought to himself. Then, he took out a jade bottle from the Chinquan bag, which contained some liquid. This bottle of essence now had the effect of prolonging life, and I will give it to you as a gift to express my gratitude. This bottle of essence was obtained from the Chinquan bag of the demon hunter 7 Heroes. It was originally just some ordinary healing liquid, but after being enhanced by the spirit refining tower, it could fully achieve the effects of the jade essence. The jade essence not only makes one immune to all poisons, but, most importantly, it can prolong life. For the ancestor of the Ling family, it could extend his life by at least 30 years. How precious that is. The ancestor of the Ling family would emerge from seclusion, and many other forces would come to congratulate him. A true martial realm expert had emerged from Tianyu City, indeed worth celebrating. Second uncle, I'm sure you will like this. This is the best reward I can give you. Ling Tianyu thought. 2 days later, the Ling family held a grand banquet, sincerely inviting various forces from Tianyu City to attend. Today was not only the day the ancestor of the Ling family emerged from seclusion, but also the day of the family's annual martial arts conference, to test the strength of the younger generation of the Ling family. In the center of the Ling family, the enormous training ground was arranged with seats in order. At this time, close to noon, guests were arriving in succession, making for a very lively scene. The three major families of Tianyu City. The City Lord's Mansion with Liu Kanglin, Masters Wahong of the Bailiu Chamber of Commerce, and Yu Muju of the Yi family were all on the invitation list. Heads of the upper-middle families, as well as martial arts schools and chambers of commerce, also sent people to congratulate them. The Sidu family congratulated the ancestor of the Ling family on his emergence from seclusion, presenting a 1,000-year-old spiritual mushroom and 2 high-grade yellow-level weapons, the demon-slaying blade and the annihilation demon sword. The Hongwu escort congratulated the ancestor on his emergence from seclusion, presenting a starry blue jewel worth 500,000. The Bai family martial arts school congratulated the ancestor on his emergence from seclusion, presenting 2 beginner-level, Xian-level combat techniques, the overbearing body technique and the fierce wind fist. The congratulatory gifts from various factions were loudly read out by the newly appointed butler of the Ling family, after which the guards led all the guests to the Ling family residence. The banquet began at noon, and everyone gathered joyfully, while in the afternoon, they moved to the martial arts arena to watch the competition among the younger generation of the Ling family. Ling Mo Xie, dressed in a blood-red robe, exuded an imposing presence, with a smile on his face as he greeted the guests with cupped fists. Standing beside him were Ling Hong Tian, Ling Feng Lai, Ling Rui, Ling Feng, and other high-ranking strong figures, including the family elder. Ling Hong Tian is Ling Mo Xie's eldest son, Ling Rui is his second son, and Ling Feng Lai is Ling Hong Tian's son, making him Ling Mo Xie's eldest grandson. Ling Tianyu's father, Ling Yunhan, is the eldest in the Ling family, and his grandfather is Ling Mo Xie's elder brother. Thus Ling Tianyu calls Ling Mo Xie's second uncle. Ling Feng Lai, who is 17 years old and 1 year younger than Ling Feng, does not possess the same talent as Ling Feng, but among his peers, apart from Ling Feng and Ling Tianyu, he is the third person to reach the spirit martial realm. Ling Feng Lai has always looked down on his cousin Ling Feng, knowing that he is destined to go to Tianxian sect and reach a higher level of martial arts. Not long ago, the Yi family encountered a mishap, with Yi Qianning losing her life, and Yi Xiao Yao from Tianxian sect had come to the Ling family to find him. Today, Ling Feng is confident he will defeat all the younger generation of the Ling family and win the championship, becoming the young master of the Ling family. As for Ling Tianyu, no one pays him any mind. Instead, everyone is somewhat curious whether that waste will dare show up today to fulfill the 10-day agreement. Ling Mo Xie laughed heartily, having finally broken through to the 4th level of the true martial realm after 3 years of seclusion. With Ling Feng's exceptional talent, the Ling family is bound to flourish, which brings him great comfort as the family elder. Brother Feng, I heard that Ling Tianyu, that waste, injured our cousin Ling Ao 2 days ago. This waste is simply courting death. If he dares to come today, I will surely humiliate him severely. Ling Feng Lai said with a sinister glint in his eyes. He's just a waste. Today is a grand occasion for my grandfather's emergence from seclusion. I don't want to kill him. After I defeat him in the competition, I can lock him in the fire refining dungeon and have plenty of opportunities to torment him later, Ling Feng coldly replied. Ling Mo Xie felt delighted, looking at the many guests with pride. Seeing the Ling family producing outstanding talents filled him with satisfaction. Since Ling Yunhan went missing, the Ling family has not only avoided decline, but has instead thrived, with everything moving in a positive direction. Especially since Ling Feng has been valued by Tianxian sect. He seems to see hope for the Ling family to control the entire Tianyu city in the future. The Ling family has completely welcomed the dawn, and as the elder, he feels immensely honored. Just then, patriarch, young Master Tianyu, and the first madam have arrived, reported the Ling family's butler, Lu. Ling Mo, Xie's brow furrowed, and his smile instantly froze. Mentioning Ling Tianyu, once the most promising junior of the Ling family and the grandson of his elder brother, now reduced to waste due to a shattered foundation, stirred a feeling of disgust within him. A waste like this brings shame to the Ling family, and his attitude visibly turned cold. After today, this waste no longer deserves to stay in the Ling family. If he dares to participate in the competition and accidentally dies at Ling Feng's hands, that would be even better. The elder of the Ling family maintained a frosty demeanor. Lu, do we still need to report to grandfather about that waste coming? Just a waste, and he still has the face to come. He pointed to a corner and instructed the butler, arrange for that waste to sit there. He doesn't deserve to sit with us. Ling Feng pointed and spoke loudly to butler Lu. Ling Mo, Xie remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Ling Feng's arrangement, and butler Lu quickly nodded. Wait, you still go greet those guests. I will personally arrange for that waste, Ling Feng said with a cunning smile as he stood up and walked outside. Chapter 22. The arrival of important figures at this moment. Ling Tianyu, Yang Ruo-yi, and Yi Qianro had just arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Ling Feng glanced at Yi Qianro, feeling somewhat puzzled. Then he looked at Ling Tianyu and coldly said, Your seats are over there. Follow me. His eyes were full of disdain. Yang Ruo-yi glanced in Ling Mo Xie's direction, seeing him chatting and laughing with the guests, completely unaware of them, which made her feel a mix of emotions. Shall I? You go ahead. We'll go by ourselves. Aunt Yang, I'm not familiar with you. Is it appropriate for you to call me Shao Lai? Ling Feng snorted coldly, pointing that spot was specially reserved for you. The air there is sweet. Today, there are too many guests at the Ling family, and there really isn't any extra space. That spot was not far from the restroom, surrounded by many Ling family servants, and the food on the table was nothing but ordinary dishes. Ling Feng, don't bully us too much. My mother and I are here to congratulate second uncle. How dare you insult us? Ling Tianyu clenched his fists. There's no talk of insult. It's just that you've now become waste. If you appear before those guests of the Ling family, it will not only disgrace you, but our entire Ling family as well. Don't you have any self-awareness? Just sit there quietly and don't make things difficult for yourself. Ling Feng said with a look of contempt, casting a cold glance before turning to leave. Ling Tianyu's anger surged. Xiao Yu, don't be impulsive. Your mother understands your feelings, Yang Ruo-yi sighed. Indeed, the elder of the Ling family changed his attitude immediately upon learning about his son's situation. Ling Tianyu's killing intent ignited, but for his mother's sake, he endured everything. It didn't matter where he sat, as long as he could be with his mother. Just then, butler Lu's loud voice rang out. In Tianyun City, City Lord Lu Lan congratulates the patriarch of the Ling family with a gift of 2 mid-level Xian rank combat techniques, the Golden Silk Soaring Snake Spirit Book and a Heavenly Origin Red Cloud Illusion Technique. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo Xie felt greatly surprised. He did not expect City Lord Lu to send such precious Xian rank techniques and come personally. This truly gave the Ling family face. Everyone in Tianyun City knows that the strongest figure, City Lord Lu Lan, is a powerful being at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, just 1 step away from the Huang martial realm. His appearance truly made the entire Ling family shine. Ling Mo Xie had initially thought that the City Lord's mansion would send someone over, but he did not expect the City Lord himself to come. Haha, City Lord Lu, welcome. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please come in. Ling Montak si smidet boldly. With the City Lord personally coming, it seems the Ling family is truly on the rise. In the future, their status in Tianyun City may even surpass that of the Yi family. As members of the Ling family, everyone felt an indescribable sense of pride at this moment. Ling Feng, Ling Feng, Ling Rue, Ling Hongfei, and others all follow behind the elder to greet him. Standing next to Lu Lan was a girl in a lace dress, with a layer of white gauze gently covering her face. Elder Ling, you are too polite. During my 3 years of seclusion, Tianyun City has produced another true martial realm 4th level powerhouse, Lu Lan said, handing over the two mid-level Xian rank techniques. Xian rank techniques are immensely valuable to all martial artists in Tianyu City. In fact, if Ling Mo Xie can comprehend these two techniques, his realm could see a significant improvement. Patriarch Ling has great face. Even the city lord personally came to congratulate you, the guests exclaimed enviously. This completely surpassed Ling Mo Xie's expectations. City Lord Lu Tsonglan, being a peak powerhouse at the 9th level of the true martial realm, rarely attends such banquets. And yet he is so courteous to the elder of the Ling family, which indicates the importance the city lord's mansion places on the Ling family. City Lord Lu, you are too polite to this old man, Ling Mo Xie said, not daring to be negligent. City Lord Lu Tsonglan wore a smile. Patriarch Ling, I came today mainly to meet young Master Tianyu. At this moment, he openly stated, smiling as he named Ling Tianyu. City Lord Lu, that waste Ling Tian, you will only tarnish your eyes. This is my cousin Ling Feng. He is the strongest genius among all the peers of the Ling family. Ling Feng Lai said, walking behind, and began recommending Ling Feng. Lu Tsonglan snorted coldly. The juniors of the Ling family are so rude? I was talking to your grandfather, and you interrupted, so go aside. I said I want to see young Master Ling Tianyu. After saying that, I shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng Lai. What is going on? Why does City Lord Lu insist on seeing Ling Tianyu? Everyone was confused. Ling Feng Lai was reprimanded, and his face instantly turned red, filled with doubt. Ling Feng's expression was even worse. He couldn't provoke any thoughts in Lu Kanglin's mind, and his eyes revealed a hint of strangeness. If the city lord wants to see someone, it's no problem. Ling Tianyu is right there. You can see him anytime. Ling Moxie also felt puzzled but still pointed towards Ling Tianyu. Lu Kanglin frowned upon seeing Ling Tianyu's position. Is this how the former genius of the Ling family is treated? How'd he end up sitting at the back? That position is clearly for the servants of the Ling family. At this moment, a girl in a lace skirt tugged at Lu Kanglin. Father, let us go sit at the same table as young Master Tianyu. Lu Kanglin nodded. All right, let us go. As the city lord, he could see at a glance Ling Tianyu's current status and situation in the Ling family. He must have been neglected because he had become useless. He couldn't help but feel emotional. City Lord Lu, you are the lord of a city, and today you are a distinguished guest of the Ling family. How can you sit there? You should take the seat of honor. Ling Moxie was somewhat at a loss, further confused by the city lord's actions. No need. I said to sit there, so we will. Lu Kanglin replied coldly, then took the girl and walked towards Ling Tianyu. Other guests stood up to pay their respects, showing their respect for the city lord. Ling Moxie, even if he wanted to advise, had no words to say at this moment. Just as everyone was watching Lu Kanglin, the voice of manager Lu sounded again. The Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce, Master Zhuang has arrived. With gifts, 10 of each of the 3 Great Spirit Pills, Jinwu Pill, Xianyuan Pill, and Huayu Pill. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. What? Master Zhuang is here too? Everyone in the Ling family was also shocked. Master Zhuang of the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce holds such a noble status, and he actually came in person to congratulate the Ling family's ancestor. After 3 years of seclusion, the Ling family's ancestor has such a great reputation. It's impressive enough to attract both the city lord and Master Zhuang to attend. For a moment, everyone envied the Ling family. It must be said that the Ling family has significant influence, being able to invite these 2 major figures from Tianyu City. It should be noted that Master Zhuang is someone whom even the city lord must give respect to, and his status is even more noble. Many guests left their seats and walked towards the hall entrance. They wanted to catch a glimpse of Master Zhuang's demeanor. Such a big figure is usually hard to see. The crowd began to stir. At this time, the guards of the Ling family were too busy to maintain order, all tiptoeing to look outside the hall. Chapter 23. Shocked Ling family. Everyone in the Ling family was in disbelief, their hearts racing, unable to speak. Their bodies trembled slightly. Master Zhuang is a figure he has long admired. He had visited many times before, but could hardly get a meeting. Today, Master Zhuang actually came to congratulate them. Ling Moxie thought to himself, could it be that the Ling family has burned some high incense? Father, Master Zhuang has arrived. Why are you still in a daze? I'll go with you to welcome him. Ling Tian quickly reminded the dazed Ling Moxie. Hurry, Tian. Rue, you two come with me. Ling Moxie didn't dare to delay. His old face trembled with excitement. Ling Feng and Ling Feng Lai hurriedly followed behind, and the group quickly made their way to the Ling family residence. They saw Master Zhuang in green attire, exuding a dignified aura, stepping steadily into the Ling family with the company of Ling Moxie and others. Behind his green clothes was embroidered a large character for Dan, which is what he usually wore when refining pills. Although Master Zhuang appeared middle-aged, he had white hair, giving him an otherworldly vibe. Especially his sharp eyes made it hard for people to meet his gaze. He exuded an air of arrogance, and wherever he went, guests were filled with awe. Master Zhuang, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I didn't expect you to come in person. Ling Moxie said humbly, completely shedding the airs of the Ling family's ancestor. Brother Ling, there's no need for such formality. I was invited to come. It's only right. How can I not give you face? Master Zhuang said as he walked. I heard that the Ling family recently has a young prodigy displaying extraordinary talent. It seems the Ling family is full of talents. Ling Moxie's face turned red from such praise, and he kept being humble. He never expected Master Zhuang would praise the Ling family, and his heart was filled with excitement. He didn't expect Master Zhuang to have no heirs at all, which was completely different from the proud image of the rumors. Of course, speaking of the Ling family's younger generation, there's indeed a very outstanding genius. This is what makes him most proud and gratified. Thinking of this, a proud smile unconsciously appeared on Ling Moxie's face. He knew Master Zhuang was definitely referring to Ling Feng. After all, among the younger generation of the Ling family, Ling Feng was the most outstanding, having broken through to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm at just 18. Master Zhuang, thank you for your praise. My most favored grandson, Ling Feng, wouldn't dare to claim to be a prodigy in front of you. Ling Moxie instinctively waved his hand, signaling Ling Feng to step forward. Feng, why aren't you coming to greet Master Zhuang? Ling Feng was extremely excited. He knew Master Zhuang's esteemed status, and if he could earn his recognition, his future would undoubtedly be bright. Master Zhuang not only holds a high position in Tianyu City, but is also a respected figure in the imperial capital of the Defiant Empire. Ling Feng's mind raced, and he immediately stepped forward, kneeling down with a thud. Junior Ling Feng, greetings to Master Zhuang. Master Zhuang casually glanced at him and said indifferently, not bad. He didn't even bother to let Ling Feng get up and turn to look at Ling Moxie. Brother Ling, I came today to meet young Master Ling Tianyu. May I ask where he is? What is this Ling Tianyu? Ling Moxie thought he had misheard. Upon hearing this name, Ling Feng couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Why is it Ling Tianyu again? Ling Tian, Ling Rue, and the elder all frowned. Something is off. What is going on here? Everyone felt as if shrouded in a layer of mist, with a vague sense of foreboding. Master Zhuang seemed to not know Ling Tianyu at all. Why did he specifically want to meet him? Master Zhuang, Ling Tianyu has lost all his cultivation and has become a waste. How can he have the qualifications to meet you? Look at my grandson Ling Feng. His talent is exceptional. Ling Moxie wanted to continue introducing Ling Feng, but he was interrupted by Master Zhuang. Brother Ling, I want to meet young Master Ling Tianyu, not the other way around. Did you not hear my words clearly? Master Zhuang's tone clearly carried a hint of displeasure. At this moment, Ling Rue hurriedly said, Master Zhuang, that waste Ling Tianyu is not qualified to meet you. He has no such qualification. Ling Feng is the true prodigy of our Ling family. Soon, he will go to the imperial capital and become a disciple of the Tianxian sect. Yes, Ling Feng is the pride of our Ling family. Ling Tian stood by agreeing. Brother Ling, Zhuang, am not a member of the Ling family, so I shouldn't teach them a lesson, but I came today to give you face. The younger generation of the Ling family has interrupted our conversation repeatedly. Such rudeness. If it were my people, each would receive 100 slaps. What do you think? Master Zhuang's gaze sharpened, staring angrily at Ling Moxie. At the same time, a powerful pressure emanated from him, directly enveloping Ling Rue and Ling Tian. The two broke out in cold sweat. Master Zhuang, please calm your anger. You are right. Ling Moxie dared not offend Master Zhuang, fearing to upset him, and immediately signaled with his eyes. Ling Rui and Ling Hongtian had extremely grim expressions, but under the immense pressure that felt like a mountain pressing down on them, they could only slap their own faces hard in front of everyone. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the Ling family mansion, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Master Zhuang suddenly get angry? This was simply a public slap to the face of the Ling family. The Ling family was being incredibly insensitive. They didn't see that Master Zhuang was already displeased, yet they insisted on recommending that Ling Feng. However, Master Zhuang was indeed quite imposing. After all, today was also the joyous day of Ling Mo Xie's return from seclusion. Ling Rui and Ling Hongtian slapped themselves over a dozen times before Master Zhuang finally allowed them to stop. Ling brothers, if it were my people, I'd give them 100 slaps, but I didn't say that about your Ling family. However, these two are quite straightforward. Haha, that's enough. Let them learn their lesson. Yes, Master Zhuang is right. The ancestors of the Ling family didn't dare to breathe, fearing they would offend Master Zhuang again. The pressure from earlier nearly crushed them to the ground. That was at least the strength of someone beyond the true martial realm. In other words, Master Zhuang had stepped into the realm of Huangwu. It was no wonder Ling Mo Xie dared to be angry, but couldn't say anything. In the face of absolute strength, he could only bow and scrape, especially since the other party was a master of alchemy. If they offended Master Zhuang, the Ling family could forget about purchasing spiritual pills from the Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce in the future. Master Zhuang, please calm down. I will immediately call Ling Tianyu over for you. Even though Ling Mo Xie was filled with confusion, not understanding why Master Zhuang insisted on seeing Ling Tianyu, he didn't dare to say anything more at this moment. Master Zhuang waved his hand. No need. I've seen young Master Tianyu. I'll sit at that table. Following that, without waiting for Ling Mo Xie's response, Master Zhuang smiled slightly, waved at Ling Tianyu's table, and walked over. Everyone present stood in place, stunned. Mayor Lu requesting to sit at the same table as Ling Tianyu had already surprised everyone, and now Master Zhuang was doing the same. What unique charm did Ling Tianyu possess to attract these two big shots? He had lost his foundational strength and become a waste. Yet these two important figures in Tianyan City were so concerned about him. Ling Mo Xie was puzzled, as were Ling Hongtian, Ling Rui, Ling Feng, and everyone else present. They were filled with confusion. Initially, they were warmly welcoming, but in the end, they were the ones left out. The members of the Ling family had very ugly expressions. Did this kid Ling Tianyu have some secret? Ling Fenglai was filled with hatred, but more than that, envy and jealousy. Don't mind him, he's just a waste. His foundational strength has collapsed, and even Master Zhuang can't help him recover. I originally thought of sparing him at the martial arts conference, but now it seems I can only kill him. Ling Feng said expressionlessly. In fact, he was already shaken inside, his hands trembling unconsciously. Chapter 24. Ling Fenglie's Mockery Master. I've met young Master Tianyu. I presume this lady is your wife? Master Zhuang approached and sat beside Ling Tianyu. He originally intended to pay his respects, but upon catching a glimpse of Ling Tianyu's eyes, he understood and quickly changed his words. Ling Tianyu didn't want to reveal his identity in front of everyone. Seeing this, he quickly stood up to return the gesture. Master Zhuang, please have a seat. Mayor Lu, sitting beside him, said with a beaming smile, Young Master Tianyu, today my daughter and I came mainly to thank you for saving her life. Master Zhuang has already informed me that thanks to your guidance, he successfully refined the Xian Yang blood coagulation pill, saving my daughter. As he spoke, gratitude was evident in Mayor Lu's eyes. Indeed, young Master Tianyu not only saved my daughter, but Ling Tianyu waved his hand, interrupting Master Zhuang. It's just a small matter. It's nothing worth mentioning. The people at the adjacent table began to whisper among themselves upon hearing this. So that's how it is. No wonder the mayor and Master Zhuang are sitting at the same table with him. It turns out this kid saved Miss Lu Yunxiu. I never expected this kid to be so lucky, actually curing Miss Lu's illness. Lu Yunxiu was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tianyan City But unfortunately, she had been afflicted by a terrible illness. If it weren't for Masters Wahong constantly using spiritual medicine to maintain her, she might have already perished. Now that they heard Lu Yunxu was healed, everyone couldn't help but cast curious glances at Ling Tianyu. What kind of luck did this kid have? And what method did he use to cure Miss Lu? The discussions reached Ling Feng's ears not far away, and his gaze grew colder. Why is this happening? Why is the one who saved Miss Lu Yunxu not me, but this waste? After learning the truth, Ling Xie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To him, since it was Ling Tianyu who saved Lu Yunxu, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. In his heart, the attention these two big shots were giving Ling Tianyu was just a momentary act of gratitude, and they wouldn't continue to focus on him in the future. After all, who would keep caring about a waste? During this time, the Yi family had also sent someone over, but Ling Xie directly ignored them. Steward Lu casually arranged a seat for the elder from the Yi family. Noon soon arrived, and the banquet officially began. As the main character of the day, Ling Xie was radiant with joy, and the guests enthusiastically came forward to toast him. The head of the Bai family looked on with envy. He never expected that the Ling family could be so prestigious, even inviting Mayor Lu and Masters Wahong, making Ling Xie shine brilliantly. However, the fact that these two big figures chose to sit with Ling Tianyu made Ling Xie feel a bit regretful. At the same time, as the ancestor of the Ling family, he looked at Ling Tianyu with increasing disdain. Everyone was toasting and celebrating, creating a lively atmosphere. The younger generation of the Ling family also began to present carefully prepared gifts to Ling Xie. The first to step forward was Ling Feng. Grandfather, your grandson has traveled all over the great wilderness mountain to find you a spiritual herb, the Millennium Ice Spirit Flame Grass. I wish you endless longevity. The Millennium Ice Spirit Flame Grass was a third-tier spiritual herb that could not only be used to refine third-grade spiritual pills, but also had the effect of maintaining youth and spirit, worth at least 100,000 silver. Upon hearing that it was the Millennium Ice Spirit Flame Grass, everyone present exclaimed. It seemed the younger generation of the Ling family truly held deep respect for this ancestor. Ling Xie couldn't stop smiling. This eldest grandson was indeed a pleasant surprise. Liar, you truly live up to being my eldest grandson. My precious grandson has made a great start. This Millennium Ice Spirit Flame Grass is exactly what I wanted. Father, your son has found a third-tier spiritual beast, the spirit-connecting snow dog, in the beast forest for you. This is a treasure-hunting dog. I hope you will like it. Father, this is Master Zhang Baolin's final masterpiece, the Spring River and Mountains painting. I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Ling Hongfei and Ling Rui also presented their gifts in succession, making the scene enviable. Each of the gifts prepared by the younger generation of the Ling family was of considerable value. The spirit-connecting snow dog could seek various spiritual herbs and treasures. Its own value goes without saying. And that painting of the Spring River and Mountains was Master Zhang Baolin's final work. Master Baolin had already passed away, and this painting was one of his most famous works, worth 1,000,000 silver. Grandfather, your grandson has prepared a third-tier Huangji pill for you. At this moment, Ling Feng presented the Huangji pill respectfully. This pill was personally refined by Masters Wahong and had the effect of prolonging life, potentially increasing lifespan by 3 to 5 years. I hope grandfather will like it. The mention of increasing lifespan by 3 to 5 years caused an uproar in the crowd. However, Ling Xie showed a puzzled expression. Previously, he had sought Masters Wahong, but the master had not refined a spiritual pill for him. Now, where did Ling Feng get the Huangji pill from? Standing not far away, Masters Wahong also felt quite surprised. He had indeed refined a Huangji dam before, which was meant for Yi Xiaoyao to take back to his master. How did it end up in Ling Feng's hands? Ling Xie's expression became extremely excited. This was the Huangji Dan, which could also extend lifespan. Since Ling Feng dared to publicly claim it was refined by Masters Wahong, it must be true. Masters Wahong stepped forward, glanced at the pill box, and nodded. This is indeed what I refined. The Huangji Dan is incredibly precious. But now that it has fallen into Ling Feng's hands, it must have been given by Yi Xiaoyao and Masters Wahong could not pursue the matter further. Unparalleled, Feng. This generous gift, Grandpa is very pleased to accept. Ling Xie was already in his old age, and if he could obtain this elixir to extend his lifespan, he would be extremely excited. With this Huangji Dan, he had a bit more hope of breaking through to the peak of the true martial realm's 4th level. If he could break through to the Huangwu realm, he could at least have 300 years of life, just like Master Zhuang, who appeared to be in his middle age, but in reality was older than Ling Xie, the ancestor of the Ling family. The gift prepared by the younger generation of the Ling family was so precious that everyone couldn't help but be curious about what Ling Tianyu, who was regarded as useless, had prepared. Ling Tianyu, what gift did you prepare for Grandpa? You and your mother have been living off the Ling family for years. On Grandpa's joyous day of emergence, you wouldn't have prepared nothing, right? Ling Feng stepped forward with a sarcastic tone. Looking at Ling Tianyu and Yang Ruoyi with a mocking expression, everyone turned their eyes to Ling Tianyu, waiting to see his embarrassment. Yang Ruoyi's face instantly turned red. She slowly took out a wrapped item from her bosom, carefully unfolding it. Inside was a gold hairpin. Second uncle, this is the most valuable thing I have. It was given to me by Yin Han back then. I give it to you, wishing you good health. As Yang Ruoyi spoke, a hint of reluctance appeared in her eyes. This was the only memento left to her by Ling Yunhan. Mother, Ling Tianyu wanted to stop her. Xiaoyu, it's okay, as long as second uncle is happy. Big aunt, I thought it was some precious gift. It's just a gold hairpin, worth at most 2,000 taels of silver. If you really don't have money, just tell me. I can lend it to you. Yes, big sister-in-law, Xiaolai is right. It's just a gold hairpin. And you still can't bear to give it? How did your father pamper Ling Tianyu back then? You are too stingy. Ling Hongfei and Ling Feng teamed up to ridicule her. Chapter 25. Ling Tianyu's proof. Ling Xie coldly glanced at the gold hairpin, his tone indifferent. I will accept this gold hairpin. But inside, he was snorting coldly. You have worn this gold hairpin for so many years, and you still have a nerve to give it to me? Ling Xie certainly knew that this was the most valuable thing Yang Ruoyi could present. But so what? Yang Ruoyi said nothing, just lowered her head and silently returned to her seat. The grievances in her heart could only be understood by Ling Tianyu. Mother, that was the only memento left to you by father. How could you give it to him? Actually, it's fine even if you don't give anything. Ling Tianyu looked at his mother with a pained expression. The cold jeers from Ling Hongtian and the others made Ling Tianyu very unhappy. Ling Tianyu, didn't you prepare a gift for Grandpa? Ling Fenglai looked at him with a sneer on his face. In the past, Ling Tianyu was the young master of the Ling family, the #1 prodigy, but what about now? His position as young master was revoked, and the genius had become useless, barely able to take care of himself. If it weren't for the kindness of the Ling family, he and his mother would have probably been homeless by now. No one knew what shabby thing he would bring to give Grandpa today. Everyone was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. All eyes were closely on Ling Tianyu, who, unfazed, took out a jade bottle from his bosom. Of course, I have prepared a gift, a bottle of Shoyu Chongjing, which I personally refined. After taking it, not only can one be immune to all poisons, but can also extend second Grandpa's lifespan by 30 years. As he spoke, he walked steadily in front of Ling Xie, his expression calm and his gaze steady. What? Extend lifespan by 30 years? Isn't this even more precious than Huangji Dan? The crowd was filled with disbelief, with exclamations echoing. Master Zhuang and Lord Lu Cheng quickly stepped forward, their eyes filled with shock. Especially Master Zhuang, who believed Ling Tianyu's words without a doubt. However, Ling Xie furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with indifference and disgust. What Shoyu Chongjing? Does he think anyone can refine it? Most of the spiritual liquids on the market in Tianyin City could only be used for healing, and even a first-grade elixir couldn't compare. Let alone this thing was refined by Ling Tianyu himself. How dare he say such deceptive words in public? To mislead the ancestor of the Ling family in front of so many people was simply courting death. Ling Tianyu, you useless thing, dare to deceive Grandpa. Are you tired of living? At a glance, this spiritual liquid looked like ordinary healing liquid. Why did he have to say it could extend lifespan by 30 years and be immune to all poisons? Ling Hongfei stepped forward, pointing at Ling Tianyu, loudly reprimanding him. Are you confused? I see your Shoyu Cheongjing is worthless. Even masters Wahong Wu Ti dare to say he could refine a liquid that extends lifespan by 30 years. Ling Rue also chimed in with mockery, his face full of ridicule. Ha ha, this is simply laughable. A useless person claims to have refined Shoyu Cheongjing. Isn't this just a dream? It's simply self-humiliation. The crowd burst into laughter, and the guests followed suit, their laughter echoing throughout the banquet hall. If this spiritual liquid could truly extend lifespan by 30 years, how precious would it be? Perhaps all the gifts combined today wouldn't be worth it. After all, no one had seen a real Shoyu Cheongjing. This kid could just make it up and say whatever he wanted. All right, if you don't believe me, I can't help it. Ling Tianyu shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. Let you go? How dare you fool Grandpa and want to leave? Do you think we are heir? If you can't prove to us today that this is a real Shoyu Cheongjing, I'll break your legs. Ling Feng arrogantly blocked Ling Tianyu's path, not allowing him to leave. Today, he wanted to humiliate Ling Tianyu severely. Who told this useless person to dare to boast about challenging Ling Feng? Just in time. A few days ago, the Ling family's mount accidentally swallowed a poison pill. You said this liquid is immune to all poisons, so it should be able to detoxify. I want you to personally verify whether what you said is true. A cold light flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he shouted, "Bring the black-scaled dragon horse here." Soon, several Ling family guards worked together to bring the emaciated black-scaled dragon horse over. This old horse was thin and on the verge of death, clearly about to breathe its last. It had a bloody hole in its abdomen, with black liquid continuously oozing out. It was evident that its internal organs had been completely eroded by the poison. Ling Tianyu, come over and prove it to everyone, otherwise you'll say we slandered you. Ling Fenglai looked determined, waiting to see Ling Tianyu's embarrassment. A bunch of short-sighted fools, fine. I'll do as you wish. Ling Tianyu sneered coldly and strode up to the black-scaled dragon horse. He opened the medicine bottle in his hand, poured out a bit of the spiritual liquid, and placed it by the horse's mouth, then circulated his true energy, slowly delivering the liquid into the black-scaled dragon horse's mouth. As soon as the black-scaled dragon horse swallowed the liquid, it, which had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly began to struggle violently, gasping for breath. Ha ha! This black-scaled dragon horse is just dying in its death throes. Is this what you call Shoyu Cheongjing? Immune to all poisons and can extend lifespan by 30 years? Seeing this, Ling Fenglai laughed so hard he doubled over, thinking it was no different from the dying flicker of a person about to die. However, very soon, the smile on his face froze as if it had been frozen in time, replaced by shock. The eyes widened in disbelief. The black-scaled dragon horse struggled violently a few times before suddenly spitting out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Then, it surprisingly attempted to get up from the ground. A golden light burst forth from its body, and its previously near-death appearance instantly vanished. It became full of vitality, the sounds of its bones moving clearly audible. Everyone was stunned, unable to close their mouths, as they watched the once emaciated black-scaled dragon horse begin to fill out with flesh and blood, rejuvenating itself. The organs inside, once eroded by toxins, now gleamed with golden light, becoming transparent and visible as the damaged flesh regrew. Even the originally dull black fur now shone with a deep luster. In the next moment, the black-scaled dragon horse actually stood up from the ground, its body noticeably larger and looking much stronger. Even the teeth that had been corroded had regrown. This series of changes was nothing short of a miracle. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The entire scene was silent. Not only had the black-scaled dragon horse come back to life, but it was also more vibrant than before, which was simply unbelievable. A black-scaled dragon horse, deeply poisoned and on the verge of death, had miraculously recovered. There was no doubt that the life-giving essence was truly invulnerable to poison and had the effect of extending life. Everyone's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, shifting from skepticism and ridicule at first to gazes full of heat and reverence towards Ling Tianyu. This was actually real, with the ability to extend life by 30 years. With this life-giving essence, Ling Moxie would have enough time to challenge the Huangwu realm. Once successful, his lifespan would directly extend by 300 years. Such a precious life-giving essence was truly priceless. How could this be? How could this kid have such a precious spiritual liquid? Ling Feng, Ling Tian, Ling Rui, and Ling Feng all widened their eyes, feeling as if they had been slapped hard in the face, the pain stinging. They were filled with regret and resentment. Originally intending to humiliate Ling Tianyu, they had ended up being slapped in the face instead. Ling Moxie trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with greed, wishing he could snatch the life-giving essence immediately. This was a divine object that could extend life by 30 years. He could almost see himself breaking through to the Huangwu realm, becoming a high-ranking powerhouse, breaking through the shackles of life and gaining 300 years of lifespan. Good. Ling Moxie exclaimed 3 times in delight. Tianyu, second uncle, knows you mean well. Quickly give me the life-giving essence. Ling Moxie's excited voice trembled, his gaze intense as he reached out towards Ling Tianyu. Now he wants it. This old man was just indifferent and didn't believe it a moment ago. But now he's anxious. Ling Tianyu sneered inwardly, pretending to hand the life-giving essence to Ling Moxie. Just as the other's hand was about to grasp it, he suddenly pulled his hand back. Chapter 26. Are you satisfied with this punch? What is going on? Ling Moxie's brows furrowed, his eyes fixed on him. Ling Tianyu, you have some nerve to play tricks on your grandfather. Ling Feng erupted in fury, the veins on his face bulging, his roar echoing through the hall, making everyone's eardrums ache. Ling Feng, it was you who said this was trash, not worth mentioning. Since that's the case, it seems the black-scale dragon horse and I are quite fated, so why not let it enjoy it? Ling Tianyu smirked mockingly, his gaze as cold as frost. Like lightning, before everyone could react, he poured the entire bottle of life-giving essence into the mouth of the black-scaled dragon horse. Seeing this, Ling Moxie suddenly raised his head, staring at Ling Tianyu in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. By the time he came to his senses, the black-scaled dragon horse had already swallowed the spiritual liquid. It felt like a knife had stabbed deep into his heart, and he was furious, his hands clenched into fists, joints cracking from the force. Not only had Ling Tianyu publicly humiliated and toyed with him, but he had also openly offended his grandfather. This made Ling Moxie's anger rise even higher. Heavens! Ling Tianyu actually gave the life-giving essence to a beast? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and regret. The entire Ling family did not possess anything as precious as that bottle of life-giving essence, and it was wasted like this, which was truly a shame. Ling Tianyu's actions drove everyone to the brink of madness. Even Master Zhuang couldn't help but feel heartbroken, looking at the people of the Ling family with a cold smile. Brother Ling, young Master Tianyu's ability to refine life-giving essence shows an astonishing talent in alchemy, comparable to that of a master alchemist. Yet you are blind and treat him as a waste. How pitiful. The city lord Lu, standing aside, could not restrain himself and scolded. A bunch of fools, such a precious life-giving essence wasted due to your disbelief. Young Master Tianyu has truly wasted it. You are truly despicable, simply ignorant donkeys. Young Master Tianyu's understanding of alchemy surpasses even Master Zhuang. And it was with his guidance that Master Zhuo refined the advanced Xianyang blood-condensing pill to cure my daughter. You Ling family are so ignorant to treat him this way. It is not only sad and lamentable, but also extremely ridiculous. Ling Tianyu looked helpless. He came today to test Ling Moxie's attitude towards him, and now it seemed to be exactly as he had expected. Mother Xiaorou, let us go back first, so as not to disturb these people's enthusiasm. He waved his hand. You all continue, don't let me ruin the atmosphere. After the banquet, I will head to the life and death arena. Rest assured, I want to run away. After saying this, he pulled Yang Ruoyi and Yi Qinro and turned to leave. The people of the Ling family all stared at him with complicated expressions. Ling Moxie's face was filled with regret. The guests, however, secretly rejoiced, finding the whole spectacle too exciting. Their eyes filled with glee as they looked at Ling Moxie. That life-giving essence, capable of extending life by 30 years, was so precious. Yet it ended up benefiting the black-scaled dragon horse. Oh, woo! The black-scaled dragon horse happily called out twice, its body growing stronger, filled with a sense of power. Boom! Ling Feng suddenly erupted, punching the black-scaled dragon horse and ending its life. He stared at Ling Tianyu with an expression of intense anger, as if he could spit fire. Ling Tianyu, try leaving. His figure dashed to Ling Tianyu's front like a ghost, one hand blocking him. Ling Tianyu, do you think you could just leave? Did you get my permission? You dare to toy with your grandfather and fed all the life-giving essence meant for him to this beast. What are your intentions? Now, I want you to kneel and give your grandfather 100 kowtows to apologize, or I will immediately cripple you. Where are you? How dare you block me? Get out of the way, or you won't even have a chance to regret. Ling Tianyu's face was frosty, his eyes filled with disdain. As if Ling Feng was just an insignificant ant. I will kill you. Ling Feng was completely enraged, his killing intent erupting like a raging tide. Surrounded by a layer of black mist, looking particularly ferocious. You want to kill me? You look down on me. You don't believe me. Since you don't want this life-giving essence, what's wrong with me taking it back? Ling Tianyu showed no fear, a cold smile on his face. You are dead. Ling Feng quickly gathered true energy in his palm, launching a blazing fire fist towards Ling Tianyu with great speed. The fire fist, a mid-level yellow-tier combat skill. The true energy erupted violently, showcasing all his strength from the outset, attempting to severely injure Ling Tianyu with one punch. It could be said that his dignity today had been thoroughly trampled by Ling Tianyu. So, he must teach Ling Tianyu a harsh lesson to relieve the hatred in his heart. Trash! Ling Tianyu snorted coldly and faced the punch without fear. The people of the Ling family stood by. None of them stepped forward to stop it, their faces either indifferent or filled with anticipation. Bang! Before the crowd could react, Ling Feng's body was sent flying to the ground by a powerful impact. In fact, the crowd didn't even have time to see what happened. Ling Feng had already been blasted away. Ling Tianyu gently blew on his fist. Ah! Ling Feng screamed in agony, spitting blood, feeling a series of bone-cracking sounds from his body. He crashed heavily to the ground, his vision darkened, and he fainted. What? Ling Tianyu, your Dantian has recovered? Ling Feng stood nearby, his eyes wide open in disbelief, staring fixedly at Ling Tianyu, as if looking at a monster. He had been waiting to see Ling Tianyu being knocked away by a punch, lying on the ground like a stray dog begging for mercy. But the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Originally gleeful, he could no longer remain calm, his eyes filled with shock. The speed was simply too fast. The surging true energy in Ling Tianyu's fist was like a raging tide, instilling a sense of fear in Ling Feng, causing a stir deep within him. This is true energy, which means Ling Tianyu has truly recovered his cultivation. How is that possible? The people of the Ling family also looked at Ling Tianyu in disbelief. A shattered Dantian cannot be restored. Even Master Zhuang couldn't help him recover. But how did he recover? It is known that to restore the Dantian, one must refine a 6th-grade spiritual pill to have a glimmer of hope, but there couldn't possibly be a 6th-grade spiritual pill in the entire Tianyan city. This punch. Are you all satisfied? Ling Tianyu looked at the people of the Ling family with cold eyes, then turned to Ling Feng. Hatred burned in his eyes like a raging flame. You worthless piece of trash! How dare you hurt my son? Ling Hongtian yelled furiously, ready to make a move. Not enough humiliation? Get back here! Ling Moxie glared at him coldly. Ling Tianyu smiled, looking completely unconcerned. Ling Feng, are you very surprised that I have recovered my cultivation? Just wait for me. I vowed to kill you for making me a waste. Ling Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light. Ling Tianyu, do you think that just because you have recovered your cultivation, you can defeat me? In my eyes, you are still that waste. Enough of the nonsense. Let's meet on the arena. Chapter 27. The calm before the storm. As Ling Feng spoke, his gaze was incredibly sharp, like a sword slicing across his face. Yet inside, he couldn't suppress a slight tremble. All right, see you at the martial arts arena this afternoon, Ling Tianyu said coldly. I won't rest until I kill this person. After saying that, Ling Tianyu looked at Yang Ruoyi and Yi Qinro. Mom, Xiaoro, let's go back first. Wait. Just then, an old man suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Ling Tianyu, you are so bold. I ask you, was it you who set the fire at the Yi family 10 days ago? Did you kill Miss Yi Qianning and young Master Yi Xian? The old man was an elder of the Yi family. He recognized Yi Qianro and couldn't help but step forward. So what if I did? Swish! Ling Tianyu's figure flashed, and with a swift kick, he sent the old man flying. Go back and tell Yi Muju that Yi Qianning and Yi Xian, including the Yi Qingsheng, I killed them all. If the Yi family wants revenge, just come and kill me. Ling Tianyu no longer concealed anything and admitted everything on the spot. From the moment he boldly brought Yi Qianro out, he no longer feared anyone. The Yi family elder was furious as he got up from the ground. All right, just wait. I will make you pay a heavy price for this. The old man unwillingly glanced at Yi Qianro before turning to leave. At the 6th level of the spirit martial realm, he was easily kicked down by Ling Tianyu, without any ability to resist. This scene shocked everyone present again. Just what kind of strength does this kid have? He is so powerful that he can easily crush even an elder of the Yi family's 6th level of the spirit martial realm. Just watch. He is only so arrogant because Master Zhuang and the city lord are present. Once these two big figures leave, who will still be afraid of him? Now it's over. The arsonist of the Yi family is actually him. The head of the Yi family, Yi Muju, will surely retaliate against the Ling family. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng could no longer contain his rage. Damn it, you really killed Qianning. I'm going to kill you. Just as Ling Feng was about to make a move, Ling Moxie stopped him. The old man's face now looked at Ling Tianyu with a murderous intent. Ling Tianyu, I give you 1 hour. When the time is up, come to the life and death arena. Ling Tianyu turned and took his mother and Xiao Rou back to Ling Yun Pavilion. They began to pack their belongings. Mom, once I settle all the grievances, I will take you away from here. He had long been prepared to deal with the anger of the Ling family and the Yi family. Brother Tianyu, are you really confident? Ling Tianyu raised the corner of his mouth, full of confidence. In the Ling family hall, Master Zhuang looked at Ling Moxie with a cold smile. Young Master Tianyu's talent is extraordinary. His dantian can recover not because I refined a spiritual pill for him, but because his alchemy skills have completely surpassed mine. Brother Ling, you are blind and only focus on Ling Feng's talent, but you overlook young Master Tianyu. Abandoning such a monstrous talent will surely make you regret it in the future. While speaking, Master Zhuang took back the Jinwu pill, Xin Yuan pill, and Huayu pill. Since you have made young Master Tianyu unhappy, you are not worthy of having my 3 spiritual pills. After saying that, he turned to leave. Ling family, I originally had high hopes for you, but you are willing to give up a genius like young Master Tianyu for Ling Feng. Since young Master Tianyu is not valued by the family, this city lord has no need to waste time with you. After finishing, he had the 2 high-level Xian-tier martial arts techniques he previously gifted taken back, and then followed in Ling Tianyu's footsteps. The 2 big figures didn't touch a single bite of food and left in anger for Ling Tianyu. The people present looked at each other. The members of the Ling family stood awkwardly. The guests looked at Ling Moxie's wrinkled old face, which was now terrifyingly gloomy, feeling sympathy for him, but more so secretly mocking him. Ling Moxie, failing to gain the support of Master Zhuang and City Lord Liu, has left the Ling family's reputation in tatters in front of everyone today. Many had long heard of the unfair treatment Ling Tianyu suffered after becoming a waste in the Ling family. It turned out that Ling Feng was so ruthless. It was he who harmed young Master Tianyu, causing his foundational path to be shattered. No wonder young Master Tianyu hated him so much. Now that Ling Tianyu has restored his dantian and is recultivating martial arts while displaying impressive strength, it is a slap in the face to the Ling family. The Ling family is cold and heartless. Who could accept being part of such a family? Even Master Zhuang praised Ling Tianyu as a once-in-a-century talent in alchemy. Such a person will undoubtedly have an immeasurable future. Ling Tianyu is a true dragon, but was ruthlessly abandoned by the Ling family, who chose Ling Feng instead. What is this if not stupidity? Why has it come to this? Ling Moxie roared, his anger overwhelming him, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, shaking all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. Dad, are you okay? The Ling family immediately fell into chaos, not knowing what to do. This banquet was still disrupted, and many guests remained, waiting to see the upcoming martial arts competition of the Ling family. Everyone was looking forward to the life and death battle between Ling Feng and Ling Tianyu. Ling Yun Pavilion. Ling Tianyu looked at the place he grew up in, about to leave, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. His mother had packed their belongings, ready to leave once Ling Feng was dealt with. Just then, Master Zhuang and City Lord Lu Kanglin, along with Lu Yunxiu, caught up to Ling Yun Pavilion. Young Master Tianyu, do you really want to go to the life and death arena with Ling Feng? Ling Feng's strength is not to be underestimated, so you need to be careful. Master Zhuang did not reveal his master-disciple relationship with Ling Tianyu in front of his mother. This was also what Ling Tianyu had instructed, so he usually referred to him as young Master Tianyu. A mere Ling Feng is not worth my attention. With the foundation of the Great Tao restored and the 9 dragon palaces opened in his Dantian, possessing the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, he is now strong enough to face even true martial experts without fear. Therefore, he will have no worries during the upcoming battle. Young Master Tianyu, the head of the Yi family, Yi Mujue will definitely come looking for you. Should I intervene? Master Zhuang knew that Yi Mujue had already stepped into the true martial realm, and his strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. No need. Ling Tianyu replied decisively. Master Zhuang's attitude left Yang Ruoyi and Yi Qianro, who were nearby, puzzled. By the way, there's something you must guard against. Master Zhuang reminded. What is it? Ling Tianyu asked. An elder from the Tianxin sect in the Imperial City has taken a liking to Ling Feng's talent and wants to take him as a personal disciple. If you kill Ling Feng, that elder will probably come looking for trouble. Master Zhuang said seriously. Speaking of the Tianxin sect, even Master Zhuang had to be filled with awe. You must know that the Tianxin sect is the controlling force of the Dacian Empire, holding a significant position throughout the entire empire. The number of powerful figures in the sect is countless. Many young talents spend their entire lives aiming to join the Tianxin sect and become disciples, hoping to bring honor to their families. At that time, Ling Tianyu exhibited exceptional talent and received a Tianxin order. This is why Ling Feng and Yi Qianling were so jealous of him and backstabbed him, leading to the collapse of his Dao foundation. An elder from the Tianxin sect? So what? I will definitely kill Ling Feng. Ling Tianyu's gaze was firm, and a boundless killing intent was released from his eyes. He obtained the treasure, the divine refining tower, and possesses the divine skill, the Dragon Abyss reversal technique, having opened 9 dragon palaces in his Dantian. Even if the elder from the Tianxin sect stood before Ling Tianyu, what could he do? Given enough time, it is not impossible for him to achieve the status of an emperor in the future. Moreover, he had heard that the sect master of the Tianxin sect was only at the true emperor realm, let alone the elders of the sect. Ling Feng, no matter what big figures are backing you, it won't change my determination to kill you. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly, with a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 28. Life and Death Battle on the Arena City. Lord Lu Kanglin stood to the side, gazing at Ling Tianyu with increasing admiration. Who would have thought that such a young boy would have such spirit, truly a dragon among men? Young Master Tianyu, given your current situation, it will be difficult to find safety in the Ling family. If you don't mind, you can stay at my city lord's mansion for the time being. You saved my daughter's life, so this is an opportunity for me to repay you. Lu Kanglin sincerely invited. Lu Yunxiu chimed in, Young Master Tianyu, please don't decline. You saved me, and you must let us repay you. Moreover, you will participate in the life and death battle. My father said he will ensure your safety. Ling Tianyu initially planned to leave Tianyin City and head to the imperial capital, as it would bring him closer to the Fairy of Smoke. Young Master Tianyu, during the life and death battle, you can fight with all your might without worrying about Ling Feng. I have acquaintances among the elders of the Tianxin sect, and perhaps I can help mediate on your behalf. With this, Ling Tianyu found it hard to refuse. After all, Ling Feng had to be killed, and now with the support of the city lord and Master Zhuang, he felt even more fearless. Thank you, city lord. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. They transform into dragons upon encountering wind and clouds. In Lu Kanglin's eyes, Ling Tianyu was a true dragon, destined to soar in the future. Such a monstrous talent should be befriended now, or when. Let us go. The martial arts conference must have already begun. It is time for me to settle scores. Ling Tianyu's gaze was determined, and his expression was calm. As the sun set, the afterglow fell upon Tianyin City. The guests had already finished their meals, and now would be the highlight of the Ling family's martial arts conference. The younger generation of the Ling family would compete, which was not only a test of their martial arts cultivation, but also a means to showcase their authority to the various forces in Tianyu City. The ancestor of the Ling family sat in the main seat, his gaze sharp, as the anger in his heart from Ling Tianyu's actions had yet to dissipate. The representatives of various forces among the guests sat there as well. Everyone, the Ling family has encountered some unexpected circumstances, and we may not be able to host you properly. I hope you will not take offense. Among the guests, the head of the Bai family quickly smiled and said, Ancestor Ling need not worry. It is our honor to witness the exceptional talents of the younger generation of the Ling family today. On the martial arts stage, fierce battles had already erupted. The young disciples displayed their respective combat skills and techniques, which were dazzling and extremely exciting. Cheers were constant. Ling Tian sat beside the ancestor, his expression dark. His two sons were supposed to shine in the competition, but had been severely injured by Ling Tianyu. One was crippled, and the other was unconscious. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white, filled with hatred. The competition adopted an elimination system, and those strong competitors advanced, drawing waves of cheers from the audience. The onlooking guests were primarily eager for the life-and-death battle between Ling Tianyu and Ling Feng. These two were not only the pride of the Ling family, but also well-known in Tianyu City, and their feud had already spread far and wide. Thus, this life-and-death battle was particularly anticipated. Would Ling Tianyu dare to come? Could he really defeat Ling Feng? It's hard to say. Ling Feng had broken through to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, his strength extraordinary. Even if Ling Tianyu restored his Dantian, he would only just enter the spirit martial realm. Master Zhuang said that Ling Tianyu's Dantian was not restored with his help, which was strange. Could it be that this kid encountered some fortuitous encounter and could restore it by himself? Regardless, the fact that this kid could earn the respect of the city lord and master Zhuang shows that he must have something extraordinary about him. In the audience, people were discussing in whispers the once monstrous talent and the current young master of the Ling family. This life-and-death duel would surely be spectacular. Ling Moxie stood beside a proud young man with sharp eyebrows and a piercing gaze, his long hair flowing as he watched the arena. Ling Feng was at his side, and the two were conversing happily. Junior brother Ling Feng, congratulations on breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. In the life-and-death battle, you are sure to win. Thanks to senior brother Yi's Yuanyang Pill, once I join the Tianxian sect, I will definitely repay you. Ling Feng said gratefully. Yi Xiaoyao laughed and waved his hand. Junior brother, don't be so polite. If it weren't for you, how could I have slept with that little beauty Yi Qianling? Ha ha. Ha ha. That little vixen Yi Qianling never expected it. She thought I would really marry her. She and Ling Tianyu are just stepping stones for me. The two laughed, their laughter filled with arrogance and pride. By the way, senior brother, the Tianxian order must be with Ling Tianyu. He killed Yi Qianling, and once I kill him, I will retrieve the Tianxian order. Ling Feng said fiercely. The Tianxian order is extremely precious. Its holder can directly enter the Tianxian sect. However, Ling Feng's talent was favored by Master Yi Xiaoyao, and he came to Tianyu City mainly to take Ling Feng in. It was precisely his Yuanyang pill that allowed Ling Feng to break through in a short time. Ling Feng, as the strongest among the younger generation of the Ling family, did not need to participate in the elimination matches. On the stage, the young disciples of the Ling family finally reached the final stage, and the winner would challenge Ling Feng. The final battle's victor would receive the Ling family's treasured Qianling fire dragon fruit. At this moment, the referee on the arena announced loudly. The winner was a grandson of an elder named Ling Shua. However, he directly gave up the challenge against Ling Feng. At the same time, a commotion arose among the crowd. Ling Tianyu, dressed in gray, with long hair tied back, his gaze sharp, steadily walked toward the arena. Beside him were his mother Yang Ruoi, Yi Qianro, Master Zhang, City Lord Liu Kanglin, and his beloved daughter Liu Yinxiu. Ling Tianyu has arrived. He actually dares to come. The crowd gasped and quickly made way, their eyes focused on him. Yi Xiaoyao, Master Zhuang recognized the young man beside Ling Feng at a glance. His expression grew serious. The city lord Liu Kanglin's face also slightly froze. Yi Xiaoyao was dressed in a robe of the Tianxian sect, a clear symbol of his identity, indicating that Ling Feng had the backing of the Tianxian sect. So they had to be extra cautious in this life and death battle. Master, Yi Xiaoyao is here. His master is a very powerful elder of the Tianxian sect, unfathomable. If you defeat Ling Feng, please do not kill him, Master Zhuang reminded in a low voice. Is his master much stronger than you? A Huanggong realm? Ling Tianyu asked. Master Zhuang nodded helplessly. His master is a Xuanwu realm powerhouse. I was pushed to the branch Baoli Yuan Chamber of Commerce in Tianyin City because of Yi Xiaoyao's master. His words were filled with anger. Xuanwu realm? That's 3 major realms higher than me. But so what? Ling Tianyu's gaze was resolute, his tone firm. Don't worry. As long as you become a Dandao master in the future, even Xuanwu realm powerhouses will have to treat you with utmost respect. Ling Tianyu comforted. The status of a Dandao master is noble. Even true Emperor realm powerhouses must respect them, let alone Xuanwu realm. Master Zhuang felt a surge of ambition, thinking that perhaps by following Ling Tianyu, he could truly become a Dandao master in the future. Just the thought of it excited him. Ling Tianyu faced the killing intent of the Ling family and Yi Xiaoyao, and the mockery of Ling Feng, remaining calm and composed. With a confident smile, he walked onto the stage, exuding a dominating aura. Ling Feng, come up and die. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the venue. The intimidation was palpable, and the air trembled in response. Chapter 29, Bloodsword of Heaven Slaughter. Everyone present focused their attention on Ling Tianyu. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao's gaze was instantly captured by Yi Qinro, who was following Ling Tianyu. His eyes widened as he stared at her. Who is that? He was entranced. Yi Qinro's appearance was pure and budding, clearly a Na'vi young girl. Why does this girl look somewhat familiar? With such a pure face and a demeanor that begs for pity, in a few years, she'll definitely be a stunning beauty that turns heads. Yi Xiaoyao, known as the carefree playboy in the imperial capital, had seen countless women but rarely encountered someone as pure as her. What? Brother, are you interested in her? Ha! Her name is Yi Qinro. She is Yi Qianling's half-sister. It won't be hard to get this little beauty once I kill Ling Tianyu. I'll personally bring her to you for your enjoyment. Ling Feng saw through his thoughts, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Yi Qinro was originally prepared for him, but if he could use her to please Yi Xiaoyao, that would be even better. Haha, someone who knows me. You truly are my junior brother. Yi Xiaoyao unabashedly laughed and nodded. Ling Feng, get out here. An angry shout echoed throughout the venue. Ling Feng turned to the stage, his eyes filled with killing intent. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure agile, performing a graceful somersault and leaping onto the stage like a leopard. Ling Tianyu, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? I've said it before, even if your Dantian is restored. In my eyes, you're still a waste. Ling Feng's face was full of disdain, his words dripping with contempt. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng's aura suddenly erupted, his true energy surging like a tidal wave. The terrifying pressure of the 9th layer of the spirit martial realm caused the entire stage to tremble, as if the air itself was compressed by this powerful force. The 9th layer of the spirit martial realm. Ling Feng broke through this realm less than half a month ago. His talent is simply against the heavens. Yes, this cultivation speed is astonishing. How can Ling Tianyu compare with him? The crowd below exclaimed in shock, already convinced that Ling Tianyu would undoubtedly die in this life and death battle. Initially, everyone thought Ling Feng's realm would only rise to around the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm, but he unexpectedly jumped straight to the 9th layer. It's worth noting that his father, Ling Rui, was only at the 3rd layer of the spirit martial realm, and his uncle, Ling Hantian, was at the 7th layer, with even the great elder only at the 8th layer. Such talent is considered super genius, not just in Tianyin City, but throughout the entire Deqian Empire. 9th layer of the spirit martial realm? Ling Feng, do you think you're impressive now? You call me a waste today? I'll let you see how this waste kills you and completely resolves our grievances. Ling Tianyu's eyes burned with determination, his killing intent evident, his blood boiling within. He looked at Ling Feng and recalled the ugly faces of Ling Feng and Yi Qianling in the great wilderness mountain, as if demons were gnawing at his heart. Old grudges surged within him. At this moment, no one could sway his resolve to kill Ling Feng. Haha, this cruel world is inherently unfair. The strong are revered while the weak can only be slaughtered. Ling Tianyu, you can only blame your own foolishness for all this. Swish, accompanied by a piercing laugh. A long sword suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's hand, shimmering with cold light, and a fierce killing aura radiated from it like a tangible substance. The blade's edge pressed directly toward Ling Tianyu. Blood Shadow Sword of Soul Slashing. An initial level Xian class spirit sword? It's over. Ling Mo Xie even gave him such a precious spirit weapon. Young Master Tianyu is in danger now. City Lord Liu Kanglin stood below the stage, his brows furrowed. He couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety for Ling Tianyu. Weapons are also graded: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with Yellow being the lowest and Heaven the strongest. Each grade further divided into initial, middle, and advanced levels. Below the Earth level are spirit weapons, while Heaven level is divine weapons. An initial level Xian class spirit weapon is extremely rare, even for true martial realm powerhouses. With Ling Feng's 9th layer spirit, martial realm strength, combined with the Blood Shadow Sword of Soul Slashing, undoubtedly enhanced his power even further, giving him the capability to battle against true martial realm powerhouses. It would be a miracle if Ling Tianyu survived. How would he respond? Ling Feng roared, his eyes flashing with cold light. The long sword in his hand darting like a black lightning bolt, tearing through space and carrying endless killing intent as it swiftly stabbed toward Ling Tianyu. The sharp sword light seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Even before it got close, Ling Tianyu could feel that powerful force rushing toward him. Blood Shadow of Soul Slashing. As Ling Feng shouted in rage, a dazzling sword light suddenly burst forth. This sword technique had already reached a subtle and profound realm. As a high-level yellow class battle technique, Ling Feng had mastered it to perfection. Coupled with the Blood Shadow Sword of Soul Slashing, its power increased dramatically. Like an unstoppable force of destruction that seemed poised to obliterate everything in existence. Blood Shadow of Soul Slashing? Pathetic. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly. 7-star Dragon Step. He suddenly unleashed a movement technique. His feet stepped in the pattern of the 7 stars, his figure flickering like a ghost, each step leaving behind a strange trajectory. At the same time, he gathered light at his fingertips, and a brilliant sword light quickly formed. In an instant, Ling Tianyu's aura suddenly changed, as if transforming into a demonic god from the depths of hell, carrying an overwhelming momentum as he forcefully pointed his finger down at Ling Feng. His figure left behind an afterimage, combined with that finger-light sword energy, making it impossible for anyone to grasp his movements. What? A finger sword light? This sword energy is so solid. Could it be that Ling Tianyu has broken through to the true martial realm? The head of the Bai family on the stage couldn't help but exclaim in shock. No, this mighty true energy is still his spirit martial realm true energy, but it is so abundant. Clearly, the finger light he unleashed is a higher realm of Blood Shadow of Soul Slashing. Ling Mo Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Tianyu had displayed such rich, true energy and comprehended the Blood Shadow of Soul Slashing, even reaching its profound meaning. He had actually comprehended the blood sword of Heaven's slaughter. As the ancestor of the Ling family, Ling Mo Xie was naturally familiar with the blood sword of Heaven's slaughter. He knew that only true martial realm powerhouses could grasp it. Moreover, to cultivate the blood sword of Heaven's slaughter to great perfection, one could evolve it into the might of one sword, transforming into 10,000 swords. Undoubtedly, Ling Tianyu had surpassed even him, the ancestor, in his comprehension of the sword path. Swish! In an instant, the power of the blood sword of Heaven's slaughter was completely unleashed by Ling Tianyu. His finger rays and sword energy ignited like a lit fuse, instantly exploding and evolving into countless sword lights numbering in the tens of thousands. Each sword light exuded a terrifying aura, as if containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! Just as Ling Feng's dazzling sword light struck, Ling Tianyu's tens of thousands of finger rays surged like a tide, instantly engulfing and annihilating him. Ling Feng had no time to react before being hit by countless sword energies. His clothes were torn to shreds in an instant. Gory sword marks ripped through his skin, and blood instantly stained his entire body. Crack! Ling Feng fell to the ground, letting out a miserable scream. His buttocks shook uncontrollably, quite a spectacle. Look at that. I'm stronger than you. You can keep the title of waste. Ling Feng, I didn't expect your but to be quite pink, but too bad you're about to die. If you don't die, you could probably make a good living without practicing martial arts. Ling Tianyu laughed out loud after finishing. Clang! The myriad of finger rays converged at his fingertip. Meanwhile, the blood shadow sword in Ling Feng's hand, under this powerful force, couldn't withstand a single blow and broke into two pieces, each embedding into the ground. The sound of the sword ringing was sharp and piercing, as if it would shatter Ling Feng's ears. Ling Feng gritted his teeth in hatred, with only the most private parts still covered by a shred of fabric. His heart was filled with horror and disbelief. What? How is this possible? He trembled, not expecting Ling Tianyu to be so formidable. He had comprehended the blood sword of heaven's slaughter and was now many times stronger than him. Chapter 30. Defeat of Ling Feng. How could it be impossible? Ling Feng, you die for me. Ling Tianyu didn't give him a chance to react, his gaze as sharp as blood, once again condensing the finger rays. And a sword energy burst forth, the sound of the sword roaring like a dragon's chant. Everyone's pupils constricted as they saw the finger rays evolve into a sword dragon, charging through the air, fast as lightning, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. The sword dragon charged towards Ling Feng once more. Who could withstand this sword energy? This sword dragon slaughtered the heavens and earth, intimidating the sky, like a stream of light containing powerful and vast true energy. Even before it got close, it already made people feel a piercing pain in their bodies, completely unresistible. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with horror. Whoosh! His right shoulder was instantly pierced, creating a bloody hole, losing all combat power in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming weak and feeble. Impossible, Ling Tianyu. When did you step into the 9th level of the spirit martial realm? Ling Feng screamed repeatedly, clutching his arm, his eyes filled with terror. Even looking at the killing intent-filled Ling Tianyu made his heart surge with fear. He finally realized the danger. It was the breath of death. 1 month ago, he had personally crippled Ling Tianyu's dantian, reducing him to a waste, and his cultivation had dropped to the body refinement realm. How long had it been since then? Ling Tianyu's dantian not only recovered, but his cultivation had far exceeded his imagination, skyrocketing to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. The true energy Ling Tianyu had just unleashed had given him an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This combat power was too terrifying. How could he not be shocked? It was simply unbelievable. How did Ling Tianyu achieve this? Did he obtain some tremendous opportunity? Ling Feng, I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. He was defeated, because the Ling Tianyu he faced was not just a simple recovery of his dantian, but a Ling Tianyu who had opened the 9 dragon palaces. His true energy was incredibly thick, comparable to that of the true martial realm, far exceeding Ling Feng by several times. Coupled with Ling Tianyu's current temperament and insight, he had enough confidence. Therefore, no matter what, Ling Feng could not defeat him. Ling Tianyu not only defeated Ling Feng with a single finger ray sword energy, but also humiliated him in such a way. The momentum he displayed was like a towering mountain pressing down on Ling Feng, making it difficult for him to turn over. Whoosh! Ling Feng could not bear this outcome and spat out another mouthful of blood. Why did I fail? I do not want to fail. Swish! Ling Feng endured the intense pain, took out a set of clothes from his cosmic bag, changed, and stood up again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The next moment, a spiritual pill suddenly appeared in his palm, and he swallowed it directly. The spiritual pill melted in his mouth, and a surging and violent true energy flowed throughout his body, explosively erupting with even more powerful and violent strength than before. The true energy surged rapidly, and his realm rose accordingly, comparable to the true martial realm. What? Instant yuan breaking pill. Master Zhuang recognized the spiritual pill at a glance, and his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Ling Feng to be so shameless, actually swallowing the instant yuan breaking pill. This was a third-grade spiritual pill that could instantly enhance a martial artist's true energy. Although it had significant side effects, the realm would drop afterward, and the body would become exceptionally weak. Under normal circumstances, very few martial artists would be willing to take this spiritual pill unless it was a last resort, usually reserved for saving their lives. It seems Ling Feng had long been prepared. This was truly shameless. The instant yuan breaking pill could only last for 100 breaths, but could allow someone to explosively unleash super strong combat power in an instant. Clearly, Ling Feng was desperate. He had to kill Ling Tianyu within 100 breaths. Ling Tianyu, the one who will ultimately die is you, in this life and death battle. I will stop at nothing, so don't blame me. Ling Feng was cold and ruthless, his killing intent surging. Even the injuries on his body healed in an instant. The terrifying true energy surged out, and a sword, the Red Shadow King's sword, appeared in his hand. Although it was a high-grade yellow-tier spiritual sword, its sword energy should not be underestimated. Boom! A violent sword energy stabbed out. The raging sword energy charged towards Ling Tianyu. Red Shadow, Sword Prison. This sword technique was also a high-grade yellow tier and required a large amount of true energy to unleash such violent sword energy, making it impossible to escape. Completely enveloping Ling Tianyu. Ling Feng's killing intent was overwhelming. The humiliation he suffered earlier had made him furious to the extreme. This was a full-force strike, aimed to kill Ling Tianyu. Swish! Ling Tianyu once again used the 7-star dragon step, soaring into the air effortlessly, easily dodging Ling Feng's deadly sword. He sneered, "Relying on this body technique, I can exhaust you. Is that so? Trapped in my sword prison, let's see how you escape." Ling Feng continued to roar angrily. "Take your life, Ling Tianyu. I don't believe your mere spirit martial realm true energy can withstand my Red Shadow sword prison." Swish, swish, swish. As Ling Feng's true energy surged explosively, the Red Shadow King's sword was swung repeatedly, and countless sharp sword shadows shot out from the entire Red Shadow sword prison. Ling Feng's gaze was as piercing as ice. His arrogance was deeply ingrained in his bones, and he wanted to slay Ling Tianyu. In the past, he had only felt envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Ling Tianyu. All the glory of the family belonged to Ling Tianyu, while he believed he was no worse than him. Only by killing Ling Tianyu could he relieve the hatred in his heart. He tried every means to find an opportunity to backstab Ling Tianyu, reducing him to a cripple. In his eyes, Ling Tianyu was already a waste and would never rise again. Thinking of this, Ling Feng's hatred grew even more intense. And the sword energy he unleashed tore through the void, creating rifts in space that opened and closed continuously. If it weren't for me being careless before, how could I be so embarrassed? Ling Feng roared, trying to regain his dignity. He had almost been defeated earlier. How could he swallow this anger? Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill Ling Tianyu. Otherwise, it would not be enough to relieve his hatred. Kill, kill, kill. Ling Tianyu once again easily dodged with a playful attitude. Instant yuan breaking pill? So what if your true energy surges? Even now, under the siege of the sword prison, Ling Tianyu remained unfazed, chatting and laughing. The countless sword energies couldn't even touch him. The more this happened, the more ferocious Ling Feng's expression became, frantic and exasperated. Are you going mad? Ling Tianyu mocked, a wicked smile hanging on his lips. Boom! His smile abruptly vanished, and he became murderous. He violently struck out a palm directly towards Ling Feng. This palm strike carried the momentum to destroy the heavens and the earth, accompanied by the roar of dragons, like Mount Tai pressing down. A surging tide, stirring up a wave of true energy. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, the countless sword energies in the sky were instantly shattered and destroyed beneath this overwhelming palm strike, collapsing like a barrier. Is this what they call the sword prison? Unable to withstand a single blow, the Red Shadow King's sword was once again knocked away. Buzz! It plunged into the ground, the sword body trembling continuously. Ling Feng was also sent flying by this immense force, his body flipping in midair. His chest was deeply caved in, and the sound of cracked bones was clearly audible. Ling Feng was almost in despair, spitting out blood, a mouthful of bitterness spewed forth. As his gallbladder was shattered, slap! His body made intimate contact with the ground, his long hair scattered, dancing wildly, looking disheveled, lying on the ground like a dead dog. What? The crowd was once again horrified, their faces filled with shock. The scene fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Chapter 31. The dragon has reversed scales. Touching them means death. The crowd looked at Ling Tianyu, their eyes filled with disbelief. They witnessed Ling Tianyu returning to that moment of brilliance as a monstrous genius. Even though Ling Feng had swallowed the momentary element-breaking pill, dramatically increasing his true energy and reaching a strength comparable to the true martial realm. Exploding with extremely violent lethality, he was still unable to withstand a single blow before Ling Tianyu, completely defeated. Perhaps Ling Tianyu's true strength had long surpassed him by several times, becoming an insurmountable mountain. Ling Tianyu's palm strike was fierce, akin to a divine dragon ruthlessly tearing through Ling Feng's body, almost shattering his internal organs. This deadly impact left Ling Feng lying on the ground, unable to move for at least 10 breaths. The red Shadow King's sword in his hand was skewered into the ground, the sword energy constantly vibrating. Why? No. I really lost. Ling Feng felt completely deflated, not even daring to look Ling Tianyu in the eye. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper. Devoid of color, his body seemed ready to fall apart. Reflecting on his previous spirited confidence, and now looking at himself lying on the ground in such a wretched state. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He simply couldn't understand how Ling Tianyu had become so powerful in just a few days. He had already used all his strength and unleashed his strongest attack, yet still faced total defeat. Ling Feng, from the moment you crippled me, your fate of death today was sealed. Everything you have done to me, I will return it tenfold. Do you regret it now? Ling Tianyu said calmly, with a cold expression. After saying that, he took out the heavenly profound order from his bag, staring at the prominent character Xian on it. One of you covets the heavenly profound order, and the other attempts to take my position as the young master, causing me to become a useless person. Now, you are merely getting what you deserve. After speaking, he put the heavenly profound order away again. With the heavenly profound order, he could directly join the heavenly profound sect. This was a unique privilege for the holder of the heavenly profound order. Upon joining the sect, he would receive careful training from a sect. It is important to know that the heavenly profound sect only issues 3 heavenly profound orders every 10 years, and their rarity is self-evident. Now, the heavenly profound order had once again returned to Ling Tianyu's hands. The reason he took it out was to make Ling Feng understand clearly. Ling Feng, killing you today is just like killing Yi Qianning before. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the fate of death. Ling Feng's originally proud and unyielding heart was now filled with hatred, glaring fiercely at Ling Tianyu, roaring madly. No, no, Ling Tianyu, you worthless piece of trash. Give me back the heavenly profound order. You are nothing but trash, just like your father. You both deserve to die. How can you defeat me? If it weren't for my grandfather's mercy over the years, you would have been kicked out of the Ling family long ago. Ling Tianyu looked at him coldly, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Get lost. The heavenly profound order is mine. The Ling family has been heartless and unjust to me. You are about to die, yet still refuse to repent. Fine. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Godi. Saying this, Ling Tianyu's body radiated a violent killing intent, his true energy surging in his palm, ready to completely end Ling Feng's life. You dare. Just as Ling Tianyu was about to strike, a sharp voice pierced through the space, directly stabbing into his ears. Ling Tianyu, stop. Immediately after, Yi Xiaoyao, dressed in splendid clothing, flew onto the stage like lightning. He had a handsome face, and his long hair flowed with the wind. Now standing before Ling Tianyu in a high and mighty posture, looking down at him. If you dare kill Ling Feng, I will kill you and also kill your mother. Give me the heavenly profound order. It was I who gave it to you back then. As long as you let Ling Feng go, considering your recovery of cultivation and decent talent, I can spare your life. The dragon has reverse scales. Touching them means death. Yang Ruoyi is Ling Tianyu's reverse scale. Hearing Yi Xiaoyao's threat, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but laugh in anger. Are you threatening me? Hand over the heavenly profound order, or you won't kill me. Do you know why I deliberately took out the heavenly profound order? It was to lure you out. All the roots of this evil are you. If it weren't for you backing them up, how would they dare sneak attack me? Don't think I don't know about your dealings with Yi Qianning and your collusion with Ling Feng. I see through it all. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao sneered a few times. Ha! It turns out this fool can be smart sometimes. You're right, but so what? Ling Tianyu, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to suppress your killing intent. You killed Yi Qianning, and I can overlook it. You injured Ling Feng, and I can also let it go. Who told this young master to be kind-hearted and benevolent? Let me spare your life, but the premise is that you give me Yi Qianrou. Ha! Yi Xiaoyao grinned lewdly, laughing without restraint. He knew Ling Tianyu was a person who understood the times and would not dare to defy his orders. After all, Yi Qianrou was not his biological sister. Offering Yi Qianrou could save both his and his mother's lives. Even a fool knows how to choose. This was the greatest mercy Yi Xiaoyao had ever shown, and this idea was brilliant. Moreover, in his eyes, Ling Tianyu should quickly kneel and thank him for his great kindness. It is important to note that Yi Xiaoyao himself is a strong figure of the true martial realm and a disciple of the first major sect in the imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire. The Yi family is renowned in the imperial capital with a high status. Who would dare to offend them? Meanwhile, Ling Tianyu was just a discarded child of the Ling family, who simply could not dare to oppose him. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyao's words, Yi Qianrou immediately turned pale with fright, her heart almost leaping out her chest. Yang Ruoyi tightly hugged Yi Qianrou, her expression tense. Even if Ling Tianyu recovered his cultivation, what could he do? Would he really dare to offend Yi Xiaoyao? The crowd began to murmur among themselves, realizing that this guy was actually planning to take Yi Qianrou for himself. I offer you Xiaorou, and you let me and my mother go? Ling Tianyu's eyes flashed with cold light, his face calm to a terrifying degree. The calmer he was, the more everyone felt he was about to transform into a god of death. His mother was his reverse scale, touching her meant death. Now, he regarded Yi Qianrou as his own reverse scale as well. Anyone who dared to have improper thoughts about Yi Qianrou would meet the same fate. Because he had long regarded Yi Qianrou as his own sister, simply because of that innocent and bright little girl who affectionately called him Brother Tianyu. Yi Qianrou shared a similar tragic experience with him. What happened to her that night deeply touched his heart. It filled him with a protective desire, full of pity and heartache for this little girl. Therefore, Yi Xiaoyao daring to target Yi Qianrou completely ignited Ling Tianyu's endless rage. Have you thought it through? Ling Tianyu, I propose this condition out of consideration for your decent talent. You are merely a disciple of a small city family with a humble status. As long as you give me Yi Qianrou, not only will I spare your life, but I will also reuse you and make you my guard. In the future, I will recommend you to join the heavenly profound sect, and from then on, you will be able to change your fate. The conditions proposed by Yi Xiaoyao indeed sound very tempting. As a disciple of the heavenly profound sect with a prominent family background, anyone else would likely agree without hesitation. How many people dream of becoming his guard? For many, this is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Yi Xiaoyao underestimated Ling Tianyu. He thought Ling Tianyu would be like everyone else, currying favor. Little did he know that Ling Tianyu had an unyielding pride deep within him. Yi Xiaoyao, I am your father. You dare to insult the closest person to your father, you deserve to die 1,000 times. Ling Tianyu roared, and a murderous intent erupted like a surging tide. In an instant, his body emitted a violent, killing aura, and a domineering dragon shadow coiled around him. He suddenly hurled a punch at Yi Xiaoyao. In Ling Tianyu's heart, Yi Xiaoyao's crime was unforgivable. Dying 1,000 times would not quell his hatred. What? Ling Tianyu? Are you crazy? Yi Xiaoyao never expected that Ling Tianyu would dare to attack him. Did he not fear the heavenly profound sect and the powerful family behind him. He was a true martial realm cultivator, with true energy far surpassing that of Ling Feng, who was at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. How dared Ling Tianyu? Seeking death, Yi Xiaoyao immediately erupted with violent true energy, condensing a terrifying and domineering fist imprint. The initial level Xian rank martial technique. Divine motion 8 desolations. This punch contained immense power, and he had mastered the divine motion 8 desolations fist to perfection. The fist imprint rapidly expanded. It could shatter the void, terrifying in its might. Chapter 32. Killing Yi Xiaoyao. As Yi Xiaoyao made his move, he displayed such violent power, attempting to suppress Ling Tianyu's sharpness and defeat him directly. Boom! The two fists collided, and the space trembled violently. The seemingly ordinary punch of Ling Tianyu clashed with the divine motion 8 desolations fist, as if an invisible giant hand had violently squeezed the air, leading to a thunderous explosion. A previously unheard-of explosion sound resounded. Crack! The sky was filled with blood and flesh. As Yi Xiaoyao's violent, divine motion 8 desolations fist imprint was instantly destroyed, alongside his fist, which was blasted into powder, and his entire arm was shattered with a loud bang. Ling Tianyu's punch, heavy as a mountain, directly sent Yi Xiaoyao flying, his body soaring over 10 meters like a kite with a broken string. Yi Xiaoyao, clutching his broken arm, let out a piercing scream, his face twisted in pain, resembling a demon. His eyes burned with anger, staring fiercely at Ling Tianyu, his heart filled with hatred and shock. What is happening? This scene completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Ling Tianyu's physical strength was unexpectedly terrifying. He was like a killing god returning from hell. With mere physical strength, he actually sent the true martial realm powerhouse Yi Xiaoyao flying, even shattering his arm. Swish! Ling Tianyu's figure flashed, and a sharp killing aura surged around him like a tidal wave, instantly rushing towards Yi Xiaoyao, his feet stomping fiercely on Yi Xiaoyao's face repeatedly. Bang! 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 Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately swelled up, looking like a pig's head. Damn your blood mother, daring to threaten me. Is the Yi family that powerful? Is being a disciple of the heavenly profound sect that arrogant? Threaten me, you deserve to die 1,000 times. Ling Tianyu roared in anger, his eyes filled with a killing intent so strong it seemed to freeze people. Oh no, young Master Tianyu has murderous intentions. Masters Wahong and City Lord Liu Kanglin were both horrified, their faces filled with shock. Stop! Who dares to intervene? Don't blame me for turning hostile. Today, I won't spare anyone. Ling Tianyu looked at the two below the stage, his face expressionless, and his sharp gaze made Masters Wahong and City Lord Liu Kanglin shudder. It felt as if the owner of that gaze was not human, but a demon from the abyss. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe that Ling Tianyu's combat power was so strong, actually defeating Yi Xiaoyao of the true martial realm. Such formidable strength made people gasp in awe. However, Yi Xiaoyao cannot die, especially not at the hands of the Ling family. Young Master Tianyu, calm down. If you kill Yi Xiaoyao, it will definitely provoke the forces behind him. After all, he is a disciple of the heavenly profound sect. You will not only incur the wrath of his master, but even the Yi family of the imperial city will not let you go, as they are one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. City Lord Liu said seriously and earnestly. Yes, young Master Tianyu. Although Yi Xiaoyao is detestable, he does not deserve to die. A lesson is enough. If you really kill him, no one will be able to save you. Masters Wahong hurriedly echoed, genuinely not wanting Ling Tianyu to get into such big trouble. So what if it's the heavenly profound sect? So what if it's the Yi family of the imperial capital? Would I be afraid of them? Ling Tianyu said coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Seeing that Ling Tianyu seemed to have calmed down, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yi Xiaoyao, witnessing this, became even more arrogant and complacent. He roared in anger, "Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. Ling Tianyu, aren't you strong? If you dare to kill me, I guarantee you will soon bear the wrath of all the strong ones for my master and my family. If you can't kill me, let me go immediately, and then hand over Yi Qinro to me." Otherwise, when I return to the imperial capital, I will definitely annihilate your entire Ling family, making you watch all the members of your family die tragically, especially your mother. What? Yi Xiaoyao actually provoked Ling Tianyu at such a time? Is he crazy? Master Zhuang's face showed a hint of helplessness, secretly sighing in his heart. This Yi Xiaoyao must have gotten kicked in the head by a donkey. Even in such a desperate situation, he still dared to threaten. Isn't that purely seeking death? In this case, no one could save him. Yi Xiaoyao, you asked me to kill you, then I will fulfill your wish. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly, the killing intent in his eyes surging like substance. He suddenly swung out a fierce and domineering punch. Boom! This punch smashed brutally onto Yi Xiaoyao's head, instantly shattering it. At this point, Yi Xiaoyao had no time to struggle and fell straight to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain, quickly soaking the ground red. Yi Xiaoyao's story came to an end, and from now on, this person would no longer exist in the world. Everyone present was in shock. Staring at this scene in disbelief, the atmosphere became eerily quiet, as if time had frozen. You really killed Yi Xiaoyao? Ling Feng looked at Ling Tianyu in horror, fear written all over his face. His body trembled uncontrollably. Why was he so bold? How dared Ling Tianyu kill Yi Xiaoyao? Did he really not care about anything, not even fearing death? No matter how shocked everyone was, Yi Xiaoyao died tragically in front of everyone, his head blown to bits. Yang Ruoyi and Yi Qinro both looked horrified. It's over. Ling Tianyu is really finished this time. No matter where he runs, he can't escape the pursuit. This is definitely a massive trouble. Now, even City Lord Liu Kanglin had closed his mouth, feeling utterly helpless, never expecting Ling Tianyu to truly be fearless. Master Zhuang smiled bitterly in his heart, his expression helpless, shaking his head secretly. Ling Tianyu was decisive in his actions. Throughout, he showed little emotional fluctuation. He still appeared calm, as if he had just crushed an insignificant ant. His character was strong, with an unyielding spirit within him. In his heart, who could stop him from killing those he wanted to kill? Ling Feng, are you afraid? Now it's your turn. Ling Tianyu wore a cruel smile, resembling a devil crawling out of hell, and that gaze filled with killing intent pierced deeply into Ling Feng's heart. Having killed Yi Xiaoyao, Ling Tianyu certainly would not let things go easily. The person he most wanted to kill today was actually Ling Feng. No, don't. Tianyu, I'm your cousin. You are my younger brother. Please don't kill me, don't. Ling Feng's face turned pale as paper, his hands propped on the ground. Fear written all over his face. His body desperately moved backward, filled with horror, fear reaching its peak. Ling Tianyu, you've caused a great disaster. Daring to kill young master Yi Xiaoyao. Neither the elders of the Tianxin sect nor the Yi family will let you go. You're doomed, including your mother. And Yi Qinro will also die. Ling Feng became frantic, the shadow of death completely enveloping him. Ling Feng, whether I live or die, you will not see. But now you are definitely going to die. Ling Tianyu's voice was flat, his expression indifferent. Swish! The blood blade flashed with a sharp cold light, fast as lightning. Precise and ruthless. The blade flickered and slit Ling Feng's throat. In an instant, blood gushed out from his throat. Ling Feng struggled a few times and then died. At this point, the Ling family did not step forward to stop him, because they were all scared stiff. Ling Tianyu killing Yi Xiaoyao left them in utter shock. It wasn't until Ling Feng was killed, and Ling Tianyu chopped off his head, throwing it at Ling Rui's feet, that everyone from the Ling family snapped out of their daze. Ling Feng's bulging eyes remained open in death, a terrifying grimace on his face. Ling Tianyu revealed a cruel smile, like a war god, surveying everyone present. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Ling Mo Xia, coldly laughing. The young man standing on the arena, his figure straight, had already stirred up a storm in Ling Mo Xia's heart. Do you see this? Are you trembling? I am the son of Ling Yunhan, and both my father and I are unyielding beings. Ling Mo Xia, Ling Rui, Ling Hong Tian from now on. You will see a different Ling Tianyu. I will shock you. I will become a being you look up to. Chapter 33. Yimu Ju suddenly strikes Ling Tian. You killed Yi Xiaoyao and Ling Feng. At this moment, Ling Mo Xia, Ling Rui, Ling Hong Tian, and the awakened Ling Feng, along with the Grand Elder and others, were all stunned and speechless. Even the guests from the Bai family, C2 family, and Hongwu Escort Bureau were all astonished and retreated. They kept a safe distance from Ling Tianyu, fearing that Yi Xiaoyao's death would implicate them. Everyone was in a state of confusion. With Yi Xiaoyao's tragic death at the Ling family, all members of the Ling family would be implicated, and they would likely be expelled from Tianyan City from now on. At this moment, who would dare to approach Ling Tianyu? They would either be mentally ill or have their heads kicked by a donkey. Xiaoyu. Yang Ruo, Yi stood up first, her eyes already moist, running towards the arena without any reservations. Tianyugo. Yi Qianruo's tears flowed wildly. This man had killed Yi Xiaoyao for her. He was her Tianyugo, protecting her with his life. At this moment, two figures rushed towards the arena. Mother, Xiaoruo. Ling Tianyu smiled calmly. It was only at this moment that he realized that only true family members were not afraid of being implicated and dared to be the first to rush towards him. Mother, I'm fine. Xiaoruo, I promise no one will dare to bully you. Young Master Tianyu, I will take you away immediately. To everyone's surprise, Master Zhuang also stood up at this moment. From this moment on, he truly recognized Ling Tianyu and admired him from the bottom of his heart. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, then fight. In his youth, wasn't he the same? If he had to die, then so be it. Ling Tianyu was his disciple, and at this moment, he was even more determined about this. Master Zhuang, let's go. Ling Tianyu smiled, looking at Master Zhuang, feeling a bit moved. Young Master Tianyu, I will escort you out of Tianyan City. City Lord Liu Kanglin also stepped forward and said, You must leave Tianyan City as soon as possible. The farther away the better, and never come back. Thank you. Ling Tianyu gratefully glanced at City Lord Liu. At this time, City Lord Liu chose to step forward, understanding that this was all he could do for him. Mother, let's go. Ling Tianyu took Yang Ruo, Yi, and Yi Qianruo's hands and walked down the arena. Trying to leave? You can't go anywhere. You killed young Master Yi Xiaoyao. You killed my Feng heir. If you leave, the 100 members of the Ling family will accompany you in death. Can you leave? Ling Tianyu. You must stay and pay for young Master Yi Xiaoyao's life. Ling Mo Xie, the Grand Elder, and Ling Rui all stepped forward to stop him, especially Ling Mo Xie. As the ancestor and patriarch of the Ling family, for the safety of the Ling family, he must keep Ling Tianyu here and cannot let him leave. He hated Ling Tianyu to the bone. It was Ling Tianyu who killed his own grandson. How could this hatred not be avenged? You killed someone and still want to leave like this? Impossible. Ling Tianyu coldly surveyed the Ling family members. I want to leave. Who can stop me? As he spoke, Ling Tianyu paused, seemingly thinking of something. Ling Mo Xie. I almost forgot, in the life and death battle, the winner is awarded the 1,000-year fire dragon fruit. Give me the 1,000-year fire dragon fruit. Give it to me. This shout was like thunder, rumbling in everyone's ears. Ling Mo Xie's eyes flickered. But when he met Ling Tianyu's gaze, he couldn't avoid it. Just then, three figures rushed toward Ling Tianyu at an extremely fast speed. Beast, return my son's life. When everyone saw who it was, it turned out to be Yi Muju, the head of the Yi family, followed by two elders from the Yi family. They had appeared in the crowd without anyone noticing, and during the battle between Ling Tianyu and Yi Xiaoyao, Yi Muju had been holding back. At this moment, when Ling Tianyu was relaxed and complacent, unguarded, he rushed over, launching a deadly attack. When Yi Muju had hidden among the crowd, even Ling Mo Xie did not know. It should be known that he was a true martial realm second-level powerhouse, stronger than Yi Xiaoyao, and the two elders beside him were also peak 9th-level spirit martial realm powerhouses. The three of them launched their attack at this moment, and a powerful killing intent surged toward Ling Tianyu. While everyone was still guessing whether Ling Mo Xie would give the 1,000-year fire dragon fruit to Ling Tianyu, such a sudden turn of events occurred. Yi Muju clearly had the determination to kill. Everyone immediately gasped in shock. Such a sneak attack was completely unexpected. Even Master Zhuang and City Lord Liu Kanglin did not have time to stop it. In an instant, Ling Tianyu was in extreme danger. The crisis reaching its peak. Today truly had its twists and turns. One wave had not settled before another rose. However, just when everyone thought Ling Tianyu would die on the spot, swish, he gathered his true energy with his fingers and, at an extremely fast speed, shot out a ray of sword energy from his fingertips. The blood sword of Tian Tu instantly pierced through one of the Yi family elders' forehead. Ling Tianyu coldly uttered a word, quickly flipping his feet to directly knock Yi Muju back. Simultaneously, a blood blade appeared in his hand. With a casual wave, the other elder also died instantly. Not only did he disperse the fatal punch thrown by the opponent, but he also easily killed the other party. It was so fast, like thunder, as if he had predicted all the movements of that elder. In an instant, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. Swish! Blood sprayed out, and the corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked again. Today, Ling Tianyu's experience truly had its twists and turns. Moreover, in such an urgent sneak attack situation, he was able to achieve a counterkill. This cruel and bloody scene, with the elder's head rolling on the ground, wore an expression of unwillingness. Blinking his eyes a few times, today's Ling Tianyu was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Zhuahong, take good care of my mother and Xiaoro. Ling Tianyu called out directly, his gaze sharp, fiercely looking at Yi Muju. Yi Muju, I didn't expect you to sneak attack, come on. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Tianyu, possessing a 6th-level spiritual soul power, had long sensed the presence of Yi Muju, which allowed him to react so quickly. As the head of the Yi family, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the cornerstone that has kept the Yi family standing strong over the years. He is at the peak of the 2nd level of the true martial realm, and his true strength could even rival that of a beginner in the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Although Ling Tianyu's previous kick had quickly sent him flying and easily killed 2 elders, it does not mean he could defeat Yi Muju. Today, everyone witnessed one miracle after another from Ling Tianyu. A mere 9th-level spirit martial realm fighter defeated Ling Feng of the same level and even killed the 1st-level true martial realm fighter, Yi Xiaoyao. Now, facing Yi Muju again, doubts began to arise among the crowd. It is impossible. He has already defeated opponents 2 levels above him and cannot possibly be a match for the head of the Yi family. Some began to whisper. They were still recovering from the shock of Yi Xiaoyao's death when Yi Muju suddenly emerged. Chapter 34. Killing Yi Muju Ling Tianyu was truly insane today. Boom! Yi Muju's aura surged, his body shaking violently, and his true energy spread out like a raging tide, affecting a 10-meter radius, showcasing the terrifying cultivation of a peak 2nd-level true martial realm fighter. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, trying to see through Ling Tianyu's strength. But he was destined to be disappointed. Ling Tianyu's expression was calm and terrifyingly still, like a deep, unfathomable pool, making it hard to grasp. Brat! Return my son Yi Xian and daughter Yi Qianning. Yi Muju roared, an overwhelming killing intent erupting like a flood. Immediately after, he unleashed a domineering punch, filled with endless rage and murderous intent, rushing towards Ling Tianyu. Tiger Roar Fist. Roar. The high-level yellow-grade martial technique, Tiger Roar Fist. Instantly, this punch was like a tiger breaking free from its cage, accompanied by a deafening roar that made the surrounding space tremble. Within the punch's imprint, a lifelike image of a ferocious tiger emerged, exuding a mighty aura. Whoosh, whoosh, a fierce wind whipped up, causing those nearby to feel as if their faces were being cut by sharp blades. This was because Ling Tianyu also released a powerful and terrifying aura, his true energy thick and not at all inferior to Yi Muju's. Roar. Dragon Roar Fist. A domineering dragon's roar suddenly rang out, shaking the heavens. Ling Tianyu's punch created an illusory image of a divine dragon, imposing and full of power. Boom! 2 dazzling punches wrapped in true energy collided violently. Wave. The air trembled violently. Bang! When the fists collided, it sounded like 2 meteorites crashing together, causing the surrounding space to explode with intense vibrations. Stumble. Stumble. Yi Muju was forced to retreat several steps, barely stabilizing himself. Meanwhile, Ling Tianyu stood firmly in place, unmoving. Impossible. That punch just now contained at least 100,000 pounds of strength, completely surpassing me. Yi Mujue felt a sharp pain in his fist, and his heart was shaken. In fact, it wasn't just his fist. Half of his body felt numb and sore. Good. City Lord Lu couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Tianyu's performance today was truly eye-opening for him and everyone present. I will kill you. Yi Mujue seemed to go mad, shouting explosively. Shura Emperor, kill. Yi Mujue unleashed his strongest attack, vowing to kill Ling Tianyu. Shura Emperor kill is a low-level black-grade martial technique, and it was executed with all of Yi Mujue's strength as a peak second-level true martial realm fighter, making its power extremely terrifying. Countless people had died under this martial technique before. Whoosh! Yi Mujue's body shot up into the air like a cannonball, rapidly diving down towards Ling Tianyu, intending to deliver a fatal blow. His palm was filled with surging true energy, resembling a demon from the Shura hell, radiating a chilling aura. Quickly kill this brat, father. I didn't expect Yi Mujue to use Shura Emperor kill. This time he will definitely kill him. Ling Tian excitedly said to Ling Moxie. This low-level black-grade martial technique was terrifying. No matter how defiant Ling Tianyu was, he could not possibly survive. What a pity. Ling Moxie slowly shook his head, realizing that the situation today was directly related to him, the ancestor of the Ling family. It was his indulgence towards his descendants that led to everything that was happening now. The members of the Ling family were all excited, eagerly hoping for Ling Tianyu's death. This way, Yi Xiaoyao's death would have nothing to do with them. After all, Yi Mujue was a peak second-level true martial realm expert. Young Master Tianyu, be careful. Masters Wahong and Lu Kanglin couldn't help but remind him, even preparing to step in to assist. But in response to their warnings, Ling Tianyu seemed oblivious, his expression still as indifferent as water. Within Ling Tianyu's dantian, the true energy surged like a tsunami, impacting his limbs and bones, and finally all converging at his fingertips. Buzz, buzz. Golden light filled his hand, pure yang energy overflowing, producing a humming sound. Then, Ling Tianyu suddenly pointed out. Whoosh! The point of light shot forth like a blood sword, instantly piercing through space, creating a sharp sound of breaking air. At that moment, everyone saw the blood-red point of light, charging towards Yi Mujue's Shura Emperor kill with a roaring momentum. What? Yi Mujue's face instantly turned horrified. With his vision and cultivation, he found it hard to evade this point of light's impact. Terrified, he thought, how could this martial technique be so powerful? The might of this point of light clearly far exceeded that of his Shura Emperor kill, and its powerful aura completely locked onto his body. The residual waves of the point of light sealed off the entire space, and combined with its terrifying speed, he had no chance to dodge. I don't believe it. Yi Mujue, unwilling to accept defeat, decided to fight back with all his might. He shouted loudly, completely throwing caution to the wind, gritting his teeth. His eyes filled with ferocity. Yi Mujue pushed his Shura Emperor kill to the limit. He refused to believe that with his peak second-level true martial realm cultivation, he could not defeat a 9th-level spirit martial realm Ling Tianyu. However, rumble, a world-destroying collision sound erupted, as if the space was torn apart by an invisible giant hand, forming a massive wave that churned violently. The space opened and closed violently, shaking fiercely. Yi Mujue's proud Shura Emperor kill was instantly shattered and completely annihilated under the impact of Ling Tianyu's terrifying blood sword. It was as if it were paper, without any resistance. Not only that, the blood sword, propelled by the powerful residual waves, directly pierced through Yi Mujue's chest. Yi Mujue's body was sent flying like a withered leaf, struck by the tremendous force. Bang! Yi Mujue crashed heavily onto the ground, falling in a heap and making intimate contact with the earth. The surrounding rocks shattered under the powerful impact, cracking visibly. Puffed. Yi Mujue spat out a mouthful of blood, his long hair disheveled, his face pale as paper, completely devoid of color. That point of light had nearly taken his life. He tried several times to rise, but due to the fatal injury to his chest, he could not stand up, signifying that he had completely lost his combat ability. Everyone present turned pale at this scene. While the members of the Ling family were left in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Ling Moxi could hardly believe his eyes, looking at Ling Tianyu with a face full of shock. Who would have thought that Yi Mujue, the head of the Yi family, would be defeated so thoroughly and so miserably? After a long while, Yi Mujue managed to support himself with one arm, slightly raising his body. His other hand pressed against his bleeding chest, his body trembling uncontrollably. He shook his head in disbelief. No, this can't be real. None of this is real. He never imagined he would be defeated by Ling Tianyu. Xiao, you said it was him who killed your mother. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I? Ling Tianyu said expressionlessly, turning to look at Yi Qianru. Ling Tianyu, you can't kill me. You've caused me to lose my children and have killed 2 elders of the Yi family. Yi Muzhu shouted in panic. Shut up, they deserve to die. Yi Qianru's eyes were wet as she cried softly. I understand now. Bang! Without warning, Ling Tianyu struck, slamming his palm onto Yi Muju's head. Yi Mu's gaze instantly blanket, and within 2 breaths, his struggling body fell straight down. Thus, a major figure in Tianyan City, the head of the Yi family, perished. Ling Tianyu killed Yi Muju with ruthless decisiveness. He knew Yi Qianru still couldn't bring herself to do it, so he would do it for her. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Ling Tianyu resembled a god of slaughter, a demon of death, with extremely brutal methods. One must be ruthless to stand firm. In this world of the survival of the fittest, if you are not ruthless, others will turn around and kill you. Having died once, Ling Tianyu had long since cast aside mercy. When it came to enemies, if he wasn't ruthless, he would be the one dead. Enemies are meant to be destroyed. After killing Yi Muju, Ling Tianyu's eyes were still calm as he faced Ling Moxi again. The Yi family likely wouldn't dare to trouble him anymore. Ling Tianyu shouted in front of everyone, from now on, all grievances between me and the Yi family are wiped clean. If there are still those who are unconvinced, come at me, but don't blame me for being heartless. I will slaughter your entire family. His voice shattered hearts, and with such a domineering aura, who would dare to defy him? Xiaoyu, let's go. Yang Ruoyi, feeling heartbroken for her son, stepped up to him and spoke softly. Mom, your hidden illness can only be cured with a 1,000-year dragon fruit. Today, Ling Moxi must give me the 1,000-year dragon fruit. Ling Tianyu would not rest until he obtained the 1,000-year dragon fruit. Chapter 35. Journey to the imperial capital. The 1,000-year dragon fruit is incredibly precious, growing at the junction of extreme yin and extreme yang, making it hard to find. Even with Ling Tianyu's alchemical skills, given time, he might be able to help his mother refine a similar elixir with the same effects as the 1,000-year dragon fruit. But Yang Ruai couldn't wait that long. Ling Moxi, give me the 1,000-year dragon fruit. The 1,000-year dragon fruit might restrain Ling Tianyu, preventing him from leaving. Ling Moxi suddenly woke up from his stupor, filled with extreme hatred and rage towards Ling Tianyu. He roared, unleashing his true energy, a domineering punch. Gathering the peak power of the 4th level of the true martial realm, smashed towards Ling Tianyu. Ling Feng was dead, and Ling Tianyu, the most monstrous talent of the Ling family, was acting against them. The current situation was the responsibility of this old ancestor, but Ling Tianyu deserved to die even more. With Ling Feng, the Ling family had a chance to become a prominent family in the imperial capital, but now all hope was shattered. Hatred, he struck with a punch, completely intent on killing, vowing to take down Ling Tianyu. Old man, you're seeking death. Back then, you were not as good as my grandfather. Your son was not as good as my father, and now your grandson is not as good as me, not to mention you. Ling Tianyu cursed angrily. His eyes were cold as he suddenly punched out, vast true energy converging into a dragon fist, surging towards Ling Moxi. Boom! The 2 fists collided, shaking the space, and a sound that shattered space erupted. Ling Tianyu remained standing, but Ling Moxi's body was directly blasted away. He spat blood as the violent true energy surged into his body, making him unable to resist, feeling his internal organs violently churning, almost shattered. His body staggered back several steps. Old man, you're seeking death. Swish! The blood blade knife transformed into his hand again, rushing towards Ling Moxie to kill him. Tianyu, stop. Are you going to kill your ancestor? Considering he is the old ancestor of the Ling family, your father Yunhan's second uncle, and someone you called your second granduncle for over 10 years, I will give you the 1,000-year dragon fruit. In a panic, the elder stepped forward to quickly stop him. Following that, he took out the 1,000-year dragon fruit and threw it to Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu stared at Ling Moxie, took a deep breath. From now on, I, Ling Tianyu, sever all ties with the Ling family. From now on, we are like strangers. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. If you provoke me, you will only die. After saying this, he turned and left, taking his mother and Yi Qianru with him. The Ling family, a family that made him feel heartless, was now completely severed. The crowd seemed to awaken from a dream. This was Ling Tianyu, the true monstrous talent of Tianyan City. My God, even the old ancestor of the Ling family was not his opponent. Just how strong is Ling Tianyu's true strength? He dared to kill Yi Xiaoyao, dared to kill Ling Feng, and even killed Yi Muju. What made them all unable to believe was that even the old ancestor of the Ling family, who had just stepped into the 4th level of the true martial realm, was repelled by him with a single punch. No wonder he had such courage. If this child were given a few more years, what kind of terrifying power would he grow into? The crowd dared not think further, watching as this farce finally came to an end. That figure was so lonely, so desolate, yet filled them with fear. Father, are you all right? Ling Hongtian and others rushed forward to check Ling Moxie's injuries. The Ling family was suddenly thrown into chaos again. As for the future of the Ling family, whatever will be, will be. Whether they live or die had nothing to do with Ling Tianyu anymore. All hatred and grievances were resolved. The gloom over Ling Tianyu's head seemed to have completely disappeared. He felt much more relaxed. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance was the woman he loved, Fairy Ru Yan. Wait for me to reach the Huangwu realm. I will definitely stand by your side. The beauty of Fairy Ru Yan was deeply etched in his mind. He had beautiful plans and hopes for the future. Therefore, Ling Moxie's life and the future fate of the Ling family had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, he would head to the imperial capital, where he could explore higher martial arts. He vowed to become stronger. Only then could he better protect his mother and Xiaoro and qualify to stand before Fairy Ru Yan. No matter what, with his pure yang divine body combined with the supreme artifact, the refining God Tower, and the against heaven divine art, Ling Tianyu firmly believed he would become a super powerhouse. While thinking this, he felt grateful for meeting Fairy Ru Yan in the Lanyuan secret realm. Of course, in his mind, there was another person, the powerful being who bestowed him with alchemical memories. Without that alchemical powerhouse, he wouldn't have such a profound understanding and insight into alchemy, right? I seem to remember that the alchemical powerhouse said he would also head to the imperial capital. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to meet him. In his heart, that powerhouse had already become his master, a benefactor who had given him a second chance, his teacher. At this moment, the city lord Liu Kanglin looked at Ling Tianyu. Young Master Tianyu, you killed Yi Xiaoyao and Ling Feng. The elder of the Tianxin sect will definitely not let you go. The Yi family will soon learn of this matter. In my opinion, since you have a Tianxin order, why not go to the Tianxin sect? If you become a disciple of the Tianxin sect, you might be able to save your life. Liu Kanglin expressed his concern for Ling Tianyu. Yes, young Master Tianyu, joining the Tianxin sect with your talent will definitely attract the attention of the sect master. By then, no one would dare to kill you, and the sect master is a true Emperor Realm powerhouse, well known in the Deqian Empire, an absolute powerhouse. Master Zhuang looked at him seriously and said, just right, I also have business to attend to in the imperial capital. We can travel together, and I can escort you. Ling Tianyu smiled, feeling very touched. Right now, I am like a plague. Others want to avoid me. Don't you fear? Haha, Master. Your amazing talent, especially in alchemy, is something I admire greatly. I can't even keep up, so how can I talk about fear? If it were Yi Xiaoyao from the Tianxin Zong, I would be somewhat apprehensive, but when facing the Yi family, I still have the ability to cope. Master Zhuang, of course, will follow Ling Tianyu closely, convinced by his alchemical skills, so even if he goes to the imperial capital, he will go along. Moreover, there are many close friends of his in the imperial capital who can help. Additionally, in his view, with Ling Tianyu's talent, He will soon soar to great heights and become a supreme powerhouse. He believes in his judgment. Liu Kanglin quickly added, young Master Tianyu, being young and reckless, must exercise restraint when going to the imperial capital. After all, one must be cautious of the world's dangers when outside. The two are his elders, and their concern at this moment shows that they are not ungrateful people. Masters Wahong, I would trouble you to return to the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce first and refine the 1,000 Spirit Fire Dragon Fruit and Fireheart 7-leaf Flower into a spirit pill. I will wait for you at the City Lord's mansion, and we will set off tomorrow. Saying this, Ling Tianyu dictated the pill formula and refining method to Masters Wahong. Okay, I will return to refine it immediately. Masters Wahong put away the 1,000 Spirit Fire Dragon Fruit and temporarily left the group. As the day darkened, they could only return to the City Lord's mansion for the night, which Liu Kanglin warmly hosted. By the way, young Master Tianyu, there's something else I would like to discuss with you, and I hope you can agree. City Lord Liu, what is it? Liu Kanglin glanced at Liu Yunxiu and continued. It's like this, my daughter was previously delayed by serious illness, but she has always yearned for martial arts and has long wanted to venture into the imperial capital. Therefore, I hope young Master Tianyu can take my daughter along this time. Liu Qianjin is going with me? Chapter 36. Liu Yunxiu had a graceful figure. Although she couldn't compare to the esteemed Yuyan fairy, her beauty was enough to captivate a city. Coincidentally, both of them shared the surname Liu. When Ling Tianyu first saw her, an unprecedented sense of familiarity surged within him. Liu Kanglin actually felt at ease in trusting Liu Yunxiu to his care. This thought just arose, and he blurted out, I agree. The 3 words slipped out as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Thank you, young Master Tianyu, Liu Yunxiu said softly. She covered her face with a light veil, but the transparent thin veil still couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. When they returned to the City Lord's mansion, Liu Kanglin had already ordered a grand feast to be prepared. The aroma of wine filled the air, and after everyone had their fill, they each returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Liu Kanglin had prepared a carriage for them. The carriage was pulled by a majestic second-tier black-scale dragon horse, its scales gleaming black, its muscles taut, exuding endurance and speed. Are we leaving already? City Lord Liu waved goodbye, watching the departing carriage with reluctance. After experiencing the shocking upheaval with the Ling family, he truly got to know Ling Tianyu. He and Masters Wahong had also become much closer to Ling Tianyu because of this incident. Masters Wahong had been waiting on the way for a long time, tightly holding 1,000 Spirit Fire Dragon Fruit Spirit Pill, which he had spent an entire night refining. The pill was crystal clear, radiating a strange luster, as if it had condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thank you. Ling Tianyu took the pill and carefully transmitted its medicinal power into his mother Yang Ruoyi's body. As the medicinal power spread, Yang Ruoyi's originally pale complexion gradually regained color, and the stubborn hidden ailment within her would gradually dissipate over time. Young Master Tianyu, we must reach the imperial capital as soon as possible before the news returns. If you can join Tangshuanzong in advance, it will be much safer, Masters Wahong said. Ling Tianyu nodded, I understand. If he were to travel alone, Ling Tianyu would naturally fear nothing. He could freely traverse through rural paths and wilderness, even handling any expert pursuers with ease. But this time, he had to take care of his mother in Xiaorou, so he must hurry. Only by reaching the imperial capital could he quickly find a place to settle down and ensure his mother and Xiaorou were taken care of properly. The carriage sped along the main road, the black-scale dragon horse taking powerful strides, kicking up dust along the way. The blazing sun hung high, golden rays pouring down, enveloping the carriage as if it were a stunning painting. Imperial capital, I am coming. Ling Tianyu looked ahead with determination. From Tianyun City to the imperial capital, it was thousands of miles away, heading eastward. At the tireless speed of the black-scale dragon horse, it would take at least 10 days. Fortunately, Ling Tianyu's Chinquan bag was filled with silver and supplies, and they would pass through many towns along the way, so he didn't have to worry about resupplying. With Masters Wahong, a powerful Huangwu realm expert, escorting them, Ling Tianyu didn't need to worry about safety. Most of the time, Ling Tianyu focused on cultivating and delving into the Dragon Abyss reversal technique. 7 days later, a magnificent city appeared before them. The city walls towered into the clouds, as if they were going to break through the sky. Guards lined the walls, each with sharp eyes, exuding an imposing majesty that was not to be trifled with. Young Master Tianyu, this is Guling City, one of the 10 guard cities surrounding the imperial capital. We are not far from the imperial capital. Master Zhuahong pointed to the city. Just a guard city of such scale shows how prosperous the imperial capital must be. The streets of Guling City were filled with an array of dazzling goods, overwhelming the senses. Yi Qianru was extremely excited as it was her first time out. The people coming and going on the streets had deep, profound gazes and exceptional temperaments, with many high-level martial artists hidden among them. Fortunately, no accidents occurred along the way. Passing through Guling City, they would reach the imperial capital in 3 more days, Master Zhuahong said. 3 days later, a grand and ancient city came into view. The bricks and stones on the city walls had been polished by time, exuding a heavy historical aura. This was the most prosperous and lively ancient capital of the Qian Empire, with a population of millions, bustling with activity. The sounds of vendors calling out and laughter intertwined, creating an extraordinary liveliness. Ling Tianyu and the others were filled with emotions. This is the imperial capital? It's simply magnificent. They stood outside the city gate, looking at the scene before them, their hearts full of shock and sentiment. Yi Qianru was even more excited, her face blooming with a long-lost radiant smile, glancing around curiously at everything. Compared to Tianyan City, the difference was like heaven and earth. Outside the city gate, a long line stretched out of sight, and everyone entering the city had to register. Those dressed in luxurious attire, with elegant demeanor, were mostly at the spirit martial realm, while those in the refining body realm were particularly rare here. Just then, a cheerful laughter came from ahead, where several martial artists were chatting and laughing, exuding a powerful aura, clearly Huangwu realm experts. They displayed their Huangwu realm cultivation and strode toward the city gate, bypassing the line, and the city guards immediately let them in with respectful attitudes. In the imperial capital, being a Huangwu realm expert meant one was at least part of a noble family, with an extraordinarily high status. After all, only with sufficient resources and connections could one's martial arts cultivation progress rapidly, and of course, innate talent was also a crucial factor. Because of this, Huangwu realm experts enjoyed privileges and did not need to register to enter the city. Master Zhuahong brought Ling Tianyu and the others to the city tower, releasing a powerful Huangwu realm aura. Instantly, those around turned to look, casting gazes of awe, mixed with envy, as they watched them smoothly enter the city tower. Young Master Tianyu, the imperial capital is crowded and complex. It will be better for you to follow me to the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce first. Once you're settled, we can go to Tiangshanzong tomorrow, Master Zhuahong said. All right, you are familiar with this place. I will follow your arrangements. The headquarters of the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce is located in the center of the imperial city, grand in scale and vast in area. The pavilions are arranged in an orderly manner, with flying eaves and brackets, and intricately carved beams and painted columns, showcasing luxury and elegance. The guards at the entrance of the chamber are all powerful true martial realm experts, standing tall with bulging muscles, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Master Zhuahong and his party had just entered the chamber when a woman in splendid attire quickly approached them from the front hall, her expression excited and her voice trembling slightly. Master Zhuahong, you're finally back. Is the vice president here? Master Zhuahong asked. The woman looked worried and shook her head. The vice president hasn't been seen for several days. Master Zhuahong, it's bad news. Our Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce is about to be torn apart. What? Master Zhuahong's eyes widened in anger, and his aura suddenly exploded. Who dares to cause trouble here? Who is so bold as to touch the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce? The Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce is deeply rooted in the imperial city, not only possessing strong strength, but also having close ties with various powerful families and sections. It's Princess Ryue, the woman reluctantly said. Lu Ryue? Master Zhuahong frowned upon hearing the name. No wonder the vice president has been hiding. This Lu Ryue is indeed a headache. Lu Ryue, the little princess of the Dacian Empire, is adored by many. She has a proud and willful personality, acting boldly and recklessly, fearing neither heaven nor earth. The key is that she possesses the Chaos Green Lotus sacred body with extraordinary talent, making her one of the best among the younger generation in the Dacian Empire. Everyone avoids her when they see her. Just then, a commotion came from the back hall. A girl holding a wooden stick aggressively walked out, shouting at the guards as she walked. "You better call Mo Yin out. If he doesn't show himself, I will demolish your Baileyuan today. No, I mean smash it to pieces." As she spoke, she swung the wooden stick fiercely at the door frame, making loud banging sounds that shocked everyone. "It's really Lu Riyue." Master Zhuang's face changed drastically, and he grabbed Ling Tianyu. "Young Master Tianyu, let us go." But before they could turn around, Lu Riyue's eyes brightened as she spotted him. "Stop, Master Zhuang? What a coincidence. You came back just in time. I was looking for you too. That guy Mo Yin has disappeared, and it's such a hassle for me to come find him repeatedly. It's driving me crazy." She tossed aside the wooden stick, put her hands on her hips, and marched towards Master Zhuang with an unstoppable domineering aura. Chapter 37. Ling Tianyu's bold words. As soon as Master Zhuang saw Princess Lu Riyue, his temples throbbed, and he felt an inexplicable headache. How is it that I just returned and immediately ran into this calamity? No wonder even Vice President Mo Yin has vanished without a trace. As a pharmacist of the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce, Master Zhuang could only force a smile and approach her despite feeling helpless. "Your Highness, what brings you here? Is there something troubling you?" Lu Riyue glared at him, annoyed. "Stop the nonsense. I want to refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill. That was promised to me by that guy Mo Yin. Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill? That ancient pill." Ling Tianyu, standing aside, couldn't help but smile slightly at this, revealing a meaningful grin. He didn't expect that in this bustling imperial city, someone would still know about the mysterious ancient pill like the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill. He looked at the fiery-tempered princess Lu Riyue with great interest but remained silent. "I don't have the patience to listen to your nonsense. Tell that old bastard Mo Yin to get out here. If I don't get the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill today, I swear I'll smash this Baileyuan to smithereens. It's driving me insane." Lu Riyue shouted, hands on her hips, her imposing demeanor apparent. Master Zhuang, with a respectful expression, smiled and said, "Your Highness, please don't be angry. You mustn't let it affect your health. I've just returned, so let us talk slowly about what is going on." At this moment, a steward standing nearby said, "Master Zhuang, it's like this. Not long ago, Princess Lu Riyue wanted to refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill, and it was originally promised to her by Dan Master Luo Yi, who later handed the matter over to him. However, Dan Master Luo Yi has tried several times and failed, and Vice President Mo Yin suddenly went missing after hearing this. Hearing this, Master Zhuang's heart sank. Luo Yi is really foolish to have offended this princess, but he hurriedly reassured her, "Your Highness, please don't worry. I will do everything I can to bring Luo Yi back to apologize to you in person." The Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce is usually run by Vice President Mo Yin, as the president is elusive. The chamber also boasts 4 renowned pharmacists, with Master Zhuang being one of them. However, he had recently been assigned to a branch in Tianyan City. Dan Master Luo Yi is well known in the imperial city, having achieved the status of a master at the young age of 40 due to his high attainments in alchemy. Princess Lu Riyue obtained a precious formula for a 3rd-tier Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill, and when Vice President Mo Yin learned about it, he readily agreed, and then threw this hot potato to Dan Master Luo Yi. The Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill can help a true martial realm 9th-layer warrior break through their bottleneck and advance to the Huangwu realm. Now that Dan Master Luo Yi cannot refine it, Princess Lu Riyue is understandably furious and is blaming Vice President Mo Yin. Although it was Mo Yin who passed the task to Luo Yi, Luo Yi had long wanted an opportunity to please the fiery princess of the Dacian Empire. If Luo Yi had refused at the time, it would have led to Lu Riyue causing trouble. After understanding the situation, Master Zhuang's expression darkened slightly as he pondered for a moment. "Your Highness, do you know where that formula is now? May I take a look at it?" Luo Yi was reckless and made you angry. He truly deserves to be punished. How about this? Let me refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill for you instead. What do you think? Lu Riyue shot him a skeptical glance, full of doubt. Master Zhuang, do you really have the ability to refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill? Let me make it clear. If you cannot do it, what will be the consequence? Despite saying this, she still handed over the antique-looking formula. Master Zhuang took the formula and quickly scanned the text. The Buddha Heart Fruit, Spirit-Absorbing Leaf, and Ironwood Spirit Leaf all looked quite ordinary. After all, it's just a third-tier spirit pill, and logically, Luo Yixun Ti have failed to refine it. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and his expression changed drastically. Wait, the Buddha Heart Fruit belongs to the water attribute, while the Spirit-Absorbing Leaf and Ironwood Spirit Leaf are of the wood attribute. If these three spirit herbs are refined together, there are already significant issues. As a seasoned alchemist, Master Zhuang quickly identified the key point after a thorough study. Although water and wood attributes can blend, the Buddha Heart Fruit is delicate and contains a rare, icy spiritual energy. Moreover, while the Spirit-Absorbing Leaf is mainly wood attribute, it also contains fire attribute, typically used for refining yang attribute pills. As for the Ironwood Spirit Leaf, it also belongs to wood but carries a yang attribute. Such a complex combination of attributes requires almost stringent control over the heat, temperature adjustment, and technique application to succeed in refining. Any slight error could turn these herbs into powder, leading to failure. This difficulty far exceeds Dan Master Luo Yi's current capabilities. Realizing this, Master Zhuang felt uncertain. A layer of fine sweat beaded on his forehead. Master Zhuang, you were just confidently guaranteeing it, and now you seem to be at a loss? If that is the case, there's no need for the Baileyuan to continue operating. I'll set it ablaze today. Lu Riyue was furious, her pretty face flushed red. She had worked hard to obtain this precious ancient alchemy formula, and now that her hopes were dashed, how could she not be angry? Master Zhuang smiled bitterly, his face filled with helplessness and shame. Your Highness, this Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill, I have only heard of its great name. At first glance, this formula does not seem complicated, but upon careful consideration, its complexity far exceeds my imagination. It is no wonder that Dan Master Luo Yi struggles with it. To be honest, I do not have full confidence in being able to refine it. You are all a bunch of foolish donkeys, hopelessly stupid. Lu Riyue scolded mercilessly. Master Zhuang felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped several times. As a respected master alchemist of the Baileyuan Merchants Association, he had lost face being publicly scolded by the most favored princess of the great Qian Empire. Mo Yin and Luo Yi hid far away, while he, having just returned, had become the punching bag for this little ancestor. At that moment, the silent Ling Tianyu could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Is it just a Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill? What's the big deal? Why are you being so aggressive and making things difficult for Master Zhuang?" As he spoke, he reached out and snatched the ancient alchemy formula from Lu Riyue's hands, glancing at it hurriedly and revealing a confident smile. "It's too simple. Give me 2 hours, and I guarantee I will refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Baileyuan Merchants Association fell silent, and everyone stood there in shock. Then, a buzz of discussions erupted like a tidal wave. Who is this young man? How arrogant! Indeed, he dares to boast in front of Master Zhuang, claiming he can refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill in 2 hours. Something even Vice President Mo Yin and Dan Master Luo Yi cannot do. What given the right? Everyone's eyes turned to Ling Tianyu, filled with curiosity and skepticism. Lu Riyue also looked at Ling Tianyu with a puzzled expression, sizing him up. "Kid, what makes you think you can do what Master Zhuang cannot? Are you also an alchemist? You look like you haven't even grown a full set of hair, yet you dare to brag in front of this princess. If you can't refine it, be careful that I cut out your tongue." Oh no, this kid has offended Princess Riyue. Everyone knows her methods. He's going to have a hard time now. Ling Tianyu remained calm and slightly bowed. "Princess Riyue, please remember my name. I am Ling Tianyu. Rest assured, I guarantee with my integrity that within 2 hours, I will definitely help you refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill. If I fail, I am willing to accept any punishment." Chapter 38, Great Fortune. Yin-Yang Fire Dragon Control Technique. As Ling Tianyu spoke, his gaze fell on the exquisite bracelet on Lu Riyue's wrist. a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. If I successfully refine the gathering yuan spirit pill, Princess, could you give me this bracelet? He smiled casually after speaking. Ling Tianyu's willingness to step up and help refine the gathering yuan spirit pill was driven by two reasons. First, he could not stand Lu Ruyue's way of making things difficult for Master Zhuang and wanted to help him out. Second, he was intrigued by the green gemstone embedded in the bracelet on Lu Ruyue's hand. He faintly felt that this gemstone might be the treasure he had seen in an ancient book. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyue's face flashed with anger. She raised her fair, jade-like arm to look at the bracelet. In an instant, her true energy surged, and a gleaming long sword manifested. Without warning, she swung the sword at Ling Tianyu fiercely. How dare you? You actually have the audacity to bargain with this princess. Let's see if I don't kill you today. In her eyes, Ling Tianyu was too young and could never refine the gathering yuan spirit pill. Seeing the situation was not right, Master Zhuang hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Ruyue. Wait, Princess Ruyue, young Master Tianyu's alchemical talent surpasses mine by a lot. He is not talking nonsense. You can let him give it a try. Perhaps he really can refine the gathering yuan spirit pill. With my assurance, the princess should feel at ease. You give your assurance? Fine. If he fails to refine it, you can wait to be punished alongside him. Lu Ruyue said, a puzzled expression on her face, as she temporarily sheathed her sword. I'll give you 3 hours. If you can refine it, I'll give you this bracelet. If you can't, then you'll know this princess's methods. With that, she snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Inside an alchemy room, Master Zhuang looked at Ling Tianyu with a worried expression. Master, can you really refine the gathering yuan spirit pill? Buddha's heart fruit, absorbing spirit leaf, and ironwood spirit leaf are mutually restraining herbs. It's hard to fuse them. Ling Tianyu smiled confidently. Don't worry, it's just a gathering yuan spirit pill. If I say it can be fused, it can be fused. Just right. My mental power has improved. Today, I will refine it myself, and you can learn something as well. Although he appeared confident, Master Zhuang still felt a bit anxious. After all, if he failed to refine it, the consequences of offending this little princess would be unimaginable. Though it was Ling Tianyu's first attempt at alchemy, the memories of alchemy were deeply etched in his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times before, so he felt relaxed. All right, I will pay close attention. Master Zhuang's face lit up with excitement. Thinking about the opportunity to witness Ling Tianyu refine pills today, his heart filled with anticipation. He had never seen anything like it before, knowing it was a rare learning opportunity, and he had long regarded Ling Tianyu as his mentor. The stewards of the Bailian Merchants Association quickly brought the 3 prepared spiritual herbs. Ling Tianyu looked at the alchemy furnace, circulating his true energy, igniting the true fire in his hand. Instantly, his entire aura surged, his clothes fluttering without wind, and a momentum emanating from the inheritance of alchemy masters was displayed. Master Zhuang's eyes widened, fearing he would miss a single detail of the alchemy process, his heart racing with excitement. Boom! The alchemical fire in Ling Tianyu's hand burned toward the furnace under the impetus of his true energy, beginning the first step of heating the furnace. The furnace before him was surrounded by flames, trembling vigorously, the fire displaying a brilliant golden glow, controlled at a low flame. Inside the heated furnace, the alchemical furnace slowly rose up, beginning to spin in place. Clap, clap, clap. Ling Tianyu formed hand seals with both hands, continuously striking the alchemical furnace, which rhythmically vibrated, a sign of true fire refining. Under his control, the furnace seemed to come alive, as if a fiery true dragon was coiling around it. Then, he lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace and placed all 3 spiritual herbs inside. Zhuang grabbed a handful of alchemical ash and added it in. The ash came from the remnants of failed alchemical attempts and was one of the keys to fusing the water and fire attributes. Master Zhuang nodded and quickly grabbed some alchemical ash, putting it into the furnace. Buzz! The furnace was engulfed in flames, beginning to refine the impurities of the spiritual herbs within, releasing waves of fragrant aroma, leaving only the essence of the herbs in the alchemical furnace. Ling Tianyu strictly controlled the timing, the alchemical fire, and the rotation speed of the furnace. The details were meticulous. A series of movements flowed seamlessly, like exquisite art presented before Master Zhuang, bringing him an extreme sense of enjoyment. The rhythmic and melodic operations, combined with Ling Tianyu constantly changing positions around the alchemical furnace, left Master Zhuang dumbfounded, unable to blink. Who would have thought that spiritual pills could be refined like this? These glamorous movements seemed a bit exaggerated, yet were filled with beauty. He felt extremely fortunate to have met Ling Tianyu and become his disciple. This technique and the exquisite control of each step were the most unique refining methods he had ever seen. Master Zhuang had once witnessed the most mysterious president of Bailian refining pills, but his methods were rough, and in terms of detail control and exquisite techniques, they were completely incomparable to Ling Tianyu. If an ordinary person were to refine a Dan, they would need to be fully focused, as every detail and step consumes a large amount of mental energy. Refining this spirit Dan would take at least 5 hours, but my method can greatly shorten the time, Ling Tianyu said to Master Zhuang while refining the Dan. Just half an hour had passed when a faint fragrance emerged from the Dan furnace. It was about time to merge the ingredients. This was the most critical step. If the timing wasn't controlled properly, all previous efforts would be in vain. Next, he began to merge the 3 types of spiritual herbs: the Buddha heart fruit, spirit-absorbing leaf, and ironwood spirit leaf. The purpose of the Dan ash before was to completely wrap the 3 spiritual herbs, ensuring they were not too fragile while locking in the essence of their original properties from evaporating. Master Zhuang's eyes widened in curiosity at how Ling Tianyu would merge them. Suddenly, the Dan fire in Ling Tianyu's hands transformed into 2 fire dragons of yin and yang. He then increased the firepower, causing a fierce blaze. The 3 spiritual herbs were being crazily refined under this fire, expelling all impurities, while the furnace emitted crackling sounds. Moreover, the 2 yin and yang fire dragons intertwined and merged into one, achieving compatibility of the yin and yang flames. Watch closely, this is the ancient Dan method, the great creation yin-yang fire dragon control technique. What? Master, is this the long-lost great creation yin-yang fire dragon control technique? Master Zhuang was filled with shock. In his life, he had never seen such a heaven-defying fire control technique. Moreover, this ancient Dan method had been lost since ancient times. It was said to have been evolved and created by a powerful figure in the imperial realm, known for its extremely strict control over Dan fire, producing only top-grade spirit dawn. It was filled with mystery and profundity, something an ordinary alchemist could not master. How could he not be shocked to witness the long-lost great creation yin-yang fire dragon control technique? In Ling Tianyu's sea of consciousness, the spirit figure was continuously practicing, and this substantial teaching made Ling Tianyu feel as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Master Zhuang stood by, watching fervently. In Chapter 39, refining the gathering Yuan spirit Dan, Master Zhuang's eyes were filled with admiration and respect, his legs trembling slightly. If he weren't holding on, he might have kneeled in worship. He looked at Ling Tianyu with fervent eyes, his heart already extremely excited. Now, they had reached the most critical final step. In the Dan furnace, all the impurities of the spiritual herbs had been completely refined out, and a rich medicinal fragrance permeated the entire room, invigorating the spirit. Condense the Dan, Ling Tianyu shouted suddenly. Immediately, the furnace emitted violent banging sounds, as if an ancient giant beast trapped inside was roaring in anger. The spirit Dan that was about to take shape seemed to be given life, filled with spirit, and was anxiously trying to jump out of the Dan furnace. It crashed against the furnace walls repeatedly, seemingly eager to show the world its birth. As the flames of the great creation yin-yang fire dragon gradually extinguished, the overwhelming aura also slowly converged. At that moment, Ling Tianyu quickly clapped his hands twice on the furnace lid. Bang! The lid was directly shaken off, crashing against the wall of the Dan refining room with a dull sound. Then, a dazzling golden light, wrapped in brilliant radiance, burst forth. It instantly illuminated the dim Dan refining room, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 thumb-sized golden Dan pills shot out of the Dan furnace like lightning, leaving 4 golden afterimages in the air. Ling Tianyu reacted swiftly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. And with quick hands and eyes, he steadily caught the 4 plump and round Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan in his palm. The Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan is complete. His voice was tinged with excitement that was hard to conceal. In less than 2 hours, such a short time, Ling Tianyu had truly succeeded in refining the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan. Master Zhuang's mind replayed the miraculous process of Ling Tianyu refining the Dan. Every movement, every detail was deeply etched in his mind. Master, it really worked? Master Zhuang was incredibly excited, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. He knew that if he were to refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan himself, he would surely fail, even if he were lucky enough to succeed. The entire process would take at least 5 hours. But Ling Tianyu? He took less than 2 hours. At that moment, Master Zhuang deeply realized the terrifying alchemical skills of the master before him, fearing that even those renowned alchemical masters would find it hard to match him. The great creation Yin-Yang Fire Dragon control technique was simply too heaven-defying. Master Zhuang sighed. Then he shook his head. No, it was the master who was too powerful. Ling Tianyu looked at Master Zhuang's excited and eager expression and smiled slightly. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Master Zhuang's eyes widened in excitement, sparkling with eagerness and joy. Master, are you really going to teach me? You are the most esteemed teacher of my life. Zhuang, I will teach you without reservation. Once you master the great creation Yin-Yang Fire control technique, participating in the alchemy conference and obtaining a position as an alchemical master should be easy, Ling Tianyu said confidently. He then had Master Zhuang find pen and paper and wrote down the long-lost great creation Yin-Yang Fire control technique for him. Master Zhuang trembled as he received the thin piece of paper, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. His eyes instantly became moist, and tears of excitement streamed down his face. Master, you have given me a chance to be reborn. I, Zhuang, vow to go through fire and water for you in the future, no matter the cost. Saying this, he knelt down with a thud, giving Ling Tianyu a deep bow. This bow was his highest respect for Ling Tianyu and also his appreciation for this precious inheritance. Let us go. Let us give her the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan. Ling Tianyu collected 3 of the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan and placed the remaining 1 in a beautiful wooden box. This Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan involved a complex refining process and consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, making it impossible to refine frequently. Moreover, this Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan had great benefits for martial artists. After taking it, Ling Tianyu would have the hope of condensing true essence power. Once he stepped into the true martial realm, he would be able to condense true martial qi within his body, and his strength would definitely surpass his current level by several tiers. The two walked side by side out of the Dan refining room, steadily returning to the main hall. So soon? It hasn't even been 2 hours. Did you fail and not refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan at all? Lu Ryue's sharp voice, laced with sarcasm, came through. Her gaze was cold, staring at Ling Tianyu like 2 sharp blades. Earlier, Ling Tianyu had promised he could refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan. But now, only an hour had passed, and they had come out. Lu Ryue held no hope for Ling Tianyu at all. If it weren't for Master Zhuang's guarantee, she would have unhesitatingly stabbed her sword into Ling Tianyu's chest. After all, even the renowned Dan Master Luo, he had spent several days without being able to refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan. What right did this young brat have? In her view, this kid was just deliberately toying with her. How dare he play tricks on a princess? That was simply courting death. It's impossible. If it were refined in such a short time, he would be an alchemical master. The onlookers echoed, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Yes, he absolutely couldn't have refined it. Even Dan Master Luo, he was helpless against the Gathering Yuan Spirit Dan. I see he must know he can't fool us, so he came out to plead guilty. Princess Ryue is not someone easy to deceive. Look, this kid is doomed. A brutal lesson is unavoidable. Everyone was waiting to see Ling Tianyu's joke. From the very beginning, they did not believe that Ling Tianyu could succeed, saying it was impossible. Ling Tianyu remained unfazed. looking at Lu Ruyue with a mysterious and confident smile. Who said it couldn't be done in such a short time? I have successfully refined the gathering Yuan spirit pill. As he spoke, he slowly took out the exquisite wooden box. In front of everyone, he opened it. In an instant, a rich and fragrant aroma of the pill rushed towards them, like a spring breeze caressing the heart, refreshing and invigorating. The true energy within his body seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, starting to operate and enhance involuntarily. Lu Riyue looked at the spirit pill in the wooden box, her face filled with doubt. She instinctively reached out her hand to take the box. Is this really the gathering Yuan spirit pill? She poured the pill in her palm and began to examine it closely. The pill was crystal clear, like a flawless gem. It shimmered with colorful light, continuously radiating enchanting brilliance, and the rich fragrance lingered at her nose, intoxicating her. Regardless of whether this gathering Yuan spirit pill was real or not, just from its appearance and radiant colors, it was evident that this was no ordinary spirit pill. At the very least, it was of the quality of a high-grade, third-tier spirit pill. After inspecting it for a while, Lu Riyue's expression gradually changed from initial doubt to disbelief. This appearance is exactly the same as the gathering Yuan spirit pill I have seen in ancient texts, with no difference in color or size. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. No way. Could it really have been refined by him? Who would have thought that such a young boy could actually refine the gathering Yuan spirit pill in less than 2 hours? Even refining an ordinary spirit pill is difficult to accomplish in such a short time, let alone the gathering Yuan spirit pill, which even Masters Wahong and Dan Master Luo dared not attempt. Could this boy truly be a hidden master of alchemy? Chapter 40. 8-ridged demon spirit pill. The gazes of the crowd towards Ling Tianyu were filled with admiration and awe. Yang Ruoyi and Yi Qianro looked at Ling Tianyu, their faces blooming with smiles brighter than spring flowers, their eyes filled with joy and pride almost overflowing. When did Xiaoyu learn alchemy? Yang Ruoyi murmured, filled with confusion and surprise. Previously, she had been completely unaware of this. But today, Ling Tianyu had forcefully slapped everyone in the face with his strength. At least he would no longer make his mother worry about him and fear punishment. Lu Yunshu stood by, her beautiful eyes wide open, her expression one of disbelief. Since their acquaintance, Ling Tianyu had repeatedly overturned her understanding of him. He seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mystery, deep and captivating, making her curiosity and admiration grow wildly like weeds. Ling Tianyu, I remember you. Why did you come to the imperial capital? What kind of background do you have? Lu Riyue fixed her gaze on Ling Tianyu, her heart filled with tangled doubts. In the great Qian Empire, she had seen and experienced much, but she had never heard of such a shocking alchemical talent, let alone the unfamiliar name Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu smiled, his gaze falling on the dazzling golden bracelet on Lu Riyue's wrist, the gemstone's brilliance seeming to resonate with his inner desires. Princess Riyue, can I have your bracelet now? His voice was deep and magnetic, as if possessing an irresistible charm. Lu Riyue lightly hummed in response, the previous anger having long since dissipated, as if it had never existed. She slowly removed the golden bracelet, gently passing it into his hands. Since you can refine the gathering Yuan spirit pill, why not help me refine another spirit pill? With your abilities, it should be a piece of cake. Her attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn, and she looked at Ling Tianyu with more appreciation and expectation. After all, even the esteemed Masters Wahong treated Ling Tianyu with utmost respect, which was enough to prove that Ling Tianyu was no ordinary person. Oh, what spirit pill does the princess need me to refine? Ling Tianyu took the bracelet without hesitation, his fingers lightly brushing over the mysterious, glowing green gemstone. It felt smooth and cool to the touch, and a powerful yet subtle energy wave transmitted from his fingertips. He secretly rejoiced. It really is that treasure. His childhood obsession with the ancient books collected by his father made him knowledgeable about various rare treasures. And today it finally came in handy. Ling Tianyu feigned nonchalance as he carefully tucked the bracelet into his bosom. Lu Riyue said, I need you to help me refine an 8-ridged demon spirit pill. As she spoke, she stared fixedly at Ling Tianyu, her eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. The 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill is not an ordinary spirit pill. Its refinement difficulty is extremely high, even in the entire Great Qian Empire. There are very few who can refine it, and its value is beyond imagination. Upon hearing this name, Master Zhuang's expression instantly became serious, and the surrounding people looked confused. They had never even heard of this mysterious spirit pill, exchanging glances filled with doubt and curiosity. All eyes were on Ling Tianyu. The 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill is indeed somewhat difficult to refine, but I have no problem with it. Ling Tianyu replied firmly, without hesitation, his voice carrying an undeniable confidence. The 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill is an ancient and mysterious, soul-nourishing pill. While it is of little use to ordinary martial artists, it is a lifesaver and a divine pill for those with the Taiyin physique. It can not only heal the injuries of Taiyin physique martial artists, but also significantly enhance their spiritual soul power. It can even help them break through to the 7th tier of spiritual soul power and impact the true Emperor realm. It is worth noting that the master of the Tianxian sect is a true Emperor realm expert, and his immense strength is awe-inspiring. It is easy to imagine how precious the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill is for martial artists with the Taiyin physique, its value far exceeding that of the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill by more than 10 times. Moreover, the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill is a 6th-tier spirit pill, and the difficulty of refining it is evident. Ling Tianyu looked at Lu Ruyue, and at that moment, a beautiful figure flashed rapidly in his mind. The Great Qian Empire is known for its Long Princess, Lu Ruiying, the Fairy of Smoke. During the Long Yuan Secret Realm, the Fairy of Smoke possessed the Taiyin holy body, and her breathtaking beauty was unforgettable, becoming a pillar of his spirit. Is Lu Ruyue planning to give the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill to the Fairy of Smoke? It is known that those with the Taiyin holy body, if they lose their virginity before stepping into the true Emperor realm, will have their Taiyin power leak out, causing great damage and making it difficult to hope for entering the true Emperor realm again. Thinking back to those 3 days of intimacy in the Long Yuan Secret Realm, Ling Tianyu suddenly understood everything. The Fairy of Smoke has now lost her purity and can only rely on the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill to save herself and her cultivation path. It must be so. Princess Lu Ruyue must be doing this for her sister. Speaking of Lu Ruiying, a deep sense of nostalgia appeared on Ling Tianyu's face. Although it was to remove the poison of the great demon snake within the Fairy of Smoke, it still benefited him greatly. If it weren't for him, the Fairy of Smoke would have likely fallen into an irretrievable situation long ago. With that in mind, Ling Tianyu did not hesitate to agree. For the one he loves, he is willing to go through fire and water to refine the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill. Then it's settled. Ling Tianyu, if you can truly refine the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill, I will be immensely grateful and will fulfill any of your conditions. Lu Ruyue's face was filled with excitement. She did not expect Ling Tianyu to agree so readily. Moreover, what amazed her was that the 8-Ridge Demon Spirit Pill is a 6th-tier spirit pill. Could it be that Ling Tianyu can really refine even 6th-tier spirit pills? If so, isn't he a genuine master of alchemy? In the Great Qian Empire, having such a young master of alchemy is undoubtedly a blessing for the empire. If it weren't for seeing the Gathering Yuan spirit pill in her hand, Lu Ruyue would have found it hard to believe in Ling Tianyu. But now, the facts are right in front of her, leaving no room for doubt. Can you really meet any of my conditions? Ling Tianyu looked at Lu Ruyue, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, I can meet any of your conditions, Lu Ruyue said without thinking. However, you helped me refine the Gathering Yuan spirit pill today, and since it's getting late, how about I come back to the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce to find you tomorrow? As she spoke, Lu Ruyue's face slightly flushed, revealing a rare hint of shyness. As if she were a girl experiencing her first love. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Ling Tianyu a few more times. The customers who came to buy the spirit pills left one after another as Lu Ruyue departed. However, the name Ling Tianyu was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves and deeply imprinting in their minds. It wouldn't be long before this name spread rapidly like wildfire, reaching every corner of the great Qian Empire. Some had already begun to inquire about this person named Ling Tianyu, eager to know what background this young man had. When did such an extraordinary master of alchemy quietly appear in the great Qian Empire, and at such a young age? Many speculated. Some believed that the gathering yuan spirit pill might actually have been refined by Master Zhuang, and it was merely said to be made by Ling Tianyu out of respect for the previous Dan Master Luo Yi. After all, Master Zhuang must have significantly improved his alchemical skills during this trip back to the imperial capital. When they thought of a master alchemist, people couldn't help but exclaim in awe. After all, a master alchemist was not someone one could easily meet. Moreover, their status was noble, and even those at the true martial realm had to show great respect upon meeting them. Chapter 41. The Fury of Yi Xiaowei. The great Qian Empire has many alchemists, but true masters of alchemy are rare. It was heard that the mysterious president of Bali Yuan was a master alchemist, but it was difficult to see him in person. Many speculated that Master Zhuang had likely entered the ranks of master alchemists. If this were true, it would surely cause a great uproar throughout the entire great Qian Empire, and even attract the attention of the imperial family, the Liu clan. Today, I owe everything to you, Master. If it weren't for you, this little ancestor would have really destroyed the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Master Zhuang looked at Ling Tianyu with gratitude in his eyes, filled with admiration. He sincerely felt that his decision at that time was incredibly correct. Being able to meet Ling Tianyu and humbling himself to become his disciple was indeed the wisest decision of his life. Ling Tianyu's understanding of alchemy and his profound alchemical skills surpass his own by countless levels, making it nearly impossible for him to catch up in his lifetime. Master Zhuang was already old and had never dared to even dream of becoming a master alchemist, believing that he would never reach such a realm in this life. However, Ling Tianyu's appearance was like a ray of light, illuminating the dark path of hope for him. Especially when Ling Tianyu taught him the great transformation yin-yang fire control technique, it filled him with confidence in becoming a master alchemist. There's no need to be so polite with me. Focus on cultivating the great transformation yin-yang fire control technique, and use your alchemical skills to prove your position. I firmly believe you could do it, Ling Tianyu said gently. When Princess Riyue comes tomorrow, I will refine the 8 mausoleums demon spirit pill for her, and then we will head to Tianxin sect. Master Zhuang nodded seriously. By the way, I also need some spiritual jade. Recently, I feel like I am about to break through. No problem, Master. You can have as much as you want. Although spiritual jade was extremely precious, it wouldn't be difficult for Master Zhuang, given his status in the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Ling Tianyu still had quite a bit of spiritual jade in his Qingquan bag, but it was far from enough to break through to the true martial realm. Master Zhuang immediately arranged for a steward to go to the chamber to fetch 5,000 spiritual jade put under his name, and then handed it over to Ling Tianyu. It seemed that Ling Tianyu could only settle down at the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce for now. It was relatively safe here, and he could better take care of his mother and younger sister. At night, the bright moonlight poured onto the windowsill. Ling Tianyu sat alone in his room, taking out the dazzling bracelet that Lu Riyue had given him. This green gemstone was indeed the Dragon Flame Element Stone. He couldn't help but marvel, not expecting to acquire such a rare treasure in the imperial capital of the great Qian Empire by chance. Ling Tianyu placed the Dragon Flame Element Stone in his palm. Its surface was smooth and round, the texture crystal clear, and a cool aura emanated from it, as if he were holding an ice pearl. He then gathered a bit of true energy and slowly infused it into the Dragon Flame Element Stone. Instantly, the green gemstone emitted a dazzling green light, and a dragon shadow faintly appeared within the crystal. The little dragon exuded strands of demonic aura, bearing its fangs and claws, as if it had been activated in an instant, filled with a chilling power. The Dragon Flame Element Stone was formed from the dragon essence of the dark fiery demon dragon. After the dark fiery demon dragon died, its blood and body tightly enveloped the dragon essence. And after millions of years of sedimentation and refinement, this incredibly precious Dragon Flame Element Stone was finally created. It should be noted that the dark fiery demon dragon is at least a terrifying dragon of the 7th rank or higher, with extraordinary strength. Therefore, this dragon flame element stone is undoubtedly an absolute treasure. Ling Tianyu sat cross-legged, surrounded by tens of thousands of spiritual jade. Now that he unexpectedly obtained this dragon flame element stone, along with the assistance of these spiritual jade, it was time to fill the remaining 7 dragon palaces with true energy, and perhaps he could take this opportunity to break through to the true martial realm. Although condensing true martial energy in the true martial realm was fraught with difficulties, he remained full of anticipation. He began to concentrate fully on gathering true energy, drawing the spiritual power from the spiritual jade and absorbing it frantically. Soon, a powerful aura erupted from his body, like a surging tsunami, and the faintly emanating, overwhelming dragon might send chills down people's spines. The true energy within him flowed like a rushing river, surging through his meridians. The alchemy tower also released an unmatched, devouring power, forming a massive vortex of absorption above his head, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy from the spiritual jade. The spiritual energy flowed into his body like agile little silver snakes, continuously converging the remaining 7 dragon palaces into increasingly overwhelming true energy. At the same time, in one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, the Yi family, a suffocating and terrifying atmosphere enveloped them. The family head, Yi Xiaowei, exuded a fierce and intimidating aura. His killing intent burned like a raging flame around him. Not only was this person powerful, having already stepped into the Huangwu realm, but his identity and status in the imperial capital also commanded great respect, making it unthinkable for anyone to offend him. The news of Yi Xiaoyao's death in Tianyu City infuriated Yi Xiaowei to the extreme. The elders and high-ranking officials of the Yi family stood solemnly in the Great Hall, while a trembling guard knelt below. Head of the family, the news from Tianyu City says that it was Ling Tianyu who killed the young master. The guard's voice trembled as he reported the news word for word. As soon as this was said, the faces of the high-ranking officials of the Yi family turned as dark as ink, like the oppressive sky before a storm. A middle-aged woman, standing next to Yi Xiaowei, let out a sharp and sorrowful scream upon hearing the news of her son's death. Her voice filled with endless grief and despair. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face like a flood, filled with sadness and a look of hatred. Xiaoyao, my son, you died so unjustly. Master, you must avenge Xiaoyao and make that kid named Ling Tianyu pay with his life. The middle-aged woman sobbed continuously, crying her heart out, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. Ling Tianyu, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill this person. Izui roared a few times, his voice echoing loudly in the main hall, causing people's eardrums to ache. He suddenly slammed the teacup beneath him on the ground, shattering it into pieces, as if reflecting his own broken and furious heart. How dare that lowly ant, Ling Tianyu, kill my son? Who gave him the audacity? I will not only dismember him, but also skin him alive to relieve the hatred in my heart. Izui's anger soared, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. The family head must take care of himself. Do not let this brat make you sick. That little brat Ling Tianyu deserves to die 1,000 deaths. But according to the news, he seems to have a very close relationship with Master Zhuang of the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, this brat has already arrived in the imperial capital and is currently staying at the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. An elder of the Ai family cautiously reminded. What? That lowly ant actually has connections with Zhuang? Izui's expression changed drastically, his mood shifting between dark and light. The Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce has immense power, spread across various regions, holding a significant position in the entire Deqian Empire. Who would dare to easily provoke someone from the Bali Yuan in the imperial capital? Even Izui had to be cautious in front of the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Master Zhuang is just an old man nearing his end, a useless person sent by Bali Yuan to a remote town, yet he dares to support this brat. He allows him to harm my son, and even lets him stay at the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 42. Trouble has arrived. Izui was seething with rage, but he knew that directly going to the Bali Yuan to demand the person was not a wise move. If that brat refused to come out, things could become troublesome. However, when it came to Master Zhuang, as the head of the Ai family, he truly did not take him seriously. You all immediately send someone to Tianxian sect to notify Elder Nangong and let him handle this matter. After all, Yaoer is his direct disciple, and he will definitely not sit idly by. Someone has killed his disciple. This is openly slapping Nangong Sun's face. The Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. We cannot easily offend. Let Elder Nangong handle it, and that brat will have no way to escape. Izui thought of Elder Nangong Sun. With Nangong Sun's formidable reputation and strength, Master Zhuang would not dare to provoke him lightly. It was precisely because Zhuang offended Nangong Sun that he was ruthlessly sent to Tianyan City. Family head, I will handle this personally. That brat Ling Tianyu is doomed. Nangong Sun is not only an elder of Tianxian sect, but also the martial arts master of Dan Master Luo Yi. So the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce would not easily obstruct it. Many high-ranking members of the Ai family nodded in agreement, and it seemed that this was the only feasible plan. Ling Tianyu, I want you to pay the most painful price. Not only do you have to die, but your mother, your sister, and the women around you must also die. I want you to witness them dying one by one in misery, and then I will take your life with my own hands. Only in this way can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Izui gritted his teeth and said. The violent killing intent filled the entire hall, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a demon from hell, eager to devour Ling Tianyu alive. Dawn was approaching. Ling Tianyu opened his eyes, and the spiritual jades around him had become dim. After a night of cultivation, he finally filled all 7 dragon palaces with true energy. At this moment, it felt as if a true energy dragon had been born within him, powerful and surging. Despite such frenzied cultivation, he did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, he was full of energy, his body brimming with violent strength. Although aided by the dragon flame, origin stone, and thousands of spiritual jades, he still could not condense the true martial qi. However, this cultivation brought him only one step away from the true martial realm. After all, condensing true martial qi is no easy task. It requires a suitable opportunity and the absorption of the vast spiritual energy from the world. But possessing the true energy of the 9 dragon palaces, that magnificent and overwhelming power made his strength even more formidable. At this moment, he was confident that with one punch, he could easily defeat strong opponents above the 5th level of the true martial realm. The barrier to the true martial realm was no longer far away. He could not rush the condensation of true martial qi. Now that I have strong self-protection capabilities, I can only go to Tianxian sect and look for opportunities for a breakthrough. Ling Tianyu thought to himself, today, I will first help Lu Rue refine the 8-ridge demon spirit pill, and then head to Tianxian sect. Just then, there was a loud bang. The iron door was kicked open violently. This sudden noise made Ling Tianyu frown slightly. Who is so bold as to cause trouble in the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Obviously, that kick carried immense force, shaking the iron door of the small courtyard he lived in. Who is Ling Tianyu? Get out and die. A furious roar filled with killing intent, accompanied by hurried footsteps, echoed into the courtyard. A man in a gray Dan robe, looking about 36 or 7 years old, tall and slender, with a fair complexion and an air of coldness, entered, followed by a group of guards exuding the aura of the true martial realm. They entered without any hesitation. Intense killing intent spread through the air, and the man in the Dan robe had an icy gaze, like 2 sharp blades, looking directly ahead. Clearly, he was a powerful alchemist who had stepped into the Huangwu realm. Who are you? And how dare you barge in without knocking? Don't you know that's very rude? Ling Tianyu said nonchalantly, pushing open the door, stretching his arms, and coldly snorting before raising his eyes to look at the crowd. Brat, you're Ling Tianyu, right? Listen carefully. My name is Luo Yi. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but since you killed Ai Xiaoyao, you're doomed to die. I am his senior brother, and today I will kill you to avenge my junior brother. Luo Yi was burning with anger. He was here on the orders of Elder Nangong Sun to kill Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu looked at Luo Yi, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered twice. So you are the Dan Master Luo. Luo Yi, I heard you promised to help Princess refine the gathering Yuan spirit pill, but failed several times in a row and then disappeared. Haha, come tell me, like a turtle hiding its head, where did you go? After Ling Tianyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He originally held some fantasy about Luo Yi, thinking he had a decent character like Master Zhuang. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be so pathetic, coming straight to take his life. The news of Ai Xiaoyao's murder in Tianyu City reached the imperial capital so quickly, presumably because the Ai family feared the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce and did not dare to come personally, so they sent Luo Yi instead. Damn it, Ling Tianyu. How dare you disrespect me? I will kill you today. Luo Yi's killing intent erupted. He did not expect this brat to be so tough, still daring to insult him even when death was imminent. Luo Yi suddenly released powerful true martial realm energy. The air around him surged, preparing to directly kill Ling Tianyu. Stop! Luo Yi, how dare you make a move in the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Young Master Tianyu is a distinguished guest of our chamber. Step back. At this moment, Master Zhuang heard the commotion and rushed in from the neighboring courtyard. Looking at the guards from the Ai family and Luo Yi's fierce and menacing expression filled with undisguised killing intent, Master Zhuang glared angrily. Zhuang, don't think I'll be afraid of you just because you're older. Why aren't you staying quietly in Tianyu City? Who told you to come back? Don't you fear being pursued for sneaking back into the imperial capital? Stop barking in front of me. This brat killed my junior brother, Ai Xiaoyao. And you still dare to say he is a distinguished guest of the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Get out of my way. I must take him today. If you dare to interfere, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Yi gave no face to Master Zhuang, angrily scolding him, his eyes full of disdain. In his eyes, Master Zhuang was just an old fool half buried in the yellow earth, at his age, only at the Huangwu realm. His talent was extremely mediocre, and he could never hope for greater improvement in this lifetime. As for him, Luo Yi, he was still young, under 40 years old, and was the youngest master of alchemy in the imperial city, with hopes of becoming a master-level figure in the future. Luo Yi, how dare you speak disrespectfully in front of me? If you dare to touch young Master Tianyu today, I will fight you to the death. Moreover, don't blame me for not warning you. Young Master Tianyu is a distinguished guest of Princess Xie, and if anything happens to him, Princess Xie will not spare you. Master Zhuang trembled with anger, pointing at Luo Yi and roaring furiously. Ha! Zhuang, you must be getting old and confused. How could this kid possibly be a guest of Princess Xie? Don't think I don't know. This kid is from Tianyu City, just a country bumpkin. Moreover, I find it puzzling why you are protecting him. Is this kid your illegitimate son? Chapter 43, God of Killing and Demon Slayer. Luo Yi laughed ricklessly, his eyes filled with mockery towards Master Zhuang. Relying on the support of his master, Nangong Sun, he had no reservations about Zhuang. What are you all waiting for? Go catch that kid. If he dares to resist, kill him without mercy. Luo Yi stopped wasting words and directly commanded the guards. Yes, the guards of the Yi family, their eyes flashing with cold light and murderous intent surging, immediately drew their weapons, pouncing towards Ling Tianyu like hungry wolves. They were all powerful figures above the third level of the true martial realm, a force not to be underestimated in Tianyu City. Not far away, Yang Ruoyi, Yi Qinro, and Lu Yunxiu heard the commotion and quickly came out of the room. Seeing this, several guards rushed towards them with knives and swords, their faces full of ferocity. Their goal today was not only to take away Ling Tianyu, but also to capture Yang Ruoyi, Yi Qinro, and Lu Yunxiu without mercy. It's going to rain, and a mother is getting married. If someone seeks death, it's not my fault. Ling Tianyu hated it the most when someone dared to harm his mother and the people he cared about. At this moment, his blood was boiling, and a strong killing intent instantly filled the entire space. Boom! An unprecedented aura of slaughter erupted from his body. He shot forward like a black lightning bolt, his power terrifying enough to crush a large blue brick beneath his feet into powder. In an instant, he was blocking in front of Yang Ruoyi and the others. This speed was as fast as lightning. Before the guards could reach them, Ling Tianyu's fists were like two dragons emerging from the sea, bursting forth with immense power. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions suddenly rang out as two unmatched fist imprints crashed into the chests of two true martial realm guards. The powerful impact shattered their sternums. Accompanied by two screams, the two figures were sent flying like kites with broken strings. Ling Tianyu's eyes were filled with cold light, merciless and sharp, his killing intent radiating fiercely. Every fist imprint he threw seemed to accompany the roar of a dragon, its momentum terrifying. The whole person seemed to transform into a god of slaughter, once again charging towards the other guards. Swish, swish, swish. His figure continuously darted in front of the guards, his speed dazzling, making it impossible to catch his position. In an instant, people were falling one after another, letting out cries of agony. Ling Tianyu gathered his true energy in his palms, the murderous aura soaring to the heavens. With every punch he unleashed wrapped in overwhelming might. Wherever he went, a whirlwind was stirred up. In an instant, the wind howled, sand and stones flew, blinding the guards. Wherever he passed, a figure would explode. Blood scattered, flesh flew. No mercy. This was self-inflicted. Even if these guards were all strong with the strength of the third level of the true martial realm, under Ling Tianyu's frenzied assault, they were utterly unable to defend themselves. In less than 20 breaths, more than 10 guards were howling in pain, either with their chests blown to pieces or with severed hands and feet. This bloody scene, decisive and killing, since they had already offended him. He would offend them to the death. After all, they had already crossed the line. Kill. There were still several guards with relatively strong abilities, evidently at the fourth level of the true martial realm, and the leading guard was a burly man. At this moment, he was completely enraged, wielding a 1.5-meter mountain-splitting knife, slashing down. His eyes were wide with rage, filled with cold and arrogant murderous intent, obviously a 6th-level true martial realm expert, the strongest among the guards. And Ling Tianyu appeared to have not yet stepped into the true martial realm, but his strength was too terrifying. Even he didn't dare to be careless. Feeling that Ling Tianyu's true energy was even more formidable than his own. Therefore, as soon as he made a move, he took out his battle knife. Clang! The mountain-splitting battle knife sliced through the air, its blade flashing with a sharp edge, carrying the overwhelming true martial blade energy. Wherever it went, the blade light was terrifying, as if everything in the world could be cut down by a single strike. Destruction blade technique. Whoosh, whoosh. The blade light rapidly approached. 7-star dragon steps. Ling Tianyu immediately executed his movement technique, stepping on the 7 stars, his body like a swimming dragon, quickly dodging this blade light. Quickly turning back, he condensed true energy in his fingertips. Swish! A beam of finger light, sword energy erupted forth. That finger light, sword energy shattered the void, directly impacting the blade light. In an instant, sparks flew, and the blade emitted a rumbling tremor. The 6th-level true martial realm guard felt an overwhelming force in his arm, making it impossible for him to hold onto the battle knife. The battle knife flew from his hand. Boom! Crack! Ling Tianyu's speed was astonishing. He leaped into the air and kicked the battle knife away. Swish! The battle knife instantly pierced through the body of a guard behind him. Bang! Before the strongest guard could react, the domineering dragon fist had already rapidly approached. Dragon Roar Fist. The battle dragon slaughtered. The dragon roared to the heavens. The power of this punch came from the slaughtering battle technique in the Long Yuan reversal technique, its might vast and terrifying. Like a true divine dragon striking, the dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the dragon's might even had the effect of shattering a martial artist's spirit. The strongest guard instantly felt a deadly aura enveloping him, and he unleashed palm prints to resist with both hands. Boom! But the dragon roar fist was too powerful. Crack! The sound of broken bones echoed from his arms, which were directly shattered. Blood flew, and blood mist filled the space. His massive and sturdy body was also sent flying, rolling on the ground for several circles before finally stopping. That leading guard looked utterly disheveled, as if his body had been shattered. Lying on the ground, he was gasping for breath, clearly not going to survive. Ling Tianyu had completely transformed into a butcher of gods and demons. What is going on? Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. It should be known that these E family guards were carefully selected elites, the elite force of the E family, and all were at the true martial realm. Yet, in less than 30 breaths, they were all defeated by Ling Tianyu, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, without any ability to resist. How could this kid be so strong? This outcome completely exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that such a scene actually happened? Just now, that ghostly figure darting among the guards had already astonished Luo Yi, his face written with shock. Damn it, Ling Tianyu, you're seeking death. Luo Yi roared in anger, his gaze icy, murderous intent surging, his eyes seemingly about to burst into flames, charging towards Ling Tianyu with a blood-drenched aura. Ling Tianyu was too far beyond his expectations, displaying such formidable strength at this level. Moreover, he was his opponent. If he did not kill him in time and allowed him to continue growing, that would be terrifying. He would definitely not allow a powerful and potential opponent to see the sun of tomorrow. Ling Tianyu made him feel a deep sense of crisis and even a hint of fear. Such a genius must be killed in the cradle. Luo Yi was about to charge forward, his palm just gathering true energy, when Ling Tianyu let out a cold snort. Now, that all 9 Dragon Palace's true energy was fully filled, even if he challenged a major realm. Facing a strong person in the Huang W realm, he was still qualified to fight. His methods were unpredictable, taking the enemy by surprise, and with perfect body techniques, he was ready to counterattack. Boom! Suddenly, a palm that could destroy heaven and earth struck Luo Yi's back without warning, moving at an incredible speed. It sent Luo Yi flying backward with a scream. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked back at the white-haired old man with immense anger. Master Zhuahong exuded a deadly aura. His eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent, making Luo Yi feel terrified. Chapter 44. You bastard, I should kill you. Luo Yi was knocked flying by that palm, crashing to the ground, still unable to get up. Immediately after, a sharp sword energy whistled in, resembling a winding sword snake, completely tearing apart the space it passed through. Swish! The long sword pierced into his left shoulder, and the sword wielder twisted their wrist, lifting it upward forcefully, causing flesh and blood to splatter from Luo Yi's left shoulder. He was sent flying like a leaf caught in a storm, tumbling through the air. Bang! With a muffled sound, he crashed heavily to the ground again, covered in dirt and looking disheveled, like a stray dog. Luo Yi cried out in pain, his face twisted with agony and unwillingness. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Princess Lu Yu dressed in luxurious attire, holding a blood-dripping longsword. She radiated a chilling aura, resembling a killing god descending from hell. His expression immediately froze, completely dumbfounded. Lu Yu, is it you? Luo, you must have eaten the heart of a leopard to dare to touch my esteemed guest. You're simply tired of living. Lu Ruyu stood above him, her voice icy and piercing, standing in front of him, holding a long sword with a sharp blade, her face filled with anger. As soon as she entered the Bali Source Chamber of Commerce, she heard that Dan Master Luo Yi had returned, bringing many guards from the Yi family. Lu Ruyu immediately felt a hint of ominousness. Without time to think, she lightly tapped the ground and flew swiftly to the courtyard where Ling Tianyu was. Sure enough, if Ling Tianyu were to die here today, not only would no one help her refine the 8-ridge demon spirit pill, but the great Qian Empire would also lose a talented alchemist, which would be a significant loss for the empire. Luo Yi, you fool, who gave you the guts to lay hands on my people? Master Zhuahong appeared right behind Lu Ruyu. At this moment, his aura was restrained, completely different from when he was furious and fighting earlier, yet it exuded an even deeper sense of oppressive pressure. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, 3 dark shadows appeared in the courtyard like ghosts. 3 emaciated old men, their faces as cold as water, their eyes flashing with cold light, locked onto Luo Yi firmly, as if looking at a corpse. This was all because Dan Master Luo Yi provoked Princess Lu Yu. They were top experts secretly guarding Lu Ruyu, usually hidden and invisible, but now they revealed their imposing presence to protect the princess. Judging solely by the overwhelming aura they emitted, none were anything less than peak Xuanwu realm experts. Your Highness, spare me. I really didn't know he was your person. Luo Yi lay on the ground, his features twisted in pain, cold sweat pouring down, but he dare not make a sound, only trembling and pleading. I checked. Ling Tianyu is just an unknown nobody from a remote little town in Tianyan City. How could he possibly be related to you, Your Highness? Shut up. Lu Ruyu's brows furrowed, her furious shout interrupting him. You dare to offend my esteemed guest, and I haven't even settled the score with you for deceiving me about the pill formula. Now you dare to provoke my bottom line again. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? As her words fell, the three Xuanwu realm elders stepped forward, their spiritual power surging. As soon as the princess gave the order, Luo Yi would surely bleed out on the spot. Luo Yi's face turned as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably, trying to maintain his composure. Your Highness, please give me another chance. The difficulty of refining the gathering Yuan spirit pill is beyond imagination. Even Vice President Mo Yin might not be able to refine it. Just give me a little more time, and I will definitely succeed. Oof. You think I would still believe your nonsense? Lu Ruyu's eyes were filled with disdain. The gathering Yuan spirit pill has already been refined, and whether Vice President Mo Yin knows about it, I will definitely get to the bottom of it. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. What? The gathering Yuan spirit pill has been refined? That's impossible. Luo Yi's eyes widened in shock. The process of refining the gathering Yuan spirit pill is complicated and intricate. Even a master alchemist might not succeed. How could anyone have refined it? He turned to look at Master Zhuahong, hoping to get a negative answer from him. Absolutely impossible. Luo Yi shook his head madly. Zhuahong, you would never be able to refine it. Luo Yi, perk up your ears and listen carefully. Lu Ruyu said with a sarcastic smile. The gathering Yuan spirit pill was not refined by Master Zhuahong, but by Ling Tianyu. He is now my esteemed guest, and you dare to lay hands on him. Do you wish to hasten your journey to the underworld? Ling Tianyu? Just him. Luo Yi laughed as if hearing a great joke, shaking his head madly. Your Highness, you must have been deceived by him. This kid looks like he is only 16 or 17 years old. How could someone so young have such incredible alchemical skills? Foolish and ignorant. A hint of disgust flashed in Lu Ruyu's eyes. Young Master Tianyu's alchemical skills are beyond your imagination. In less than 2 hours, he successfully refined the gathering Yuan spirit pill. Such talent is something a narrow-minded person like you cannot even begin to comprehend. I don't believe it. Unless you take the pill out and show it to me, I will never believe that it was that kid who refined it. Luo Yi still refused to give up. Shouting hoarsely, you think you're worthy? You want to see the gathering Yuan spirit pill? You're not even qualified to carry young Master Tianyu's shoes. Master Zhuahong's gaze was like a torch fixed on Luo Yi. Luo Yi, young Master Tianyu's alchemical skills are unfathomable, surpassing you tenfold. I have seen it with my own eyes. Luo Yi's face turned extremely ugly, his hatred for Ling Tianyu intensifying. He suppressed his humiliation, rage burning wildly within him. All along, alchemy had been his pride, and now he was being belittled in such a manner, especially by an unknown country bumpkin. How could he endure it? Princess Luyu, you must have been bewitched by this kid. Luo Yi fumed with anger. He must have used some underhanded means. Please don't be deceived by him. Bastard, I don't care if you believe it or not. To slander me and accuse me of using tricks is utterly ridiculous. Princess Luyu, this bastard wants to kill me, so it's only right that I kill him too. Ling Tianyu's killing intent erupted, staring at Luo Yi. Since you want to kill me, then it is only right for me to kill you. I have never been polite to my enemies, killing those who should be killed. If I don't kill you, should I let you kill me? Ling Tianyu, you cannot kill him. I'm doing this for your own good. Although Luo Yi has offended you, his master is the elder Nangong Sun of the Tianxin sect. He is now a peak Xuanwu realm expert and will soon break through to the true emperor realm. If you kill him, Nangong Sun will not let you go. Lu Ruyu reminded. She did not want Ling Tianyu to offend such a big figure as soon as he arrived in the imperial capital. Luo Yi was certainly hateful, but he was still an alchemist. One could not just kill him without reason. After all, behind him was Elder Nangong's son, one of the top 10 elders of the Tianxin sect. Such a powerful figure belonged to the pinnacle of strength in the entire Great Qian Empire. Chapter 45. life and death bet Nangong Sun, the grand elder of the Tianxian sect, held a position as towering as a majestic mountain. Even the royal Liu family dared not treat him lightly. At this moment, Ling Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Princess Liu Yu, even if I let him go today, Nangong Sun will never let me off the hook. Yi Xiaoyao's blood has long soaked my fists. As Ling Tianyu spoke, a smile adorned his face, his gaze calm and composed. Without a hint of fear, such steady temperament was truly astonishing. What do you mean? Ling Tianyu? What did you kill, Yi Xiaoyao? Lu Riyue's face instantly paled, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This seemingly nonchalant youth actually killed an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect. No wonder Luo Yi dared to act today at the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce. He must have already received Nangong Sun's tacit approval. Lu Riyue felt the situation was tricky. How was she going to resolve this? Ling Tianyu, do you know the reputation of my master? If you come back to the Tianxian sect with me to plead guilty, I can guarantee your whole body remains intact. Luo Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. His fingers trembled slightly in his sleeve, but he forced himself to suppress it. Pleading guilty? Ling Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter filled with mockery and disdain. Do you dare? Seeing this situation, Lu Riyue's eyes widened in anger, her brows furrowed, unable to hold back her sharp rebuke. Luo Yi's face twitched violently. Seeing this scene, it seemed today he wouldn't be able to take Ling Tianyu away. Since that's the case, Ling Tianyu, your alchemy skills are superior in Princess Liu Yu's eyes. But are you willing to let me verify? Luo Yi forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. What kind of verification? Ling Tianyu looked at him with a cold smile. Aren't you able to refine the gathering essence pill? Why don't we have a competition to see whose alchemy skills are higher? The loser must kneel before the alchemy furnace and sever their own meridians. Luo Yi said with a gaze full of killing intent. Ling Tianyu's master, a powerful alchemist, had passed down alchemy memories to him that rivaled those of alchemy saints and emperors. How could he fear a mere Luo Yi? Luo Yi was too ignorant. In half a month, the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce would hold a grand alchemy competition, and all the alchemists from various cities would return. If you have the guts, let us see who ranks higher in the competition. It will prove who has the superior alchemy skills. Do you dare to participate? Luo Yi said proudly, confident in his alchemy skills. Why wouldn't I dare? But the loser severing their own meridians is meaningless. Let's bet our lives instead. If you lose, you die directly. Ling Tianyu looked at him with a cold smile. What? You dare to bet your life with me? Fine, since that's the case, it's settled. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The grand alchemy competition is not just about refining pills. It is extremely strict for alchemists, testing their control over spirit herbs, spiritual medicines, and fire, as well as original alchemy formulas. Let us give you another half a month to see how you die. This way, not only could he kill Ling Tianyu, but he could also prove his alchemy skills in front of Princess Liu Yu, in front of all the alchemists in the world. Gaining fame and fortune, what a glorious sight that would be. That was the grand alchemy competition he had long anticipated. At that time, he would definitely make a name for himself, and his status in the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce would soar. His future looked promising. Perhaps he could even control the entire Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce. Ling Tianyu, we will meet at the grand alchemy competition in half a month. All right, I will kill you in half a month. Ling Tianyu chuckled coldly. Since there would be generous rewards at the grand alchemy competition, he agreed to Luo Yi's challenge. This guy had to be killed. Luo Yi respectfully took his leave from Lu Riyue, then cast a fierce glance at Ling Tianyu and Master Zhuahong, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Lu Riyue breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Luo Yi leave. Fortunately, she had arrived in time to prevent Ling Tianyu from being harmed. However, with Master Zhuahong present, Luo Yi wouldn't harm Ling Tianyu. Yet, it was curious that Ling Tianyu, with his 9th level spirit martial cultivation, dared to attempt to kill Luo Yi, a cultivator. Where did he get such confidence? In half a month, when the Bailiuan held a grand alchemy competition, would Ling Tianyu still be safe? This made her worry. Ling Tianyu, I know your alchemy skills are high, but in half a month, even if you surpass Luo Yi, I advise you not to kill him. Lu Riyue looked at him and said, Princess, are you worried about Elder Nangong seeking trouble with me? Don't worry. Since I dare to kill him, I'm not afraid of retaliation, Ling Tianyu said with a relaxed expression. Although he indeed couldn't deal with Nangong's son right now, there was still half a month left. Who knew what the future would hold? A mere grand elder of the Tianxian sect, a peak 9th level Xuanwu cultivator. Give me enough time. What does a Xuanwu cultivator count for? All right, since you have made your decision, I won't say anything more. I came today to give you the formula for the 8-ridged demon spirit pill. Are you confident in refining this spirit pill? Lu Riyue said, taking out a pill formula from her bosom and handing it to Ling Tianyu. The 8-ridged demon spirit pill was extremely important to her. If Ling Tianyu could successfully refine it, then even if he lost to Luo Yi in the grand alchemy competition half a month later, the royal Lu family would do everything to protect him from death, even if it meant turning against Nangong's son. After all, the 8-ridged demon spirit pill was a 6th-tier spirit pill, and its cultivation was extremely complex and difficult. Only true alchemy masters had the chance to succeed in refining it. If it were the previous Ling Tianyu, he would indeed find it difficult to refine. But since refining that 7-color divine spirit rain, his spiritual power had broken through to the 6th tier, so there would be no problem refining it now. With his current level in alchemy, he was comparable to an alchemy master. The 8-ridged demon spirit pill, an ancient pill formula, was not difficult when Ling Tianyu looked at it. The several spirit herbs and medicines listed on the formula were all available at the Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce. Baileyuan Chamber of Commerce, Alchemy Room. Master Zhuang continued to witness Ling Tianyu's brilliance throughout the process. Although the 8-ridged demon spirit pill was difficult to refine, it ultimately took 3 hours to succeed. Great, excellent. Master, your superb techniques leave me in admiration. Especially when Ling Tianyu used the great creation Yin-Yang Fire Dragon control technique. It amazed him. It seemed no spirit pill could challenge Ling Tianyu. Master Zhuang's eyes were filled with endless admiration, and he was exceedingly excited. Every time he watched Ling Tianyu refine pills, it was a form of enjoyment for him, making Master Zhuang enraptured, and each time opened his eyes wide. All the confusions he previously had about alchemy were instantly understood. As if the clouds were parted and he saw the light again, everything was clear before him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 gray 8-ridged demon spirit pills flew out, plump and round, crystal clear, their surfaces shimmering with various colors, and their fragrance wafting everywhere. This is the 8-ridged demon spirit pill, and it was refined just like that. Master, I'm immensely grateful for your teachings in alchemy. If I learn and practice like this, I will soon touch the threshold of an alchemy master. Thank you, Master. In the grand alchemy competition, I can shine brilliantly. Master Zhuang was extremely excited. Next, Master Zhuang needed to enter seclusion for a few days to thoroughly digest the alchemy skills he had mastered in the past 2 days and to learn the great creation Yin-Yang Fire Dragon control technique. Master Zhuang respectfully bowed deeply to Ling Tianyu, feeling immensely grateful. He finally had the hope of becoming an alchemy master. This was his greatest wish in life, something he had never dared to think of before. Chapter 46, Secret Realm of the Hidden King Shrine. After following Ling Tianyu for 2 days of alchemy, Master Zhuang's spiritual power had improved significantly, and he had now broken through to 5th-tier spiritual power. Along with his understanding of alchemy, it was like a sudden enlightenment. He suddenly understood many things, and his comprehension of alchemy deepened further. Very good. It seems your understanding and comprehension of alchemy have improved quite a bit compared to before. However, this mainly relies on your own efforts. I'm just passing on some core concepts of alchemy to you. You should go into seclusion first, as half a month will pass in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianyu patted his shoulder and said, Master, during this half month, you must control your emotions and not act impulsively. With Princess Lu Riyue here, as long as you don't provoke them, I'm sure Luo Yi and Nangong's son won't come looking for trouble. Wait for me to come out of seclusion in half a month. Once I become an alchemy master, even Nangong's son won't dare to act as recklessly towards me as before, and he definitely won't offend you. Only by diligently improving my alchemy level will the strong from the Xuanwu realm hold me in awe. After all, Being able to become an alchemy master is a prestigious status that not only receives protection from the royal family of the Great Qian Empire, but is also respected by thousands. Even Nangong Sun, the supreme elder of the Tianxian sect, wouldn't dare to guarantee that he won't seek help from you in the future. However, during this half-month of seclusion, he was most worried about Ling Tianyu acting impulsively. If he provoked Nangong Sun, it was possible that the latter would disregard Lu Riyue's face and take harsh action against Ling Tianyu. Rest assured, I know what to prioritize and can endure, Ling Tianyu assured. Thus, Master Zhuang walked towards the secret chamber to enter seclusion. Ling Tianyu then put away 4 Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan and stored them in a beautiful jade box as he walked towards the hall. Lu Riyue had been anxiously waiting and, upon seeing Ling Tianyu come out, hurriedly approached him. Did you succeed in refining it? As she spoke, her face was full of anticipation, with excitement and nervousness. Princess Riyue, here you go. Ling Tianyu smiled at her. He didn't let Lu Riyue down, nor did he forget the favor she had shown him. He handed the exquisite wooden box to Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue opened the wooden box and poured out 4 Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan, which were round, smooth, crystal clear, and emitted a brilliant glow, making her ecstatic. Even if she didn't recognize the Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan, she absolutely trusted Ling Tianyu. This young man had already surprised her twice in a row, so she firmly believed that these must be the genuine Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan. Ling Tianyu, I truly thank you. Without you, no one would have been able to refine these Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan. Lu Riyue was overwhelmed with excitement. Lowering her posture and deeply bowing to Ling Tianyu to express her heartfelt gratitude, her eyes filled with admiration. She never expected that Ling Tianyu, at such a young age, would have such profound alchemical skills, because she knew best what the Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan meant and how important it was to her elder sister. This was a spirit pill that could allow her elder sister Lu Ruyan to break through to the true Emperor realm. It should be noted that in the entire Great Qian Empire, those who could become true Emperor realm experts were supreme beings. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's ability to break through to the true Emperor realm was crucial to the survival of the Lu family in the imperial court. Princess Riyue, you helped me out just now, so we owe each other nothing. You don't need to be so polite with me. If you really want to thank me, how about helping me find some spirit herbs? That would be your repayment to me. Ling Tianyu smiled at her and then handed her the prepared list of spirit herb materials. Lu Riyue took the paper, glanced at it, and was immediately astonished. Tang Xianzi, Youxiang Chilua Xian, Liehua Xingjiao Shu, Bajiao Zuan Binko. These were actually 4 rare spirit herbs that even the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce didn't have. Such rare treasures had immeasurable value. These are all top-grade spirit herbs. Lu Riyue fell silent for a moment. Even with my abilities, I can only get a few of them at most. These spirit herbs are almost non-existent in the market. Although they are incredibly precious, they can't be compared to the Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan. However, I will try my best to collect more for you. Lu Riyue was determined to gather them for him. All right, then thank you, Princess Riyue. The more, the better. Ling Tianyu smiled. He also handed a copy of this spirit herb list to Bailiuan. If the chamber had these spirit herbs, he would also take them right away. These spirit herbs were what Ling Tianyu planned to use to cultivate the Longyuan Nishiju, which would help him master that heaven-defying skill faster. The more, the better. After Lu Riyue finished speaking, she became serious. By the way, there's one thing I must remind you. What is it? It's about your visit to the Tianxian sect. As of now, you are not suitable to go because the sect master is currently away and not in the sect. The entire sect is under the control of Elder Nangong's son, and he has the final say. If you go at this time, it would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. I suggest you stay at the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce for now, at least until the sect master returns. It will be much safer for you to go. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianyu could only nod helplessly. Since the sect master was not in the sect, there was indeed no need to go to seek death now. Does Princess Riyue know what the sect master is doing outside and how long it will take for him to return? Ling Tianyu asked. Lu Riyue shook her head. It seems the sect master has gone to the Hidden King's shrine. I can't say for sure how long he will be back. The ancient relic of the Great Qian Empire The Hidden King Shrine? Ling Tianyu was immediately shocked, because 10 years ago, his father went missing while exploring that Hidden King Shrine and had never returned since. What? You've heard of the Hidden King Shrine too? Lu Ryue looked at him with a puzzled expression. It should be noted that the Great Qian Empire had long sealed off all news about the Hidden King Shrine, and no one was allowed to spread it. However, Ling Tianyu had been with Master Zhuang all the time, and Master Zhuang had told him, so it was quite possible. Ling Tianyu nodded. I've heard some things. Lu Ryue looked at Ling Tianyu seriously this time. Since you know about the Hidden King Shrine, this matter must not be discussed in front of outsiders. The news about this secret realm has already been sealed by the Great Qian Empire. Although there are still some unwilling martial arts experts going to seek treasures, very few people outside know about it. Ling Tianyu nodded, indicating that he understood. This was also why, after 10 years, the ancient relic still held great temptation for the world. If there was an opportunity, he even looked forward to that ancient relic. The old ancestor of the Ling family had once said that the ancient relic was located 1,000 miles outside the capital of the Great Qian Empire, in a place called the Defiant mountain range. It was said that it was the divine abode of a supreme expert from back in the day, filled with countless treasures, which attracted many powerful forces from the Great Qian Empire to explore. The Hidden King Shrine was not just a shrine, but a vast secret realm. It should be noted that to open up a secret realm in the desolate and barren Defiant mountain range, at least a Saint King level expert, who could condense their own world, would be required. The Saint King realm is an incredibly terrifying existence. Therefore, the Defiant mountain range is an ancient relic left behind by that Saint King expert. The Hidden King Shrine had been opened once 10 years ago, attracting countless imperial experts nearby to covet and explore. This included the powerful expert who had taught him the secret method of the 3 Yuan Dan technique. That powerful expert's strength was unfathomable, but it also indicated one thing. That powerful expert's cultivation had not yet reached the Saint King realm. That powerful expert had also traveled through the Great Qian Empire to explore the Hidden King Shrine and encountered Ling Tianyu. Therefore, if the Hidden King Shrine's secret realm were to open again, that powerful expert might appear, and perhaps he would meet him then. Thinking of that powerful expert made Ling Tianyu feel exceptionally excited. Chapter 47. Return to the Yang family. Ling Tianyu was a person who knew how to be grateful and repay kindness. Thinking that he might have the opportunity to meet that powerful expert again, he must repay the favor. Ling Tianyu, I'll take my leave now. Remember what I said? Don't go to the Tianxin sect for now. After Lu Ryue finished speaking, she left the Bailian Chamber of Commerce with the Ba Ling Mo Ling Dan in her hands. At this moment, she was eager to return, filled with the desire to deliver this spirit pill to her elder sister as soon as possible. Ling Tianyu could only temporarily stay at the Bailian Chamber of Commerce, planning to make further arrangements after the return of the leader of the Tianxuanzong. Although he did not fear the elder Nangong Sun deep down, he had not yet grown strong enough and saw no need to provoke that trouble. At this moment, his mother, Yang Ruoyi, came to his side, looking at him with concern. Xiaoyu, we have been back in the imperial capital for quite some time. I think it's time to visit your grandfather. Mother, you want to go see him? Ling Tianyu looked at his mother, his brows slightly furrowed. Previously, he had never heard his mother mention his grandfather, only knowing that she was from a Yang family in the imperial capital. Yang Ruoyi looked at Ling Tianyu. Xiaoyu, the Yang family in the imperial capital is one of the 4 great families. When I was with your father, your grandfather was completely opposed to our relationship. Later, we eloped, which is why I haven't been able to return all these years. Time passes quickly, and so many years have gone by. Back then, the head of the Yang family insisted on breaking them apart. The young and stubborn Yang Ruoyi, despite her father's objections, resolutely married Ling Yunhan and left the Yang family in the imperial capital. At that time, the Yang family publicly claimed to have disowned Yang Ruoyi, severing all ties with her. Yang Ruoyi explained a lot to Ling Tianyu. Mother, do you really want to go back? The Yang family has treated you so ruthlessly. I have grown up now and can protect you. Since the Yang family is so heartless, I think it's better not to go back. Ling Tianyu initially wanted to dissuade his mother. After all, they had lost contact with the Yang family for many years and had no feelings left. Xiaoyu, Your grandfather Yang Tian is still your mother's biological father. It was my recklessness back then that led to such a situation. He is a high-ranking minister of the current dynasty, and I want to see him. Now that Ling Tianyu had offended one of the four great families in the imperial capital, the Yi family, with the Yui holding a significant position in the court. He was very powerful. With the death of his son, Yui would not let Ling Tianyu go easily. In this situation, Yang Ruoyi thought of the Yang family, believing that only by relying on their power could they truly ensure Ling Tianyu's safety. How could Ling Tianyu not see through his mother's thoughts? Mother, since you have already made up your mind, I will accompany you back. However, you should know that even if we return, the Yang family's attitude may disappoint you. Ling Tianyu said. He did not expect anything from the Yang family. He had never met that so-called grandfather and did not think he would receive protection from him. Moreover, he did not need it, but out of respect for his mother, seeing her eyes full of expectation and hope, he could only nod in agreement. Xiaoyu, back then your father and I were very affectionate, but your grandfather insisted on stopping us. I was so desperate that I jumped off a cliff and took poison, which finally made your grandfather give up, but it also broke his heart. Even if your grandfather does not acknowledge me as his daughter, I cannot deny him because blood ties cannot be severed. Over the years, I have often felt guilty for not being filial to him. Now we have the opportunity to return to the imperial capital, and I really miss him. As she spoke, Yang Ruoyi's eyes reddened, tears shimmering. Mother, we're going back, but don't have too high expectations. The Yang family's attitude may not be friendly, Ling Tianyu said helplessly. Yes, I just want to go back and take a look at your grandfather to see if he is still healthy, if he has aged a lot. I don't care how the Yang family treats me. I just want to see him. Naturally, Xiao Rou would follow along. As for Lu Yunxiu, early in the morning, a middle-aged man from the Bailian Chamber of Commerce came and took her away. The man said he was a close friend of city Lord Lu Kanglin for many years, and Lu Yunxiu knew him. Now he had some status in the imperial capital and could introduce Lu Yunxiu to directly join the Tiangshuanzong. With this, Ling Tianyu could not say much and could only agree to let her go to the Tiangshuanzong first, as that would be much safer than staying by his side. Young Master Tianyu, we'll meet in our sect. I believe you will come. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Yunxiu left with a reluctant expression. Ling Tianyu smiled and waved goodbye. This could be considered fulfilling the task entrusted by city Lord Lu Kanglin. After a simple tidy-up, he and Xiao Rou accompanied their mother to leave the Bailian Chamber of Commerce and head to the Yang family. The imperial capital was divided into 4 major districts: east, west, south, and north. The Bailian Chamber of Commerce was located in the main city, while the Yang family was in the eastern district. The Yang family was extremely powerful. Yang Yintian, as a high-ranking minister of the current dynasty, held immense power and was highly valued by the emperor. He was not only knowledgeable, but also a formidable martial artist who had reached the level of a Huangwu realm expert. It could be said that the Yang family was the most prominent among the 4 great families, with a plethora of talents within, making it one of the largest families in the imperial capital and an absolute hegemon. The Yang family estate covered a vast area, with tall and luxurious buildings. Outside the estate, there were burly guards on watch, and the Yang family was under strict guard. Yang Ruoyi was the youngest daughter of Yang Yintian, with 2 older brothers above her. Both her elder brothers held important positions in the dynasty, with bright futures ahead. Only Yang Ruoyi, the youngest daughter, became a sore spot for the Yang family, and no one in the family was allowed to mention her name. It was as if Yang Ruoyi had become a taboo for the Yang family, and no one dared to discuss her. When Ling Tianyu arrived at the Yang family estate with his mother and Xiao Rou, looking at the tall walls and the imposing gate, Yang Ruoyi's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Everything here felt so familiar. Her body trembled involuntarily as she gazed at the estate. Memories surged like a tide, and those past events came vividly to her mind. Father, do you still recognize your daughter? The unfilial daughter has returned. Yang Ruoyi murmured, her voice choked, as the familiar yet strange figure of her father kept appearing in her mind. Get lost. Is a Yang family estate a place for you lowly ants to gawk at? Get out of here quickly, or my horse will trample you to death. Don't say I didn't warn you. Suddenly, a cloud of dust stirred up behind Ling Tianyu, and the sound of hooves echoed urgently as someone shouted angrily, filled with displeasure. 6 or 7 tall horses galloped over, led by a fair-faced young man dressed in a luxurious brocade robe. Still not rolling? Are you deaf? The young man shouted angrily again, seeing Ling Tianyu and the others daring to block the entrance of the Yang family estate. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He was arrogant and domineering, drawing out his long sword from his waist without a word and lunging at them. Chapter 48. The wind of conflict blows up. Ling Tianyu looked at the young man with icy eyes and suddenly unleashed a punch. He directly sent the young man flying off his horse. Boom! The young man in the luxurious brocade robe felt an unprecedented force smashing towards his face and could not defend himself at all. He was violently knocked back, crashing to the ground, covered in dust, his long hair instantly disheveled. My arm is broken. The young man hugged his arm, screaming in agony, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his nose looked crooked, appearing extremely disheveled. Damn it, who are you to cause trouble at the Yang family estate? Kid, who are you to hurt our second young master? The others angrily shouted. They were all guards of the Yang family and were immediately filled with murderous intent, dismounting and surrounding Ling Tianyu. Kid, are you looking for death? Daring to cause trouble at the Yang family estate? Just wait. No one can save you today. Prépare tout. The young man in the luxurious brocade robe, clutching his arm, got up from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. Stop! Young Yuzheng, who are you to him? At this moment, Yang Ruoyi stepped forward, her expression agitated, looking at the young man and asking. He looked just like her elder brother. Young Yuzheng, you lowly commoner, do you seek death? How dare you directly call my father's name? Take her down for me. I want these 3 lowly commoners to pay the price. The young man shouted angrily, pointing at Yang Ruoyi and the others. Wait, it seems I didn't mistake you. Since Yang Yuchen is your father, you must be called Yang Zhan, right? Zhaner, don't you remember me? I am your aunt, Yang Ruoyi. I didn't expect Yang Zhan to be so grown up now. He is 3 years older than Ling Tianyu, only 19 this year, which made her extremely excited. Back then, when she left the Yang family against opposition, Yang Zhan was still too young. Time really does not spare anyone. No wonder he looks so much like his elder brother. You say your name is Yang Ruoyi? That name sounds somewhat unfamiliar at first, but he quickly remembered. Since he was very young, as far back as he could remember, the name Yang Ruoyi had rarely been mentioned. It had been over 10 years. But he still remembered the name, Yang Ruoyi, the pride of the Yang family, the beloved youngest daughter of his grandfather, his own aunt. However, after so many years, Yang Zhan looked coldly at Yang Ruoyi, sizing her up, then glanced at Ling Tianyu and Yi Qianrou. Yang Ruoyi, whose aunt are you? I don't recognize you. It was you who made our Yang family a laughingstock back then, bringing shame to us. How dare you come back today, truly shameless? I spit on you. You lowly woman. You have left and have deeply hurt grandfather's heart. You were already kicked out and expelled from the Yang family. Get lost. We don't welcome you in the Yang family. Yang Ruoyi, if I were you, I wouldn't have the face to come back. Your name has long been erased from the family tree. Upon hearing Yang Zhan's words, Yang Ruoyi had no rebuttal, her face pale, and if not for Ling Tianyu supporting her, she would have almost fallen to the ground. Who would have thought that her father would erase her name from the family tree, showing such ruthlessness in not wanting to see her again? Yang Yuntian, the father who once loved her the most, would be so heartless. Could it be that they truly would never meet again? Yang Zhan, I don't care who you are. If you dare to insult my mother, I will kill you. Ling Tianyu could not bear it any longer. His eyes filled with killing intent. This Yang Zhan, who was still his cousin, was so disrespectful and rude to Yang Ruoyi. How could he tolerate it? Yang Ruoyi is a lowly woman. You must be the illegitimate child of this lowly woman, right? You dare to hit your Zhangge, and you will surely die today. Kill him for me. Yang Zhan was utterly unrelenting, directly ordering the guards. Yes, sir. Immediately, the Yang family guards, with fierce expressions, rushed toward Ling Tianyu to kill him. Whoosh! Stepping like stars, his body like a swimming dragon, his gaze cold, a tremendous power erupted from him, gathering all his strength to attack those guards. Dominant fist prints, powerful and imposing, directly sent the 2 guards in front of him flying, spitting blood. Before the others could rush forward, Ling Tianyu dashed forward swiftly. Boom! 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 Instantly, the space echoed with wails and screams. Although these guards were powerful, 2 at the 9th stage of the spirit martial realm, and 4 at the true martial realm, none were Ling Tianyu's match. In less than 5 breaths, they all fell to the ground, their chests blown open, a mess of flesh and blood. Some fainted, completely losing their fighting capability. This scene left Yang Zhan utterly stunned. You illegitimate child! How dare you injure my Yang family's guards? Yang Zhan did not expect Ling Tianyu to be so powerful, especially when he looked at him with a murderous gaze. He was so frightened that he kept retreating. What do you want? If you dare to hit me, I guarantee boom. Before he could get close, Ling Tianyu kicked him directly in the face. Damn it! How dare you insult my mother? Lifting him from the ground, he slapped his face hard, knocking out 5 or 6 teeth. With a person like you, how dare you bark at me? Yang Zhan was arrogant and overbearing. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would truly think he could act with impunity. Slap! 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 Ling Tianyu had no intention of stopping, alternating slaps to his face, continuously hitting him over a dozen times. You dare to hit me, you will definitely die. This is the Yang family, and I will definitely have my father kill you, skin you alive. Yang Zhan relied on his status. Still in front of the Yang family estate, showing no fear, shouting loudly, filled with rage, his venomous gaze fixed on Ling Tianyu. Kid, let go of the second young master now. At this moment, a guard outside the estate rushed into the Yang family to report, while another ran over to stop him, shouting loudly. Soon, dozens of guards rushed out from the estate. Ling Tianyu's commotion had alerted many people. Among them was an elder dressed in gray, tall and large, with fierce brows and eyes, roaring a few times, his sharp gaze seemingly wanting to devour Ling Tianyu. Violent true martial aura erupted, a powerful Huangwu realm expert. The elder saw Yang Zhan in Ling Tianyu's grasp and was instantly furious, filled with killing intent. Grandpa Luo, save me! Yang Zhan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the elder. Quickly help me kill this kid. Luo Yang, who had managed the Yang family for over 40 years, was in charge. Yang Ruoyi froze for a moment upon seeing the elder, then exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Yang. The gray-clad elder stopped in his tracks, his face filled with shock, looking at her with immense excitement and disbelief. You are Miss Ruoyi? Has the young lady returned? Luo Yang, after all these years, recognized Yang Ruoyi at a glance, not even caring that Yang Zhan was still being held by Ling Tianyu. All these years, Luo Yang had been most worried about Yang Ruoyi. Luo Yang had the best relationship with Yang Ruoyi back then. He had watched her grow up, taking care of her in every way. Uncle Yang, it's me, Ruoyi has come back to see you. How is father? Yang Ruoyi's eyes were filled with tears, extremely excited. Grandpa Luo, what are you standing there for? Quickly help me kill this kid. Yang Ruoyi is no longer one of us in the Yang family. This lowly woman brought back an illegitimate child and still dares to hit me. Yang Zhan, after being severely beaten, still spoke defiantly, yelling at Luo Yang. Chapter 49. The Return of the Disowned Young Lady. Luo Yang looked at Yang Zhan, his face instantly darkening. How dare he be so disrespectful to Yang Ruoyi? A surge of anger welled up in his heart. Thus, Yang Zhan was punished. He deserved it for being disrespectful to Miss Ruoyi. The one who hit him was the young lady's son, Ling Tianyu. Luo Yang glanced at Ling Tianyu and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Not bad, a talented person, clearly a dragon among men. Then he looked back at Yang Zhan. Second young master, the family matters of the Yang family are not for me to meddle in. Please bear with it for now. I will go inform the clan leader immediately. Luo Yang didn't care about him being beaten. If it were someone else, it would naturally be different. After speaking, he warned the guards behind him. This is Miss Yang Ruoyi, and that young master is Ling Tianyu. The 2 young masters are just playing around. None of you can intervene. I will notify the clan leader right away to handle it. Yes. The guards nodded in agreement, having realized that the 3 who had arrived were of extraordinary status. Luo Yang gave Yang Ruoyi a reassuring nod and a comforting look, then cast a glance at Yang Zhan before turning to leave. Luo Yang, you dog of the Yang family, seeing this young master being bullied, and you actually ignore it. How dare you defy my orders? Yang Zhan, seeing Luo Yang leave, was furious, cursing incessantly. It was evident that Yang Zhan was used to being arrogant and had no one to back him up, yet he still dared to shout like this. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with sharp coldness. With one hand gripping his neck, he punched his abdomen. Bang! 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 A few heavy punches made his body curl up like a shrimp, pain written all over his face. The guards watching felt a wave of satisfaction. Usually, Yang Zhan would vent his frustrations on them at the slightest inconvenience, and now, seeing this was quite relieving. Stop, I beg you, don't hit me anymore. I surrender. I surrender. After taking several heavy punches, Yang Zhan could no longer bear the pain and finally pleaded for mercy. Ling Tianyu's methods were too ruthless, making him completely terrified. If this continued, his internal organs would explode, torturing him to the point of unbearable pain. Come on, try talking back again. Immediately apologize to my mother and say you were wrong. Ling Tianyu grabbed him and pressed his head down forcefully. I'm sorry I was wrong, Aunt. Zhan shouldn't have offended you. Please let my cousin spare me. I swear I will never disrespect you again. Yang Zhan honestly admitted his mistake, constantly begging for mercy. But this was not his true intention. His heart was still filled with anger and hatred. Ling Tianyu dared to humiliate him in front of the Yang family's guards today. On the surface, Yang Zhan begged for mercy, but internally, he was cursing furiously. Don't let me catch you off guard, or I will make sure this wild seed dies a miserable death. Xiaoyu, let him go. At this moment, Yang Ruoyi said, although she was also very angry. Seeing Yang Zhan in such a miserable state made her unable to bear it, and she shook her head with a sigh. After all, he was the child of her elder brother. Yang Zhan, remember this. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, I guarantee you will regret coming into this world. Get lost. After saying that, Ling Tianyu kicked him over. Yang Zhan fell to the ground and couldn't help but turn back to glare at Ling Tianyu fiercely before quickly scrambling into the Yang family residence. Not daring to make another sound, the guards behind him also hurriedly followed him into the mansion. Xiaoyu, did you go a bit too hard? After all, he is your cousin, your uncle's son. Yang Ruoyi looked at Ling Tianyu with a hint of worry in her eyes. Who told him to be so mouthy? Don't worry. Mother, if it were someone else who dared to treat you this way, I would have killed him long ago. Let's go inside. That elder from Luoyang should inform Yang Yintian, and he'll be back soon. Speaking of this grandfather, Ling Tianyu felt a tinge of anticipation. As he had never seen him before, Yang Ruoyi said nothing and nodded, and the three of them stepped into the Yang family residence. Once inside, the guards did not stop them, as Luoyang had already given instructions, and the news of Yang Ruoyi's return quickly spread through the Yang family. In the main hall of the Yang family, Yang Ruoyi led Ling Tianyu and Yi Qianro into the hall to wait. Before long, a dozen people rushed in, all exuding a murderous aura. Mother, quickly avenge me. That kid, just now, made me lose all my face. Yang Zhan limped into the hall, holding his bruised face and clutching his abdomen. Following him was a middle-aged, noble woman dressed in luxurious clothing, her figure tall and elegant, with eyes full of icy coldness. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she glared frostily at Yang Ruoyi and Ling Tianyu. Sister-in-law, you're here. Yang Ruoyi quickly stood up and slightly bowed to the woman, giving her due respect. The noble woman was none other than Yang Zhan's mother, Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yushi had a powerful background. She was not only the wife of Yang Yuqing, but also the daughter of the sect master of the Xiansha sect of the Deqian Empire. Moreover, she herself was a formidable warrior at the Huangwu realm. Yang Ruoyi, I didn't expect you to have the face to return. Our Yang family has already disowned you. Today, not only did you trespass into the Yang family, but you also let your son seriously injure Zhan. Jiang Yushi huffed coldly, her face filled with anger. Sister-in-law, it's not as you think. It was Yang Zhan who... Yang Ruoyi tried to explain, but was directly interrupted by Jiang Yushi. Shut up. You let this brat beat my son and still want to argue? Oof. Do you think our Yang family has no one and can let you act recklessly? After saying that, Jiang Yushi shouted angrily, grab that little brat. She pointed at Ling Tianyu. Yes, ma'am. Immediately, 6 people rushed out from behind Jiang Yushi. They were all middle-aged women, stout and fierce-looking, reaching for Ling Tianyu. Releasing their overwhelming true energy, These 6 fierce women were loyal guards of Jiang Yushi, all peak warriors at the Jinwu realm. Their terrifying power surged forth, making even the Yang family's guards no match for them. Besides, they did not take orders from the Yang family, but only from Jiang Yushi. Ling Tianyu unleashed his killing intent, true energy surging forth, ready to fight back. Enough! Suddenly, a domineering voice came from outside the hall, and an elderly man walked in with an air of authority. His white hair flowed like a waterfall, and although his face was marked by the passage of time, it could not hide the piercing brilliance in his eyes. A domineering aura swept through the hall like a raging tide, instilling a sense of awe in everyone, as if he were the ruler of this realm, unquestionable and untouchable. This person was none other than Yang Yuntian, the current patriarch of the Yang family and a high-ranking official in the court, wielding immense power and holding a significant position in the entire Deqian Empire. The moment Yang Ruoyi saw Yang Yuntian, she froze in place, tears welling in her eyes, filled with excitement and complex emotions. After many years apart, the familiar face now seemed somewhat unfamiliar, but the bond of blood made her heart unable to calm down. Standing to the side, Jiang Yushi's attitude instantly did a complete turnaround upon seeing Yang Yuntian. Her previously cold gaze softened immediately, her face filled with respectful smiles as she said gently, "Father, you're back. Grandfather, you've finally returned. It was this wild seed who hit me. He was brought back by Yang Ruoyi. This wild seed is too arrogant. You must stand up for your grandson and teach him a lesson." As soon as Yang Zhan saw Yang Yuntian, he quickly found his support and rushed to his side, clutching Yang Yuntian's arm tightly, looking as pitiful as possible. Seeing this scene, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that Yang Yuntian spoiled this second-generation heir, which led to his arrogant and overbearing personality. Chapter 50. Ling Tianyu's attitude. Grandfather, you must teach this wild seed a good lesson. Yang Zhan cried out. Slap! Yang Yuntian delivered a sharp slap to his face, instantly shocking Yang Zhan. What is going on? My usually doting grandfather slapped me for this wild seed? Is this still the grandfather who spoiled me? He has never hit me before. Get out of the way. Yang Ruoyi is my daughter, your little aunt. You beast are so ignorant of manners to dare call your aunt by her name. Go back and reflect. Yang Yuntian shouted angrily, glaring at him fiercely. Why, grandfather? I was the one who got hit. It was that little wild seed who hit me. Yang Zhan covered his face, feeling utterly wronged. You dare to speak? Yang Yuntian's face turned terrifyingly grim. This made Yang Zhan's face turn pale with fear, quickly retreating a few steps, afraid of being slapped again. Isn't it just a wild seed brought back by a cheap woman? Why the huge reaction? Before he could react, Jiang Yushi hurriedly stepped forward, looking somewhat flustered. Father, please calm down. My daughter-in-law will take Zhan away first and let him reflect. Yang Yuntian had never been this angry before, and, at this moment, Jiang Yushi dared not say much for fear of further provoking him, pulling Yang Zhan away. Stop! Jiang Yushi, I know Yang Zhan is usually spoiled by you, but listen carefully. The person in front of you is named Yang Ruoyi, my biological daughter. Even if I once expelled her from the family, blood is thicker than water, and that will never change the fact that she is my daughter. You are merely my daughter-in-law of the Yang family. You better understand this point. Yang Yuntian waved his hand, indicating she should know her place. With such direct words, Jiang Yushi understood immediately and felt an unprecedented pressure. Yes, after all, a daughter-in-law is still a daughter-in-law and can never compare to a biological daughter in value. Yes, I understand, daughter-in-law. You may continue your conversation. I will take my leave. That little sister, it just now is my fault as the elder sister. I made you suffer. Saying this, she slightly bent her body to show her apology and quickly left the grand hall with Yang Zhan. Father, daughter has returned after so many years. I came back to see you. Daughter is sorry for you. Yang Ruoyi looked at Yang Yuntian with immense excitement, and at the moment she saw her father, her eyes instantly became moist. Especially after hearing Yang Yuntian's words, her heart was even more touched, tears almost overflowing, and her voice trembled as she spoke. After saying that, she deeply bowed again, her eyes filled with endless longing for her father. When she left all those years ago, her father's back was still very straight, and he didn't have so much white hair. Now, seeing him again, her father looked much older than she had imagined. "Humph, you remember to come back? I thought you were dead. What are you back for?" Yang Yuntian was filled with hatred. After all these years, she left without a word. And now, standing in front of him made his feelings complicated, especially when he glanced at Ling Tianyu. He let out a cold snort. But despite his tough words, the excitement that flashed in his eyes was still caught by Ling Tianyu. This so-called grandfather, it seems, is not as heartless towards the mother as he appears. Deep down, there is still a hint of longing. "Father, how have you been these years? Daughter has not been by your side to serve you. It is all daughter's unfilial conduct. If you want to punish me, I have no complaints." Saying this, Yang Ruo-yi pulled Ling Tianyu over. "This is Xiao Yu. Ling Tianyu, your grandson. This is Xiao Ro, my adopted daughter. Xiao Ro, come and greet your grandfather." As she spoke, Yang Ruo-yi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Xiao Ro was a bit nervous and also knelt down. Ling Tianyu was about to kneel, but was stopped by Yang Yuntian waving his hand. "You don't need to kneel to me. I do not recognize these two children. Yang Ruo-yi, as my daughter, your bloodline cannot be changed. If it weren't for your mother asking me to forgive you before she passed away, even if you died, you would never step into the Yang family again in this lifetime. I can acknowledge you, but I will not recognize these two children," Yang Yuntian said firmly. Starting at Yang Ruo-yi. "Mother, little sister, you all get up. Since he does not recognize us, we should leave. We have already been to the Yang family, seen it, and it is time for us to go. We should not have come to the Yang family," Ling Tianyu said impatiently, pulling up his mother and Xiao Ro. "What did you say?" Yang Yuntian's face changed instantly, angrily questioning. He did not expect Ling Tianyu to be so audacious, daring to speak to him like this. A grandson being so bold was outrageous. Even his own son would never dare to confront him like this. "I didn't say anything wrong. Since we can't afford to be part of the Yang family, isn't it fine to leave? Besides, since you do not recognize us, what are we still doing here? You are stubborn, and back then, for your own face, you disregarded my parents' love, insisted on breaking them apart, even driving my mother out of the house, forcing her to nearly lose her life. You're not a competent father. Humph, my mother has always missed you, insisting on coming to the Yang family. If it were me, I wouldn't want any connection with your Yang family." Ling Tianyu confronted him directly, staring at Yang Yuntian without flinching. His gaze was stubborn, showing no fear. In his heart, he had his own judgment of right and wrong. The past should not be entirely blamed on his mother. Doesn't this grandfather have any responsibility? As a father, shouldn't Yang Yuntian hope for his daughter's happiness? He insisted on breaking them apart, leaving his mother to live in pain for half her life. His mother had always felt guilty towards his father, and he understood her best. She had always longed for Yang Yuntian. "Who do you think you are, daring to teach me a lesson? Your father abducted my daughter back then. How does he deserve to marry her? What kind of worthless bum is he? I disagree, and that's it. I discipline my daughter, and she should listen to me. The one she marries must be chosen by me. It is right for the old man to make the decisions." Yang Yuntian was extremely agitated, his face red with anger, his white beard trembling, wishing he could slap Ling Tianyu to death, but he ultimately held back. At this point, his hands were shaking. But now that Yang Ruo-yi has finally returned, he was truly afraid that in a moment of impulse, this daughter would leave again. A powerful aura surged around him. The imposing presence of a Huanggang realm expert shattered the tables and chairs around the grand hall. Seeing him so angry, Ling Tianyu let out a cold snort. "Mother, you also saw that Yang Yuntian is so angry. If we stay any longer, we might be severely punished by him. Let's leave. We have already seen what we needed to see." He was deeply afraid that his mother would stay and suffer for no reason. "Yang Yuntian, since you do not recognize me, then you're not my grandfather. Listen well, no matter who you are or how angry you are. If you dare to hurt my mother, I will not spare you. And if you dare to insult my father, I can endure for my mother. Otherwise, even if you are the Huanggang realm, I will still kill you on the spot. Don't think I don't have that strength. Try me if you don't believe it." After saying this, he pulled Yang Ruo-yi and was about to leave. Chapter 51. Princess Lu Rian Ling Tianyu's eyes widened in anger, murderous intent bursting forth from his gaze, his inner fury boiling like molten lava. Father, since you do not welcome us and will not accept Xiao Yu and Xiao Rou, we will leave now. Daughter has only missed you too much, which is why I thought to come back to visit. As long as you are safe and sound, daughter can rest assured. Today has fulfilled my wish. Please take care, and I will be able to leave in peace from now on. After saying this, Yang Ruo Yi turned around, but after a moment, she left another sentence. Father, besides you, Yin Han is the man I love most in this life. Please do not speak ill of him in the future. No matter what, we already have children and have been together for many years. Yang Ruo Yi raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and with Ling Tianyu and Xiao Rou, she was about to step out of the grand hall. Wait! Yang Yuntian hesitated. Raising his head, the anger on his face had dissipated, and he shook his head with a sigh. He seemed to have aged many years in an instant, his eyes revealing an extremely complex emotion. Father, you called me. Yang Ruo Yi turned around, her heart impulsive, wishing she could immediately rush over and tightly embrace the old man before her. But she held back. Don't leave. Xiao, we have not seen each other for 17 years. Since you have returned this time, did you suffer any grievances in the Ling family? Let me help you seek justice. The Yang family will always be your home. Even if you want to leave, please stay a few more days. Yang Yintian said. At this moment, he had lost his previous authority. Father, thank you for still acknowledging this unfilial daughter. I am doing well in the Ling family and have not suffered any grievances. I should still leave. Yang Ruo Yi looked at him and politely declined. After all, she had already seen the attitude of the elder sister just now, and moreover, her father still did not acknowledge his own child. Xiao Yi, do you still want to leave like you did back then, for 17 years? How many more chances do you think you will have to meet me? Also, in a few days, it will be your mother's death anniversary. Don't you even want to pay respects to her? A hint of displeasure appeared on Yang Yuntian's face. Mother? Yang Ruo Yi murmured, thinking of how she had not even been able to see her mother for the last time, which had become her greatest regret in this life. In such a situation, even if she wanted to refuse, she could only nod in agreement and decide to stay temporarily. All right, I will arrange for someone to prepare accommodations for you. Seeing her hesitate, Yang Yuntian turned to leave the grand hall, and before leaving, he took a deep look at Ling Tianyu. That gaze was extremely complex and particularly sharp. Soon, Butler Luoyang walked in from outside the hall. Miss Ruo, during the years you were away, the master has been keeping the cine residence for you. Just now the master hoped you would stay, and you saw it. Gulme, I will arrange this for you. Luoyang's face was filled with smiles. After so many years, the young lady he had watched grow up had finally returned today. Thank you. Unchile Yang. Yang Ruo Yi always respected Luoyang, softly said. Cine residence was once the home of Yang Ruo Yi. In the small courtyard, the rockery and pavilion are arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. A small bridge spans the flowing water, and the peach forest is lush, creating a serene and elegant scene. Unexpectedly, after so many years, her father still kept cine residence for her, which made her feel extremely excited inside. Mother, are we really going to stay here? Said Ling Tianyu, looking at his mother. Xiao Yu, your grandfather has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I understand him well. Although he says he won't accept you, I know he is just angry about your father's grievances. Let's stay for now. At least here, I will feel at ease. Besides, if we really need to leave, we can do so after your grandmother's Memorial Day. It won't be too late then. Yang Ruoyi was determined to stay, as the Bailiuan Chamber of Commerce was not something that Masters Wahong could decide alone. All right, as long as mother is happy, it doesn't matter where I am. Ling Tianyu naturally had no objections. Staying here was the most suitable choice. Yang Yuntian had softened his stance. Although he was somewhat stubborn, he was much better than she had imagined. At least he didn't directly drive them away. Xiaorou also understood that this was just an excuse from Yang Yuntian, who simply wanted Yang Ruoyi to stay. Mother, did you and father hide something from me back then? Otherwise, why would Yang Yuntian insist on separating you two and get so angry? Ling Tianyu asked, looking at his mother. Yang Ruoyi gently shook her head and did not elaborate. Seeing his mother's evasive gaze, Ling Tianyu understood in his heart that there must be hidden truths in this matter. He vaguely guessed that there were definitely things that were not known to others. For some reason, a strong impulse surged in Ling Tianyu's heart, wanting to uncover the truth from back then. Perhaps it could resolve the estrangement between his mother and grandfather. In the imperial capital, the forbidden area behind the Liu family royal palace. This place is a serene sanctuary in the back mountain of the Liu family palace, with rolling mountains, swirling clouds, and rich spiritual energy. At the summit, a natural massive waterfall gathers from high mountains and flowing water, and beside the waterfall sits a luxurious palace. This is Liu Ruyan's exclusive residence, where she usually cultivates and comprehends martial arts. This place is also a forbidden area that outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. Without her consent, no one could enter at will, not even her royal uncle or father. At this moment, a figure appeared in this place. The visitor was a woman, pure and flawless, with a figure that could be described as perfect, evoking admiration. She was familiar with the area, easily passing through a bamboo forest and heading straight towards the luxurious and serene palace. Xiaoya, why are you looking for me? I've told you many times. Unless it's something special, don't disturb me in the Iha Palace. Recently, my sister has been upset and has encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation. A sweet and crisp voice, tinged with a hint of coldness and displeasure, came from the palace. The speaker was dressed in a light, gauzy white robe, resembling someone enveloped in smoke and mist. She was ethereal and not of this earthly realm. Apart from her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her entire body was pure white, stunningly beautiful. She landed lightly outside the palace, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, radiating brilliant light, making it impossible for anyone to harbor any impure thoughts, and even daring not to look directly into her eyes. She was none other than Liu Ruyan, the eldest princess of the Dacian Empire, revered as a fairy. Elder sister, Xiaoya came today to tell you something important. Liu Ruyan, usually spoiled and headstrong, was extremely submissive in front of Liu Ruyan, showing great respect for this elder sister of the Liu family. Elder sister, I wouldn't dare disturb your quiet cultivation, but today I truly have great news. Someone has refined the 8-tomb demon spirit pill, so I hurry to tell you. Liu Ruyan said excitedly. What did you say about the 8-tomb demon spirit pill? Are you saying someone has refined this spirit pill? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's expression changed dramatically. The 8-tomb demon spirit pill is not something anyone can refine. Could it be that the president of the Baiyuan Chamber of Commerce refined it for me? Has he returned? Liu Ruyan looked at Liu Ruyan with disbelief, her beautiful eyes flashing with brilliance. It is known that in the Dacian Empire, only a master alchemist would have the hope of refining such a rare and exceptional 8-tomb demon spirit pill. Even Vice President Mo Yin could not do it. No, the one who refined the 8-tomb demon spirit pill is not the president, but someone else, Liu Ruyan said. Not the president? Then who is it? Liu Ruyan shook her head, lost in thought. She was well aware of the alchemists in the Dacian Empire. If it wasn't the president, it was likely that no one else could do it. Elder sister, it is a young man named Ling Tianyu. He comes from a remote small city in the Dacian Empire, from the Ling family of Tianyan City. He looks younger than me, but his alchemical skills far exceed Master Zhuang. Previously, I couldn't believe it either, but he helped me refine a gathering essence spirit pill. So I thought of asking him to help refine the 8-tomb demon spirit pill, and he really did it. Chapter 52, 9 Dragons' True Essence. Who did you say is named Ling Tianyu? Tianyan City, Ling Tianyu? That name is familiar to her. Liu Ruyan was instantly astonished, with an expression of disbelief. Could it really be him? Her shock made Liu Ruyan curious. Does elder sister know this person? After a moment of silence, Liu Ruyan involuntarily recalled the scene in the Longyuan secret realm, where she and Ling Tianyu were closely embraced, both exhausted. If it weren't for Ling Tianyu helping her eliminate part of the desire poison from the great demon snake within her, she might have already succumbed to the poison. Speaking of which, Fairy Ruyan had made a promise with Ling Tianyu, giving him her most precious virginity. How could she possibly forget? However, back then, Ling Tianyu's foundational cultivation was shattered, and he had no cultivation at all. Could it be that after regaining his cultivation, his growth speed is also astonishing? How could Ling Tianyu possess such alchemical skills? How could he refine the 8-tomb demon spirit pill? Even those master alchemists could not refine. If this really is the 8-tomb demon spirit pill, then Ling Tianyu is indeed her lucky star. Sister, have you heard of the name Ling Tianyu? He is from the Ling family. According to my investigation, he indeed had his foundational cultivation shattered, seemingly due to betrayal by his cousin and fiancée Yi. He has now severed ties with the Ling family and left. Lu Ruyan gasped. How could she not understand that the reason Ling Tianyu was able to regain his cultivation and grow so rapidly was naturally related to the ancient artifact of the Lu family, the refining god tower. She just didn't expect that in just over a month, Ling Tianyu's growth speed far exceeded her imagination. Regardless, she and Ling Tianyu can be said to have mutually achieved each other. Especially for Ling Tianyu, it was like a rebirth. He must be here to find me. He surely guessed that the 8-tomb demon spirit pill was refined for me. He is so clever. But still, I don't understand. Does he have powerful alchemical masters supporting him from behind? Lu Ruyan fell into deep thought, the only reasonable speculation being that there is a pill saint-level expert assisting him. As she thought of this, Lu Ruyan became even more excited, her eyes filled with disbelief. Otherwise, his alchemical skills could not have improved so rapidly. It seems this explanation is the most reasonable and the only one she could think of. It is known that a pill saint is hard to find in the entire Dacian Empire. They are highly respected figures. Even alchemy masters would have to show great respect and bow to them. Xiaoya, remember, you must protect this person for sister. Never let anyone harm him. Also, this matter must not be made public. Don't tell anyone except me, including father, understand? Ling Tianyu possesses a pure yang divine body and has obtained the refining god tower. He will surely soar to great heights in the future. He is destined to become the absolute supreme powerhouse that the entire Dacian Empire will look up to. He must not have any accidents. Moreover, in Lu Ruyan's heart, that man has long been regarded as her destined husband. She would never marry anyone else. Sister, Ling Tianyu is in big trouble now. He killed Yi Xiaoyao, and the Yi family will definitely not let him go. The day before yesterday, I went to Billion Chamber of Commerce and happened to run into Dan Master Luo Yidan and his men who almost captured him, but I stopped them. Sister, as you know, Yi Xiaoyao's master is the supreme Elder Nangong Sun of the Tianxian sect. Lu Riyue said seriously. Oh, Nangong Sun is also involved? This old man. My Lu family has always tolerated him, but it seems it's time to deal with him. Let him live a few more days. On the day I break through to the true Emperor realm with the help of the 8-ridged demon spirit pill, that old man's day of demise will come. Lu Ruyan said through gritted teeth, her eyes radiating killing intent. Don't worry, sister. Before you exit your seclusion, I will secretly send someone to protect Ling Tianyu. Here are 4 8-ridged demon spirit pills. You keep them safe for now. Lu Riyue said before taking her leave. Cine residence. Yang Ruai looked at the place where she had grown up. Every corner was incredibly familiar, as if she had returned to the beautiful times of her childhood. This unique courtyard was many times larger than Ling family's Lingyun Pavilion, and even more luxurious and grand. Butler Luoyang had sent people to clean this place thoroughly. In Yang Ruai, Ling Tianyu and Xiao Rou temporarily settled here. The familiar room, with the furniture arranged exactly as before, made Yang Ruai feel a surge of emotions. Time truly does not spare anyone. It was hard to believe that 17 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianyu and Xiao Rou each had their own rooms. He chose a relatively enclosed room as a training room. Now that they had finally settled down, it was time to break through to the true martial realm. I am currently at the peak of the spirit martial realm, and the 9 dragon palaces are already filled with true qi. Ling Tianyu took out the Gathering Yuan spirit pill he had kept before from his Qingquan bag. This Gathering Yuan spirit pill was plump and round, radiating brilliant light and exuding mysterious pill energy. He currently had 2 of these, and he gave one to Yi Qianrou. Of course, these 2 Gathering Yuan spirit pills were top-grade spirit pills because they had been refined with the divine refinement tower, making their effectiveness even more exceptional. He swallowed the Gathering Yuan spirit pill and began to refine it. The spirit pill melted instantly in his mouth, bringing a soft and smooth sensation, releasing a tremendous power that surged throughout his body. That mysterious energy seemed to have a spirit of its own, roaming through his body before finally converging in his dantian. The innate true qi within him generated a powerful true martial gang qi, causing his true qi to skyrocket dramatically, and his strength continuously climbed. Since Ling Tianyu cultivated the Dragon Abyss reversal technique, the true martial gang qi condensed from the 9 dragon palaces within him possessed a violent power that was at least 9 times that of an ordinary person. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds echoed from his bones as his meridians continued to expand. Operating the Dragon Abyss reversal technique, that surging energy crashed against a barrier, and, at a certain moment, it finally broke through. The true qi surged like a vast ocean, roaring and rushing forth, beginning to condense within his 9 dragon palaces. This was the rhythm of condensing 9 true essence seeds within his 9 dragon palaces. Roar, accompanied by an ancient and vast dragon roar. A qualitative transformation occurred within Ling Tianyu, as the true qi was compressed into true essence seeds, and he finally broke through to the true martial realm. The true qi in his dantian surged several times over, and the power reached an extreme level. His body trembled continuously, thunder rumbling, and his muscles and veins quivered like springs, with hot blood surging forth, and the true qi booming as if it wanted to erupt from his body. Even the training room began to shake violently. Within his 9 dragon palaces, in one of the dragon palaces, the true essence seed gradually took shape, emitting a brilliant golden light. All the true qi in the dantian quickly converged towards the true essence seed, and faintly, one could see dragon shadows circling around the true essence seed. Having inherited the 9 dragon divine refinement tower, the true essence seed I condense has flickering dragon shadows. I shall call it the true dragon seed. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars continued to roar, filled with ancient and domineering dragon might. The true essence remained robust and powerful, and the true dragon seed continued to condense. As time passed, 2 days later, inside the dantian, within the 9 dragon palaces, the 9 true dragon seeds had all been condensed. Although they were only the size of soybeans, the true qi they released was as scorching as the sun. Like the 9 suns appearing in the world, quietly suspended in the 9 dragon palaces, seemingly nurturing 9 little dragons. The dragon energy surged, emitting an overwhelmingly powerful energy fluctuation. Having broken through to the true martial realm, Ling Tianyu was extremely excited. He had no idea how powerful his punch was now. Opening his palm, he could feel the violent power of the 9 true dragon energies, as if a single punch could destroy a mountain. Around him, dragon shadows flickered, forming 9 illusory true dragons that completely enveloped him. Chapter 53. Sword enthusiast Yang Juanzhong Ling Tianyu broke through to the true martial realm, feeling the ferocious power within his body, radiating a peculiar aura. He stood up, unable to hide the joy on his face. The 9 true dragon seeds he had condensed contained powerful true essence, significantly enhancing his combat power. At this moment, even facing a powerful figure in the Huangwu realm, he had absolute strength to defeat them. Ling Tianyu, get the hell out here. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at Cine residence. The shouting outside made the corner of Ling Tianyu's mouth curl up slightly, and his gaze turned sharp and bright. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Just after breaking through, someone comes knocking. That voice was very familiar. It was Yang Zhan. He had just taught him a harsh lesson yesterday. And this guy actually didn't learn his lesson, coming to stir up trouble again today. Tired of living? Ling Tianyu coldly shouted, his entire body filled with murderous intent, unabashedly exuding a domineering aura as he left the training room and walked outside. Outside Cine residence, Yang Zhan stood there, looking furious, shouting for Ling Tianyu to come out. Beside him was another man. This man was nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin, his facial features deeply chiseled like they were carved from stone, and a pair of sharply defined eyebrows exuding vigor, his body radiating a fierce aura. The man carried a long sword on his back, clearly a sword-wielding martial artist. Ling Tianyu, come out quickly. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Don't think that hiding inside means I can't do anything to you. Do you want to be a coward? Yang Zhan continued to shout. At this moment, Ling Tianyu had already opened the door and walked out. Their eyes met. Yang Zhan looked at Ling Tianyu and sneered. With his cousin present, he was naturally emboldened and his courage grew. He shouted at Ling Tianyu, Ling Tianyu, why don't you come over and greet your elder brother, Yang Juanzhong? Yang Zhan deliberately raised his voice, fearing Ling Tianyu wouldn't hear. Yang Junzong? I don't know him. Just because he's here, he thinks he can be my elder brother? He even wants me to greet him? Ling Tianyu said coldly, his gaze shifting to the dark and stern-looking man. Yang Juanzhong, carrying the long sword, exuded a fierce sword energy, his sword intent soaring. With a sharp glare fixed on Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu, do you dare to be disrespectful to my elder brother? Let me tell you, Yang Juanzhong is the pride of our Yang family. Not only is he powerful, but he is also an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect. If you dare to offend my elder brother, you are simply seeking death. Yang Zhan sneered. You are Ling Tianyu? My name is Yang Juanzhong. I heard you killed Yi Xiaoyao and offended the Yi family, and now you come to our Yang family to hide, right? Our Yang family doesn't want to get involved with you. You, your mother, and your sister should pack your things and leave Yang family as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Juanzhong's tone was cold, his expression indifferent. Do you think just because you are tall, you can talk to me like this? I want to leave, what can you do? Ling Tianyu was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. This Yang Juanzhong did indeed seem to have some strength, and the fierce sword intent he released was quite strong. A distance of 6 or 7 meters away, one could clearly feel that sword intent, which was much stronger than that of an average sword practitioner. Moreover, he was a strong cultivator at the 9th level of the true martial realm, belonging to the top geniuses among the inner disciples of the Tianxian sect. Even so, in Ling Tianyu's eyes, he was still not worth considering. Now that Ling Tianyu had stepped into the true martial realm, condensed the true dragon seed, and unleashed his true Yuan power to form true martial vitality. Even challenging an opponent a major realm above him was completely within his capabilities. Ling Tianyu, do you know what the consequences of not leaving are? That is to completely offend me. With a swift motion, Yang Juanzhong finished speaking, his gaze sharp, and the long sword on his back was unsheathed. The sword light radiating outwards as a powerful sword intent spread. Holding the sword in hand and pointing it at Ling Tianyu, he asked again, leave the Yang family. Will you roll or not? Yang Juanzhong was the eldest son of Yang Zhan's second uncle, his cousin, and the most favored and proud grandson of Yang Yintian. Yang Juanzhong had practiced the sword since childhood, standing out among all the talents of the Yang family at 15 and joining the Tianxian sect at 16. With the ancient sword in hand, he fought many opponents and was quickly promoted to an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect, stepping into the true martial realm at 17. Now 19, he was 2 months older than Yang Zhan, but had already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, his talent considered extraordinary. Moreover, he was an absolute sword fanatic, possessing extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship. Any sword technique he had seen, he could quickly understand, penetrate, and master skillfully. Even in the entire imperial capital, Yang Juanzhong ranked among the top 10 young geniuses, and it could be said that he was highly regarded by everyone, with hopes of reaching the pinnacle of kings in the future. In the great Qian Empire's capital, he was truly a sword fanatic warrior, acclaimed as the most talented sword practitioner. Before coming, Yang Zhan had belittled Ling Tianyu in front of him, even embellishing the story of how he killed Yi Xiaoyao, claiming he ran to the Yang family to avoid the Yi family's revenge. The purpose was to use the Yang family's power and influence to confront the Yi family, portraying Ling Tianyu as a scheming and malicious villain. How could Yang Juanzhong not be furious upon hearing this? Therefore, early this morning, they couldn't wait to come to Cine residence to trouble Ling Tianyu, wanting him to leave the Yang family and ensuring that the Yang family would not be entangled in any grievances with the Yi family. You want me to roll? Then why don't you roll? The Yang family is your home, but who can say this isn't my home? Moreover, Yang Yintian begged us to stay. He's the head of the Yang family, and what are you? Ling Tianyu colistared et Yang Junzong, angrily retorting. What inner genius of the Tianxian sect, in Ling Tianyu's eyes, was simply not worth mentioning. These young juniors of the Yang family always came to find trouble like flies, which was truly annoying. Well, since they were making such a racket and disturbing him, today he would teach them a harsh lesson and see if they dare to do so in the future. Ling Tianyu, you dare to insult me? No matter what, I'm still your cousin. It's one thing to look down on me, but you even dare to call out grandfather's name and openly defy him. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I am not Yang Juanzhong. Yang Juanzhong's face turned pale with anger, his eyes flashing with cold light as he shouted loudly. Ling Tianyu daring to call Yang Yuntian by name, the one he respected the most, ignited his fury, and he could no longer hold back, releasing a violent aura. With a swish, holding the ancient sword, the sword energy surged, emitting a sharp sword cry. With a quick twist of his wrist, a fierce sword light shot out like lightning, aiming to slash at Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu's figure flickered, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, making a graceful leap into the air. He gathered his true chi with his fingers, and a beam of light shot out like a meteor, striking directly at the ancient sword with speed difficult to capture by the naked eye. Buzz! The sword energy on the ancient sword was instantly disrupted, and the ancient sword in Yang Juanzhong's hand trembled violently, causing his arm to go numb and almost dropping the sword. The power behind Ling Tianyu's finger strike was astonishing. What? Yang Juanzhong was shocked, having to reassess Ling Tianyu. He didn't expect Ling Tianyu to be so young, yet possess such remarkable strength, having also stepped into the true martial realm. That finger light clearly carried true martial vitality, forcefully dispersing his sword energy. I didn't expect you to have also stepped into the true martial realm. Yang Juanzhong snorted coldly. He was a true 9th-level true martial realm expert, and the difference between them was 8 minor realms, so he thought there would be no way for Ling Tianyu to create any waves. True martial realm? How is this possible? Yang Zhan thought aside, his face full of disbelief, staring intently at Ling Tianyu. Yesterday, when he saw Ling Tianyu, he was still at the spirit martial realm, and today he had stepped into the true martial realm. This was a leap of a major realm. Was breaking through the true martial realm so easy? Chapter 54 let you experience what true swordsmanship is. Ling Tianyu's rapid cultivation speed was indeed astonishing, making him feel a sense of dread. Ling Tianyu, you have surprised me. Although you have stepped into the true martial realm, you are still far from my strength. However, you dare to clash with me and directly call grandfather by name. I will never let you off. After saying this, Yang Juanzhong attacked again, wielding the ancient sword. Imperial Nine Swords. Watch closely. The Imperial Nine Swords is a high-tier, profound sword technique, the highest sword technique of the Yang family. Do not disappoint me. The Imperial Nine Swords, huh? Ling Tianyu snorted coldly. The Imperial Nine Swords transformed one sword into 9, and the 9 sword shadows flickered, shooting out sword light, fast as the wind, swift as lightning. With sword energy crisscrossing, capable of destroying the heavens and earth, its power unmatched. Yang Juanzhong wielded the ancient sword, surrounded by sword energy. And with continuous swings of the ancient sword, the 9 sword lights all slashed towards Ling Tianyu. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light transformed into dozens of meters of sword energy, leaving behind numerous sword shadows, sweeping across the heavens and earth, with the space being slashed open in several places. Truly worthy of the Imperial 9 Swords, the power was terrifying. Quickly teach this ignorant wild seed a lesson. Yang Zhan couldn't help but praise, standing at a distance, afraid that the sword energy might harm him. Yang Juanzhong had mastered the Imperial 9 Swords to perfection, and this was the first time Yang Zhan had seen him use it. Years ago, he had only seen Yang Yuntian use it. From a moment his brother made a move, the outcome was already clear. Ling Tianyu would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. When Ling Tianyu was lying at his feet, Yang Zhan had already sworn to humiliate him thoroughly. The heart of the sword desires, the person and sword are one. You are still far from it. Ling Tianyu immediately saw the flaws in Yang Juanzhong's sword technique, but he was too lazy to remind him. It was a pity for such a good seed of sword fanatic. Ling Tianyu did not move, but waited for the opponent's sword light to charge at him. At the critical moment, he slightly shifted his body, as if slipping between the gaps of the 9 sword lights, easily dodging past. Huh? This scene astonished Yang Juanzhong again. Facing his own violent and devastating sword light attack, Ling Tianyu had so easily avoided it. Get down, Ling Tianyu sneered, after dodging the sword light. He quickly turned and unleashed a punch. He relied on his physical strength to counter Yang Juanzhong's Imperial Nine Swords. Is this kid crazy? Yang Zhan was puzzled. Knowing how powerful the Imperial Nine Swords were, one sword could probably kill Ling Tianyu. Even a Huang martial realm expert wouldn't dare to use their physical strength to contend with this sword. Ling Tianyu was too ignorant. A smug smile appeared on Yang Zhan's face. As the domineering fist imprint struck out, it stirred up a gust of wind, crashing down like a landslide. Boom! The entire space trembled violently, and the Imperial Nine Swords were directly shattered by this punch into countless broken sword lights, scattering in all directions. Ling Tianyu seemed to find a gap in the Emperor's Nine Swords and launched a strong counterattack, actually destroying the Emperor's Nine Swords. Yang Juanzhong felt as if he was bearing the weight of Mount Tai on his body. The power of that punch not only obliterated all his sword energy, but also heavily struck him. Suddenly, his breath became chaotic, and the turbulent sword energy within him surged wildly, bursting forth. It felt as if his body had been hollowed out. An unprecedented sense of weakness swept over him, directly sending him flying 10 meters away. His body scraped against the ground, wildly retreating, half of his face bloodied from the friction, and his hot blood roiled inside, making him unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Puff! The blood dyed his vision red, and when he could see clearly again, Ling Tianyu stood over him like a demon, 1 foot on his chest. Is this the so-called inner disciple genius of the Tianxian sect? Is this the strongest prodigy of your Yang family? Is this the highest sword technique of the Yang family? Is this what it means to be at the high level of the Xian rank? Ling Tianyu stomped a foot on his face. Come on, get up, continue. After saying this, he wore an innocent expression and casually uttered those words. This was not just mockery and humiliation. It was also looking down on him. A punch? Yes, just 1 punch, and he easily defeated him. What? Yang Zhan stood by, completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. He seemed to see a war god clad in golden armor, exuding terrifying true martial aura. Ling Tianyu's strength is so formidable. This had completely exceeded Yang Zhan and Yang Juanzhong's imagination. This is the Emperor's 9 swords. After all, countless people have fallen under this sword. Yang Juanzhong had mastered the Emperor's 9 swords, achieving great success, but was defeated by a single punch? Impossible. How can you be so strong? The Emperor's 9 swords are incredibly domineering, capable of slaying the heavens and earth. You couldn't have dodged it. Did you see through my flaws? Yang Juanzhong, covered in dirt, struggled to shake his body and stand up, his face filled with extreme shock and disbelief as he stared at Ling Tianyu. Yang Juanzhong, if it weren't for the fact that you are my mother's nephew, if it were someone else, that punch would have been enough to take your life. Ling Tianyu looked at him, noting that Yang Juanzhong had decent martial arts talent. I indeed saw the flaws in your Emperor's 9 swords, and there are more than one. Even if you have cultivated to great success, those 7 flaws would be apparent to a slightly higher level martial artist. Ling Tianyu pointed out those 7 flaws one by one. Liafing Yang Junzhong Dum Fondet. You actually can see my flaws? Yang Juanzhong was completely shocked and speechless. He had been defeated by a punch. And although he felt somewhat unconvinced when Ling Tianyu pointed out those flaws, he was not only astonished, but felt that Ling Tianyu was truly terrifying. He himself only knew of 2 or 3 flaws, but Ling Tianyu discovered 7 and pointed them all out, making him ponder, cold sweat running down his back. It seems you still showed mercy towards me. Should I thank you then? His breath was chaotic, true qi flowing backward. If he had encountered another expert stronger than him, he would have been easily killed. You indeed have some talent in swordsmanship, but from the beginning of your understanding of the sword way, you have deviated from your path. Otherwise, you would have truly comprehended the sword intent long ago. The so-called sword way, comprehending the sword intent, is just the initial stage, and after that, there is sword momentum and subtlety. Ling Tianyu advised him. With my talent, being able to grasp the edge of sword intent is already quite difficult. Perhaps among the young talents in the great Qian Empire, no one can comprehend the sword intent. Yang Juanzhong looked at Ling Tianyu and said, grasping the edge of sword intent, "You are still far too off. You have not truly mastered the Emperor's 9 swords to perfection, and you lack understanding of this sword technique, having deviated from the path, just an idiot, and that's all. You won't progress any further." Ling Tianyu spoke the truth. Even if he told him, he wouldn't comprehend it. "Ling Tianyu, we admit you are indeed strong, but are you more knowledgeable about the sword than my elder brother? More knowledgeable about this Emperor's 9 swords? Impossible. You're just boasting, trying to fool my brother. The strongest person in our Yang family, besides Grandpa, who understands a sword way, is my brother." Yang Zhan, still unconvinced, stepped forward to mock him. "Ignorant." Ling Tianyu was too lazy to argue, looking at Yang Juanzhong. "Hand me the sword." Yang Juanzhong was taken aback, looking at Ling Tianyu's serious face, and after a moment of thought, he handed the ancient sword to him. "Watch closely. Let you see what it truly means to use a sword." Chapter 55. Sword Momentum. Ling Tianyu reached out to take the ancient sword, and 3 large characters were engraved on the back of the sword. Emperor's sword. The sword is a good sword, but the person wielding it seems to lack a bit of finesse. He praised silently, able to tell that this Emperor's sword was a Xian-ranked spirit sword, possessing a hint of spirit, and could be considered top-notch even in the great Qian Empire. Swish! Ling Tianyu waved it, and the sword trembled, seemingly sensing his aura and actively responding. As true qi was released, surging like a tide, the Emperor's sword immediately burst forth with brilliant sword light. The sword light easily pierced through the void, and the sword energy crisscrossed, producing a clear sword sound. This left Yang Juanzhong feeling incredulous. As someone who specialized in swordsmanship, he could see at a glance that Ling Tianyu's familiarity with the sword was evidently much deeper than his understanding of the sword way. He trembled all over, his gaze fixed tightly on Ling Tianyu. The Emperor's sword seemed to be awakened with spirit, its blade shimmering, transforming into the illusion of a sword dragon. Ling Tianyu himself also exuded powerful sword energy, as if he and the sword had become one. He was the sword, and the sword was him. "Watch closely." Ling Tianyu unleashed the Emperor's sword, which danced like lightning in his hand, its edge glimmering. The sword's shadows dazzled the eyes, and his entire aura underwent a tremendous change, clearly revealing him as a master swordsman. The edge sliced through the air, the space torn apart. A 40-meter-long killing sword light cleaved forth. The sword was drawn. The sword light whistled, forming a whirlwind of sword energy around him. He actually unleashed our Yang family's Emperor's 9 swords? Yang Juanzhong was even more shocked. As the sword light whistled, the true power of the Emperor's 9 swords was fully revealed. 1 sword slays the heavens. 2 swords penetrate the heart of the dark. 3 swords rage with blood slaughter, for swords flow with celestial light. This is the true Emperor's 9 swords. The sword energy erupted, and the space hummed. The seemingly chaotic sword energy appeared without any rules. Yet it was as if 1 sword transformed into countless swords, penetrating the heavens and earth. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and the sword energy rose sharply. Centered around Ling Tianyu, within a radius of 40 meters, there were intersecting sword energies, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. The fierce wind swept up his ink-black hair at this moment. He seemed not like a swordsman, but like a sword god descending to the mortal realm. The space was sliced apart layer by layer, containing endless killing intent, terrifying beyond measure. With 9 consecutive swords, the blossoming sword light was sharp, and with a fleeting glimpse, it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. In Ling Tianyu's hands, the Emperor's sword was truly like a sword dragon, sweeping through the world, raising countless sword lights, surging and boiling, igniting fervor in people's hearts. Ling Tianyu's sword was not only fiercely sharp, but also excelled in speed, each sword faster than the last. The ultimate speed attracted the power of heaven and earth, resonating with the universe, roaring in a storm, the sword light slashing. Even if Yang Juanzhong and Yang Zhan were 40 meters away, they could still feel the chilling, killing intent from that sword light. This is the true master of the sword way. This realm clearly indicated that he had comprehended the sword intent, leaving Yang Juanzhong in shock with his mouth agape. This is the true sword intent. No, even if Grandpa practiced it, he never stirred such a violent whirlwind. Could this be the sword momentum beyond sword intent? It should be noted that only sword momentum can truly invoke the rules of heaven and earth, attracting the power of heaven and earth. How did Ling Tianyu achieve this? Could it be that he comprehended this profound sword technique just by watching himself perform the Emperor's 9 swords? It shouldn't be. Perhaps it was taught to him by my little aunt. Yang Junzong secretly speculated. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe that someone could grasp it so easily after just one look. Such a shocking mastery of swordsmanship, even compared to his grandfather, was like heaven and earth. He had never seen anyone truly display the sword momentum. Yang Yantian had only grasped the edge of it and was still at the stage of sword intent. Only true sword masters could comprehend the sword momentum and harness the power of the heavens and earth for themselves. Yang Juanzhong was obsessed with the sword path and was currently watching intently, feeling a myriad of emotions. Since childhood, he had aspired to wander the world with a sword and prove his way through it. Over the years, he had either practiced the sword or contemplated sword techniques, never showing any sign of slackness. He had a deep connection with the imperial sword, which took him decades to achieve. A year ago, he had just vaguely touched the edge of sword intent, believing that truly understanding the 9 imperial swords would fulfill his wish. Now, seeing Ling Tianyu's swordsmanship, he truly realized his own superficiality. Ling Tianyu was incredibly powerful. Although Yang Zhan didn't understand swords, let alone the 9 imperial swords, he could see that Ling Tianyu's sword technique was far superior to Yang Juanzhong's. If Ling Tianyu had truly wanted to strike earlier, a mere wave of his sword energy could have killed them. Yang Zhan's eyes widened in shock, and any sense of defiance in his heart had long vanished, replaced by deep awe. Strong people are always worthy of respect, and Yang Juanzhong was a straightforward and pragmatic person. Admitting that others are excellent is not difficult. The hard part is having an honest heart and a humble willingness to learn. The sword energy surged, and explosions echoed in the space. Yang Zhan completely lost his desire to provoke, as even Yang Juanzhong was far from being a match for Ling Tianyu. Their strengths were worlds apart. Swish! The final sword strike was like a fleeting shadow, several sword lights sheathing back. Just moments ago, the dazzling sword light and the momentum that chased light and electricity vanished without a trace. Ling Tianyu sheathed his sword and exhaled. Since the foundation of his great path shattered and he could no longer practice martial arts, he hadn't used a sword in a long time. This time, using the 9 imperial swords allowed him to rediscover the feeling of his past. The ethereal and unfathomable sword techniques not only thrilled him, but also left the Yang brothers in shock. As he sheathed his sword, the sword pattern's fluctuations in space gradually calmed, as if nothing had ever happened. In the peach orchard, not a single peach blossom leaf fell, and the ground showed no signs of chaos. The earlier sword move was like a perfect work of art, leaving people in awe. The space fell into silence, exuding a sense of strangeness. Did you see that? This is the 9 imperial swords. Now you should know I'm not your match and should retreat. Also, don't call anyone else to trouble me. I truly don't have time to waste with you. If it weren't for being in the Yang family, these Yang brothers would probably have been dead by now. Ling Tianyu's words left Yang Juanzhong stunned in place, while Yang Zhan nodded repeatedly. The reason he displayed the 9 imperial swords in front of Yang Juanzhong was not to show off, but as he said, he wanted the other party to know when to back down. He aimed to use Yang Juanzhong's proudest sword technique to prove their gap, shattering his dreams, fantasies, and all his self-esteem and pride. Of course, as his cousin, Ling Tianyu was also reminding him that there are always greater heights and people beyond, so he shouldn't think of himself as truly strong. Chapter 56. The persistent Yang Juanzhong in the imperial capital. Most of the warriors outside were hesitant to go against the Yang family's influence. However, when faced with true strong opponents, if you offend Yang Juanzhong, they could simply kill him and escape. Ling Tianyu was also kindly reminding him, as he was his mother's nephew, and of course he didn't want to kill these two. He didn't want to embarrass his mother. It was evident that Yang Juanzhong took it to heart. His expression revealed everything. He was ashamed, with a hint of awe in his eyes. Not leaving? Ling Tianyu looked at them. Even if you, Yang Juanzhong, are a sword enthusiast with some swordsmanship, then being defeated by sword techniques should make you understand and leave. But Yang Juanzhong stood there, motionless. Big brother, let's go. Staying here will only make it more embarrassing. Yang Zhan tugged at his clothing, reminding him aloud. Yang Juanzhong remained unmoved. Suddenly, he shouted, Ling Tianyu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come to trouble you. Thank you for allowing me to see a true sword master. I humbly bow to you. After saying that, he actually bent at a 90-degree angle to express his apology, disregarding Yang Zhan's presence. This grand gesture left Yang Zhan beside him utterly astonished. No need. Just don't bother me anymore in the future. Ling Tianyu sneered, saying little, as if accepting his apology. In fact, he hadn't expected this proud Yang Juanzhong to apologize to him, and with such sincerity. No, I must apologize. Ling Tianyu, you are the most talented genius among sword cultivators I have ever seen. With such martial talent, I should humbly learn from you. Ling Tianyu was taken aback. Learn from me? Yes, your martial talent is certainly favored by heaven. Such people should not become enemies. I must humbly learn from you. I apologize for my ignorance, foolishness, and recklessness. It's my fault. I listened to Yang Zhan's instigation and came to trouble you. I will never do it again. Yang Juanzhong was extremely sincere. His attitude very serious. Is this person really foolish and ignorant? Ling Tianyu felt a headache coming on. Learn from him? He had no time for that. Yang Zhan, hurry over here and apologize to your cousin. I'm sorry, Yang Zhan casually said. Be more serious. Be more sincere. Yang Juanzhong grabbed him, his gaze icy, and scolded. If it weren't for him, he would have almost offended Ling Tianyu. I've already apologized. Yang Zhan had a look of disbelief. Was this really the big brother he knew? He had brought Yang Juanzhong over to teach Ling Tianyu a lesson, but now he was being asked to apologize, and sincerely. Looking at him, it was clear that he had been completely conquered by Ling Tianyu. He even had to apologize on his behalf. He intended to refuse. But seeing Yang Juanzhong's frosty demeanor, he braced himself and bowed to apologize. Ling Tianyu, I am sorry. He suppressed his anger, not daring to show any signs of rebellion. As he understood his big brother's character too well, he was single-minded. If he dared not to listen to him, he might even report it to their grandfather, and no one would care. He might even get a severe reprimand. Yang Zhan's actions, however, made Ling Tianyu quite pleased, though he couldn't be bothered to look at him any longer. That's not it. I want you to sincerely apologize. Kneel and say you're sorry. Bang! Yang Juanzhong kicked him in the calf, causing Yang Zhan to kneel down in pain. I'm really sorry. I was wrong. I truly didn't know you were this strong. It was my fault. Yang Zhan felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, his eyes reddening, almost crying. The main reason was that kick to his calf hurt too much. Get up. I don't mean to punish you. You were the one who was aggressive and overstepped your bounds first. Just don't provoke me again in the future, and don't come to Cine residence again. Ling Tianyu waved his hand, allowing him to rise, then turned to Yang Juanzhong. You too. Don't come to Cine residence to annoy me in the future. After speaking, he turned to leave. Wait, Yang Juanzhong quickly said. What else do you want? Are you really not afraid of provoking me? Ling Tianyu's patience was limited as he coldly looked at him. Ling Tianyu, you are my cousin. I genuinely want to learn the imperial sword techniques from you. I request that you teach me. Before Ling Tianyu turned around, Yang Juanzhong hesitated for a moment, but the instant he turned, he made up his mind, though it was somewhat difficult for him to voice it. But in order to become stronger and truly comprehend the sword path, seeking advice from Ling Tianyu humbly was not something he felt embarrassed about. His heart was filled with excitement, revealing a fervor that was both tense and worried. After all, he had indeed been too reckless today, and to get Ling Tianyu's consent, he feared it would be difficult. He had let go of all his pride and was sincerely asking for guidance, no longer caring about anything else. Only shame lingered in his heart. No matter what, he had to get Ling Tianyu's consent. He fully expressed the characteristics of a sword fanatic, disregarding his own dignity and revealing everything that was on his mind. Let's go. I have no time. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly, ruthlessly rejecting him and turning to leave. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Even if Yang Yuntian asked me, I wouldn't agree, let alone you. He just wanted to use the 9 swords of the emperor to intimidate them, making them aware of the gap between themselves and him. But now he had attracted trouble instead. Teaching him the 9 swords of the emperor? Ling Tianyu was genuinely uninterested, mainly because it was too much of a waste of time. This was related to a person's talent and comprehension. Moreover, it required personal effort. It wasn't something he could master just because someone taught him. Big brother, Ling Tianyu is gone. Are you still going to stay here? This kid clearly has no intention of dealing with us. Why waste time with him? If you really want to ask, you might as well go directly to Grandpa. He will definitely share everything with you, Yang Zhan said from the side, not daring to show any anger towards Ling Tianyu, fearing to provoke this older brother. You don't understand. Even if the 9 swords of the emperor are the sword techniques that Grandpa comprehended, they aren't as profound as his. Ling Tianyu is not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He is a true dragon. Yang Juanzhong finished speaking and looked at Yang Zhan, warning him again. Remember this in the future. Ling Tianyu is absolutely not someone you or I can provoke. Don't cause him any trouble in the future, or no one will be able to save you then. No way. Big brother, are you really scared? Yang Zhan exclaimed in shock. Was this really the big brother he knew? Was Ling Tianyu really that powerful? Could he even be stronger than Grandpa? Think about it. He even dared to kill Yi Xiaoyao. How bold must he be? So if you want to live, don't provoke him. Yang Juanzhong said with determination, chasing after Ling Tianyu's retreating figure. Big brother, where are you going? Yang Zhan stood there, stunned and at a loss. I'm going to find him. I must ask him for guidance. Yang Juanzhong was determined to have Ling Tianyu teach him the 9 swords of the emperor. Not only that, he had a premonition that this might be his opportunity to comprehend the true sword intent. He certainly wouldn't miss this chance. Chapter 57, Nan Gongsun's disciple Qin Wuhua. Today, Yang Juanzhong finally realized that the Ling Tianyu in front of him was the real monstrous talent, and his own talent was far too inferior. He was completely awed by the aura and swordsmanship of Ling Tianyu. He chased after him, planning to stay here as long as Ling Tianyu didn't agree. Big brother, are you really going to find him? Yang Zhan stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. How did things end up like this? He had brought his brother to teach Ling Tianyu a lesson, but now Yang Juanzhong had become Ling Tianyu's little follower. This was a disaster. If their second uncle and grandpa found out, wouldn't they blame him? Thinking of this, he had no other choice but to leave first. Tiangxuan sect, located on the peak of a misty mountain outside the imperial city. The place was shrouded in fog, resembling a celestial palace, and thousands of disciples were practicing on the sect square. Have you heard? The sect master is coming back soon. The sect master has been away for almost a month, right? The disciples were discussing among themselves. At the same time, in a room, Master, that kid Ling Tianyu has quite the luck. He actually found Princess Lu Ruyue to back him up. Because of her protection, I couldn't kill him. It's my incompetence. Please punish me, Master. Luo, he lowered his head, trembling slightly, his face awkward, looking dispirited. He was filled with hatred for failing to kill Ling Tianyu, secretly vowing to find an opportunity to kill him. All right, I won't blame you this time. The old man in gray robes in front of him had sharp eyes and an imposing demeanor. Stepping out of the room, the fog swirled around him, and the old man exuded an aura of authority that made one feel suffocated just standing there. With a wave of his hand, the fog parted like a surging sea, and the vast power enveloped the heavens and the earth, making Luo Yi feel even colder. The old man was his master, Nangong's son, who held the position of supreme elder in Tianxin sect, with immense power second only to none. Why did Lu Riyue help that kid? Nangong's son turned to Luo Yi, his voice penetrating. He appeared calm, yet the air seemed to ripple, betraying no emotion, as if he had everything in the world under his control. Master, not long ago, Lu Riyue obtained an ancient pill formula from somewhere and asked me to refine the gathering yuan spirit pill. I failed several times due to my incompetence, but later that kid Ling Tianyu managed to refine it, which is why Lu Riyue protected him. She must have seen some talent in him for pill refinement. Luo Yi replied honestly, not daring to conceal anything. He felt ashamed for missing the only opportunity to get close to Lu Ruyue, and indeed, he had failed to refine the Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill. The Gathering Yuan Spirit Pill is a third-tier spirit pill, and the refining process is complex. Even Vice President Moyen has avoided it. It is certainly not something that can be refined unless you are a master of pill refinement. But why could that kid refine it? Is he a master of pill refinement? Impossible, master. I have already made an agreement with him. At the alchemy competition, I must win against him, and then I will kill him to avenge my junior brother. Nangong Sun nodded slightly. During this time, your progress in pill refinement has indeed stagnated. From now on, make sure to comprehend well. I hold great expectations for you. Your accomplishments in pill refinement are still very much recognized by me. I want you to break through to the master of pill refinement as soon as possible. Is that okay? Please rest assured, master. Nangong Sun looked at him seriously, his eyes becoming sharper and deeper, as if he could see through all his thoughts, like a sharp sword piercing into his heart. Luo Yi avoided that sharp gaze, his body shuddering. The terror of that gaze, combined with the overwhelming might emanating from the old man, nearly suffocated him. His back was soaked with sweat, cold sweat streamed down his face, and his expression revealed fear, wishing he could escape from this place immediately. But he knew that his master wouldn't kill him. It was merely the pressure brought by a king-level strength. It seemed that his master was getting closer to the true Emperor realm. Clearly, he was a strong person who had stepped into the half-step true Emperor realm, and he felt an immense awe and excitement in his heart. Following such a strong master was the greatest fortune of his life. Master, in less than half a year, I will definitely become a master of pill refinement. Just wait and see. Luo Yi declared firmly. No, half a year is too long. I want you to go into the hidden king shrine for secluded cultivation. I'll give you 2 months. I will fight for your qualification to enter the hidden king shrine. I hope that after 2 months, you could become a master of pill refinement. Nangong Sun said coldly, his attitude undeniable. 2 months? Time is tight, but I will definitely complete my master's orders. Luo Yi gritted his teeth and said, 2 months to become a master of pill refinement and elevate his spiritual power to the 5th tier. It sounded incredible, but Luo Yi was still very confident in himself, especially upon hearing that his master would fight for him to enter the Hidden King Shrine. He was immediately thrilled. The Hidden King Shrine, that was an ancient relic. Perhaps with good luck, he could discover great treasures. Luo Yi's accomplishments in pill refinement were extraordinary, and at a young age, he was almost catching up to Master Zhuang's level. The only reason he was slightly behind was that he had been stuck at the 4th tier spiritual power for a long time and couldn't break through. The Lingxi of the geothermal mountain range was abundant, and the ancient relics, there were secret realms left by the Hidden King, nurturing many talented treasures. Using that profound geographical spatial advantage, he believed he could break through to the 5th tier spiritual power. For now, he wouldn't worry about that Ling Tianyu. After all, he was just an ant. The sect master was back, and that kid would definitely come to Tianxian's sect with the Tianxian order. Killing him at this time wasn't appropriate. Later, when the opportunity arose, he would let his senior brother handle him. Hearing the mention of senior brother, Luo Yi gasped. Qin Wuhua is undoubtedly the most feared figure among all the disciples of the sect. Having Qin Wuhua kill Ling Tianyu is naturally not a problem. That kid's life is almost over. Master brother Qin Wuhua has been in seclusion for half a year, and it seems that he has broken through this time. Luo Yi thought, his face filled with surprise, as he hadn't seen Master Brother for a long time. Qin Wuhua is younger than Luo Yi, only 20 this year, but he joined Nangong Sun's sect earlier than Luo Yi. Since childhood, he was discovered by Nangong Sun for his extraordinary martial arts talent and kept by his side. As a core disciple, he is highly respected by the sect. With Qin Wuhua coming out of seclusion, he must have stepped into the Huangwu realm. To know that stepping into the Huangwu realm at the age of 20 is as brilliant as the most dazzling star in the sky. He is the most outstanding figure in the Tianxian sect. After all, he had previously achieved glorious results, single-handedly repelling tens of thousands of enemy troops at the South Liao border, establishing countless military merits for the sect and the dynasty. At that time, he charged into the enemy ranks with a true martial realm level 9 cultivation, killing a strong opponent in the Huangwu realm and taking the general's head. Thus, he became famous in one battle. Chapter 58. Tianxian sect master Brother Qin Wuhua is about to step into the Huangwu realm, which will make him an unparalleled existence in the entire Tianxian sect. After all, he had already killed a general in the Huangwu realm with his true martial realm level 9 strength. If he breaks through to the Huangwu realm, his strength will become even more terrifying, and dealing with a mere Ling Tianyu, who is only at the spiritual martial realm, will be a piece of cake. All right, you go back and study alchemy. Wait for your master to notify you to enter the hidden king shrine, said the elder Nangong's son. Disciple will obey the master's command. Luo respectfully bowed and turned to leave. On the other side, Brother Yu, Yang Juanzhong has been waiting outside Cine residence for 2 days. Are you really not going to see him? At this time, Yi Qianrou stood beside Ling Tianyu and asked him. Now, she increasingly admired Ling Tianyu, the one who had saved her life multiple times, and she truly regarded him as her own brother. In these past 2 days, Xiao learned that Yang Juanzhong was defeated by Ling Tianyu and that he stayed here waiting for Ling Tianyu to teach him. Of course, she also learned that Yang Juanzhong is the eldest son of the Yang family, the grandson of Yang Yintian, with extraordinary talent and is a sword martial artist, even a disciple of the inner sect of the Tianxian sect. Such a person was subdued by Ling Tianyu. Xiao also admired Ling Tianyu more and more. It can be said that this man is her pillar of support. Xiao, this guy is troublesome. Who knows why he met such an obsessive person after being defeated? Ling Tianyu said with a smile. Anyway, I want to pay attention to him and see how many days he can wait. In these 2 days, Ling Tianyu never dared to rest, dedicating himself to cultivation, even practicing several powerful techniques. Now, his strength has improved significantly compared to before. By the way, Brother Tianyu, when you were cultivating, Princess Ryue came to find you. She said the sect master of Tianxian sect has returned, and she will come to the Yang family tomorrow to find you. Then go to Tianxian sect together, Xiao said softly. Oh, the sect master has returned. Ling Tianyu's eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Yi Qianrou. Tomorrow, let us go to the sect together. If he were to join the Tianxian sect, he would prefer Xiao to join, as Xiao possesses the true Yang spirit body. Once awakened, she would also be a martial arts genius. It is said that the sect master of Tianxian sect is a good person, very kind, fair and just, a true martial emperor-level strongman. A significant figure in the entire Qian Empire, respected even by the royal family, and is a godlike existence in the hearts of martial artists. Ling Tianyu was even a bit eager to see the true face of the sect master of Tianxian sect. He knew that the powerful being who had imparted alchemy memories to him came to the Qian Empire not only to explore the secrets of the Hidden King Shrine, but also to see the sect master of Tianxian sect. Xiao, if possible, I hope you can cultivate in the Tianxian sect and become a disciple of the sect. He even harbored a hope that the sect master would accept Yi Qianrou as a disciple to help her awaken her true Yang spirit body. That way, Ling Tianyu would no longer need to worry about Xiao. Brother Tianyu, can I really? Xiao thought Ling Tianyu was joking and didn't take it to heart. The next morning, Liu indeed came to the Yang family, straightforwardly asking to find Ling Tianyu. Yang Juanzhong, what are you doing here? Liu was brought to Cine residence by an elder of the Yang family, and, seeing Yang Juanzhong, asked in confusion, Princess Ryue, why are you here? I am waiting for my cousin Tianyu. Yang Juanzhong said with his head down, somewhat ashamed. He hadn't been inside Cine residence, but had been waiting at the door. Today is the 3rd day, but Ling Tianyu has a heart of stone. Not even a shadow has been seen. Does he really not want to teach him the Emperor's sword technique? No matter what, to comprehend the true sword intent, only Ling Tianyu can help him. Yang Juanzhong is also a very persistent person. What a nuisance. He has attached himself to Ling Tianyu. Liu roughly understood the situation and snorted coldly, walking into Cine residence. Of course, she did not mock Yang Juanzhong. Instead, she felt that a disciple of the inner sect of Tianxian sect, as well as a son of the Yang family, was indeed putting aside his status to seek guidance from Ling Tianyu, and this spirit is praiseworthy. Speaking of which, since both are in Tianxian sect, they can be considered as senior and junior siblings. Thus, Liu walked into Cine residence and arrived at Ling Tianyu's place. Upon seeing Ling Tianyu, she felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart, and even she did not know why her heart was racing. Ling Tianyu explained the situation to his mother, took Xiao with him, and the three of them left Cine residence. When they reached the door, Yang Juanzhong saw Ling Tianyu, said nothing, and silently followed behind. Ling Tianyu, it seems you have already made your cousin surrender so quickly after coming to the Yang family. Now he has become your little fan, no? He should be your little follower. Is he going to escort us to Tianxin sect? Liu turned back to glance at Yang Juanzhong and chuckled. She had never seen such a cute side of Yang Juanzhong. This guy usually only cares about practicing swordsmanship and comprehending sword principles, like a proud gorilla, never talking to anyone in the sect, without a single friend. Now he has become Ling Tianyu's little follower. It must be said that Ling Tianyu indeed has some skills. You really are something. I'm increasingly curious about you. Liu said playfully. Princess Ryue, is Yang Juanzhong very aloof in the Tianxin sect? He seems to give off a vibe of not wanting to let anyone in, but with Brother Tianyu, it seems to be different. Xiao admired his persistence. Xiao recounted everything that had happened 3 days ago in detail, instantly shocking Liu. You mean your brother defeated him with just one punch? And even demonstrated the Yang family's advanced sword technique, the 9 Emperor swords. And that's why Yang Juanzhong has become like this? That's unbelievable. How did Ling Tianyu do it? Is his talent really that strong? Every time she sees him, it seems Ling Tianyu refreshes her understanding. Each encounter feels different. This young man, though still so young, has a mysterious aura that deeply attracts her. Ling Tianyu is like an abyss unfathomable. The more so, the more intense Liu's interest in him became, and even her elder sister seemed to know him. Today, she once again refreshed her understanding of Ling Tianyu. Looking up at him, she kept sizing him up. Yang Juanzhong, even among the top 10 talents in the imperial capital, could rank in the top 5 and is a sword martial artist with extraordinary swordsmanship. No matter who hears his name, they would be greatly impressed. Yet Ling Tianyu easily defeated him, and not only that, but he also made Yang Juanzhong admire him so much. This truly made him surrender. To let Ling Tianyu teach him the Emperor's sword technique. He really put aside his dignity. He is indeed a remarkable person. At this moment, Ling Tianyu is even more of a remarkable person in Liu's heart. Even the princess of the Great Qin Empire is almost convinced by him. Ling Tianyu not only possesses strong alchemical talent, but also has formidable martial prowess. It seems her understanding of Ling Tianyu is too limited. This young man is truly terrifying. The eldest sister mentioned that he might have received guidance from Saint of Alchemy, and perhaps that is indeed the case. Half a day later, the three arrived at the Tianxin sect. The sect stood majestically atop the mountains, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. The palaces and pavilions were grand, hidden among the clouds, with an incredibly rich aura of heaven and earth. As the top force in the Great Qin Empire, the Tianxin sect fully displayed the majesty and depth of a great sect. Chapter 59. Sect Master Yi Qianma amidst the verdant mountains. The imposing gate of the Tianxin sect loomed like a giant beast. 2 disciples in white robes, each carrying a long sword on their backs, stood like pines, blocking the path of Ling Tianyu and the others, their eyes vigilant. Halt! Who dares to trespass into the Tianxin sect? Upon recognizing the visitors, the expressions of the two instantly changed. The leading disciple quickly bowed. It is Princess Ryue. The two then turned to Yang Juanzhong and also bowed respectfully. We meet you. Brother Yang. Yang Juanzhong slightly nodded. You may continue your duty. This is my cousin Ling Tianyu and my cousin Yi Qianro. The two were about to leave when wait. Lu Ryue's eyes sparkled. You go notify Elder San. Just say someone with the Tianxin order wishes to meet the sect master, and let him report it quickly. After giving her instructions, Lu Ryue calmly led the three towards the sect. If it weren't for Lu Ryue and Yang Juanzhong, Ling Tianyu and Qianro would likely not have been able to enter so easily, even with the Tianxin order in hand. The Tianxin sect has strict regulations. Non-disciples are not allowed to enter freely. Thus, even with Lu Ryue's status as a princess, she still needed to notify the elders to bring Ling Tianyu and the others directly to meet the sect master. Upon hearing that Ling Tianyu possessed the Tianxian order, one disciple immediately went to inform Elder San. The other disciple scrutinized Ling Tianyu closely. The Tianxian order is a treasure that has only been issued 3 times in the past decade, and each holder is a person of exceptional talent. When Ling Tianyu showcased his monstrous talent, the 10 supreme elders recognized it and personally bestowed him the Tianxian order, inviting him to join the sect. It is easy to imagine that his arrival will undoubtedly stir up a great commotion within the sect, and he is destined to become a central figure in the future. Clang! Clang! The ancient and heavy bell suddenly resonated through the clouds, startling the birds throughout the mountains. Disciples practicing in the square and elders giving lectures all paused, looking up at the mountain gate with astonished expressions. This bell had not sounded in a long time, and now that it rang again, there were only 2 possibilities. Either a distinguished guest had arrived, or the Tianxian order had appeared. In an instant, discussions erupted, and countless people rushed towards the mountain gate, eager to discover the reason. Amidst the swirling mist, the sect master of Tianxian, Yi Qianma, accompanied by several elders, stepped through the air. Yi Qianma wore a snow-white robe that fluttered in the wind, his white hair flowing like a waterfall, his demeanor kind and gentle, exuding a reassuring aura. The disciples saw him and immediately knelt in reverence, their eyes filled with respect. "That is Sect Master Yi Qianma." Everyone shouted excitedly, their emotions running high. Yi Qianma appeared quite old, but his body remained strong and vigorous, radiating energy, resembling an approachable and cultured elder. His deep, wise eyes sparkled with insight, as if he could see into people's hearts. Elder San had reported the matter of the Tianxian order, and curiosity filled Yi Qianma's gaze. The last holder of the order had been taken as his direct disciple. What remarkable talent did this young man possess today? Soon, when Yi Qianma saw Ling Tianyu, his expression brightened. Indeed, he was a gem among stones, a martial genius. Yi Qianma looked Ling Tianyu up and down, his eyes filled with admiration. "You are the young man who received the Tianxian order. The supreme elders truly have discerning eyes. Let me see the order." Junior Ling Tianyu pays respects to sect master. Ling Tianyu respectfully presented the token, his gaze also curiously examining the legendary sect master. The elder before him was calm and composed, with an otherworldly demeanor, completely different from the imposing image of a grand sect master he had imagined, more like a kind and approachable elder. What a significant figure this is. If it weren't for holding the Tianxian order and being led by Princess Ryue, how could Ling Tianyu and Yi Qianro easily meet him? Yi Qianma took the Tianxian order and infused it with true energy, causing the token to shine brightly, releasing a powerful force unique to the Tianxian sect. Good. The Tianxian order has finally returned. Yi Qianma's expression was excited. During the past decade, when 3 Tianxian orders were issued, he infused a profound cultivation method into them regarding the Tianxian sect. This cultivation method was extremely powerful, and Ling Tianyu's order was the most crucial one. "Ling Tianyu, the holder of the Tianxian order, may make one request of our sect. Feel free to speak." Yi Qianma looked at Ling Tianyu kindly, putting away the Tianxian sect. Standing beside Lu Ruyue, she was incredibly excited and urged him on. "Ling Tianyu, what are you waiting for? Quickly say you want to join the Tianxian sect and be the sect master's disciple. This opportunity will be gone once missed. Hurry up." Even Yang Juanzhong looked at Ling Tianyu with anticipation. He held his breath, his face full of expectation. It should be noted that Yi Qianma, as a true Emperor Realm expert, was one of the very few in the entire Great Qian Empire, and he had only accepted one direct disciple over the years. Gaining his recognition was a dream opportunity for many. The sect master could see Ling Tianyu's martial talent at a glance, and he was also someone who cherished talent. "Ling Tianyu, seeing your extraordinary talent, do you wish to join my sect?" The holder of the Tianxian order could directly become a core disciple. This was undoubtedly a tremendous favor. Yi Qianma's gaze was earnest. As soon as these words were spoken, gasps and discussions erupted around them. In the Tianxian sect, there were fewer than 20 core disciples, each having undergone brutal selection and emerged as the outstanding elites, symbols of status and power. Disciples in the distance cast envious glances, whispering to each other, "Who is this kid? His luck is too good. I've never heard of him before." The remaining majority of disciples were outer and inner disciples, which showed how discerning sect master Yi Qianma was regarding talent. "Sect master, I already have a master." Ling Tianyu bowed respectfully, pulling Yi Qianro to his side. Pointing at her, he said seriously, "What I seek today is for my younger sister, Yi Qianro. She has a spiritual body, and once awakened, her talent will be unmatched in the world. I sincerely request the sect master to accept her as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianro's face changed dramatically. "Brother Tianyu, how can this be? This opportunity is once in a lifetime. You can't." Yi Qianro was somewhat dumbfounded, and even Lu Riyue, who stood beside them, was taken aback. She never expected Brother Tianyu to give this unique opportunity to her. This was a request promised to him by the sect master, and he wanted her to be the sect master's disciple. "Little Ro, you are more suitable than me." Ling Tianyu gently patted her shoulder, his gaze resolute. "With the sect master teaching, I can rest assured." This was Ling Tianyu's condition, which surprised sect master Yi Qianma. There was actually someone who did not seek personal gain, but instead offered the opportunity to another. "Ling Tianyu, my young friend, you have made me see you in a new light. You truly are extraordinary, interesting. I have rarely seen someone so loyal and righteous in my life. The only one comparable is disciple Han Gongxue. Since you have made a promise, I will not go back on my word. However, are you truly not considering joining the Tianxian sect?" Chapter 60. The martial arts volume of the 10,000-foot sword. Yi Qianma looked at Ling Tianyu curiously and inquired, "Sect master, I came to the sect with the desire for my younger sister to join the Tianxian sect and to be your disciple. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed, and you will surely find a treasure. Please accept my sister." This was Ling Tianyu's only request, a request that the sect master had promised him. After speaking, Ling Tianyu smiled slightly. "It seems you are determined." Yi Qianma was quite surprised. Following this, he turned his gaze to Yi Qianro, his eyes becoming increasingly wise, as if he had discovered a piece of uncut jade, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "This young lady Qianro, may I take a look at you on behalf of the sect master?" Yi Qianro felt a bit timid, but with Ling Tianyu present, she still stretched out her arm. "All right," she said in a timid voice, glancing at Ling Tianyu. Yi Qianma grabbed her arm and slowly infused a warm stream of true energy into her arm. A surge of true yang energy within her immediately caught his attention, causing him to shudder all over. His expression became more radiant, and his face showed great joy. "Indeed, you possess a heaven-defying constitution. You are actually..." Yi Qianma spoke with excitement, showing his surprise, truly not expecting that this little girl actually had a true yang spirit body. Of course, he did not say this out loud, but looked at Yi Qianro, as if he had obtained the most precious piece of jade. "Yi Dianro, your brother has requested me to take you in as a disciple. Do you wish to worship me as your master?" Yi Dianro nodded vigorously. I am willing." "Good. From now on, you're my second disciple." After sect master Yi Qianma finished speaking, Yi Qianro immediately hugged Ling Tianyu, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She was too excited, never expecting to become the disciple of the sect master. "Brother Tianyu, I'm not dreaming, am I?" "Thank you. All right, it's okay. As long as you're willing to stay by the sect master's side, I will also feel at ease." Ling Tianyu patted her back. "Now, don't you hurry to pay respects to the sect master and express your gratitude. Disciple Yi Qianro pays respects to my master." Yi Qianro was extremely excited and directly knelt before Yi Qianma. Following the bowing ceremony, from this moment on, Yi Qianro finally had her own master, receiving support from Ling Tianyu, bringing her an unprecedented warmth. "Haha, good. From now on, you're my disciple. Since you have worshipped me as your master, I naturally must give you a precious gift as a meeting present." Saying this, Yi Qianma transformed a sword in his hand. "I bestow upon you this rainbow sword as your apprenticeship gift." The rainbow sword shimmered with a silver light, clearly an ancient spirit sword. Oh my! The sect master actually gifted her the sword he once used. The rainbow sword was powerful, crafted from special metal ores, and was a top-grade spirit sword of the mysterious rank. It could not only cut through iron like mud, but would also significantly enhance Yi Qianrou's combat power. Furthermore, mastering this sword in conjunction with the martial arts sword techniques would allow her to release various sword law elements when cultivated to perfection. The power was so formidable that the other disciples gasped, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. It could be said that after Yi Qianmao reached the realm of true emperor, he rarely used this sword. Even when Han Gongxue was around, Yi Qianmao did not give it to her, yet he handed it to Yi Qianrou right away. This clearly indicated how satisfied the sect master was with Yi Qianrou. However, what puzzled everyone was that Yi Qianrou appeared to have no true energy at all, and her cultivation was only at the body refining stage, making her a complete novice in martial arts. Why did the sect master value her so highly? Could it be that she would truly become a super genius in the future? This left everyone in doubt and filled with curiosity about Yi Qianrou. Ling Tianyu, your recommendation of Qianrou is excellent. It seems I must thank you, for without you, I would not have such a heaven-defying disciple. Yi Qianmao smiled at Ling Tianyu. Sect master, you need not be polite. It's also her fortune that Qianrou can worship you as her master. Ling Tianyu responded, knowing that the sect master was so excited because he had realized that Qianrou was indeed a true yang spirit body. Of course, Ling Tianyu did not know that the great Dao technique that Yi Qianmao practiced was called the Wuqiu Wanzhong Sword Classic, which was a high-level earth-grade technique. The Wuqiu Wanzhong Sword Classic was one of the top techniques in the entire Qian Empire. However, this sword classic was profound and unfathomable. Even he, the sect master, could not fully comprehend it. Later, he decomposed the sword techniques of the Wuqiu Wanzhong Sword Classic onto 3 pieces of Tianqian orders. Over the past decade, Yi Qianmao had been waiting to gather these 3 Tianqian orders again, hoping to encounter truly talented disciples who could comprehend this sword classic. However, there is a strict condition for cultivating the Wuqiu Wanzhong Sword Classic. Only those who possessed a true yang spirit body could fully comprehend it. At that time, when he took in Han Gongxue, she did not possess a true yang spirit body, but now, encountering Yi Qianrou, she was the most suitable candidate to cultivate the Wuqiu Wanzhong Sword Classic. To say that Yi Qianrou possessed a true yang spirit body meant that she was someone he intended to cultivate as his successor. He would surely impart all his knowledge to her and prepare her to become the next sect master. Thus, how could Yi Qianmao not be excited? Haha, good. Yi Qianmao laughed heartily, then looked at Ling Tianyu. Your sister has become my disciple, and your talent is not bad. Why not also join my Tianqian sect? I can arrange for you to be a disciple of the sect. Ling Tianyu nodded. That would be great. Thank you, sect master. This outcome was within his expectations. It seemed the sect master was indeed a generous person. All right, from now on, you stay in the sect, and you can spar with your fellow disciples. This will also benefit your growth. Although it was a pity that he could not take in Ling Tianyu, Yi Qianmao was still very happy to keep him in the Tianqian sect. The sect master, who cherished talent, could see that with Ling Tianyu's abilities, the Tianqian sect would likely not be able to keep him in the future. This could be considered a temporary arrangement for him to join the Tianqian sect, allowing Ling Tianyu to gain many resources. In the future, with Qianrou following him, she would definitely soar to great heights. Let Riyue take you around the sect, Yi Qianmao said, then looked at Yi Qianrou. Qianrou, come back with me. Your brother will be in the sect, and you can see each other anytime. Saying this, he led Qianrou away. Although Yi Qianrou was a true yang spirit body, she had not yet awakened. Yi Qianmao needed to help her awaken her spirit body as soon as possible so that she could cultivate the Wuqiu Wanzhong Sword Classic. Obviously, Yi Qianmao had seen her extraordinary potential at a glance and determined that he would pass on the inheritance to her. Viewing Yi Qianrou as the future hope of the Tianqian sect, he had already devised a cultivation plan tailored for Yi Qianrou in his heart. And with the sect master's help, Yi Qianrou would surely soar to great heights in the near future. Ling Tianyu, why did you refuse the sect master's good intentions? That master you mentioned must be very strong, right? Lu Riyue asked him, feeling regretful. Chapter 61. Qin Wuhai's killing intent. Lu Riyue was filled with doubts in her heart. Could it be that Ling Tianyu's master was even more powerful than the sect master? His refusal of the sect master's kindness shocked her greatly. In any case, since you have become a disciple of the sect, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the sect's environment. Lu Riyue suggested. No need, Your Highness. You are busy with important matters. I do not dare to waste your time. I would like to explore on my own. Ling Tianyu smiled and declined. He planned to investigate the martial classics hall. If Lu Riyue accompanied him, it would certainly attract a lot of attention, which Ling Tianyu did not want to draw. In that case, he would also feel awkward. It was better to be alone. All right, if you need anything, feel free to come find me at Qiushui residence. Lu Riyue said, though a bit disappointed. She understood that forcing her company would make him uncomfortable. This mysterious young man instead aroused her intense curiosity, but she also knew when to maintain her distance. Are you going to continue following me? Ling Tianyu said helplessly, turning to look at Yang Juanzhong behind him. Of course. You are my only hope of comprehending the sword intent. Unless you are willing to teach me the Emperor's 9 swords, I will stick with you, Yang Juanzhong said earnestly, living up to his reputation as a sword enthusiast. All right, let's see how long you can keep this up. Ling Tianyu replied irritably. Having a tag-along wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least he could ask him about unfamiliar places. How do I get to the Martial Classics Hall? Yang Junzong pointed ahead. Thus, Ling Tianyu headed towards the direction he was pointed to. However, before he could reach the Wujing Hall, a fierce shout filled with murderous intent suddenly came from behind. Stop! Ling Tianyu, you have some nerve. You killed my junior brother and still dare to swagger into the Tianxin sect? Come here and pay for my junior brother's life. This roar instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. A young man holding a long sword, exuding a sharp sword aura, coldly stared at Ling Tianyu as he approached step by step. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly moved aside. Qin Wuhai. Yang Juanzhong turned to look at him, his brows instantly furrowing. What is going on? That senior brother Qin Wuhai. He out of seclusion? From his appearance, it seems he here to kill that kid. Some of the disciples immediately cried out. Qin Wuhai was a core disciple of the Tianxin sect, and one of the top 10 elders, the direct disciple of Nangong Sun. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent and powerful strength, but he could also rank among the top 10 on the list of prodigies in the entire Deqian Empire. Known as the cold-faced killer, as he would draw blood with every strike. He had an arrogant personality, quick to resort to violence over trivial matters. Everyone speculated how Ling Tianyu had offended this scourge. Right before, senior brother Yi Xiaoyao was killed outside, and I heard the murderer is this Ling Tianyu. This is bad. This kid is actually a murderer. He killed Yi Xiaoyao. How bold of him. Now that Qin Wuhai is here, this kid is dead for sure. The disciples looked at Ling Tianyu as if they were gazing at a corpse. Who are you? Ling Tianyu's expression was calm, a confident smile on his face. Since he dared to step into the sect, he naturally had no fear of anyone, especially since the sect master was present. If Nangong Sun's people dared to act against him, he would not sit idly by. He would fight back, even if he didn't know this person. He had already guessed that the person before him must have come for Yi Xiaoyao. What is your relationship with Yi Xiaoyao? Or which disciple of Nangong Sun are you? Here, to cause me trouble? Ling Tianyu asked Qin Wuhai indifferently. Kid, my name is Qin Wuhai. Yi Xiaoyao is my junior brother. You actually dared to kill him, and still dare to come to Tianxin sect? Today, I will definitely avenge him. Qin Wuhai's killing intent erupted, an invisible pressure pressing down on Ling Tianyu. In his eyes, this kid was merely an ant he could crush at will. Having just broken through to the Huangwu realm, killing him would be a matter of a single sword strike. It should be noted that having just broken through to the Huangwu realm, among all the talented disciples of the Tianxin sect, his strength was only second to Han Gongxue. Even Yang Juanzhong beside him, he couldn't be bothered to look at, let alone Ling Tianyu. So this is the kid who killed senior brother Yi Xiaoyao? My God, Yi Xiaoyao is the son of the Yi family, and his father is the current minister of rites. Ling Tianyu actually killed Yi Xiaoyao? The disciples were shocked. Yi Xiaoyao not only had family backing, but also a revered elder as his master. Although he himself was of average talent, no one dared to provoke him in the Tianxin sect. This Ling Tianyu was dead for sure. He was too bold, daring to offend the Yi family and elder Nangong Sun. Even if the sect master intervened, This kid was probably doomed. While everyone was discussing, Ling Tianyu let out a cold laugh. That's right, I killed Yi Xiaoyao. So what? He killed me first. Isn't it only natural for me to kill him? If you want to avenge him, then come on. After saying that, he fixed his gaze on him, showing no fear. Even though Qin Wuhai had stepped into the Huangwu realm and the pressure he exerted affected Ling Tianyu, he easily resisted it, showing no signs of discomfort. Although Qin Wuhai was strong, he happened to be the best opponent to test Ling Tianyu's current strength, and Ling Tianyu felt a hint of anticipation. This provoked Qin Wuhai instantly, filling him with rage. Damn it, you're seeking death. I've never seen anyone so arrogant in front of me. Come and die. Qin Wuhai could no longer hold back. His killing intent surged. He never expected Ling Tianyu would dare to be so arrogant, knowing he was at a lower realm, yet still so defiant. Before his words fell, swish, a sharp sword light pierced through space, transforming into a powerful sword beam, carrying surging true energy, charging towards Ling Tianyu. The true energy surged violently. If he did not kill Ling Tianyu, he could not explain to his master. Stop, Qin Wuhai. Dare you lay a hand on my cousin? At this moment, before Ling Tianyu could make a move, Yang Juanzhong stepped forward, directly blocking in front of him, staring intently at Qin Wuhai. Get out of the way, Yang Juanzhong. You know you're not my match. How dare you stop me? Qin Wuhai's eyes were filled with disdain, his killing intent evident, showing no respect for Yang Juanzhong. Although both had strong backgrounds in the sect, one was a core disciple, while the other was an inner disciple. Yang Juanzhong had challenged Qin Wuhai multiple times before, but had never won. Now that Qin Wuhai had broken through to the Huangwu realm, he looked down on Yang Juanzhong even more. Among the talented disciples of the Tianxian sect, Yang Juanzhong's ranking was also not ahead of Qin Wuhai's, so a defeated opponent had no right to stand in front of Ling Tianyu. Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Qin Wuhai, Ling Tianyu is my cousin, my grandfather's grandson. You cannot kill him, and I will never let anyone kill him. Yang Juanzhong stated his stance coldly. Huh? Can you stop me from killing him? Just you? That's laughable. Don't forget, even when I was in the Zhenwu realm, you were not my match. Now that I've stepped into the Huangwu realm, you're nothing but a clown, unworthy to bark in front of me. Qin Wuhai's humiliation completely ignited Yang Juanzhong's anger. Qin Wuhai snorted coldly. You have a strong Yang family background, but I have a revered elder as my master. Now you're just trash, unworthy to even carry my shoes. Qin Wuhai sneered, his true energy surging violently, the powerful pressure of the Huangwu realm spreading like a tide, and wherever it went, everyone felt a chilling, killing intent rushing towards them. Chapter 62. The 9 swords of the emperor. The surrounding disciples were shocked. They did not expect senior brother Qin Wuhai to have really stepped into the Huangwu realm. Such surging true energy was terrifying. Senior brother Qin Wuhai was only second to senior sister Han Gongxue in terms of talent. It seemed that senior brother Yang Juanzhong was in danger. He should not have stood up for this kid, as he had almost no chance of winning. Everyone was immensely shocked by Qin Wuhai's strength, and at the same time, they couldn't help but worry for senior brother Yang Juanzhong. Many felt sympathy for him. After all, Qin Wuhai was avenging Yi Xiaoyao. This was no longer a simple sparring match. No one believed Yang Juanzhong could win, as he had never been a match for Qin Wuhai from the beginning. Step aside. Let me deal with him, Ling Tianyu said faintly at this moment. He knew Yang Juanzhong was not Qin Wuhai's match. And although he felt a bit touched by Yang Juanzhong standing up for him today, Ling Tianyu did not want him to get hurt for his sake. No way. Unless you teach me the 9 swords of the emperor, I won't move an inch. I will not allow anyone to kill you. Yang Juanzhong's attitude was firm, turning his back to Ling Tianyu, showing a stubborn demeanor. Then he shouted angrily, Qin Wuhai, no one can kill Ling Tianyu, not even you. If you want to kill him, then you'll have to kill me first. His attitude was resolute and unquestionable. In that case, I need to be polite with you. If you want to seek death, I'll grant it. Qin Wuhai's eyes revealed killing intent as he explosively made his move. Swish! The long sword was drawn, transforming into a streak of white light, like lightning, carrying a devastatingly sharp sword strike towards Yang Juanzhong. The Tianyu Thunder Sword Technique. This was a powerful thunder sword technique, a top-tier battle skill of the Xian level. With immense power, incredibly terrifying, summoning the might of thunder to shatter the void. Not only that, Qin Wuhai had comprehended the might of thunder, and the sword body emitted intense lightning that wrapped around it, like a thunder dragon attacking. The sword drawn must see blood. The fierce thunder sword was extremely domineering, and with a single strike, it locked onto all of Yang Juanzhong's retreat routes. The sword light flashed, and the sword beam howled. Yang Juanzhong had been defeated several times by the Tianyu thunder sword technique, and after his opponent stepped into the Huangwu realm, this sword technique was even faster than lightning. The void left behind several sword light remnants. Yang Juanzhong's cold gaze locked onto his opponent, and at the same time, he struck out. The sword in his hand whistled as it was drawn, and he too unleashed the Yang family's supreme sword technique, the Xian level top grade. The 9 swords of the Emperor. He madly charged toward Qin Wuhai. In an instant, the 2 swords clashed, sparking thousands of sparks, and the space cracked. The 2 moved as fast as lightning, their sword lights flickering in the air, dazzling to behold. Boom! Crack! In less than 5 breaths, a figure was sent flying backward. Yang Juanzhong spat out blood. His body struck directly by a sword chi. If it weren't for the Emperor's sword in his hand, blocking most of the sharpness, this sword might have taken his life. Blood scattered, and Yang Juanzhong felt as if his chest had cracked, the pain unbearable. On his left arm, a deep sword wound had also been inflicted. Clang, clang, clang. The overwhelming sword power crashed into him, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Did you see that? In my eyes, you are utterly worthless like garbage. In just 5 breaths, Yang Juanzhong was defeated. What? How is that possible? This defeat was too quick. Brother Yang Juanzhong had previously fought Qin Wuhai, at least lasting for hundreds of moves. But now he was defeated so quickly. The gap between them was clearly vast. Qin Wuhai's combat power far surpassed Yang Juanzhong. His talent was terrifying. After all, he had stepped into the Huangwu realm, greatly increasing his overall strength, his true qi more robust and unending. The sword techniques he executed and his overall strength were all significantly enhanced, and his comprehension had deepened as well. It seems Brother Wuhai is about to grasp the sword intent soon, just a step away. Thus, defeating Brother Yang Juanzhong is almost a matter of seconds. Outside the martial classics hall, the disciples were drawn to the fight, their expressions showing shock. The Tianxian sect had strict orders prohibiting disciples from casually fighting and hurting each other. If they encountered irreconcilable conflicts, they could go to the arena. But Yang Juanzhong and Qin Wuhai were different. They had always been in a competitive relationship, often sparring, and even the elders of the sect were no longer surprised. Naturally, no one stopped them. Moreover, rules were generally set for outer disciples. If it were core disciples, no one would intervene. Not to mention, Qin Wuhai was the eldest disciple of Elder Nangong's son. The two often fought, and everyone had a good understanding of their strengths. Previously, they were almost evenly matched, with Qin Wuhai narrowly winning each time. Now, after just a few moves, Yang Juanzhong was forced back by a single sword, spitting blood, and everyone naturally understood the gap between them. I will not be defeated, Yang Juanzhong roared, his eyes bursting with overwhelming killing intent. Kill. Today. Anyone who dares to kill Ling Tianyu will face my wrath. The pain in my chest is of no concern as I wield the Emperor's sword once more, unleashing a powerful sword light. The sword slashes through heaven and earth, the 9 swords sweeping forth like a sword prison. Not enough to see. Your speed is utterly slow. Qin Wuhai sneered. He stepped forward, sweeping with the momentum of 1,000 armies, the sword light flashing, dazzling and unmatched, blinding everyone. This speed, this fierce sword chi, was significantly stronger than Yang Juanzhong's. His sword, with the might of crushing decay, was firmly pinned against the Emperor's sword. Buzz! The Emperor's sword emitted a ringing sound, nearly causing Yang Juanzhong to lose his grip, the speed quick as lightning, filled with the domineering true martial aura, forcefully pushing Yang Juanzhong back several steps. Whoosh! Before everyone could see clearly, another sharp thunder sword quickly pierced through Yang Juanzhong's lower abdomen. Although the wound was not deep, blood quickly flowed out. He looked quite miserable. If it were not in the sect, that sword would have taken your life. Qin Wuhai laughed coldly. Although he would not truly kill Yang Juanzhong, it was evident that he was no longer worthy to be his opponent. He laughed mockingly. Come again. Yang Juanzhong was furious. He endured the intense pain from his wound and swung his sword again. Continuing the battle, Qin Wuhai left numerous sword marks on him, constantly toying with him. Blood was about to stain Yang Juanzhong's clothing completely, making him look very disheveled. Be careful, he is going to stab you under your left armpit. Ling Tianyu could no longer bear to watch, standing aside with his arms crossed, offering a warning. The 9 swords of the Emperor, embracing unity, emerging from the essence. The sword body follows the heart, swiftly flashing, striking fear, the 9 swords rushing like lightning, gathering essence to tread upon the green. Seeing Yang Juanzhong in such a miserable state, Ling Tianyu blurted out the key points of the 9 swords of the Emperor. Qin Wuhai sneered, but to Yang Juanzhong's ears, it was like a sudden enlightenment, allowing him to grasp the essence of the sword technique. So that is how it is. His eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance, becoming fierce, transforming into a sword demon. The sword moved with unexpected precision, following his heart's desire. The sword was him, and he was the sword. The so-called comprehension of sword intent reached a unity of man and sword, a connection of heart and mind. The sword intent arose naturally from his heart. And in the next moment, Yang Juanzhong's sword technique suddenly became extraordinarily cunning and fierce, the sword fast as lightning. In an instant, the Emperor's sword in his hand seemed to gain consciousness, allowing him to instantly comprehend Ling Tianyu's few words, and his combat power surged dramatically. Chapter 63. Frenzied battle. The previous comprehension of the 9 swords of the Emperor had deviated, which instead led him to suddenly activate a self-aware mode. In an instant, he fully understood the sword intent of the Emperor's sword. Haha, how ridiculous. This kid thinks he can guide you just with a few words? That's hilarious. Qin Wuhai laughed loudly. He had never seen anyone achieve instant enlightenment just from a few words. The 9 swords of the Emperor. I'm almost more familiar with it than he is. This fool only grasps this much, and there is no way for further progress. Even if Yang Yuntian personally came to guide him today, it would be of no use. The 9 swords of the Emperor is the supreme sword technique of the Yang family. For Yang Juanzhong to have such strength at this age is already rare. But compared to Qin Wuhai, there is still a gap. Thank you. Yang Juanzhong looked at Ling Tianyu at a critical moment. It was precisely the other party who pointed out the essence of the 9 swords of the Emperor, granting him the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent. Hearing Ling Tianyu's few words, everyone burst into laughter. Is this kid out of his mind? Whoosh! Before everyone could react, Yang Juanzhong struck again. He charged straight at Qin Wuhai's domineering and fierce sword, and just as the sword was about to slice his throat, a deviation occurred at the critical moment. Whoosh! Yang Juanzhong narrowly brushed past the tip of the opponent's sword, dangerously evading this fatal blow. Immediately afterward, he swung his sword upward from below with a rising momentum, cutting open a gash in the air, the sharpness precisely leaving a blood mark beneath Qin Wuhai's left rib. So fast, in this strike, it seemed Yang Juanzhong had predicted the opponent's sword path in advance, successfully wounding Qin Wuhai. What's going on? It took effect so quickly. Is it real? Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin Wuhai was even more shocked. He reached out to touch the sword wound. Although the injury was not deep, the blood in his palm instantly ignited his anger. You dare to hurt me? He found it hard to believe that just now, he had intended to feint a strike toward the opponent's throat, but was actually preparing to change direction to attack his right shoulder. Yet, Yang Juanzhong had evaded his attack and countered with a sword that wounded him. Yang Juanzhong seemed to have undergone a transformation, suddenly becoming stronger just because of Ling Tianyu's few words. Surprised, unexpected? Next, the injuries you leave on me will be repaid tenfold, allowing you to witness the true power of the 9 swords of the Emperor. Yang Juanzhong's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with mockery, glaring fiercely at Qin Wuhai. He utterly despised Qin Wuhai, who had looked down on everyone since breaking into the Huangwu realm. It was truly deserving of death. Today, he would make the other party understand the power after comprehending the sword intent. Yang Juanzhong suddenly shouted angrily, his voice shaking the surrounding air. Immediately after, he pointed his sword to the sky, causing a large area of space to crack open. Boom! A fierce wind howled as the true qi erupted violently, and the Emperor's 9 swords were unleashed like flowing clouds in water. The sharp sword light crisscrossed the heavens and earth, bursting forth with brilliant radiance, drawing a huge trajectory of sword light in the air. The sword light from the Emperor's sword carried a killing intent, sweeping towards Qin Wuhai at an extreme speed. The sword light howled, its golden brilliance blocking out the sun, as 9 beams of sword light converged into a true dragon seemingly forged from gold. Rushing majestically toward Qin Wuhai, looking for death, Qin Wuhai unleashed the heavenly thunder sword technique, a magnificent momentum instantly spreading around, making the sky flicker. 2 powerful beams of sword light collided with a roar. This time, Yang Juanzhong did not fall, only retreating a few steps, and Qin Wuhai was similarly affected. Huh, he can actually withstand my sword? Qin Wuhai shouted angrily, gathering true qi in his ancient sword, the crystal-clear sword light soaring into the sky, immediately flashing with thunder and lightning, changing the color of the wind and clouds. A beam of sword light darted like a swimming dragon through the clouds, and amidst the flickering of thunder, the dragon sword revealed itself to the world. The sword flowers danced, flexible as a whip, attacking Yang Juanzhong once more. The two instantly unleashed fierce, killing moves, engaging in dozens of exchanges in the blink of an eye. Every beam of sword light was exquisite, appearing ordinary, yet containing infinite profundities. Yang Juanzhong's sword intent continuously ascended, with 9 beams of sword light flashing in succession, interweaving to form a powerful sword net formation. The sword energy was sharp and piercing, with murderous intent overwhelming, and the vast, sun-eclipsing sword energy almost obscured the sky, as countless beams of sword light rained down like a violent storm, surging towards Qin Wuhai. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, the sword light growing even stronger, with the surrounding space within dozens of feet being imprisoned, a super-strong aura of destruction completely enveloping Qin Wuhai. Impossible. I don't believe it. You can't possibly become this strong just from that kid's 2 sentences. You can't defeat me. Qin Wuhai's expression darkened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Murderous intent almost bursting forth. Boom! His true qi erupted violently within him, roaring like thunder, as the ancient sword in his palm unleashed an even hotter sword light, with overwhelming sword energy sweeping towards Yang Juanzhong. Clang! 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 The sword light crisscrossed, producing dazzling brilliance, and the mysterious sound of sword ringing resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The speeds of the two were as fast as lightning, yet hidden within that speed was a delicate rhythm. No matter how crafty Qin Wuhai's sword moves were, they were easily resolved by Yang Juanzhong. In this extreme interplay of speed and slowness, the world seemed to enter a mysterious realm, with only the sound of clashing sword light echoing like a passionate melody. In the fierce battle, Qin Wuhai gradually felt unable to suppress Yang Juanzhong, as if he were sinking in a quagmire, his actions increasingly restricted, already showing signs of defeat. He actually found himself at a disadvantage. Heavenly profound, flowing light, 7 tribulations, slash. Swish, swish. 2 beams of sword light, fast to the extreme, broke through the air, a top-tier killing move from the Emperor's 9 swords. In an instant, one sword transformed into countless sword shadows, surging forth and tearing the heavens and earth apart. The surging sword intent erupted, layer upon layer tearing apart Qin Wuhai's defenses, the terrifying sword energy completely enveloping him. Impossible! You actually comprehended sword intent. Qin Wuhai was filled with terror, while the disciples and several elders observing from a distance gasped in shock. That is truly sword intent. They found it hard to believe, their voices trembling. Who would have thought that Yang Juanzhong had truly comprehended sword intent? And all of this was simply because of Ling Tianyu's 2 sentences, which completely turned the tide of the battle. Yang Juanzhong became increasingly accustomed to this feeling exhilarated. Over the years, he had studied the Emperor's 9 swords, only lacking an opportunity, and now he had finally achieved his wish. He let out a long roar to the sky, venting the anger that had been suppressed by Qin Wuhai for years. He had finally taken a step forward in the sword path, and he had to thank Ling Tianyu. Without him, he would not have been able to comprehend sword intent. Sometimes, it only takes one step, but that step can trap a person. Just a few words from Ling Tianyu allowed him to have an epiphany, mastering the essence of the Emperor's 9 swords. Like a volcano that had accumulated for thousands of years suddenly erupting, he instantly comprehended sword intent. Chapter 64. Arrogant Ling Tianyu sword intent is the fusion of sword and heart. Only when the heart and intent are in harmony can infinite combat power be unleashed. Even if Qin Wuhai breaks through to the radiant martial realm, what of it? He is merely newly entering this realm, still unable to contend against the true comprehension of sword intent. Qin Wuhai struggled to defend himself, half of his body being cleaved into the ground by this powerful sword force. What terrifying strength this was. He had no power to resist, and, after taking this blow, he spewed blood wildly, his body covered in countless sword chi cuts, blood staining him all over, his clothes blasted apart by the sword energy. "You're not very strong. Weren't you mocking me?" With a thunderous sword strike, he slashed upwards, flipping him out from underground. Qin Wuhai's body rolled over a dozen times before crashing to the ground. The force of the impact made him slide far away as he hit the ground. He was covered in dirt and looked disheveled, half of the skin on his backside worn away. Spit. After stopping, Qin Wuhai felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his body feeling as if it were falling apart, his breath chaotic, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness as he looked at Yang Juanzhong. Swish! Yang Juanzhong's figure flew over, the Emperor's sword aimed straight at his throat with a sharp killing intent. That killing intent was cold and bloody, and Yang Juanzhong looked down at him with an absolutely high stance. Qin Wuhai felt a chilling breath of death, the cold seeping into his bones, as if any slight movement would cause the Emperor's sword to immediately pierce his throat. He lay completely dazed on the ground, facing upwards in fear as he looked at Yang Juanzhong, his face filled with horror. "You have lost, completely lost. Do you acknowledge it?" Yang Juanzhong asked in a cold tone. I lost. I concede. But how did you comprehend sword intent? I don't believe it. That you truly comprehended it just from those few words? Qin Wuhai looked at Yang Juanzhong, his eyes full of unwillingness, confusion, and jealousy. Sword intent is an insurmountable chasm for sword practitioners. He sought it, but could not attain it, while Yang Juanzhong succeeded. This was a tremendous boost for sword practitioners. That realm of unity between man and sword, of mutual understanding, he could never reach, while Yang Juanzhong had significantly enhanced his combat power, defeating him with unfathomable strength. Is it really him? Did Ling Tianyu allow you to comprehend sword intent? Qin Wuhai looked at Ling Tianyu not far away, his face filled with terror. He found it hard to believe that a young man could possess such strong comprehension talent. Just a few glances exchanged made him feel unprecedented fear, chilling him to the core. With Ling Tianyu's true martial realm cultivation, yet exhibiting such an extraordinarily high martial talent, it was truly unimaginable. Do you still want to kill Ling Tianyu? You can't even defeat me, yet you still wish to kill him? That's utterly ridiculous. If you had attacked Ling Tianyu from the very beginning, it would have been you who died now. Yang Juanzhong looked at Qin Wuhai and said, "How could this be? Impossible." The surrounding disciples were also secretly astonished. Who would have thought that the usually proud and obsessed with the sword, Yang Juanzhong, would say such words? His admiration for Ling Tianyu had reached its peak, even though he had been defeated by Qin Wuhai multiple times before. His mastery of the sword path was still highly recognized by the sect's higher-ups. Moreover, he was reclusive in nature, focusing solely on studying the sword path, making it rare for anyone in the Tianxian sect to receive such high praise like him. Once, he refused to accept Qin Wuhai, repeatedly fighting back. And now he had finally won, all thanks to Ling Tianyu. This young man had completely convinced him. The crowd found it hard to believe, but soon recalled Ling Tianyu's word from earlier. It was those words that revealed the essence of the sword path, helping Yang Juanzhong comprehend sword intent. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ling Tianyu. Perhaps this young man was indeed a genius, filling their hearts with awe. Qin Wuhua, you are the senior brother of Master Yi Xiaoyao, right? Go back and tell Nangong Sun and the Yi family that if they want revenge, they should send some capable experts. Sending a waste like you is really meaningless. If you have the ability, let Nangong Sun come personally to kill me. As the esteemed elder, Nangong Sun naturally looks down on getting his hands dirty. But now it seems there is no suitable person who can kill Ling Tianyu. And Ling Tianyu's words openly provoked Nangong Sun to take action himself, which is indeed extremely arrogant. You dare to be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuhua felt utterly humiliated, his head heavy as it hit the ground, filled with rage. He had never faced such humiliation as the eldest disciple of Elder Nangong Sun, a genius of the Tianxian sect, capable of taking the heads of generals among a million enemies. He had become a waste in Ling Tianyu's eyes. How could he endure this? You dare to insult my master and insult me? Qin Wuhua roared as he tried to get up, but was coldly pressed down by the emperor's sword at his throat. You are not worthy to spar with my cousin. Get lost. Yang Juanzhong sliced open the skin on his neck with a sword, blood oozing out. Move again, and the next moment will cost you your life. Good. Ling Tianyu, wait for me. I will remember this debt today, both yours and Yang Juanzhong's. I will definitely report to my master. Just wait for your deaths. Qin Wuhua held his neck wound, his clothes in tatters, limping away under everyone's gaze. No one knew how he gritted his teeth and bore the pain to leave. But from this moment on, everyone remembered Yang Juanzhong. He had finally defeated Qin Wuhua, and from now on, his name would grow even louder in the Tianxian sect. Similarly, Ling Tianyu was also remembered by the crowd. Although they had not seen him take action, they could clearly understand his extraordinary nature from Yang Juanzhong's attitude towards him. A madman has his own capital for being mad. The crowd looked at Ling Tianyu. His arrogance seemed somewhat reckless, yet they had to admit his talent. Even if he offended Nangong Sun, so what? People speculated that if Nangong Sun dared to come and kill Ling Tianyu, would he not have to consider the sect master Yi Qianma? This matter would surely reach the sect master's ears soon, and with the sect master's love for talent, he would definitely protect Ling Tianyu. However, Ling Tianyu merely smiled. In his view, since he dared to offend him, he was not afraid of revenge, and he never expected the sect master to intervene. He had long since become accustomed to the admiring gazes. As one of the 10 supreme elders, Nangong Sun was already a peak powerhouse of the Xuanwu realm, second only to the sect master in strength within the Tianxian sect. Yet even so, Ling Tianyu's inherent pride never regarded him highly. The crowd could not help but wonder whether Ling Tianyu's arrogance stemmed from his own strength being so formidable that he feared nothing, or if he had some powerful backing. Even if Nangong Sun were to find out about this and become furious, he would have to weigh the consequences carefully. Ling Tianyu dared to offend the supreme elder. He must have some backing. Perhaps there were experts behind him that surpassed even the sect master. Indeed, if not for that, he must be foolish, tired of living. The crowd debated among themselves. Although they couldn't discern Ling Tianyu's true background, who would not have some reservations about wanting to kill such a talented youth. Chapter 65, Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique. Yang Juanzhong looked at Ling Tianyu with blazing eyes. Cousin, if it weren't for you today, how would I have this opportunity? I cannot express my gratitude. He deliberately emphasized their cousin relationship, and in the seemingly affectionate words, there was a hidden meaning. This not only drew him closer to Ling Tianyu, but also indicated to everyone that Ling Tianyu was of the Yang family bloodline, as the grandson of Yang Yintian. Even if Nangong Sun and the Yi family wanted to kill him, they would have to think twice. After saying this, Yang Juanzhong disregarded the gazes of the crowd and solemnly bowed, lowering himself to show sincerity. Ling Tianyu smiled lightly. There is no need to be polite. The 9 imperial swords of the emperor are now passed to you. You have comprehended the sword intent, so you need not follow me anymore, lest we delay each other. Yang Juanzhong scratched his head and grinned. Understood. In truth, he knew very well that if it weren't for his earlier persistence, he wouldn't have gained such an opportunity. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he naturally would not cling any longer. Brother Tianyu, thanks to your guidance, I have comprehended the sword intent. Now I have touched the barrier of the Huangwu realm and plan to go back to enter seclusion for cultivation. If you need anything from your brother in the future, just ask. Also, if Nangong's son comes to trouble you, return to the Yang family immediately. With Grandpa around, he will at least give Grandpa face. Yang Juanzhong said, stepping forward to give Ling Tianyu a tight hug, his words full of concern. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Ling Tianyu felt warmth in his heart, nodded with a smile, and turned to walk towards the Martial Classics Hall. Along the way, the crowd's awe-filled gazes followed him like shadows. The name Ling Tianyu was destined to stir waves in the Tianxian sect. At this moment, atop the Martial Classics Hall, a graceful figure was watching his back with great interest. The Martial Classics Hall is located halfway up Cloud Mist Mountain, shrouded in mist year-round, majestic in its presence. This 7-story ancient building resembles a treasure house of martial arts for the Tianxian sect, with countless secrets hidden on each floor. The first 2 floors are for outer disciples to browse, while the 3rd floor and above are exclusive to inner disciples. The 4th and 5th floors belong to core disciples and the personal disciples of the Supreme Elders. And the most mysterious 6th and 7th floors are the sect master's private treasure vault. The higher you go, the more precious the martial arts techniques become. To enter the 5th floor or above, one must obtain approval from the sect as higher-ups. Ling Tianyu had long been fascinated by the Martial Classics Hall. It was rumored to house the most complete collection of martial arts techniques in the Great Qian Empire. Although he possessed the Dragon Abyss reversal technique comparable to divine-level skills, having more skills never hurt, so he intended to try his luck. Entering the Martial Classics Hall, he showed no hesitation and headed straight for the 2nd floor. Most of the techniques here were of the yellow grade, with shelves packed with books, overwhelming to the eye. However, a pile of dusty, incomplete techniques in a corner instantly caught his attention. Ling Tianyu brushed aside the thick dust, revealing an old, ancient book. The faded title on the cover read Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique, still exuding a sharp sword intent. This was actually an incomplete Earth-grade combat skill. Practitioners could not only fly with swords, but also control flying swords to kill enemies with powerful spiritual force. If mastered to perfection, one could even kill from 1,000 miles away. Even as an incomplete version, its power was comparable to high-level Xian-grade techniques. However, due to its strict cultivation conditions requiring a spiritual soul force of level 5 or above, and a massive true qi consumption and sword control, it had always gone unnoticed. But these conditions were not difficult for Ling Tianyu. If I can master the Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique when I enter the Hidden King Divine Palace, I will surely seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, Ling Tianyu's eyes sparkled with determination as he opened the ancient book without hesitation. He infused a strand of true qi into the spirit refining tower, and in an instant, it felt as if a door had opened in his sea of consciousness. His consciousness detached from his body, flying into the spirit refining tower, while the Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique transformed into shimmering golden mysterious patterns, following closely behind. In the sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit began to rapidly practice the sword technique, and those obscure cultivation essentials surged into his mind as if drawn by a magnet. For an ordinary genius, this would only allow them to skim through a few lines, but under the enhancement of the spirit refining tower, Ling Tianyu actually comprehended this incomplete sword technique in the blink of an eye. The mysteries of the spirit refining tower far exceeded my imagination. Just as Ling Tianyu was excitedly preparing to attempt practicing, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. You think you can cultivate the Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique with just that? This technique is extremely difficult, even if you have some foundation in swordsmanship. I advise you not to waste your effort. He looked up and saw a woman in white gracefully descending from the 3rd floor. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy who had wandered into the mortal world. Her expression a mix of laughter and mystery, exuding an aura of nobility combined with seductive softness. Dressed in flowing white, she outlined a graceful figure, her large, lively eyes sparkling like stars, and her smooth skin rivaling snow. Even Ling Tianyu, with his exceptional composure, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Among the women he had seen, only Lu Ruyin could compare to the woman before him. Compared to Lu Yunxiu and Lu Ruyue, they both paled in comparison. "You are Han Gongsnow?" Ling Tianyu instantly recalled this name and blurted it out. According to rumors, the only female disciple of the sect leader, the top of the younger generation of Tianqian's sect, not only held a noble status, but was also breathtakingly beautiful. Now that he had met her, she truly lived up to her reputation. It was well known in the sect that the only person besides the sect leader who had mastered the Tianyu sword technique was this senior sister before him. It could be said that Han Gongsnow's understanding of sword flight was incredibly profound. "I know the requirements for practicing the Tianyu sword technique are somewhat harsh, but I want to give it a try. How will I know if I don't try?" Ling Tianyu smiled at her. He knew that his spiritual power had already reached the 6th level, and he had also condensed 9 true essence seeds, making his true qi comparable to 9 or even 10 times that of an ordinary person. These conditions were sufficient to support his cultivation. One could say that he was even more suited to practice the Tianyu sword technique than Han Gongsnow. "All right, I concede." Han Gongsnow did not say much, but instead looked at him with curiosity. She was very interested in this young man, Ling Tianyu, who had extraordinary talent. "Just now, I saw you giving some pointers to Yang Juanzhong, and he was able to comprehend sword intent, defeating Qin Wuhai. It seems your swordsmanship should also have comprehended sword intent, right? Are you interested in having a spar with me?" Han Gongsnow was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. "You want to spar with me?" Ling Tianyu looked at her and smiled. This beautiful woman was also a martial arts fanatic, and he couldn't help but chuckle. In Tianqian's sect, she was known as a martial arts maniac, and Qin Wuhai and Yang Juanzhong often found themselves as her sparring partners. While it was said to be mutual sparring, it was actually just her using them for practice. Now that a genius like Ling Tianyu had arrived at Tianqian's sect, Han Gongsnow couldn't wait to find someone to spar with. Before he came to the sect, Ling Tianyu had learned some information about her from Lu Ruyue. Han Gongsnow possessed powerful spiritual power and was a rare Wan Dao spirit body with exceptional talent, so practicing the Tianyu sword technique was naturally not a problem. Moreover, she was already a master with a cultivation level in the Huangwu realm, and now that she had encountered Ling Tianyu, how could she let this opportunity pass? Ling Tianyu looked at her, feeling a bit impatient. Han Gongsnow was indeed a good opponent, but he had some reservations. Chapter 66. Divine movement in all directions. What Ling Tianyu was concerned about was neither Han Gongsnow's cultivation nor her status as the sect leader's first disciple. What truly made him hesitate was the fact that she was a woman. If he inadvertently injured her during their spar, it could lead to many troubles. Moreover, even if he won, it was hard to guarantee that Han Gongsnow wouldn't cling to him stubbornly due to her obstinate nature. After pondering for a while, Ling Tianyu shook his head helplessly. "You're not my opponent. Let us just leave it at that. If I would hurt you, I would feel uneasy." These words were like adding fuel to the fire, and Han Gongsnow's brows furrowed instantly. "Oomph. You are merely at the first level of the true martial realm. Even if you comprehend sword intent, you dare to assert that I am not your opponent? How arrogant!" Han Gongsnow have been walking the Tianqian sect for many years and have never seen such a conceited person as you. Today, you cannot escape this spar." Seeing her aggressive stance, Ling Tianyu knew that there was no way to back down. His expression sharpened, and his tone became steady and firm. "In that case, I agree. But let me make it clear beforehand. If you lose, you must not cling to me. Even though you have mastered the Tianyu sword technique and can fly with the sword, I'm only at the true martial realm, but defeating you should not be difficult." His tone was confident, not arrogant. He simply did not like beating around the bush, and his words naturally exuded an undeniable aura. "You are infuriating. Dare to say that. But don't regret it. Follow me, and let us have a proper spar. I will make sure you understand what there is always someone better means." Ling Tianyu gave her a feeling that was different from others, making Han Gongsnow feel a strong interest in this young man. The fighting spirit in Han Gongsnow's eyes was overwhelming. In Tianqian's sect, everyone avoided her, and even the elders would take a detour when they saw her, fearing they might be pulled into a spar. Although she possessed a devastating beauty that could bring calamity to a nation, her formidable strength made people hesitant to approach, as everyone knew that this senior sister was terrifyingly powerful. If caught by her, one would inevitably face a beating. Even those at the same level or 1 or 2 levels higher were not her opponents. Now, encountering such a sharp young man stirred her strong desire for competition. Let's fight. But if there is no reward, what is the point of this battle? Ling Tianyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Only by setting a wager could this duel be even more exhilarating. That suits me. Go ahead. Han Gongsno raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of expectation flashing in her eyes. Very simple. If I win, you will help me obtain the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm of the Hidden King's Shrine. With your status, it shouldn't be a difficult task, right? This was Ling Tianyu's purpose. He was just worried about not being able to find such an opportunity. The Hidden King Shrine was tightly sealed by the Qin Empire, making it difficult for ordinary people to step inside. However, as the sect leader's direct disciple, if Han Gongsno was willing to help, perhaps she could open the door to the secret realm for him. You know about the Hidden King Shrine? It must be Lord Shanqing who told you, right? If you ask Yang Tian, he can also help you secure a spot, but this way is good too. You want to obtain it for yourself through this method? Han Gongsno's mind raced. What did this Ling Tianyu mean by wanting to compete in this way to enter the Hidden King Shrine? Did he naively think he could defeat her? Although the young man before her still had a childish look, his actions and demeanor revealed a maturity and decisiveness far beyond his age, further igniting her competitive spirit. To think you could comprehend sword intent and defeat me is too naive. You probably have no concept of the gap between the true martial realm and the Huangwu realm, let alone the difference in true qi before this. Anyway, this is my wager. Do you dare to accept? Ling Tianyu suddenly became serious, fearing she might refuse. All right, I accept, but what will happen if you lose? Han Gongsno looked at him without holding back. I want to lose. If I do, you can dispose of me as you wish, even if it means serving you like a cow or a horse. How about that? Upon hearing this, Han Gongsno burst out laughing. Her laughter was invigorating. Well then, if you lose, you must wash my feet for 3 months. I really like your unyielding character. Do your best. You mustn't lose to me, and you are not allowed to say I bullied you. Han Gongsno couldn't help but chuckle. No problem. This wager was interesting, and Ling Tianyu readily agreed. The Martial Classics Hall isn't a suitable place for sparring. Sister will take you to the Cloud Mountain Gorge, a tranquil place. Cloud Mountain Gorge? That was Han Gongsno's usual place for quiet cultivation, which outsiders would not dare to tread, almost becoming a forbidden area of Tianxin sect. As the name suggests, the Cloud Mountain Gorge had beautiful scenery with birds singing and flowers fragrant, featuring the cloud waterfall and gorges on both sides, carved out as if by knife. It was an excellent place for cultivation, and Han Gongsno often spent more time there practicing. Soon, the two arrived at Cloud Mountain Gorge, standing on the rocks facing each other. Ling Tianyu, sister will be merciless, so be careful. If you don't want to wash my feet for 3 months, then give it your all. By the way, sister has an additional condition. If you lose, you must accompany me to practice swordsmanship here until I comprehend sword intent. No problem. Ling Tianyu looked into her enchanting eyes, filled with emotion, making his heart flutter. This scene was reminiscent of the Longyuan secret realm, under the waterfall, with him and Ruyan. One had to say that Han Gongsno could definitely be considered a peerless beauty. But soon, Ling Tianyu steadied his mind and remained unmoved. I will strike with all my might. You should be careful too. It's best not to underestimate my strength. Whoosh! His figure flashed. This was the latest movement technique he had mastered, the profound wind shadow step. The whole person instantly transformed into a gust of wind, resembling clouds and mist, leaving behind a residual shadow as he charged towards Han Gongshuo. The true energy around him exploded violently, shattering the bluestone beneath his feet in an instant. As if a dragon-shaped, true energy coiled around his body. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed a punch imprint that struck forth, creating a dragon shadow accompanied by a roaring dragon's cry. The true dragon strikes, moving with divine might across the 8 directions. It was as if a true divine dragon was rushing towards Han Gongxue. Not bad. Feeling the overwhelming punch imprint from Ling Tianyu, her gaze sharpened, and a surge of battle intent erupted from within her. The apocalyptic power of Ling Tianyu's attack left her in shock, proving to be extraordinary. The ability to manifest true energy into form could only be achieved by warriors who had reached the Huangwu realm. Yet, Ling Tianyu was merely at the Jinwu realm, and he could unleash such a fierce transformation of the dragon's true punch. There was no doubt that the thickness of his true energy was completely on par with hers, perhaps even not weaker than those at the Huangwu realm. Furthermore, this domineering punch created cracks in the space, as though it could destroy heaven and earth with a single blow, which made Han Gongxue feel compelled to take it seriously. Whoosh! Flickering light and shadow. Han Gongxue's figure also flashed, simultaneously employing her movement technique, with true energy surging as she condensed a palm imprint of a space of annihilation. Six Harmony's palm. It came like an unstoppable torrent, seemingly soft and powerless. Yet her palms contained endless killing intent, transforming into countless palm imprints that surged towards Ling Tianyu, completely enveloping him. This was also a top-tier mysterious technique, and its terrifying power was so formidable that even a Huangwu realm warrior would not dare to easily take this palm strike. Boom! The earth shook, and the true dragon's divine movement across the 8 directions punch roared as if it wanted to devour the myriad palm imprints. The two forces collided, creating intense spatial vibrations that made the heavens and earth tremble. The explosive sound echoed through the valley, and the water in the pool beneath the waterfall splashed out in a shower of droplets. The Six Harmony's palm was instantly obliterated, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, and the residual waves rushed towards Han Gongxue with ferocity, making her feel a deadly crisis. This punch imprint, rivaling divine power, was so powerful that it sent her flying backward. Chapter 67. Han Gongxue's shock Ling Tianyu not only easily shattered her Six Harmony's palm, but also sent her flying with his overwhelming punch force. Han Gongxue's figure resembled a startled swan, using her movement technique to stabilize herself in an instant. Yet as her internal energy surged, a cold smile appeared on her face. Such magnificent true energy. What kind of combat technique is this domineering punch? Her true energy surged like a tidal wave as her gaze locked onto Ling Tianyu. Divine movement across the 8 directions. Ling Tianyu looked at her and smiled. Divine movement across the 8 directions is the second move of the True Dragon Fist, a top-tier mysterious technique that Ling Tianyu cultivated from the Long Yuan reversal art. The True Dragon Fist has a total of 8 moves. The first move, Fire Palm Clouds, stirs the wind and clouds. The second move, Divine Movement across the 8 directions, illuminates the world. The third move, Dragon Soars and Dances, covers the sea. The fourth move, Breaking the Sky, Plucking the Stars. The fifth move, Tiger Roars, Dragon Chants, devouring sun and moon. When cultivated to the extreme, the 8 moves converge and fuse, unleashing power comparable to divine techniques, terrifying indeed. The second move, Divine Movement across the 8 directions, is already comparable to a top-tier mysterious technique. Ling Tianyu told her about divine movement across the 8 directions, but did not mention the True Dragon Fist, as he did not want her to know about the Long Yuan reversal art. Han Gongxue, a 6-layer powerhouse of the Huangwu realm, had a significantly higher cultivation than Ling Tianyu, not to mention the enhancement provided by her 10,000 paths spirit body. It is known that every 3 minor layers constitute a watershed, so one can imagine the thickness of Ling Tianyu's true energy. Thus, when he made his move, Ling Tianyu used the second move of the True Dragon Fist, Divine Movement across the 8 directions, this immensely powerful top-tier, mysterious domineering punch. He did not dare to be careless. After all, the opponent was a 6-layer powerhouse of the Huangwu realm. Divine Movement across the 8 directions? Good fist technique. Ling Tianyu, with such combat power at this level, is indeed a monstrous genius, even more heaven-defying than me. Next, I will use my full strength, so be careful. Such strong talent she had never encountered before, and Han Gongxue had to gather all her focus channeling her true energy, her battle intent rising higher and higher. All right, no one should hold back. We must determine the victor today. I also want to see your strongest power, Ling Tianyu said lightly. Transforming into a powerful hurricane, he swept toward Han Gongxue once again. And within the storm, Ling Tianyu resembled a giant beast, his true energy surging explosively, releasing a terrifying aura. Spatial fluctuations were constant, and Ling Tianyu's gaze was sharp as he released brilliant light, clenching his fist and gathering a fierce, blazing light once more to unleash another piercing punch imprint. The punch imprint transformed into a dragon, roaring madly, and Han Gongxue would not yield either, roaring back. Damn! This fierce shout caused true energy to burst forth from her. A sharp sword energy cutting through the air with a rivaling force. Heaven's Gate, proud snow. Han Gongxue unleashed another powerful combat technique. This sword technique was incredibly fierce, and the sword light contained a powerful sword momentum. This was her true energy condensed into sword energy, shooting forth from her body. Similar to the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin, but its might was absolutely more transcendent. Countless sword lights shot forth from her body like falling snowflakes, and each snowflake was incredibly sharp. With such terrifying power, even a Huangwu realm warrior's true energy defense would struggle to withstand it. Roar! A domineering true dragon phantom raised its head and roared madly, and within the storm vortex, Ling Tianyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, sharp as a blade. His punch imprints might instantly surged, resembling a gigantic dragon of golden light charging forth. The true dragon manifested, and the overwhelming true energy condensed to its peak caused the space to tremble endlessly. Boom! 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 Snowflakes filled the air, and countless sword lights fell, violently colliding with the swirling true dragon punch imprint, causing the space to explode continuously. The surging waves of energy rapidly spread out. Ling Tianyu and Han Gongxue crashed into each other fiercely. Boom! Both were violently shaken apart by this explosive force, their figures retreating simultaneously, their internal blood surging. True energy rampaging. Good, good, good. This is exhilarating. I haven't met such a rival in a long time. Ling Tianyu, you have exceeded my expectations. You actually managed to withstand my Heaven's Gate, proud snow. Bring it on. Han Gongxue exclaimed with excitement, once again unleashing the Heaven's Gate, proud snow sword energy. Her battle-intense sword, as this was a rival she hadn't encountered in a long time, and her true energy surged outward. Han Gongxue condensed her fingers into a sword. The Heaven's Gate, proud snow sword energy converging and exploding forth, this time forming a sword energy several dozen meters long, dazzlingly bright, slashing down towards Ling Tianyu. Although she had not yet comprehended sword intent, she was at least at the great accomplishment stage. This sword energy was formed by countless sword energies merging together. Its power was formidable, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even a peak Huangwu realm powerhouse would fear this sword's might, and it could potentially kill. Ling Tianyu's gaze also focused, his battle intent soaring, showing no signs of fear. From his fingertips, a sharp sword energy erupted, resembling a sword dragon, rivaling powerfully as it pierced through space, charging towards the several dozen meters long sword light. Myriad forms dragon slaughter. This sword energy was also the latest technique Ling Tianyu mastered, its power comparable to a heavenly level sword technique, even though his realm was not as high as his opponent's. The thickness of his true energy, bolstered by the 9 true essence seeds, allowed him to barely use this move, but its might was terrifying. The brilliant sword light brimmed with destructive power, annihilating everything. Crack! When the two sword energies collided, even though Han Gongxue's sword energy was over 10 meters long, it was instantly sliced apart by Ling Tianyu's myriad forms dragon slaughter sword light. Countless small sword lights erupted, completely exploding. Swish! Ling Tianyu's sword energy remained undiminished, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Han Gongxue. What? This sword energy is so domineering. Han Gongxue's expression changed dramatically, her heart filled with shock. If they were at the same realm, She would have long lost to Ling Tianyu, but she would not admit defeat at this moment. The outcome was not yet determined. She could clearly sense that this sword energy was like a divine sword from the heavens, sending a chill down her spine. The body felt like it was being pierced by countless swords. Whoosh! Han Gongxue had no choice but to use her movement technique, quickly retreating like a fleeting shadow, while gathering true energy in her palm to suddenly conjure an ancient sword. She flipped and jumped into the air, stepping on the ancient sword, propelling herself upwards. Avant sword technique. To her surprise, at this critical moment, Han Gongxue actually used this move to directly control the flying sword in midair. With her 6th level of the Radiant Martial Realm, being able to control a sword in midair was extremely rare. One should know that only true Xuanwu realm experts possess the means to soar through the skies. Generally, practitioners of the Radiant Martial Realm can only step onto the air, hovering a little over half a meter above the ground, showcasing extraordinary speed, but they cannot soar into the sky like this. However, Han Gongxue managed to do it, allowing Ling Tianyu to truly see what it meant to fly with a sword, evading his domineering and fierce Myriad Manifestations Dragon Sword. Boom! The Myriad Manifestations Dragon Sword collided with the ground behind her original position, splashing countless waves and smashing through a giant rock by the water's edge. That several-ton heavy rock was shattered with a loud bang, sending countless fragments flying. If that strike had hit Han Gongxue, she would have likely been obliterated. The entire Yunzishan Gorge trembled from this sword energy. Seeing this scene, Han Gongxue's back turned cold. She had not expected the Myriad Manifestations Dragon Sword to be so terrifying. Secretly shocked, Chapter 68, defiant Hangonguk. Ling Tianyu, just how many powerful combat techniques have you cultivated? This power is simply too strong. Could it be an Earth-grade sword technique? That can't be right. With your true martial realm cultivation, how could you possibly comprehend such profound sword techniques? After Han Gongxue finished speaking, she snorted coldly. Even so, I have comprehended the heavenly sword technique and mastered the art of sword control. Defeating me will not be easy, and even hitting me will be difficult. I can easily toy with you until your true energy is exhausted, and in the end, you will still be defeated by me. Han Gongxue giggled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliant light, her smile like a flower, yet her heart was already stirred with waves of anxiety. The more this was the case, the more curiosity and exploration filled her gaze as she looked at Ling Tianyu. Can't hit you? Who said that? Ling Tianyu smirked coldly, releasing a tremendous mental power. A cold gleam flashed from his Chinquan bag, and a long sword shot out into the air. Under his powerful mental control, the long sword seemed to be endowed with spirit, rapidly spinning in midair and drawing sharp sword shadows. Whoosh! Ling Tianyu moved like lightning, perfectly leaping up and landing steadily on the flying sword. As soon as his feet touched the sword's surface, his body swayed a bit, but he quickly adjusted his breath and stabilized his form in an instant. The flying sword slowly ascended, carrying him higher until he reached the same height as Han Gongxue. That's right, Ling Tianyu also mastered the art of sword control. When he flipped through the heavenly sword technique in the Martial Classics Pavilion, aided by the miraculous effects of the Spirit Refinement Tower, he comprehended this profound sword technique within mere moments. With sword intent connected and relying on his immense mental power to control the flying sword, combined with his powerful true energy, he now watched Han Gongxue with great interest. What? You can also control a sword. When did you learn this? Han Gongxue stared wide-eyed in shock, her face filled with disbelief. One should know that comprehending the heavenly sword technique is no easy task. Relying on her innate talent of the myriad Tao spirit body and 6th-tier mental power, she spent a whole year of hard work after entering the Radiant Martial Realm to master it. The hardships involved were known only to herself. But Ling Tianyu, before her, only hurriedly flipped through that incomplete heavenly sword technique in the Martial Classics Pavilion and managed to grasp it so easily. Seeing how he was slightly unsteady when he first stepped onto the flying sword, it was clear he had only just comprehended it. Could it be that Ling Tianyu really possesses such astonishing talent? This is simply terrifying. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did you comprehend the heavenly sword technique? I don't believe it. Han Gongxue shook her head madly, her eyes fixed on Ling Tianyu, filled with unwillingness and shock. Is the heavenly sword technique difficult? I just glanced at it and comprehended it. What's so surprising about that? Ling Tianyu smiled as he looked at her. For ordinary people, practicing the heavenly sword technique is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It requires not only powerful mental strength, but also abundant true energy. Both are indispensable. But Ling Tianyu was entirely different. He not only met all the conditions, but also had the reverse heaven-defying artifact, the Spirit Refinement Tower, to assist him. For him, not to mention the heavenly sword technique, even more profound techniques could be easily comprehended. When flipping through the heavenly sword technique, the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness seemed to have already practiced the sword technique hundreds of times, making everything familiar and effortless to grasp. At this moment, Ling Tianyu stood on the flying sword, soaring in midair, his posture of flying with the sword resembling a deity walking on clouds, moving at incredible speed, surrounded by a mystical and ethereal aura. All right, I admit you are indeed superior to me in talent. But even if you have comprehended sword flight, defeating me is still not that simple. Han Gongxue stared at Ling Tianyu, her figure flashing as she transformed into a streak of light, driving her flying sword towards the mountains ahead. Let me show you the true usage of the sword control technique. Ling Tianyu revealed a carefree smile, unhesitatingly pursuing Han Gongxue. He formed his fingers into a sword, and a brilliant sword light shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, resonating with the ancient sword beneath him, as if he and the sword were one, achieving perfect unity, with speed instantly skyrocketing to its peak. Even more shocking was that wherever Ling Tianyu's flying sword passed, the heavens and earth trembled, a mysterious and powerful force of nature converging and merging into his fierce sword energy. No matter how fast Han Gongxue accelerated, she was always enveloped by this force of nature, as if an invisible barrier blocked her path. Shattering the void, Han Gongxue was greatly alarmed, sensing the immense pressure ahead. She quickly struck out with a palm, pouring all her strength towards the sword-light barrier formed by the force of nature. In her view, with her cultivation in the radiant martial realm, this palm should easily break the barrier. After all, Ling Tianyu's realm was much lower than hers, and his true energy consumption was far greater. This barrier surely wasn't as solid as it appeared. However, when her palm heavily struck the sword-light barrier, a loud clang echoed like a great bell, shaking the void. The sword-light barrier rippled, completely neutralizing the power of her palm, and a powerful rebounding force surged towards her. Han Gongxue's expression changed drastically. She used her movement technique to rapidly ascend with her sword, narrowly avoiding this rebounding force. But immediately after, a vast sword net descended from above, the sword net glowing brilliantly, containing overwhelming killing intent, as if it aimed to annihilate space and shatter everything. Not good. Han Gongxue was horrified, her hands moving rapidly as she unleashed several palms. However, her attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree against this powerful sword net, all obliterated. When the aura of death completely enveloped her, the cold, flickering sword lights were less than 3 meters from her, but they suddenly stopped. These sword lights seemed to possess spirit, accurately locking onto all her vital points. As long as she made the slightest move, these sword lights, imbued with fierce killing intent, would unhesitatingly pierce through her body. Han Gongxue froze in place, not daring to move, suspended in midair, cold sweat pouring down her back. This is an attack infused with the power of heaven and earth. Han Gongxue was shocked speechless. One should know that being able to master the power of heaven and earth is a realm that only true martial emperors can reach. Ling Tianyu was simply too defying of the heavens, having grasped such terrifying power even in the true martial realm, forcing her, a radiant martial realm expert, to retreat step by step and instantly comprehending the heavenly sword technique, now showcasing such astonishing means. If it weren't for Ling Tianyu being so young, she would even suspect that the person before her was a peerless powerhouse reborn. Wait, something about this power of heaven and earth seems off. Could it be the power of the heavenly sword technique? Han Gongxue suddenly noticed that the flying sword under Ling Tianyu's feet erupted with dazzling light. The sword aura vast, and the spatial power it stirred made her realize instantly. You figured out? Ling Tianyu sneered. The heavenly sword technique. Do you think it can be called an earth-level combat skill just by flying with the sword? Even if this is a flawed version, as long as the comprehension is deep enough, it can still exert incredibly profound attacks. Using soul control over the sword. Harnessing the vast spatial power to condense oneself for my use. Maximizing the power of the sword path. Is this what you comprehended? Han Gongxue looked at Ling Tianyu in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. During the process of flying with the sword, Ling Tianyu had actually understood a deeper level of the sword path in the air, which enlightened her greatly. She had practiced the heavenly sword technique for a long time, but had never thought of such a marvelous application. She had only used it for simple sword flight, never uncovering the powerful killing moves contained within. At this moment, after Ling Tianyu's guidance, she realized that there was such a vast world in the sword technique. I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat. Han Gongxue sighed lightly, her feet landing slowly on the ground atop the flying sword. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and the terrifying image of that sword net still flashed in her mind, leaving her with lingering fear. Chapter 69. Achieving what one wishes for. Han Gongxue knew very well that if this match were not merely a spar, if Ling Tianyu had not shown mercy, she would have already been seriously injured or even killed under that deathly sword net. The overwhelming sword net left her nowhere to escape, and the terrifying rebound force she felt while trying to break through it still gave her lingering fears. She understood that continuing to fight would be meaningless, so she calmly admitted her defeat. She had indeed lost to this handsome young man, and she accepted it wholeheartedly. Even more shocking was that Ling Tianyu defeated her with a cultivation level far below hers, which not only proved his extraordinary talent, but also showcased his terrifying combat power and comprehension ability. In these aspects, there was indeed a huge gap between her and Ling Tianyu. No wonder he dared to offend Elder Nangong's son with Ling Tianyu's talent. As long as he wasn't killed immediately, it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed everyone. In the great Qian Empire, it would be difficult to find a second genius like him. And she, as the senior sister of the sect, also dimmed in comparison before Ling Tianyu. It seems you have some insight to recognize the situation and withdraw in time. Ling Tianyu smiled as he flew over on his sword, casually putting the ancient sword into his bag of holding. You really don't know how to be humble, even if you beat me. You have to admit that I'm indeed strong, right? Han Gongxue rolled her eyes at him and said, half-jokingly, "Haha, senior sister, don't be angry. I admit you are strong. I was just joking, little junior brother." Ling Tianyu, who was usually serious, showed a rare playful smile at this moment. He knew that if he hadn't used a reverse heaven-defying technique like the Long Yuan reversal technique, it would not have been easy to defeat Han Gongxue today. Her strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Fortunately, having won today, he had also achieved his wish. Ling Tianyu, since I promised you, I will keep my word. When a hidden king shrine opens, I will fight for a spot for you to go together. However, can you guide me on the heavenly sword technique? Han Gongxue's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, she finally understood why Yang Juanzhong always clung to Ling Tianyu. The desire to learn profound martial arts was something she could relate to deeply. Looking at Han Gongxue's expectant gaze, Ling Tianyu thought to himself that mastering the essence of the heavenly sword technique not only required talent, but also a strong comprehension ability. But facing this beautiful senior sister, it was indeed hard to refuse. No problem, he readily agreed. With his understanding of the heavenly sword technique, as long as he carefully taught, Han Gongxue would surely be able to grasp its essence. Then, Ling Tianyu earnestly conveyed his insights and key points about practicing the heavenly sword technique to Han Gongxue. This full disclosure made Han Gongxue admire him even more, and a sense of reverence surged in her heart. Good thing I won, otherwise, I would have to wash your feet 3 times. Just thinking about it gives me chills, Ling Tianyu said with lingering fears. At that moment, a familiar voice came. Ling Tianyu, I was wondering why I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you were missing. Turns out you were here with Sister Gongxue. When did you two get together? This voice, filled with confusion and surprise, interrupted their discussion about the heavenly sword technique. The two turned around and saw the little princess, Lu Riyue, walking towards them. How did she come to the Cloud Mountain Gorge? Han Gongxue frowned slightly, but quickly concealed her displeasure and smiled as she approached. Riyue, are you looking for me? Han Gongxue and Lu Riyue had a very good relationship, often practicing and sparring together. Lu Riyue's current cultivation level was largely due to Han Gongxue's guidance. The two were like sisters, and Lu Riyue often came to the Cloud Mountain Gorge to find her. However, she didn't expect to run into Ling Tianyu here today. Lu Riyue looked up and down at the two, her eyes filled with confusion, especially when she saw the sweat on Han Gongxue's forehead and her clothes dampened with sweat. Faintly revealing her curves, a wave of doubt arose in her heart. Something's off. These two didn't know each other before. How did they become so familiar so quickly? Riyue, don't misunderstand. Junior brother Ling Tianyu happened to be seen by me when he was going to the Martial Classics Hall, and later I suggested coming here to spar, and he followed. What do you need me for? Han Gongxue quickly explained. You asked Ling Tianyu to spar? What kind of joke is this, Han Gongxue? You are a powerful figure in the radiant martial realm. I see you forcibly drag him into a sparring match. You probably didn't dare refuse, right? Did you bully him? Lu Riyue's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. She didn't believe it was Ling Tianyu who took the initiative to spar. Everyone knew that Han Gongxue was a martial arts fanatic, wanting to compete with any expert she saw, simply wanting to teach someone a lesson. But strangely, Ling Tianyu looked perfectly fine. What was going on? However, seeing Ling Tianyu safe and sound, she inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Even she couldn't explain why she cared so much about this kid's safety. I didn't bully him. It was junior brother Ling Tianyu's amazing talent that almost bullied me instead. Han Gonguk explained. How could he possibly bully you? Clarify, how did he bully you? Lu Riyue suddenly raised her voice, her eyes filled with questioning. First staring at Han Gongxue, then turning to look at Ling Tianyu. What exactly did these two do here? Could it be that they really... What do you mean? I mean he defeated me. Can your thoughts be any simpler? Stop thinking crookedly. Look at how anxious you are. Could it be that you were jealous? Han Gongxue couldn't help but laugh. A genius like Ling Tianyu, who is both talented and handsome. Would it be strange if the two had something going on? However, the truth was indeed not so. Lu Riyue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly denied it. You nonsense. How could I be jealous? But as soon as she said it, she suddenly realized, wait, what did you just say? He defeated you? How is that possible? Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. In her view, even if Ling Tianyu was outstanding, he could never defeat Han Gongxue. Han Gongxue was the eldest disciple of the sect master of the Tianxian sect, the senior sister of the sect, with talent unmatched among the disciples. Moreover, as a sixth-level powerhouse in the radiant martial realm, the combat power she unleashed was difficult for even peak powerhouses in the radiant martial realm to contend with. Lu Riyue knew that Ling Tianyu had previously defeated Yang Juanzhong and even guided Yang Juanzhong to defeat Qin Wuhua. His talent was indeed extraordinary. But to say he could defeat Han Gongxue was simply too absurd. Believe it or not, he actually defeated me. Liu, we didn't see it. But Tianyu's combat power is simply terrifying. I've never seen such an exceptionally talented genius. To be honest, with such an outstanding junior, even I, as his elder sister, am almost moved. Princess Liu, if you don't mind, I might just start pursuing him. Han Gongxue teased with a smile, completely ignoring the awkwardness of Ling Tianyu beside her. Ling Tianyu helplessly shook his head. These two women were clearly just having fun at his expense. What pursuing? If you have the ability, go ahead and try. Chapter 70. Azura Palace Assassin Han Gongxue. What are you getting excited about? What do you mean by pursuing? You need to clarify your words. Lu Riyue instantly felt a mix of shyness and anger, her cheeks flushing as she lunged at Han Gongxue, clearly genuinely angry. See? She still insists she doesn't like Ling Tianyu, but her face is completely red. Han Gongxue smiled with narrowed eyes, full of pride. I knew your heart was stirred. Come on, hit me. Let's see if your recent training has made any progress. Before she could finish, she had already taken an attacking stance, refusing to back down. You really are a battle maniac. Ahem, I say. Two ladies, You can spar as much as you like, but that's none of my business. So I'll take my leave now. Ling Tianyu smiled helplessly, seeing that the flames of battle were about to ignite. He lifted his foot to slip away. You dare to leave? Ling Tianyu, who said you could go? Han Gongxue and Lu Liyue both stopped and fixed their gazes on him. Lu Liyue was particularly excited. Looking at Ling Tianyu, her blush deepening. She even shot a glare at Han Gongxue. Turning back to Ling Tianyu, her tone softened. Actually, I came to find you today for something very important. My birthday is in 5 days, and I want to invite you to my birthday banquet. I hope you can come. As she spoke, her eyes were full of anticipation, her nervous fingers curling slightly. Although she had not known Ling Tianyu for long, she had already regarded him as a trustworthy friend in her heart. You heartless little thing who values beauty over friendship. Han Gongxue feigned anger, but was not really mad. So it's the princess's birthday, what an honor. Ling Tianyu smiled in response, secretly looking forward to it. Perhaps he would see Lu Luyan at the banquet. She was the person he had been longing to meet. Since their parting in the Dragon Abyss secret realm, he had thought of that fairy-like figure countless times, wondering if she still remembered him and whether she acknowledged their bond. Perhaps at this moment, she was in seclusion striving for the true Emperor realm. After all, the 8-ridge demon spirit pill was enough to propel her cultivation forward and step into the true Emperor realm. Thinking of how he had yet to break through the radiant martial realm, Ling Tianyu felt both eager and somewhat anxious, imagining the scene of their reunion in his mind countless times. Then it's settled. You must come in 5 days. The birthday banquet will be at Qiushui residence. And you must not let me down. If you stand me up, I won't let you off. Lu Liyue urged when she saw Ling Tianyu lost in thought. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there on time. Since Ling Tianyu promised, he would naturally go. Then he turned to leave. Wait, there's one more question I want to ask you. Do you know my sister Lu Luyan? What is your relationship with her? Ling Tianyu turned back to glance at Lu Liyue, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. Well, why don't you guess? With that, he left briskly. After Ling Tianyu left. Speak, my little princess, have you really developed feelings for that kid? Han Gongxue watched Ling Tianyu's departing figure, her eyes filled with admiration. Look at his demeanor. Ling Tianyu is young and handsome, and so talented. Who wouldn't be moved? If you don't like him, I might just have to step in and pursue him. Lu Liyue's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just grateful that Tianyu helped me refine the gathering Yuan spirit pill. Besides, his martial and alchemical skills are so high. Her voice grew smaller as she spoke. Oh, so this is our spoiled little princess. Calling him Tianyu now? That's quite an affectionate title. Hangonguk vinkid michivusli. Saying she had no private feelings? I really don't. You're just being a little dog if you think I'm lying. Lu Liyue stomped her foot in anger, her ears turning red. It's mainly because on my birthday, someone from the Sanyang Kingdom will come, and if that person is there, I will feel reassured. You mean that prince? Han Gongxue suddenly leaned closer to her, saying she heard that the prince of the Sanyang Kingdom is exceptionally talented and is your fiancé. Is he perhaps using this opportunity to propose? Lu Liyue immediately showed a look of disgust. Don't talk nonsense. I have no feelings for him. I feel uncomfortable every time I see him. If Ling Tianyu is there this time, it would be just right to let him see the talent of our Dacian Empire. Han Gonguk suddenly understood. She put her arm around Lu Liyue's shoulders and teased. Oh, so you want to use him to dampen the prince's spirit? But this move is too risky. What if it implicates young Master Tianyu? That would make me feel sorry for him. But don't worry. I will also attend the banquet to make sure you're safe. Saying this, she playfully poked Lu Liyue's chest. Someone has been developing quite well lately. No wonder you're feeling so stirred. Han Gonguk. Just wait until I catch you. Lu Liyue was both shy and angry, chasing after her as they playfully fought, their laughter echoing in the mountain stream of Yunzishan. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Dacian Empire, in the main hall of the Yi family. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The roar of the family head, Yahweh, made the beams tremble, and the elders present looked grim, while even the guards outside the hall held their breath, not daring to make a sound. That little beast, Ling Tianyu, Yahweh's eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous intent surged around him. He is actually Yang Yuntian's grandson. He killed my son and still want to rely on the Yang family for support? I will make him pay dearly. Calm down, family head. An elder stepped forward, looking serious. We underestimated this kid at first. Now his sister has become the personal disciple of the sect master, and his mother has entered the Yang family. He is hiding in the Tianxin sect and won't be easy to deal with. Elder Nangong's son will probably also not act rashly this time, as it may upset the sect master. Another elder suggested, why don't we do as Elder Nangong's son said and hire assassin from the Azura Palace? Yahweh smashed the table violently with splinters flying. Bring the Yi family's treasure chest. Even if I have to exhaust all my family's wealth, I will ensure that that bastard accompanies my son to the grave. Inside the Tianxin sect, a quiet courtyard was nestled among the Green Mountains. As a unique existence among the outer disciples, Ling Tianyu had his own space. The courtyard was elegant, filled with spiritual energy, making it suitable for focused cultivation. He came here not only to enhance his cultivation, but more importantly, to find the mysterious expert who taught him alchemy back then. This debt of rebirth was always his greatest concern. Countless nights, he dreamed of the figure of that mysterious old man, longing to thank him in person. The Tianxin sect is located at the core of the spiritual veins of the Yunwu mountain range, where the spiritual energy is extremely rich, exactly what he needed. Currently, the 9 true yuan seeds within Ling Tianyu were circulating, and the surging true energy provided him with the confidence to challenge beyond his level. But it also meant that the resource consumption far exceeded that of ordinary people. Fortunately, Master Zhuang had sent him several thousand spirit jade before going into seclusion. Looking at the pile of spirit stones in his Qinkuan bag, Ling Tianyu's gaze was firm. With these spirit jades to assist, and relying on the sect's spiritual energy, it would be enough for me to break through to the radiant martial realm. With that, he sat cross-legged, spiritual energy swirling around him, and began to cultivate. Chapter 71. The killing demon king Ling Tianyu immersed himself in cultivation, and in just a few days, he had consumed half of the spirit jades. The vast spiritual power flowed into his meridians like a trickle, helping him break through and step into the 3rd level of the true martial realm. With this speed, he would definitely break through to the 9th level of the true martial realm before the hidden king shrine opens. Ling Tianyu calculated in his heart, slowly opening his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his gaze. After the cultivation, those spirit stones that once radiated spiritual energy had now turned into dull stones, quietly scattered around him. Such an astonishing speed of cultivation would surely leave others in shock if they witnessed it. One must know that every breakthrough in the true martial realm requires a massive accumulation of true energy. For an ordinary person, it could take months, half a year, or even years to successfully break through a minor realm. Yet, Ling Tianyu had broken through 2 levels in just a few days, which could only be described as monstrous. What? Suddenly, Ling Tianyu's spirit trembled violently, and a strong sense of crisis swept over him like a tide. His gaze turned cold, with a cold gleam flickering in his eyes as he looked out the window. His powerful soul force was instantly released, sensing that there were people outside, and their aura was extremely strong. Before he could get up, whoosh, 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 3 sounds of piercing air rang out as 3 silver needles shattered the window and shot towards his vital points like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. At the same time, with a loud bang, the roof was broken open, and a silver sword light shot down like a silver snake emerging from its hole, aiming to strike him with deadly intent, clearly wanting to kill him with one blow. The silver needles and sword light complemented each other seamlessly, clearly intending to take his life. The attack was ruthless and decisive. Assassin, Ling Tianyu instantly realized. Instead of dodging, he circulated all his true energy, condensing a powerful protective true chi barrier around his body. The vast true chi erupted like a dragon, enveloping him securely. Clang, clang, clang. The silver needles struck against the true chi barrier, sparks flying, and without exception, they were all blocked. Now that he had entered the 3rd level of the true martial realm, his defensive capabilities had increased several times. Immediately, Ling Tianyu flipped his body, dodging the sharp sword light from above with an agile movement. Then, he struck out like lightning, launching a powerful punch. The punch's wind was fierce, stirring up a strong wave of air as it attacked the black-clad man above. The black-clad man's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Ling Tianyu to react so quickly and avoid all the attacks under such a tight assassination attempt, feeling the killing intent contained in that punch. The black-clad man did not evade but swept his sword, drawing a cold light that aimed for Ling Tianyu's neck. The move was fierce and extremely ruthless. However, the black-clad man never anticipated that Ling Tianyu seemed to predict his actions. Just as the sword light was about to touch his neck, Ling Tianyu pushed off the ground with his right hand and suddenly stepped out with his foot. Boom! This kick was as fast as lightning, accurately striking the black-clad man's arm and kicking the short sword out of his hand. Before the black-clad man could fall to the ground, Ling Tianyu threw another punch. With a loud boom, the black-clad man's chest exploded, flesh and blood splattering, the sound of bones cracking clear to hear. His chest instantly caved in, and he crashed heavily to the ground, only to be kicked by Ling Tianyu again, slamming into the wall, breathless. Ling Tianyu's strength was already comparable to that of the brilliant martial realm, and this punch was far more than 500,000 gene of force, incredibly domineering, directly shattering the black-clad man's chest and even turning his heart into fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, three shadows surged in from outside the window. Seeing the corpse of their companion on the ground, the three black-clad assassins' eyes filled with murderous intent, their long swords gleaming coldly as they charged toward Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu's expression was calm, true energy surging explosively around him, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantly, and the entire room began to tremble. He threw two punches, with the fist imprints smashing toward the two assassins charging in front, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing, utilizing the true dragon fist from the Dragon Abyss reversal technique. The terrifying power instantly turned the two assassins into minced meat, blood staining the entire room. After dealing with the two, Ling Tianyu's gaze turned sharp as he coldly looked at the last black-clad assassin, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Like the Grim Reaper in the Dark Knight. You were so terrifying. The black-clad assassin's legs went weak as he looked at the tragic death of his companions, filled with fear. He had never imagined that he would find himself in such a dire situation today. Ling Tianyu's figure flashed, like a ghost, closing in, and he threw another punch. The black-clad assassin didn't have time to react before his head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere, the scene extremely gruesome. How dare the Tianxin sect send someone to assassinate me? It must be that old bastard Nangong, son, who secretly let them in. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly. He walked to one of the black-clad assassins and searched him, finding a token with the words Shura Palace engraved on it. Shura Palace Silver Token Assassin? Ling Tianyu's eyes flashed slightly, and he sneered. All four assassins were at the first level of the brilliant martial realm, and with a silver token in hand. Their strength was greater than that of ordinary first-level brilliant martial realm warriors, and their teamwork was exceptionally coordinated. If it weren't for his strong spiritual force, allowing him to sense the crisis in advance, he would likely have faced a dire situation today. The Shura Palace, a notorious dark organization in the imperial capital, specialized in conducting all sorts of unsavory business, instilling fear in those who heard its name. He never expected that he would become their target. The family? Ling Tianyu pondered silently. In the imperial capital, the only ones with deep enmity against him were the Yi family. Very well, you all wait for me. I will make you pay for what you have done today, and I will annihilate you all. His eyes were cold, murderous, intense, surging. Without a ruthless heart, one cannot stand firm. If you dare to take my life, I will return it tenfold. Just as he was thinking this, a loud knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Ling Tianyu's gaze turned cold, and he quickly retracted his killing intent, walking towards the courtyard. The knocking stopped, and when the door opened, a beautiful woman appeared before him. Young Master Tianyu, how are you? I heard you came to the Tianxin sect, and I have been wanting to see you. The woman smiled sweetly, dressed in a lace dress, her demeanor markedly different from before, shedding some of her fragility for more confidence and composure. Lu Yanxiu, what brings you here? Recognizing her, Ling Tianyu showed a hint of a smile. They had only been apart for a few days, at the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yunxiu was taken away by her father's close friend, and now she had also become a disciple of the Tianxian sect. He hadn't expected such a significant change upon seeing her again. She had become even sweeter and more charming, her aura outstanding. Young Master Tianyu, upon learning that you and Xiao have also come to the Tianxian sect, I couldn't wait to come and see you. I have joined Elder San's faction, and I've been busy cultivating these past few days, which is why I arrived late. I hope you won't blame me, young master. Lu Yunxiu spoke with a shy smile, but it was clear that she was filled with joy upon seeing Ling Tianyu. Chapter 72. A greater storm. Ling Tianyu's gaze burned as he examined her. Oh, you have joined Elder San's faction now? Is it elderly Wanru? Noticing the faint fluctuations of true energy around her, he smiled slightly. In just a few days, you have stepped into the spirit martial realm? Truly rapid progress, congratulations. Just a few days ago, Lu Yunxiu was still at the body refinement realm with almost no cultivation. Now, in such a short time, she had reached the spirit martial realm, even opening her Dantian sea of energy. Such an astonishing transformation would be impossible without the help of a powerful figure. And within the Tianxian sect, only Elder San, Li Wanru, possessed such means to help disciples open their martial acupoints, clear their meridians, and establish a foundation for cultivation. What caught Ling Tianyu's attention even more was the unique aura circulating within Lu Yunxiu, which was clearly the extremely rare ancestral holy body. No wonder her growth speed was so remarkable. This physique could be considered a natural spiritual energy furnace. Not only could it absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an unparalleled speed, but could also efficiently convert it into personal strength. No wonder she could achieve such a leap in such a short time. You actually know my master? Indeed, I owe much to her careful guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. However, compared to young Master Tianyu, my progress is truly insignificant. Lu Yunxiu's eyes flashed with surprise, then she smiled humbly. Elderly Wanru is renowned within the Tianxian sect. Which disciple doesn't know her? Ling Tianyu smiled and said, to gain her favor and become her disciple is a rare opportunity that others can only dream of. When it comes to this legendary elder, everyone in the Tianxian sect knows her. Elderly Wanru possesses extremely strong combat power, and her strength should not be underestimated. She is also very strict with her disciples and has a fiery temperament. It can be said that in the Tianxian sect, you might not know the sect leader, but you cannot not know Elderly Wanru. She is not only prestige among the disciples, but also commands great respect, mainly because they fear her. Even that martial arts fanatic Han Gongxue has to bow down before her. Particularly, Elderly Wanru wields a double fork weapon, which is terrifying power. Although she has a fiery temper, she is fair, and many elders in the sect dare not offend her, and have learned their lessons multiple times. Even those disciples, if they happen to cross her path and she finds them displeasing, will be dragged over for a beating. The reason is to test the progress of those disciples' cultivation. She doesn't take care about the status of being an elder, but the more so, the more respect the disciples have for her. In the first few days after arriving at the Tianxian sect, Lu Yunxiu was also very afraid of this master, not daring to even breathe loudly. But it has improved a lot now, although Li Wanru is not a supreme elder yet, mainly because she is still young. Her combat power is not inferior to Supreme Elder Nangong's son, both being peak experts of the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. Within the sect, both Li Wanru and Nangong's son are the most likely experts to break through to the true Emperor realm. My master has very strict requirements for me, and I can feel from the bottom of my heart that she truly wants me to become stronger, Lu Yunxiu said with a smile, looking quite satisfied. Then she looked at Ling Tianyu with a hint of reproach. Young Master Tianyu, are you just going to let me stand here without inviting me to your room? Of course, no problem, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Don't be scared by what you see inside. Ling Tianyu replied readily. Oh, what do you have in your room that might scare me? You're not hiding someone, are you? The more so, the more curious Lu Yunxiu became. Soon, under Ling Tianyu's lead, the two entered a small courtyard. Before they reached the house, a strong smell of blood wafted out. Lu Yunxiu frowned tightly, horrified to see a head rolling on the ground at the entrance, staring at her with wide eyes. This scene truly scared her pale. See that? Those people are assassins from Ashura Palace. Before you came, they attempted to assassinate me, but now they're all dead. Ling Tianyu briefly explained, while Lu Yunxiu covered her nose. Shura Palace? How could these people break into the Tianxian sect? Do they dare to be so reckless? Lu Yunxiu said in shock and anger. They dared to come to the Tianxian sect to kill. These arrogant fools deserve to die. I will go back and tell my master. Let her find out who was bold enough to let them in, and I'll have her deal with them, leaving no stone unturned. The Shura Palace is notorious for being a group of ruthless individuals. They should have been eradicated long ago. Moreover, this is the largest assassination organization in the imperial capital. Even though it is powerful, it is still incomparable to the Tianxian sect. Furthermore, the Shura Palace does not have a fixed location. The members of this assassination organization operate under secrecy. If they could be eliminated so easily, the sect leader Yi Qianma would have already dealt with them. Forget it, I don't like asking for help, and I dislike owing favors even more. I appreciate your kindness, but I will handle this matter myself. Ling Tianyu's eyes were firm. Lu Yunxiu certainly wouldn't think that these Shura Palace assassins were hired by the Yi family. So the real eradication would be by the Yi family. If possible, he wanted to find the Shura Palace organization, wipe them out, and let them know that Ling Tianyu, was not to be trifled with. Those are Shura Palace assassins. You really don't need help? Lu Yunxiu confirmed once more. No need, Ling Tianyu replied resolutely. After not seeing each other for a few days, the two chatted a bit, and Lu Yunxiu reluctantly prepared to leave. Otherwise, if she returned late, her master would blame her. Before leaving, she repeatedly reminded Ling Tianyu to be careful. If this matter were to reach Li Wanru, her master would probably cause a ruckus in the entire Tianxian sect, and that double fork weapon would likely be swinging wildly. However, Ling Tianyu didn't want her to tell her master, as he didn't want to provoke the sect's wrath or have her stand up for him. The master of the Shura Palace is at least a strong expert in the Xuanwu realm. With my current cultivation, I am not strong enough to confront such an expert. But once I break through my realm, it will be the time to bloodily wash away your entire Shura Palace. Ling Tianyu silently vowed in his heart, determined to erase this dark organization from the imperial capital. His gaze flickered with brilliance, and endless killing intent was released. Continue cultivating. Returning to his room, he cleared the corpses to the courtyard outside, condensed his vital energy into flames, and burned the bodies clean. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. What? Failed? That kid is still alive? At this moment, a tall man in a black robe looked coldly at Yi Xiaowei and nodded slightly. How could it fail? You are Shura Palace assassins. I spent a lot of money on this task, and you promised me to send 4 silver-ranked assassins to ensure there would be no mistakes. Even those at the Huangwu realm could be easily killed. Just thinking about that guy still being alive made Yi Xiaowei's face turn furious, and he found it hard to believe. The man in the black robe's expression was grim. Master Yi, please remain calm. The Tianxian sect has many strong experts, and there may be other underlying reasons, but rest assured, there is no mission that Shura Palace cannot accomplish. You actually infiltrated the sect directly? Yi Xiaowei's forehead bulged with veins, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. If we get caught with evidence, my Yi family will be finished. The man in the black robe slightly bowed, his tone chilling. Our Shura Palace's death warriors are all iron-willed, even if they are crushed to pieces. They won't utter a word. Next time, Ling Tianyu will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure melted into the darkness, leaving Yi Xiaowei standing in place, his face shifting between various emotions, secretly praying not to be implicated. At this moment, Ling Tianyu was staring at the waning moon in the sky, his killing intent surging around him. He ignited a ghostly blue flame in his palm, turning the last corpse to ashes. The night was silent, as if nothing had happened, but he knew that a greater storm was surely brewing quietly in the dark. Chapter 73. Yi Xiaoye's Battle in Tent Autumn Water Residence. Princess Lu Ruyue. Today is her birthday, and the entire Autumn Water Residence is festooned with colorful decorations. Guests arriving one after another. Even the maidens have changed into brand new clothes, busily welcoming the guests, with various fruits, fine wines, and delicacies laid out on the tables. As the most beloved daughter of the Emperor of the Dacian Empire, Lu Ruyue possesses exceptional martial talent and unmatched beauty. Today, the Autumn Water residence is extraordinarily lively, with all the renowned noble families of the imperial capital attending. Various representatives of significant forces are also presenting their gifts. At this moment, a man dressed in white, as pure as snow, walked in. He was exceptionally handsome, exuding a powerful martial aura. His skin was crystal clear like jade, with deep black hair cascading over his shoulders, shimmering with a faint glow. He had a tall and elegant figure, exuding an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being. The man always wore a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, with a deep sense of affection amidst his alluring beauty. Wherever he went, a refreshing mint fragrance lingered, making people captivated. Ling Tianyu looked at the bustling Autumn Water residence, feeling a sense of pride that those guests could attend the princess's birthday celebration today. After all, those who could attend such a grand birthday banquet were individuals of noble status, many of whom were exceptionally talented in martial arts. Tiangxuan sect. Young Master Ling Tianyu has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this name, Lu Riyue, who had been waiting anxiously in the Autumn Water residence, finally saw the person she had been thinking about. A look of surprise immediately appeared on her face as she hurriedly stood up and walked towards the hall entrance. Everyone was puzzled. Who could have such a great honor that Princess Riyue would personally rise to greet them? Curious gazes turned towards Princess Riyue. Their expressions varied. Who is Ling Tianyu? What is his background? I have never heard of this person before. Yet he has the princess personally come out to welcome him? Yes. Ling Tianyu has quite the reputation. This is our Dacian Empire's most willful little princess, who is deeply favored by the emperor. Even the crown prince and the third prince have never received such treatment when they visited before. Ling Tianyu? That name sounds familiar. Could it be the one who killed Yi Xiaoyao and obtained the Tianxian order? Now he is a disciple of the sect, and that kid comes from a remote little city. What gives him the right to have the little princess personally greet him? The crowd was puzzled and began to discuss among themselves. Standing next to Lu Riyue were two young and handsome men. One wore a goose-yellow robe with gold trim, resembling a flawless jade figure. The other had long hair flowing with the wind, and his light purple eyes hid a mixture of clarity and ruthlessness, with a hint of frivolity at the corners, like flowers in bloom. These two were the crown prince and the third prince, the fiercest competitors for the position of crown prince, both highly regarded by the emperor and excelling in martial talents and various abilities. Many in the imperial capital knew that the future heir of the Dacian Empire would emerge from these two. They naturally understood Lu Riyue's importance in their father's heart and how much he cherished this little sister. To win her support, they had personally come today with generous gifts to please Lu Riyue. Ling Tianyu? What status does this kid have? A mere disciple of Tianxian sect can actually make Riyue's sister personally rise to greet him? The two princes were greatly surprised, as if this willful and spoiled princess suddenly transformed upon hearing his name. They all became curious. The third prince was particularly familiar with this name, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He knew that Yi Xiaoyao was killed by Ling Tianyu, which led to him obtaining the favor of Elder Nangong's son. And he had also offended the Yi family, particularly Yi Yue. Over the years, the third prince had sought to win over these two for their support, maintaining a good relationship with them. Knowing these circumstances, Ling Tianyu was neither a friend nor an enemy to him. Thus, when dealing with an enemy, there was only one thing to do: completely erase this person. Let him disappear from this world. Does he dare to offend the Yi family and Elder Nangong's son, thinking his life is too long? The third prince watched as Ling Tianyu was led by Lu Riyue into Qiushui residence, sneering coldly in his heart. His gaze became increasingly ruthless. Ling Tianyu, you finally arrived. Lu Riyue held on to him, appearing delicate and charming, disregarding the curious gazes around her. Her eyes filled with joy and a hint of shyness. Today she was particularly festive, wearing a bright red gauze dress, a simple light gown that swept the ground, exuding infinite nobility. It added a touch of authority while not losing her enchanting charm, making people feel as if they were seeing another side of Lu Riyue. The guests were equally shocked When did Princess Ryue become so delicate? Does Ling Tianyu possess some kind of magic that can bring about such a change in her? Princess Ryue, you look even more beautiful today than ever. Truly impressive. Ling Tianyu nodded slightly in appreciation and then took out an exquisite jade box from his chinquan bag, handing it to her. Princess Ryue, I wish you happiness every day. This is a spiritual pill I specially refined for you, a congratulatory gift. Thank you. Lu Ryue was filled with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight as she carefully took the jade box. She anticipated what the spiritual pill inside might be. Surely something very precious. But due to the presence of a guest, she didn't open it immediately and could only set the jade box aside for now. Young Master Tianyu, please come in with me. There's no need to be so polite. We are friends. Lu Ryue said. I won't take it back. Ling Tianyu replied with a smile. They chatted and laughed as they entered Qiushui residence. Lu Ryue directly arranged for Ling Tianyu to sit at the table in the front, which was the position of the crown prince and the third prince, indicating her high regard for him. This left the others even more puzzled, all eyes focused on him, as if he were the main character of the day. Lu Yinxian felt honored to meet young Master Ling Tianyu, truly a talented individual. It seems you have a close relationship with the princess. The crown prince, showing no airs, introduced himself and looked very humble, smiling slightly. I have met the crown prince. Ling Tianyu nodded slightly in return. Sensing the situation, he noted that the crown prince had impressive strength, having reached the peak of the Huangwu realm. With a solid foundation and rich true energy, he appeared humble and cultured, giving off a sense of depth and a hint of regal aura. Sitting opposite him, the third prince, Lu Yuanxiu, had a sinister expression, the corners of his mouth lifted in a cold smirk, giving off a chilling vibe. Moreover, he was sizing up Ling Tianyu with his cold eyes, showing no hesitation in staring at him. This person must be dealt with carefully. Ling Tianyu's intuition told him immediately that the crown prince was clearly easier to get along with than the third prince. Just then, a young man walked over, glaring fiercely at Ling Tianyu. Who are you? Ling Tianyu looked up at the young man. Ling Tianyu, you killed my brother, and now I want you to pay with your life. The person before him was named Yi Xiaoya, the eldest son of Yi Yewei and the elder brother of Yi Xiaoyao. He was also an inner disciple of Tianxin sect and had just emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the Huangwu realm yesterday. Although his martial talent wasn't on par with Yang Juanzhong and Qin Wuhai among the sect's disciples, he could be considered one of the best. Moreover, as the eldest son of the Yi family, he naturally had the qualifications to attend Princess Ryue's birthday banquet. Ling Tianyu, you killed my brother. Will you dare to fight me today to liven up the princess's birthday banquet? At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Yi Xiaoya, who radiated endless fighting spirit. When the crowd saw Yi Xiaoya, they were greatly surprised. They hadn't expected him to appear at the princess's birthday banquet and to confront Ling Tianyu, no less. The two had deep-seated enmity, and if Ling Tianyu dared to accept the challenge, it would likely lead to a life-or-death battle. Yi Xiaoya, today is the princess's birthday. How dare you be so presumptuous? Step back. Young Master Tianyu is my esteemed guest. If you offend him, are you seeking death? Lu Ryue's face turned cold as she warned him. Who dares to cause trouble at the princess's birthday banquet? This Yi Xiaoya is truly bold. Lu Yinxian glanced apologetically at Ling Tianyu, realizing she had momentarily forgotten about the enmity between Ling Tianyu and the Yi family, and that Yi Xiaoya would also be present today. Princess Ryue, I only wish to invite young Master Ling Tianyu for a friendly spar to liven up your birthday banquet. I absolutely did not intend to disturb you, and I wish to resolve our grievances at the same time. I come with the utmost sincerity. Yi Xiaoya suddenly shifted his tone. I come with sincerity, but princess, don't you bear some responsibility? You know this kid killed my brother, and you still allowed me to appear at the banquet. What could I do? Am I supposed to avoid my enemy? This left Lu Ryue at a loss for words. Yi Xiaoya smiled, and then looked at Ling Tianyu, saying that regardless of the princess's birthday banquet, he did not mean to offend or cause trouble. But Princess Ryue also bore some responsibility. As he spoke, Yi Xiaoya's gaze swept toward the third prince, Lu Yuanxiu, and their eyes exchanged glances, flashing with light. This subtle exchange did not escape Ling Tianyu's notice. In an instant, he understood. It seemed that Yi Xiaoye had a connection with the third prince, and perhaps Lu Yuanxiu had intentionally brought him here today. Ling Tianyu then stood up from his seat and smiled at Lu Ruyue. Princess Ruyue, since someone wants to trouble me, then let them come. It's just a battle Ling Tianyu, have never feared it. Yi Xiaoye is nothing but a mere opponent. Even Yi Wei, I do not regard highly. Ling Tianyu said with a smile, giving Lu Ruyue a reassuring look. Yi Xiaoye, since you want to avenge your brother, feel free to come at me. It will add some excitement to the princess's birthday banquet, but don't blame me if you die. The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. What? Ling Tianyu actually dared to accept the challenge. Moreover, when Ling Tianyu spoke, his expression was calm, showing no signs of fear at all. It's important to note that Yi Xiaoye had just emerged from seclusion and had stepped into the first level of the Huangwu realm. Princess Qiyu, you heard that this kid has already accepted the challenge and dares to speak arrogantly, disregarding even my father. Since he is so audacious, I can only be ruthless with him. The commotion from Yi Xiaoye quickly attracted all the guests around, and they began to anticipate the confrontation. At a royal banquet, there are still people who dare to stir trouble, and it involves two mortal enemies. Lu Riyue wanted to stop it, but was blocked by the third prince. Princess Qiyu, don't be angry. This is a personal grudge between the two of them. Let them entertain us. Why not? Look how excited everyone is. We shouldn't meddle. It's also a good opportunity to witness who is stronger. The third prince, Lu Yuanxiu, said with a smile. The first prince, sitting beside him, could no longer hold back. Third brother, this is the princess's birthday banquet. If someone is causing trouble, as the elder brother, I must intervene. This is unacceptable. Even if they have grievances, they shouldn't fight here. Can't you see that this Ling Tianyu is only at the true martial realm? While Yi Xiaoye has stepped into the Huangwu realm, the gap between them is too great. How could he possibly accept the challenge? The first prince glanced at Ling Tianyu as he spoke. And you, getting carried away just because there are many people, do you really agree to this? After saying that, he waved his hand, subtly speaking on Ling Tianyu's behalf. Since he was a friend of the princess, he certainly didn't want to see Ling Tianyu die at the banquet. The murderous gaze from Yi Xiaoye had already made everything clear. Once the two fought, he would surely kill. Ling Tianyu also understood and looked at him with some gratitude, realizing that this first prince was not bad after all. Ling Tianyu, if you don't dare to accept the challenge today, you'll be a turtle hiding its head. I can give you a condition. As long as you can defeat me, I will no longer trouble you from now on. Everyone here is a witness. If you lose, you will die and accompany my brother. Yi Xiaoye coldly laughed, provoking Ling Tianyu. Fight? Why not fight? Since I've accepted the challenge, I, Ling Tianyu, will naturally not go back on my word. But after this battle, you won't even have the chance to regret. The crowd was once again astonished. This Ling Tianyu was indeed bold. Even the first prince was speaking for him, yet he still sought his own death. He even dared to claim that Yi Xiaoye would have no chance to regret. Everyone looked at him, a true martial realm cultivator, wondering how he had such courage. He was one whole realm lower than Yi Xiaoye. Even if he was strong, could he really defeat Yi Xiaoye? This was not a simple friendly spar. It was a life-and-death battle. Naturally, the crowd was unaware of Ling Tianyu's true strength, having never seen him fight publicly. Even though he had previously defeated Han Gongxue, only Princess Lu Riyue knew about it, so everyone naturally did not believe he had any chance against Yi Xiaoye. Moreover, Yi Xiaoye was an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect, considered a genius disciple. His talent was not as good as Yang Juanzhong or Qin Wuhai, but he was not far off. At just under 25 years old, such an age was a top genius in the entire Dacian Empire. All right, since you've accepted the challenge, then we will fight to the death. Rosa dis. Yi Xiaoye coldly laughed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Princess Qiyu, now you and your brother cannot stop this, right? Ling Tianyu has agreed. The third prince Lu Yuanxiu looked at the two and said. He certainly did not have a good opinion of Ling Tianyu. Thinking it was a joke for a true martial realm cultivator to dare to fight against someone in the Huangwu realm. Wasn't he that seeking death? He also wanted to see what capital Ling Tianyu had to be so arrogant as to look down on even the head of the EF family. Whether it was to humiliate Yi Xiaoye or if he really had the strength, this opportunity could also allow him to witness Ling Tianyu's power. Lu Riyue looked at Yi Xiaoye and snorted coldly. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. You two can fight. If you accidentally get killed, you can only blame yourself for being foolish. After saying that, she looked at all the guests in the crowd. You have all heard. If Yi Xiaoyi is killed, whoever dares to trouble Ling Tianyu in my Qiushui residence will be going against me. Lu Ruyue. She was very clear about Ling Tianyu's strength, so she had no worries at all. Han Gongxue wasn't his opponent, let alone this Yi Xiaoyi who was seeking death. Her previous attempt to stop it was just because she didn't want anyone to dare to cause trouble on her birthday. And as for Yi Xiaoyi's life or death, she didn't care at all. Princess, isn't Ling Tianyu your friend? Don't you worry about his safety? The first prince asked in surprise, and even the third prince Lu Yuanxiu felt quite astonished. The crowd was even more baffled, not expecting Princess Qiu to trust Ling Tianyu so much. Fight! Yi Xiaoyi no longer wasted words, fearing that Ling Tianyu would back down, and suddenly unleashed a torrent of true energy, launching a powerful punch at Ling Tianyu. Chapter 75. Since you offend to the death roar. That punch was like a raging lion, and the impact of the punch even manifested the phantom of a mighty lion. Lion's roar fist. That enormous lion phantom opened its massive mouth, unleashing a terrifying ferocity. The attack was an advanced Xian-level martial skill, and its might was incredibly fierce. The wind from the punch howled, causing his clothes to flutter wildly. The lion's roar fist was like a real lion, shaking the heavens and earth. Having been cultivated to perfection, who could block such power? It was too strong. It was feared that Ling Tianyu wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch before being killed. The crowd looked at Ling Tianyu with astonishment, as if they were watching a dead man. True Dragon Fist. Ling Tianyu sneered, and suddenly a gust of wind erupted beneath his feet as his body surged forward rapidly. True energy erupted, and a more powerful punch print exploded forth. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated through the heavens and earth. This was the first move of the True Dragon Fist from the Long Yuan Reverse World technique. Fire Fist clouds rising. That punch ignited blazing flames, and the flames coalesced into a fire dragon, shaking the very heavens and earth, changing the winds and clouds. Boom! Crack! Everyone witnessed the two-punch prints crashing violently against each other. Sparks flew everywhere. In the next moment, endless flames began to spread from Yi Xiaoyi's fist. That fire dragon not only instantly shattered the phantom lion, but also shattered his arm into pieces. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The terrifying thing was that the fire dragon actually wrapped around his body, endlessly spreading and igniting. What? No! Yi Xiaoyi immediately let out a heartbreaking scream, his entire body turning into a human torch as he struggled desperately. With just this one move, he had completely lost his combat ability. While everyone was in shock, Yi Xiaoyi's screams were accompanied by a spurt of blood as his body flew backward. Boom! He crashed hard against the pillar behind him, his face pale. That punch had shaken all his bones apart, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. What? The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Ling Tianyu had defeated Yi Xiaoyi with just one move. Ling Tianyu's strength was terrifying to such an extent. How did he do it? No, you can't be this strong. I don't believe it. Yi Xiaoyi, in excruciating pain, fell into a frenzied state, feeling death approaching rapidly. His clothes already burned to ashes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. His face twisted in agony, blood dripping onto him. Ling Tianyu's domineering punch was truly terrifying, making him feel like he was facing a real divine dragon, with no ability to resist at all. His dantian and meridians were all shattered. Even if he survived, he would be a cripple in the future. Since you have offended, you might as well offend to the death. After all, he had already completely offended him. He didn't care about killing one more. This was Ling Tianyu. Agreed. The loser is dead. Ling Tianyu glanced coldly at him, his fingers coalescing into a sword, and with a sharp whoosh, he unleashed a fierce sword energy that pierced directly through his throat. Hiss! Yi Xiaoyi wanted to say something else, but blood gushed from his throat. His pupils dilated in an instant, and death quickly enveloped his entire body. His charred body twitched twice, and then collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The death was extremely tragic. Everyone present looked at Ling Tianyu as if he were a devil. His decisive killing nature was chilling. Unexpectedly, he kept his word and truly killed Xiaoya. Moreover, he killed a powerful figure in the Huangwu realm with his true martial realm strength. Who would believe it if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes? At this moment, the way everyone looked at Ling Tianyu had completely changed, filled with awe. The third prince, Lu Yuanxiu, stood aside, his face suddenly darkening terrifyingly. A surge of anger made him clench his fists tightly. He had originally come to watch the fun, wanting to see how Ling Tianyu would die. But the situation was completely different from his expectations. With just one move, he killed Xiaoya. This strength exceeded his predictions, and this talent was utterly terrifying. Even in that moment, he didn't have time to intervene. Everything happened in an instant. This Ling Tianyu was definitely a ruthless character, killing without mercy. Thus, Lu Yuanxiu became even more certain that this person must not be left alive. Otherwise, he would become a significant threat in the future. At this moment, he already felt a strong threat from this young man. Xiaoya was dead. It was his own doing. Did anyone here want to speak up for him? Lu Rue stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Xiaoya's death was within her expectations. After all, if even Han Gongxue could be defeated, how could Xiaoya fare any better? The crowd was horrified, all looking at Princess Ru, fully aware that she was expressing her stance. She supported Ling Tianyu. Anyone who dared to harm Ling Tianyu would be her enemy. Xiaoya brought this upon himself. Dying at the birthday banquet of the imperial sister, daring to cause trouble here and not giving face to the Lu family. He deserved to die. At this moment, the first Prince Lu Yunxian also stepped forward and addressed everyone. With Princess Rue and the first prince speaking up for Ling Tianyu, who would dare to say anything now? Lu Yuanxiu looked at his elder brother and younger sister, his face growing even darker. It was obvious they wanted to win over Ling Tianyu and protect him. Xiaoya not only got killed, but also lost face, and no one at the scene dared to speak up for him. Someone, take the body away. Lu Ruiyue ordered angrily. Thus, Xiaoya's charred body was taken away, and the atmosphere at the scene began to warm up as if nothing had happened just now. The cruelty of the martial arts world is just like this. Deaths occur frequently, and even if the deceased was the third Prince Lu Yuanxiu, so what? Time would soon erase it all. The blood was washed away, and everyone had a deeper understanding of Ling Tianyu, this monstrous genius. Miss Han Gongxue from Taiyangxunzong has arrived. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, and everyone turned to look at the extremely beautiful woman walking into Qiushui Pavilion. The atmosphere heated up rapidly. Han Gongxue was tall and graceful, her demeanor dignified and elegant. Her hair was as black as lacquer, her skin as smooth as jade, her eyes sparkling, and her every smile and frown exuded an indescribable charm. She resembled a peony bud ready to bloom, beautiful yet not, alluring yet not vulgar, captivating in countless ways, incomparable. The first Prince Lu Yunxian and the third Prince Lu Yuanxiu's eyes lit up at the sight of their goddess, while the surrounding guests and young masters from noble families were transfixed, fearing they might miss any of Han Gongxue's movements. Such a goddess, a direct disciple of the sect master of Taiyangxunzong, who wouldn't want to curry favor. In the capital of the great Qian Empire, there is a saying that whoever can marry Han Gongxue will have a chance to become the ruler of the dynasty in the future. It is known that her master is the sect master Yi Qianmo, one of the top powerhouses, holding a significant position in the entire imperial capital and even the entire great Qian Empire. Additionally, Han Gongxue is a prodigy, with dazzling talent and formidable battle power, even expected to break through to the true emperor realm, and she herself possesses a beauty that can topple nations. Seeing how enamored the two princes were, their eyes nearly glazed over. Han Gongxue walked gracefully, taking her time, completely ignoring everyone's gaze, and even when she saw Lu Ru, she merely nodded slightly. Tianyu, did you arrive earlier? The first person she greeted was actually Ling Tianyu. What was happening? The crowd was stunned. Han Gongxue actually knew Ling Tianyu? She came to attend Princess Lu Ruyue's birthday banquet, yet she didn't greet her first, but instead asked Ling Tianyu. Han Gongxue then smiled, reaching out to wrap her arm around Lu Ruyue's shoulder. I'm late because I was delayed by my training. I'm sorry. You won't blame me, will you? Oof. Forgetting your friends when you see beauty? I thought you weren't coming. You came empty-handed? Didn't bring a gift? Lu Ruoyue scoffed. But soon her face showed an incredibly happy smile. With her long, white fingers, she pinched Han Gongshue's bottom hard, causing everyone present to be filled with excitement. Chapter 76. Double Treasure Surprise Banquet. Heavy emotions, light gifts, draw mockery. Lu Ruoyue and Han Gongshue had a very good relationship, and the crowd was not surprised. It was just that the elegant demeanor of these two stunning beauties was truly too graceful. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Of course, I prepared a gift. This is a dragon bone sword made from the bones of a dark magic dragon that my master killed in the demon forbidden land. Do you like it? As Han Gongshue spoke, she took out a long wooden box from her chinquan bag and handed it to Lu Ruoyue. Sister Shui, I knew you'd treat me the best. Thank you. Lu Ruoyue quickly expressed her gratitude, unable to resist opening the wooden box, revealing a sharp, long sword that emanated a dragon's might. Glowing with a faint dark light, its sharpness evident, making her feel a mix of surprise and joy. This dragon bone sword made from the dark magic dragon was incredibly precious. Han Gongshue actually took it out to give to Lu Ruoyue. The crowd gasped in admiration, as it was said that if a dark magic dragon ascended, it might transform into a true dragon. Their ancestor was a dark, blazing magic dragon. This dragon bone sword was clearly not an ordinary item. Sister Shui, this is actually a top-grade spirit sword of the Xian rank. Thank you, sister. I love it. Lu Ruoyue exclaimed excitedly, her joy palpable. Moreover, the dark magic dragon itself was a 6th-tier spirit beast that had already awakened its intelligence, making it extremely rare in the entire Great Qian Empire. The sect master Yi Qianmao was capable of slaying a 6th-tier spirit beast dark magic dragon. His strength was likely already at its peak. In the entire Great Qian Empire, top-grade spirit swords of the Xian rank were rare and very precious. Who would have thought that Han Gongshue would give Princess Ruoyue such a precious spirit sword? The crowd's eyes revealed envy, showing that the relationship between these two goddesses was quite deep, and Han Gongshue was indeed generous. That demon forbidden land seemed not to be within the territory of the Great Qian Empire, but in a higher realm. Furthermore, beings referred to as spirit beasts were definitely at the level of demon kings, regarded as major demons by these people. The strength of sect master Yi Qianmao instilled a sense of reverence among the crowd. No need to be polite with your sister. After Han Gongshue finished speaking, she turned to Ling Tianyu. It seems you arrived much earlier than me. Were you so eager? As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Ling Tianyu. Not too early or late. I've met senior sister. Ling Tianyu smiled, deliberately keeping his distance. Oh, all right, Tianyu. I've gained a lot from understanding the heavenly sword technique in these 5 days. I hope to find an opportunity to spar and would like to ask for your guidance. Han Gongshue said, raising her head. No problem. Ling Tianyu was unaware of Han Gongshue's thoughts, but he understood that his one true love would always be Lu Ruoyue. Sensing the sharp sword intent emanating from her, he imagined that her strength had improved significantly, and her flying sword technique had also made great progress. Ling Tianyu was indeed curious about how much stronger she had become these past few days. Standing beside him were the two princes, Lu Yunxian and Lu Yuanxiu, who were filled with envy and felt somewhat awkward. They were both princes, likely to become the future emperor of the Qian Empire, yet they were being ignored. Especially Lu Yuanxiu, the third prince, who was seething with anger. He wasn't angry at Han Gongshue, but at Ling Tianyu. Jealousy surged within him, hard to suppress. How could a bumpkin from a remote town gain Han Gongshue's favor and talk to her so much? He pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, but inside he wished he could tear Ling Tianyu apart. However, he still took out a beautifully crafted jade box. Sister, I've also prepared a gift for you. This is the blood dragon grass I found at the Juxian Cliff, which can help you undergo a significant transformation and enhance your cultivation. What? It's actually blood dragon grass? The third prince had actually found such a rare spiritual herb, which was extremely precious and hard to come by. Some people who had heard of blood dragon grass gasped in surprise, although its value couldn't compare to the dragon bone sword of the dark demon flood dragon. It was still quite valuable. It was unexpected that the third prince cared for his younger sister so much. Everyone looked on with envy. Thank you, third brother. But this blood dragon grass is so precious that I can't accept it, Lu said with a troubled expression. It was indeed too valuable. All right, Xiaoya, since third brother is giving it to you, just accept it. Haven't you received enough gifts from your brother? Why are you being polite this time? Lu Yuanxiu said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Although Lu Ruiyue didn't want to accept it, she still took it. Xiaoya, you defended Ling Tianyu so much before, so he must be your close friend. Since that's the case, the elixir he gave you must also be quite precious. Why not take it out for third brother to see? I'm curious about what kind of elixir it is. Lu Yuanxiu was filled with curiosity. Third brother, do you really want to see it? What is so special about the elixir that young Master Tianyu gave me? Lu Ruiyue naturally didn't want to take it out in front of so many people, as it must be quite valuable. She just didn't want to expose Ling Tianyu's identity as an alchemist. Ling Tianyu stood to the side, his eyes cold. This third prince wanted to humiliate him, to make him look foolish in public. Having just killed Xiaoya, it seemed he was quite displeased. Lu Yuanxiu's intentions were clear. He wanted to publicly see what elixir Ling Tianyu had given and then make him look foolish. Such deep schemes. It seemed he hadn't offended this third prince. Yet he dared to play tricks on him? Fine, I'll slap you in the face publicly and see who is more embarrassed. Ling Tianyu thought to himself, letting out a cold snort. Princess Ruiyue, since the third prince wants to see it, why not take it out for him to look at? It's just an elixir. Nothing to hide. Lu Ruiyue looked at him. You really want me to take it out? Yes, take it out. Ling Tianyu nodded affirmatively. Seeing him so calm, Lu Ruiyue felt relieved. After all, she was well aware of Ling Tianyu's alchemical skills, so the elixir he gifted must be quite precious. Thus, she took out the exquisite wooden box and opened it casually. Suddenly, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted out, as if the gates of a celestial realm had burst open. The initial scent was akin to the essence of ice crystals formed from the tears of mermaids in the South Sea, intertwined with the morning dew of the Penlai immortal vine, clear yet sweet. In an instant, the fragrance transformed into swirling dragons, causing the copper bells at the eaves to tremble lightly, and outside the window, flowers bloomed in response, while butterflies and bees danced around the elixir in Lu Ruiyue's wooden box. The ancient tree in Qiushuiju, which had been dormant for 1,000 years, sprouted new buds, and every wisp of the fragrant elixir intoxicated everyone present. It felt as if taking a few deep breaths could refresh one's spirit and mind. What kind of elixir is this? The third prince looked at the wooden box, where the elixir glimmered with 3 patterns. It's just a third-tier elixir? Although it was indeed precious for ordinary people, giving such an elixir as a gift to a princess seemed a bit shabby. Ling Tianyu, is this what you gave? A third-tier elixir? Haha. As expected, you're just a poor kid. How surprising. Lu Yuanxiu burst into laughter, and the surrounding noble guests joined in the ridicule. Ling Tianyu probably thought it was something mysterious, but it was nothing special. Many people present had given 4th-tier elixirs, all of which were more valuable than what he had given. The first prince had given a 6th-tier elixir, which was extremely precious. For Ling Tianyu to present a 3rd-tier elixir was quite good. Haha. After all, compared to the first prince, there was no comparison. However, even if you're poor, at least a 4th-tier elixir would be acceptable. Only a 3rd-tier one, and this spoiled princess would probably be furious. The noble guests looked at Ling Tianyu, whispering among themselves. The princess had defended this kid earlier, but now he had completely embarrassed her. Sister, although this is just a 3rd-tier elixir, Ling Tianyu is just a bumpkin from the countryside, so it's a gesture of goodwill. You want to be angry, right? Lu Yuanxiu added fuel to the fire, intentionally trying to provoke Lu Ruiyue's anger. Chapter 77. The genius alchemist slaps Lu Yuanxiu's face at Princess Lu Ruiyue's birthday banquet. Ling Tianyu had only given a 3rd-tier elixir, which was indeed a bit shabby. Even Lu Ruiyue found it hard to believe. She trusted Ling Tianyu very much and knew he was a master alchemist. However, she reacted quickly, looking at Ling Tianyu with a slight smile. A 3rd-tier elixir is quite good. This is exactly the kind of elixir I need. Thank you, young Master Tianyu. She then prepared to put the wooden box away. Wait, Lu Yuanxiu was relentless. Having finally seized this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Ling Tianyu, my sister said this elixir is exactly what she needs. So, may I ask what effect this elixir has? Can it even help my sister's cultivation? His words were filled with sarcasm, loud enough for everyone to hear. Enhance cultivation? Haha, that's just laughable. Third prince, I see it's just a third-tier ordinary healing elixir, which can be bought with money in the market. If it was just an ordinary healing elixir, it would indeed be laughable that Ling Tianyu would dare to present it. Embarrassing himself. Did he think our princess of the Qian Empire could be easily fooled? The noble guests standing behind Lu Yuanxiu all teased him, understanding the third prince's intention to trouble Ling Tianyu. Third brother, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I might get angry. Lu Ruoyue coldly snorted, her pretty face instantly turning icy. My dear sister, third brother is doing this out of concern for you, afraid that this kid is deceiving you, thinking you're easy to fool. I worry he has ulterior motives towards you. This person is treacherous, and I think it's better for you to have less contact with him. Lu Yuanxiu's words were deliberately provocative as he glanced at Ling Tianyu. A bunch of stupid pigs. Ling Tianyu smiled coldly, cursing under his breath. What? Kid, are you cursing me? Lu Yuanxiu immediately glared at Ling Tianyu in anger, as if he couldn't believe someone dared to insult him. Are you looking for death? Third prince, I'm just cursing a bunch of stupid pigs. Not understanding, yet daring to spout nonsense. If you don't know better, then what else can you be? Besides, even if I gave the princess a first-tier elixir, as long as she likes it, what does it have to do with you? Whoever jumps out, I will naturally curse. Ling Tianyu sneered, looking at him and the noble guests behind him. The third prince shouldn't be a stupid pig, right? I know I killed Xiaoya, which made you biased against me and displeased. You just want to use this opportunity to humiliate me and watch me make a fool of myself, right? Since that's the case, I'll make it clear to you. Everyone looked at Ling Tianyu's extremely arrogant attitude, all in shock. Did this kid not even put the third prince in his eyes? Had he gone mad? Ling Tianyu, oh, how bold you are to dare insult me. Do you think that just because you have Xiaoyu backing you, you can act recklessly? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lu Yuanxiu was furious. This Ling Tianyu was truly daring, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. Fine, so what if I call you a foolish pig? Are you the dignified third prince, trying to use your status to pressure me? Do you think you can kill me? Since you don't know, let me explain clearly what effects this elixir has. This elixir is called the Body Sculpting and Beauty Elixir. I spent an entire night refining it using Earth Core Essence, Purple Spirit Body Sculpting Flower, and 7 Illusioned Blue Spirit Nectar, 3 top-grade spiritual herbs. After taking it, it has the effect of body sculpting and beauty enhancement, allowing one to maintain eternal youth. Furthermore, who said it is a third-grade elixir? This is a 6th-grade elixir. Open your eyes and see clearly. Ling Tianyu was unyielding. So what if he was the third prince? If he dared to kill, not to mention Princess Liyue and Han Gongsu would stand up to stop him. Even the first prince, who was competing for the crown prince position, might come forward. Therefore, he had no reason to fear this third prince. What did you say? A 6th-grade elixir? After Ling Tianyu finished speaking, everyone widened their eyes, staring in shock at the elixir in the wooden box. The Body Sculpting and Beauty Elixir can allow a person to maintain their youthful appearance. If this is true, then this elixir is simply too precious. And among the noble youths who came to Qiushui Pavilion today, there are many young ladies of high status who usually have good relations with the princess. Upon hearing this elixir's effects, their eyes lit up, and even Lu Riyue and Han Gongsu were momentarily stunned, their eyes revealing a longing look. Is it really like this? Every woman in the world is born to love beauty. Who wouldn't want to retain their youthful appearance? If this elixir truly has such miraculous effects, it would be an invaluable treasure for them. One could go a day without food, neglect martial arts. But if one could remain youthful, then this elixir is too tempting. Nonsense. Ling Tianyu, what's 6th-grade elixir? The Body Sculpting and Beauty Elixir? Are you kidding? Who can prove that what you're saying is true? This prince has never heard of such an elixir in the world. No one can verify it. So whatever you say is just what it is. This elixir clearly only has 3 elixir patterns. How dare you openly deceive us? Someone, take this kid down. Lu Yuanxiu, the third prince, shouted angrily, instructing his subordinates to capture Ling Tianyu. The sarcasm was evident. After all, how could someone as young as him understand what alchemy is? He even claimed to have refined it himself overnight. Even he, the third prince, wouldn't dare boast like this. Ling Tianyu was truly fearless. Let us see who dares to make a move today. At this moment, the first prince also shouted angrily, commanding those people and then looking at the elixir. Third brother, don't be reckless. Today is the birthday banquet of our royal sister. Just because you haven't heard of the body, sculpting, and beauty elixir doesn't mean it doesn't exist in this world. I don't think this young Master Tianyu looks like he is lying. Following that, he took out the elixir from the wooden box, pinching it between his fingers and bringing it closer to his eyes. Under the brilliant sunlight, this elixir immediately emitted 3 dazzling transparent elixir patterns, which were very fine and completely overlapped with the original 3 elixir patterns, showing a golden texture. Now there was no doubt. This was indeed a 6th grade elixir. What? This is actually a 6th grade elixir? The third prince Lu Yuanxiu was instantly dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed, his expression resembling that of a true fool, just like those behind him. The body sculpting and beauty elixir was indeed refined by Ling Tianyu after spending an entire night, and then enhanced through the refining spirit tower, amplifying its original elixir patterns, thus becoming a top-grade 6th grade elixir. It really is the body sculpting and beauty elixir. The fragrant aroma of the elixir intoxicated everyone. A 6th grade body sculpting and beauty elixir. Young Master Tianyu, are you a master of alchemy? Can you help me refine one? I'm willing to pay a hefty sum. I'm willing to. Me too. This is the body sculpting and beauty elixir. It's too precious, and it's not even available for sale on the market. You must know that a 6th grade elixir is so precious that only true royal experts are qualified to consume it. Such a top-grade elixir contains boundless mysterious power, and even alchemy masters may not be able to refine it every time. The body sculpting and beauty elixir. Han Gongsu and Lu Riyue looked at each other, touching their faces. If they could retain their youthful appearance, they would be willing to lose 10 years of their lifespan. Ling Tianyu presenting such a precious elixir was a grand gesture. This mainly caught these 2 goddess-level beauties off guard, not expecting Ling Tianyu to be able to refine such a miraculous elixir. Young Master Tianyu, please refine one for me. I am willing to pay any price, even to offer myself. The young ladies from Qiushui Pavilion surrounded Ling Tianyu, eager and competitive. Chapter 78. 6th grade elixir proves mastery. The gazes of those female cultivators were filled with excitement and desire, even moved to tears upon learning that such a miraculous elixir existed. Bastard, this is impossible. Even if this is a 6th grade elixir, it can't possibly be the body sculpting and beauty elixir. Are these women going mad? The third prince Lu Yuanxiu shouted angrily, his previously noble and handsome demeanor now twisted and contorted with rage. Ling Tianyu not only stole the limelight from the princess, but also overshadowed him and the first prince. When did this kid become the protagonist? Especially seeing the goddess he admired looking so eager, he became even angrier. Why did I provoke this Ling Tianyu? Now he regretted it deeply. He felt like a foolish pig standing there, feeling utterly embarrassed in front of the goddess today. This feeling was worse than eating shit. He had no words to express his suffering, truly living out the saying, lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Had he known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have provoked this kid. Now, it's good. He had become a clown. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a pair of fierce and fiery eyes staring at him. The expression was not from Ling Tianyu, but from Han Gongsu. He clearly saw her disdain and contempt for him in her eyes, with a hint of scorn on her face. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. It was all over now. The goddess in his heart had completely lost all affection for him. No one can refine the body, sculpting, and beauty elixir. Step aside and let me see. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. It was an old man. The old man pushed his way to the front of Ling Tianyu and Lu Riyue, peering in with his head. He was not tall, but he exuded an imposing aura. Upon seeing this person, everyone stepped aside, their eyes filled with awe. Let me see. The old man had white hair and a beard, emanating a mysterious aura, looking immortal. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the old man. The third prince seemed to have found a lifeline, his gaze fixed on the old man. It's Vice President Mo Yin. I pay my respects to Vice President Mo Yin. The third prince recognized the old man at a glance, and the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Just now, they sensed the aura of alchemy from the old man and looked at him with great respect. Upon realizing that this was actually the vice president of the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the noble guests all bowed in respect. Who would dare to disrespect Vice President Mo Yen? With such a status, he was undoubtedly one of the most respected figures in the entire imperial capital and even the great Qian Empire. He was not only a master of alchemy, but also a peak expert in the Xuanwu realm. The entire Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce was under his command. Who would dare to disrespect him? To their surprise, even the vice president had come to attend Princess Liyue's birthday banquet. Vice President Mo Yen, please take a look at this body sculpting and beauty elixir and expose this kid. He claims it's a 6th grade elixir with beauty-enhancing effects. If you expose him, this prince will not let him off. As the vice president of the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce, exposing Ling Tianyu would naturally be no problem. Everyone watched as Mo Yen carefully examined the elixir, and his expression grew increasingly excited. He was almost moved to tears. The body sculpting and beauty elixir is actually real. It's truly a 6th grade body sculpting and beauty elixir. Mo Yen completely ignored Lu Yuanxiu, staring in shock at Ling Tianyu, then closely examining the spirit pill. His expression filled with excitement and speechlessness. Young Master Tianyu, I've heard much about you. Your alchemical skills are profound, and seeing you today, you truly match my expectations. Mo Yen, the vice president, said eagerly, could you please refine a body refining and beauty-enhancing pill for me? As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Yuanxiu and everyone present were momentarily stunned, their expressions incredibly vivid. Now that even Vice President Mo Yen had said so, it was undoubtedly a 6th-tier body refining and beauty-enhancing pill. However, Mo Yen was puzzled about how Ling Tianyu had refined it. Young Master Tianyu, the method to refine this body refining and beauty-enhancing pill is extremely difficult. How did you manage it? He knew that this ancient spirit pill was incredibly precious, containing mysterious regenerative powers, and that contemporary alchemists couldn't possibly refine it. Even he, as the vice president, couldn't refine it, and he had been searching for the body refining and beauty-enhancing pill for a long time. This pill had been lost for ages, and unless one encountered certain ancient secret realms, it was nearly impossible to find such precious spirit pills, let alone refine them. Therefore, he was curious about where Ling Tianyu had obtained this pill. I refined it myself, Ling Tianyu replied, looking at Mo Yen. Upon receiving this answer again, Mo Yen almost wanted to embrace Ling Tianyu tightly. So it is true, young Master Tianyu. I have long admired your alchemical skills and have always wanted to see your true form. Mo Yan's stunned expression served to further confirm that this was indeed Ling Tianyu. Any questions? Ling Tianyu asked with a smile. Seeing how obsessed he was with the body refining and beauty-enhancing pill, Ling Tianyu quickly thought that perhaps he could obtain some cultivation resources from him, like more spirit jade. In fact, he had brought the body refining and beauty-enhancing pill with a purpose today. First, to thank Lu Riyue for her repeated help, and secondly, to let the pill come to light and gain some cultivation resources. After all, the resources he consumed were at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. So he had to find a way. At least from the current effect, it seemed quite good. The body refining and beauty-enhancing pill was indeed a highly sought-after item. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible, at least at the point where no one in the great Qian Empire could threaten him, which is why he brought the body refining and beauty-enhancing pill here. With so many wealthy and powerful figures present, the resources he could obtain from them would be even greater. Young Master Tianyu, meeting you is truly a stroke of luck for me. At such a young age, you've achieved the status of an alchemical master, and you can even refine such ancient spirit pills. I admire you, Mo Yen praised, acknowledging that Ling Tianyu's alchemical skills had surpassed his own. You're too polite. I can refine a body refining and beauty-enhancing pill for you, but the materials used are precious. Ling Tianyu replied. Mo Yan's face lit up with joy. No problem. Young Master Tianyu, feel free to name your conditions. I have the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce backing me. A body refining and beauty-enhancing pill was incredibly precious. He had dreamed of obtaining one. Moreover, He had no doubt that this young man, barely in his teens, could refine such a valuable spirit pill and was an alchemical master. Before coming here, he had visited Yi Hall to see Lu Ruyin and learned that the 8-ridged demon spirit pill was refined by Ling Tianyu, which was why he personally came to Lu Ruyue's birthday banquet to meet him. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have knelt to worship him as a master. Senior Mo Yin, you say this kid is an alchemical master? The third prince was dumbfounded. The crowd was equally astonished. They never expected Ling Tianyu to be an alchemical master. Even Mo Yin was not an alchemical master. Only the most mysterious and elusive president of the chamber was at that level. This identity commanded great respect even from the emperor, let alone the people present. But how could Ling Tianyu, being so young, have such high alchemical skills? At this moment, the third prince's body trembled uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. Chapter 79. A sudden turn of events. The title alchemical master alone was enough to suffocate him. He never dreamed that Ling Tianyu was actually an alchemical master, comparable to figures of his father's caliber, and he had offended him today. It was over. He could forget about having any opportunities to seek favors from Ling Tianyu in the future. Standing aside, the first prince Lu Yunxian secretly felt relieved that he hadn't offended Ling Tianyu. He had a good eye for people from the moment he first saw Ling Tianyu. He realized this young man was extraordinary. Young Master Tianyu, since you've agreed, could you let the princess give this body-refining and beauty-enhancing pill to me? I will agree to any conditions you set. Mo Yin was still thinking about the spirit pill. That's not possible. This body-refining and beauty-enhancing pill has already been given to Princess Ruyue. Didn't I say I could refine another for you? Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Tianyu chuckled. All right, if that's the case from now on, if any young masters need anything from the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce, just take it. Whatever you need is no problem, Mo Yin said excitedly, his face filled with joy. Ling Tianyu, what about me? Given our relationship, you can't just ignore me. Han Gongxue looked at Ling Tianyu and finally couldn't help but speak, adopting a charming demeanor. Are we that close? Haha, sure, it's fine. What are you willing to offer in exchange for a body-refining and beauty-enhancing pill? Han Gongxue was instantly thrilled and, in front of everyone, wrapped her arms around Ling Tianyu's neck and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Do you like it? Han Gongxue smiled, ignoring the crowd. It looked like they were about to pop their eyes out. The kiss was simply envious to others. Beside them, Lu Riyue immediately became anxious and pulled Ling Tianyu to her side, wrapping her arm around his. Sister Shui, don't take advantage of Tianyu. Her face was ugly and flushed. These two goddesses were actually vying for favor in front of everyone. It was simply unheard of. Was this how they perceived Han Gongxue and Lu Riyue? So intimate and affectionate towards Ling Tianyu. The crowd felt their hearts shatter, especially Lu Yunxian and Lu Yuanxiu, who found it hard to accept. Let go of me. Ling Tianyu frowned, his expression unpleasant, quickly withdrawing his arm. If Yin Fairy saw this, it would be over. What's going on? The crowd was once again shaken by this scene. It seemed that Ling Tianyu was somewhat resistant to the two beauties, Han Gongxue and Lu Riyue. Young Master Tianyu, please help me refine one too. I'm begging you. Many women rushed towards him again. Qiu Shui Pavilion was bustling with excitement, and the women looked at Ling Tianyu filled with anticipation. How could this happen? Lu Yuanxiu felt immense regret. He had been continuously thwarted today and had offended Ling Tianyu, not to mention that this kid was an alchemical master. Young Master Tianyu, if possible, could you help me refine a body-refining and beauty-enhancing pill as well? Lu Yunxian spoke up at this moment. Seeing the first prince speak up, Lu Yuanxiu's heart felt like it was being sliced. It was adding insult to injury. The body-refining and beauty-enhancing pill had gained fame in such a short time. This completely achieved Ling Tianyu's purpose. Everyone, if you truly need it, I will refine more body-refining and beauty-enhancing pills and put them up for auction at the Bali Yuan Chamber of Commerce. You can bid as you wish. How does that sound? Ling Tianyu said, looking at the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally dispersed satisfactorily. The gazes of the women looking at him had already revealed admiration. Lu Yuanxiu and the third prince knew that staying any longer would only humiliate themselves further. So they decided to leave Qiu Shui Pavilion. The banquet officially began. People toasted and exchanged cups, and many came to toast Ling Tianyu. making him the absolute star of the day. Whether it was Liu Rue, Han Gongxue, Vice President Mo Yin, or the first Prince Liu Yunxian, they all gathered around Ling Tianyu, enjoying themselves and toasting joyfully. The banquet concluded perfectly, and from today onwards, there was a new prominent name in the imperial capital, Ling Tianyu, the youngest alchemy master of the Qin Empire. It was likely that many important figures in the dynasty, including the emperor, would actively seek to win him over. At this banquet, the death of Yi Xiaoya had long been forgotten by everyone, completely erased from their memories. Now, even if someone recalled him, they would think he deserved to die for offending an alchemy master. He deserved to die 1,000 times. At this moment, on the peak of Yunwu Mountain, atop Ling Feng, stood a grand palace. The tall and imposing elder Nangong Sun exuded a terrifying aura that swept across the heavens and the earth. Dressed in a black robe, he emanated a captivating presence, his eyes radiating brilliance as he suddenly turned to look at Master Luo Yi. What did you say? That kid Ling Tianyu is actually an alchemy master? His expression was filled with shock, and the killing intent on his face grew even stronger. Master, the news is absolutely true. I heard it from Qiushui residents. Mo Yin has already confirmed his identity. This kid can actually refine the body-enhancing beauty pill, an ancient divine pill that has been lost for a long time. Master, I don't understand. What is this kid's background? How did he become an alchemy master? Luo Yi knelt there, struggling to believe the news when he first received it. His expression was filled with fear, as he knew his master was unpredictable. He feared that any wrong word could provoke his wrath. If someone else had confirmed that Ling Tianyu was an alchemy master, it would have been easy to dismiss. But if even Mo Yin confirmed it, then it must be true. Even if he was unwilling to believe it, the facts were undeniable. He had previously boasted about determining the victor against Ling Tianyu at the alchemy competition, but now he felt utterly ridiculous, overwhelmed by a wave of shame. It seemed that it was all true. Did you not say that the gathering Yuan spirit pill crafted by Princess Liu Ru was also made by him? Now that it has been confirmed by Mo Yin, it seems we truly underestimated this kid. Nangong Sun gazed ahead at the clouds and sighed, the sharpness in his eyes gradually fading. Was there no way to avenge Yi Xiaoya's death? He had originally thought of him as an insignificant ant, someone Ling Tianyu could easily crush, and he had never taken him seriously. Now, it seemed even he, the peak elder of Xuanwu, had to take him seriously. Master, I heard that senior brother went to kill that kid, but was defeated by Yang Juanzhou. It was that kid who gave him a few pointers. Suddenly enlightening Yang Juanzhou to the sword intent, Nangong Sun nodded. Indeed, that kid even claimed he didn't regard me, the elder, in his eyes. I have roamed for half my life and have never encountered such an arrogant person. It truly infuriates me. Originally, if the Yi family did not act today, I would have personally slain that kid. However, now that he is known to be an alchemy master, I must treat him with caution. The identity of an alchemy master was enough for the sect leader Yi Qianma to risk turning against him, the elder, and would also ensure that the kid was protected. Suddenly, Nangong Sun thought of something, and his face turned pale with shock. Master, what is wrong? Luo Yi asked in confusion. Did the Yi family send assassins from the Shura Palace today to kill that kid again? Yes, Master. Luo Yi replied. He had already received notice from the Yi family that they would definitely kill Ling Tianyu today. Master, as long as Ling Tianyu is dead, there is no need for you to take action. This is bad. We must act quickly. You must go and stop the Shura Palace assassins immediately, and make sure to get there before them. We cannot let them kill Ling Tianyu. His current identity is special. If he dies, it could bring disaster to the entire Yi family. Chapter 80. Dragon Fist Strike. Nangong Sun realized the gravity of the situation, and his expression turned grave as he spoke. He immediately instructed Luo Yi to go stop the Shura Palace assassins as soon as possible. He knew best the significance of the identity of an alchemy master, and this Ling Tianyu was only a teenager. Such a monstrous talent, if killed, would surely enrage not only the sect leader, but also the Liu family of the dynasty. Moreover, how did this kid acquire such profound alchemy skills? Who was his master? They knew nothing about Ling Tianyu, and he might be hiding a tremendous force behind him, a formidable supreme power. Thinking of this, for whatever reason, Ling Tianyu could not be killed. Just the identity of an alchemy master was enough to prevent them from carrying out the deed. Master, I'm going now. Luo quickly turned and left. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, not daring to delay for even a moment. Ling Tianyu, I should have thought of this earlier. What kind of powerful background does this kid have? After Luo left, Nangong Sun stared into the clouds ahead, lost in thought, feeling increasingly restless, hoping everything would be in time. This kid must not be killed. Otherwise, it would truly bring about great trouble. At Qiushui residence, Princess Lu Ruyu, because both Ling Tianyu and Han Gongxue attended the birthday banquet, had a flushed face, clearly tipsy. Even Ling Tianyu had drunk several cups. This was the happiest he had been since arriving in the imperial capital. After the banquet ended, Han Gongxue left first, while he planned to return to the Yang family to check on his mother's condition. As night fell, Ling Tianyu's chiseled face was exceptionally handsome, appearing carefree. Yet the sharpness in his eyes revealed an undeniable strength. His long, jet-black hair flowed gently in the evening breeze. A cool breeze swept over him, clearing some of his drunkenness. Ahead, a small alley led to the Yang family residence. Just then, a sudden wave of killing intent enveloped him, and the sense of crisis made his eyes flash with murderous intent. Killing intent. This killing intent was very similar to that of the assassins from the Shura Palace. Shura Palace assassins, huh? These flies are truly annoying. Ling Tianyu continued to walk forward, feigning ignorance. Just as he was about to enter the small alley, two extremely fast swords suddenly appeared behind him, swiftly striking with lethal force, piercing through space and releasing boundless killing intent. The two black-clad assassins blended seamlessly with the darkness, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on Ling Tianyu. They seemed to see him as a dead man, ready to pierce through his body at any moment. Ling Tianyu appeared completely oblivious as he continued walking forward. Swish! Swish! They succeeded effortlessly. It seemed too easy. The two black-clad assassins thrust their long swords through Ling Tianyu's back to his chest, their faces cold, but then they suddenly looked horrified, because they realized they had pierced not the real Ling Tianyu, but a shadow he left behind. Quick! So quick it left them with no reaction time. Ling Tianyu had actually dodged their deadly attack. What? One of them hadn't reacted in time and suddenly stiffened, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to speak, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other looked closely and was completely dumbfounded, because he saw Ling Tianyu had somehow appeared behind the assassin, one hand gripping his neck, twisting forcefully. Crack! With a single sound, the assassin's neck snapped instantly. This scene happened so fast that the assassin couldn't react at all before he was killed. The other assassin was filled with horror. When he saw Ling Tianyu, he swung his sword again to attack. Swish! Ling Tianyu's body vanished again, leaving behind a shadow. Indeed, this was the result of his powerful spiritual perception in the darkness, accurately sensing their positions and then executing his movement technique. Wind shadow, cloud step, a flash, a grip, and one was killed in an instant. Did the Shura Palace only send these two minor characters this time? This is simply not enough to kill. After Ling Tianyu stood firm, he coldly laughed at the remaining black-clad assassin. The sound made the assassin break into a cold sweat, his hair standing on end. Surrounded by an endless killing intent, the assassin, in shock, charged at him once more. Head on, huh? I'll satisfy you. Ling Tianyu let out a cold laugh and unleashed a powerful fist imprint, accompanied by the roar of an ancient dragon, filled with bloodlust and overwhelming battle intent. Crashing toward the assassin. Boom! The true dragon fist and the sharp sword energy exploded into space, creating a thunderous sound. The black-clothed assassin was a 5th-level Huangwu realm expert, stronger than the 4 3rd-level Huangwu assassins last time. But so what? Under the might of this domineering punch, all the sword energy was instantly shattered. Even the opposing fist imprint continued to surge with a strong residual force, like a divine dragon roaring, unstoppable, crashing into the assassin's body and shattering his protective aura. Puffed. The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, screaming as he flipped in midair, blood spraying everywhere, his face turning pale. Boom! The ground was smashed into a deep pit with cracks. The family. Is this the information you gave me? Damn! The black-clothed assassin, unwilling, roared. And then his eyes rolled back, dying on the spot. Ling Tianyu used all his strength in this punch, merging all his true energy into his fist, instantly shattering the assassin's internal organs. When he died, the expression of hatred and unwillingness was forever frozen on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 extremely fast arrows, piercing through space, shot towards Ling Tianyu from 50 meters away. More assassins. The 3 arrows radiated a sharp, cold light. Ling Tianyu let out a cold laugh, suddenly lifting the corpse on the ground to block, pushing off with force, his body rapidly launching towards the direction for which the arrows were fired. The thick true energy surged explosively, and swish, swish, swish. The arrows struck the corpse, instantly turning it black. Ling Tianyu glanced back. These 3 arrows indeed contained deadly poison. It seemed the Shura Palace assassins were determined to kill him. The black-clothed assassin, 50 meters away, saw Ling Tianyu's speed reach its peak, chasing after him, instantly turning his face pale with fear. He frantically retreated, pulling out arrows from his back, shooting them at Ling Tianyu. This kid is so strong? The information was wrong. Damn it, the family has ruined me. The assassin cursed inwardly, knowing he was no match for Ling Tianyu, and was almost desperately retreating. However, after turning several corners and jumping over some buildings, he still couldn't shake off that figure behind him. It was as if he was shrouded by a layer of death shadow. No matter how he fled, he could not escape Ling Tianyu's pursuit. Chapter 81. One Against Many. Stirring up a wave of revenge, the black-clothed assassin cursed inwardly. Tonight was supposed to be an assassination, but now he was being killed by Ling Tianyu and fleeing in such a pathetic manner. Can you escape? Ling Tianyu let out a cruel laugh. His body suddenly accelerated, like a shooting star, reaching incredible speed. If one looked closely, Ling Tianyu was actually standing on a sword, using the sky-warding sword technique to its utmost. Flying on a sword, such a defying method, could probably only be performed by a Xuanwu realm expert. Ling Tianyu's strength far exceeded the black-clothed man's imagination, catching up to him in less than 5 breaths. You are a Xuanwu realm expert? The black-clothed assassin was filled with extreme fear, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. With death approaching, he instantly lost all fighting spirit. The black-clothed assassin, facing a true expert, was powerless to resist. He even stopped fleeing, cursing the Yi family and all 18 generations of them. The information said Ling Tianyu was only in the true martial realm. Is this really the strength of the true martial realm? The true martial realm can instantly kill a 5th-level Huangwu and even fly on a sword. If he could survive and return, he would make the Yi family pay a heavy price. But now, he would never have that chance again. Swish! A sword chi burst forth, radiating brilliant sword light, carrying a fierce killing intent that pierced through everything, instantly penetrating the black-clothed man's brow. A spray of blood shot out from his forehead, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. These 3 assassins were significantly stronger than the previous 4, yet they were all killed in less than 20 breaths. Shura Palace, don't let me catch a chance, otherwise I will definitely destroy you. As for the Yi family, my patience has reached its limit. You forced me to this. Ling Tianyu's eyes were sharp, releasing killing intent. You kill me, then it's time to annihilate your Yi family. Not killing is not enough to relieve my hatred. Otherwise, the haunting will be truly annoying. Kill. One action, no hesitation. Since I have to kill, then let us go all out tonight and make it a dark day. With this thought, Ling Tianyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he rushed towards the Yi family. Yi family, do you really think I, Ling Tianyu, am so easy to kill? Previously, the Yi family sent Shura Palace assassins to infiltrate Tianxian's sect to kill him, and now they're trying to kill him on his way back to the Yang family. It's never-ending. Moreover, they even sent a Huangwu realm expert. It's important to know that Huangwu realm experts are silver-ranked assassins. Even training one in the Shura Palace is extremely difficult. Losing just one is a huge loss for the Shura Palace. If it weren't for the Yi family pulling the strings behind the scenes, Ling Tianyu wouldn't be so furious. The four Huangwu realm experts who died previously were thought to be killed by the experts of Tianxin sect, so this time they sent out 3 Huangwu realm assassins again. If they knew that it was Ling Tianyu who killed these silver-ranked assassins, they would probably send out gold-ranked assassins directly. Regardless, to cut off the route, Ling Tianyu had to do this. Tonight, I want your Yi family to flow with blood. Ling Tianyu released endless killing intent, a murderous aura rising to the sky. Spreading endlessly, flying on a sword, at peak speed, he flew through the night sky like a meteor, and for the Yi family. Tonight was destined to be an uneasy night. Not long after Ling Tianyu left, a figure rushed over quickly. Luo, he saw the 2 black-clothed assassins' corpses on the ground, and his face was filled with an indescribable look of horror. What is going on? The Shura Palace assassins were killed, but where is Ling Tianyu? Did he kill these silver-ranked assassins? This is bad, really bad. He had intended to stop these Shura Palace assassins, but he was too late. They were all dead. This Ling Tianyu's strength had reached such a terrifying level. He had to return quickly and inform his master. He had a strong intuition that if Ling Tianyu continued to grow unchecked, both he and his master, Nangong Sun, would be threatened, an absolute threat of death. Whoosh! He used his fastest speed to quickly return to Tianxin sect. Yi family. In the main hall, Yao felt like he was struck by 5 thunders. He was devastated. Yes, when the news of Yi Xiaoya's death reached the Yi family, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood unsteadily, his face extremely pale. Both of his sons were killed by Ling Tianyu, and he knew everything that had happened in Xiaoshui residence. Yi Xiaoya was killed by Ling Tianyu in just one move. This method and strength filled him with fear, and at the same time, the hatred and anger in his heart could not be suppressed, causing him to roar to the sky. Ling Tianyu, you must die. My Yi family will use all our power to kill you. Yao's roar was filled with sorrow and despair, and the overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. He never dared to dream that Yi Xiaoya would go to Lu Ryue's birthday banquet to seek revenge on Ling Tianyu, only to die at his hands. Just how strong is this Ling Tianyu? Why was even his most favored son killed? At this moment, an elder shouted angrily. This Ling Tianyu has consecutively killed 2 young masters of the Yi family. His heart deserves to be punished. Dismembering him would not even quell my hatred. How can a Shura Palace, these useless fools, not handle a single Ling Tianyu? How has he managed to live until now? Head of the family, we must act quickly. We can no longer rely on the Shura Palace. Let us go find the Grand Elder. Only he can take action to kill this brat. Yes, this brat is stronger than we imagined. He killed the young master, and he is a disciple of the Grand Elder. As the master of the young master, how can he endure this? We must seek his help. Only Nangong Sun can kill that brat now. Head of the family, let us move quickly. The members of the Yi family spoke one after another, all filled with anger and murderous intent. At first, they looked down on Ling Tianyu. Even if he killed Yi Xiaoyao, he was merely at the spirit martial realm. But how much time has passed? This brat's rate of growth has made them feel threatened, even a terrifying sense of being out of control. This sense of crisis has cast a layer of deathly aura over their heads. If they do not eliminate Ling Tianyu quickly, their Yi family may suffer a catastrophic disaster. All right, I will immediately head to the Tianxin sect. I must ensure that the Grand Elder personally takes action to kill this brat. Yahweh gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodlust. It's useless to plead with anyone. I will not give you the chance. Suddenly, a voice filled with overwhelming killing intent echoed across the sky. Outside the hall, the figure of a young man stepping on a flying sword appeared, as if a war god of slaughter had descended, hovering above the Yi family. That deathly aura completely enveloped everyone in the Yi family. The white-clad Ling Tianyu, with his clothes billowing, cold and filled with overwhelming battle intent, cast a sharp gaze sweeping over every member of the Yi family below. None of you need to leave. Today you will all die. The speaker was arrogant and domineering. What? You are Ling Tianyu? Yahweh looked up at that figure, his expression changing dramatically, his heart filled with extreme shock. Ling Tianyu actually dared to come alone to the Yi family, and moreover, he was hovering in the air on his sword. Not only him, But all the elders of the Yi family also wore expressions of shock. Could it be that Ling Tianyu is a master of the Xuanwu realm? Is his strength that terrifying? Only Xuanwu realm experts possess the ability to fly on swords. Everyone was filled with disbelief as they stared at the sky. All the members of the Yi family saw Ling Tianyu standing on the flying sword, looking down from above, exuding overwhelming battle intent, with eyes filled with terrifying blood mist, and a phantom of a divine dragon seemingly entwined around him. Such domineering and formidable presence, with an utterly terrifying entrance, Ling Tianyu brought them an unprecedented shock, freezing their faces and instilling fear in their hearts, making them wary of him. Yahweh, come out and die. You are the one who sent the assassins from the Shura Palace to kill me, right? Ling Tianyu roared with fury, filled with killing intent. Chapter 82, One Man, One Sword, Bloodbath in the Yi family. Yahweh, who slowly walked out of the main hall, looking up directly at Ling Tianyu, who stood in the air. Kid, you dare to intrude alone into my Yi family. You are truly arrogant. I didn't expect even the assassins from the Shura Palace couldn't kill you. Yahweh shouted angrily. Even though he felt apprehensive at the moment, he couldn't show it. Moreover, he had sensed that Ling Tianyu's true energy was from the true martial realm, definitely not a master of the Xuanwu realm. Perhaps flying on the sword was some special method he used. I didn't expect this Ling Tianyu to be so arrogant. His audacity made his eyes sharp and his anger increasingly uncontrollable, with killing intent pervading his body, wishing he could immediately kill Ling Tianyu. Swish, swish, swish. The elders of the Yi family, the family guards, and many strong members of the Yi family all appeared, looking at Ling Tianyu, releasing endless killing intent. Today, without fail, we cannot let Ling Tianyu escape. Even if this brat is strong, our Yi family is one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital, with profound heritage and powerful strength. Even without a Xuanwu realm expert overseeing us, there are at least more than 10 with Xuanwu realm cultivation present. And those guards are all elites of the Yi family, all at least at the 5th level of the true martial realm. With all these people taking action, they might be able to kill Ling Tianyu. It seems I wasn't wrong. You sent the assassin from the Shura Palace to kill me. Fine. Today let us settle all grudges. Your Yi family can disappear from the imperial capital. Ling Tianyu spoke coldly, his voice incredibly calm, as if it could pierce through the hearts of everyone in the Yi family, inexplicably instilling a sense of slaughter. The killing intent and battle intent surged, unrestrained. Do you dare, Ling Tianyu? Do you really think you are sure to win? You killed my 2 sons. Today I will definitely tear you apart. Yahweh shouted angrily. You shut up. They kill me. I kill them. In the martial arts world, it's the law of survival. The strong survive, the weak die. This is fair. If you tear me apart, then I will dismember you. As Ling Tianyu spoke, he sheathed his long sword and slowly descended to the ground. Kill! Yahweh roared again in fury. With his angry shout, countless experts from the Yi family surged forward, each utilizing their powerful martial skills, charging at Ling Tianyu. Kill! Leave none alive. Ling Tianyu was also enraged. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, heading straight into the fray. Facing so many strong opponents, including many Xuanwu realm experts. Even an ordinary Xuanwu realm expert would have to avoid their sharpness, but Ling Tianyu transformed into a bloodthirsty killing machine. A fierce battle soon erupted. The many experts of the Yi family were absolutely confident that today they would definitely band together to slay Ling Tianyu. Roar! A dragon-s roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The ancient and fierce will of the dragon surged forth, cultivating the dragon abyss reversal technique, along with his own 9 dragons refining divine tower. Ling Tianyu's fists gathered brilliant golden true energy, like a giant dragon drenched in gold, surging forth, exuding overwhelming blood-colored killing intent. The fist imprint smashed through the air, continuously expanding. Dragon Abyss Reversal Technique, True Dragon Fist. Divine movement shining across the world. This punch was extremely domineering, containing endless true essence and divine power, instantly shattering the space. A dazzling golden red fist evolving into thousands of fist imprints, howling towards the enemy. In an instant, It collided fiercely with the myriad martial skills and various weapons. Boom! Crack! The heavens and earth trembled, the entire E family shook incessantly, dust flying, the sky darkening. Crack! Crack! Space revealed several cracks, the phantom of the divine dragon rolling endlessly. All this happened in the blink of an eye, the intense tremors causing a series of explosive sounds in space. The powerful fist imprint manifested countless phantoms of divine dragons, thoroughly destroying those powerful martial skills and various weapons. With just one move, all attacks were instantly repelled, countless bodies were knocked to the ground, spitting blood. The weapons in their hands either broke or twisted. Kill! Ling Tianyu unleashed all his killing intent, his battle intent surging, tearing through the air like a bloodthirsty divine dragon. Wherever he passed, people screamed and fell dead. Like a war god of slaughter, he was unstoppable. His true energy surged explosively, the 9 true dragon seeds granting him endless terrifying power. His figure flickering like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, with the E family members akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Wherever he passed, those E family experts couldn't even see his figure before they met their demise. A single punch pierced through the bodies of 3 guards with true martial realm cultivation, shattering their internal organs completely. One corpse after another fell, and no one had any power to resist. In the crowd, only a shadow filled with bloodthirst darted back and forth. Ling Tianyu completely unleashed his wildness. Either he wouldn't kill, or he would kill completely, killing until the skies darkened and the earth turned cold, killing thoroughly, leaving no trace. You kill me, I kill you. This is fair, I assent it. Since your family won't let me go, why should I be polite to you? Kill, kill, kill. Cold and ruthless, decisive in killing. Ling Tianyu was drenched in blood, completely transformed into a killing machine. Anyone who touched him would die. No matter who it was, no one could escape his heavy punches, and no one was a match for him in a single move. I was once a kind person, giving everyone a chance, but why do you force me? Why? Ling Tianyu had already died once. His kindness had long since been worn away. Now his temperament, his killing intent, his decisiveness in slaughter, all of it was taught to him by this cruel world on how to change. If you are merciful and kind, then you leave yourself with future troubles. Perhaps the one who dies will be yourself. To kill others or let others kill oneself, Ling Tianyu is not foolish. He naturally chooses the former. Those so-called heroes, war gods, which one of them is not stained with blood, carrying numerous lives, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of lives, kill those who should be killed. Those who should be killed are the ones who kill him. Roar, roar, roar. The heavens and earth trembled. The phantom of a divine dragon howled, domineering fist prints, ruthless destruction, obliterating everything of the Yi family. The bright moonlight in the sky dimmed, and a large expanse of blood mist spread over the Yi family. The intention to kill showed no signs of stopping. Under Ling Tianyu's heavy fist, an elder of the Yi family, a powerhouse at the 7th level of the Huangwu realm, unleashed a terrifying battle skill. But before he could even approach Ling Tianyu, he was blasted to pieces by this punch. Boom! Not only did it instantly shatter his body's defensive aura, but even his head was blown apart in an instant. As 2 other elders rushed in, they witnessed this horrifying scene and immediately froze in place, their faces filled with extreme fear as they turned to flee. Whoosh! Wind and shadow step, a mysterious level movement technique. He flashed and rushed right in front of the 2 elders, unleashing 2 fiery punches in an instant. Bang! Bang! The 2 elders were instantly obliterated. They didn't even have time to scream, their headless corpses crashing to the ground. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't kill you, you will kill me. Chapter 83. Stopping Disaster with Slaughter. The genius slaughters the Yi family. Ling Tianyu's strength was so terrifying that even a Huangwu realm powerhouse was no match for him, exploding like cutting vegetables. Not to mention those guards at the true martial realm. They finally realized the combat power of this terrifying madman was so strong that they were horrified and didn't dare to approach. They didn't dare to get close to Ling Tianyu, but Ling Tianyu dared to approach them. Whoosh! A flash, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, surged forward. a torrent of true energy erupting, containing powerful true martial aura. Even without using battle skills, an ordinary true martial punch could instantly take their lives. More than a dozen guards were sent flying by such heavy punches, with no resistance at all. Yi, come here to die, Ling Tianyu roared. His eyes filled with killing intent, and among the crowd, he spotted the timid Yi. As the head of the Yi family, the strongest of the Yi family, his martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Huangwu realm, just one step away from breaking into the Xuanwu realm. But when he saw Ling Tianyu's killing gaze, fear filled his heart, making him extremely wary. Looking at the corpses of those from the Yi family lying on the ground, Yi roared, transforming his fear into overwhelming battle intent as he charged at Ling Tianyu. Damn it, boy, I will kill you. As he charged, a long sword appeared in his hand, sharp sword light flashing, and with a single stroke, dozens of meters of sword energy slashed toward Ling Tianyu. A mysterious level, high-grade spirit sword. Its killing power was incredibly strong. The person he wanted to kill was Ling Tianyu, not daring to be careless. He displayed his strongest power from the start, the long sword in his hand piercing through space, crazily slashing. Ling Tianyu, you killed 2 of my sons, and now you've killed so many from the Yi family. I will fight you to the death. Yi roared, and he fell into a state of madness. Even though he feared Ling Tianyu's strength, as the head of the Yi family, the strongest of the Yi family, he could not escape today. This was his home, the Yi family that his ancestors entrusted to him. He had to protect the Yi family, and he completely went mad, releasing overwhelming killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He swung his sword repeatedly, sword energy crisscrossing, weaving into a huge sword prison, completely enveloping the entire Yi family. Inside the sword prison, countless sword lights slashed down toward Ling Tianyu, aiming to chop him into pieces. Ling Tianyu gathered his true energy, his aura continuously rising, his fists bursting with endless destructive power, continuously breaking through the incoming sword energy. He resisted with his fists, hardening against Yi overwhelming sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. Continuous collisions sparked countless stars. Yi was horrified. The strength Ling Tianyu displayed had seriously exceeded his understanding. Was this still true martial realm strength? Such terrifying power. Resisting with his physical body, his fists hardening against Yi sharp sword, and moreover, exploding with such terrifying combat power that the space repeatedly exploded. Ling Tianyu still appeared filled with battle intent. While Yi right hand was bleeding from the shock,